Now, today, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter fallen for young Minerva Mcgonagall in Patreon for early access of super up stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel because definitely I would try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. 16th. Again, Minerva looked across the desk at the headmaster. He had caught her in not telling her what exactly he wanted to discuss. She, of course, had automatically assumed it was something about the Order of Phoenix. But with the way he was staring at her now, she was beginning to wonder, "Well, Minerva, how are you feeling today?" Professor Dumbledore asked, looking at Professor Mcgonagall over the tips of his steeple fingers. "Just fine, Albus," she answered, looking at the headmaster suspiciously. Minerva would trust Albus Dumbledore with her life, but she didn't like the look in his eyes. It made her nervous. "As you know, I have something of dire importance to discuss with you," Professor Dumbledore went on. Minerva nodded. "Yes, that is what the owl said." Albus nodded as well. "As you may have guessed, it concerns Harry Potter." Minerva nodded again. She had been thinking that it might. Ever since you-know-who's return became public knowledge to the Wizarding world, the main topic of discussion within the Order was how to best protect Potter. Now that the Wizarding world knew he was back, Albus was worried that you-know-who might strike at Harry openly with no reason to hide. Thus far, it had been pretty quiet, but that certainly couldn't last forever. "You have an idea?" Minerva asked Professor Dumbledore. Looking at the headmaster, "I may," he answered. "You see, it is very difficult to offer protection to Harry. As you know, he tends to buck against adult help." Minerva nodded again, remembering all of Harry's previous adventures over the past 5 years. All of these adventures could have been averted if he had only gone to one of the professors for help. It seemed it wasn't in his nature to ask for help, especially when he got the idea in his head that he could handle the situation on his own. "I have set watch around him, of course, without his knowledge, but as we saw last summer, that is not foolproof." Albus went on. Again Minerva nodded, recalling the Dementor attack that not only nearly took Potter's life, but the life of his Muggle cousin as well. "That couldn't last forever at any rate," Albus said. "What is really needed, I believe, is some way to get close to him. And this goes back to the initial problem of Harry not willingly taking help from adults." "Yes," Minerva cut in, "but I'm sure he'll allow adult protection if he knew it was for his good." "Oh, I have no doubt that he would say that he would wholeheartedly agree. In fact, but the trouble is Harry never thinks to call upon an adult for help. He doesn't even come to me always when he has a problem or thinks something is wrong. He'll turn to his friends first." Minerva nodded again. That was certainly true, considering the amount of adventures Harry's friends had joined him on. He would tell his friends, but not an adult wizard who could provide him with the help he needed. She would never understand how his brain worked out that his friends would be of more use rather than someone who had a deeper understanding of magic. "So what can be done about it?" Albus smiled. "That gets us to my idea," he answered. "I thought that the best way to protect Harry is to send someone his age but with the magical skills of a fully trained adult wizard to watch over him. If anything comes up, he would most assuredly turn to that person. Especially if that talented wizard was to become a friend of his." Minerva nodded. "Yes, that could possibly work, but where would you find a 16-year-old wizard that is as magically skilled as, well, you or me?" Now Professor Dumbledore's face broke into a broad smile, his eyes twinkling merrily. Minerva sat back a little, feeling distinctly uncomfortable. She really did not like the look in the headmaster's eyes. "Well," Professor Dumbledore answered, picking up one of the whatnots on his desk and studying it, "I believe the best way to do that is to find a willing adult witch or wizard and administer a de-aging potion." Minerva twisted in her seat. She was becoming very nervous. "And do you have a witch or wizard in mind?" Dumbledore looked up at her. "As a matter of fact, I do." "Who?" Minerva asked, not wanting to hear the answer at all. Dumbledore's answer was only to smile even more broadly at her. "Oh, no." Minerva shook her head. I can't. Who would teach my classes? I have a suitable replacement already in mind, but I would have to become a student again. I'm sure you'll do fine in your classes." "What I mean is I don't know how to be a student. Do you have any idea how long it has been since I've been a student?" "As a matter of fact, I do, but I'm sure you'll catch on quickly. But de-aging potions don't last always." It'll start to wear off after a few hours. I can't possibly take the potion every 2 or 3 hours without slipping up and being caught. Not to worry. Professor Snape can provide you with an especially potent potion that will last a full month. He will provide you with enough of the potion to last the entire year, longer if necessary. Minerva's eyes widened. If she agreed to do this, she would have to spend a full year or longer as a 16-year-old girl. She was only too glad to leave her teen years behind the first go-around. She certainly had no desire to go back to that age again. Professor, I don't think Minerva. I understand if you don't want to do this, but you must understand, this may be the only way we can truly protect Harry. After 5 years of just watching over him, and nearly losing him at least once each year, I'm not content to do just that again. This year could be the year we lose him if we don't do something different. I'm afraid this may be the only way we can truly keep an eye on him, to stop him from doing something that could possibly get him killed, to stop someone else from doing something that could kill him. Minerva, if you say no now, I will not ask again, but please consider the boy's life. Minerva sighed, then nodded once more, knowing that she was going to regret her decision. Dumbledore smiled at her. Thank you, Minerva. I knew I could count on you. Harry Potter stared out the window of his small bedroom, watching Hedwig fly off with 2 letters. There, that should keep Ron and Hermione happy. He hadn't written them much over the summer. He wasn't much in the mood to write or talk to anyone. He could tell from their letters that they were worried about him. They had been overly concerned after Sirius. He didn't want their concern or their pity. What he wanted, they couldn't possibly give him. Harry shook his head. He still didn't like to think about what happened at the end of last year. It was his fault. What happened to Sirius? Professor Dumbledore tried to take the blame, but it wasn't him that ran off without thinking to go rescue someone who didn't need rescuing. Dumbledore wasn't the one that got himself and his friends surrounded by Death Eaters. Dumbledore wasn't the one who put everyone he loved in the whole world in mortal danger. Dumbledore didn't kill Sirius. It was him, and Bellatrix Lestrange. He hated her. He hated her more than he hated Voldemort. She took away the closet person he had to a father, his one chance to get away from the Dursleys, the one person that he loved more than anything. He thought he wanted Voldemort dead. He thought he wanted to be the person to kill him. But he had no idea what it felt like to really truly want someone dead. Not until last year, after it sunk in that Sirius was really gone, the hate began to roll up like black smoke filling him. And he knew he wished he could kill her. Lestrange had been the one to tell him that to use one of the forbidden curses. He had to feel it. He knew if he ever saw her, he would be able to use the killing curse on her without a problem. Harry sighed and looked back out the window at the empty night sky. Remus' last letter said that someone from the Order would be coming for him soon. It didn't give an exact date, probably just in case the letter was intercepted. Harry hoped that someone would pick him up tonight or tomorrow. The Dursleys were weighing on him. They weren't making things easy for him. They didn't know about his godfather. He hadn't told them, nor had he any intention of telling them. But even so, it seemed they were being even more rotten than usual. Dudley avoided him, if he could, still terrified of him over last summer's Dementor attack. But Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had no such qualms and took revenge for their son. They did nothing too openly, for fear that Harry might write back to Lupin or Mad-Eye. What they did was give him extra chores, the particularly nasty ones. They worked extra hard not to speak or even make eye contact with him, unless it was telling him to scrape the gunk off the inside of the rubbish bin. Harry shook away the thoughts. Maybe tomorrow would be better. He got up from the desk chair where he had been sitting and crawled into his bed. Tomorrow had to be better. It couldn't possibly be as bad as his life was up to this point. Trying to feel positive about the day to come, Harry pulled the covers over his head and fell slowly to sleep. Harry awoke early the next morning. He rolled out of bed and half stumbled to the bathroom. He was only slightly surprised to find it free. Dudley hadn't been getting up before noon the entire summer. It seemed his cousin didn't mind missing breakfast. Since he was still on his diet, it only consisted of a melon slice anyway. Harry didn't see the point in continuing Dudley's diet. It didn't seem to working. In fact, Harry was sure Dudley was still gaining weight. Harry stepped out the bathroom, washed and showered, and feeling only just a little more awake than before, he walked down to the kitchen, preparing himself to be ignored for the duration of breakfast. He seriously hoped Uncle Vernon hadn't thought of any more disgusting household work for him to do this morning. Pushing open the swinging kitchen door, he stepped into the room and opened his mouth to say good morning just to be annoying, but closed it again when he saw the room was empty. Harry frowned. His aunt and uncle could always be found in the kitchen in the mornings. It was part of their routine. He shook his head and walked back out. Maybe he could find them in the front room. Walking slowly, he headed back to the front of the house. He opened the front room door and stepped in. His uncle, aunt, and cousin were sitting on the sofa facing the television. The TV wasn't on, but they weren't moving. Harry frowned. That was the way they were sitting when he went to bed last night, Uncle Vernon. He asked, walking around the couch to face his family. They all stared blankly at nothing. Harry blinked, and then a thought hit him. They looked dead. He could feel himself beginning to panic. He quickly closed the distance between himself and Uncle Vernon and tried to feel for a pulse. He breathed a sigh of relief. There was one. So they weren't dead. Then what? Stunned? Yes, that had to be it. They must be stunned. But if that's true, Harry stood up and looked around. He held his breath, listening for any sound. Another wizard must have been in the house, and was probably still there. The question was, where? He moved as silently as he could out of the living room and into the hall. He peered around a corner up the steps. Deciding it was safe, he headed up as quietly as he could. He had to get to his wand in his room. He felt completely unprotected without it. He could already be in deadly danger. Easing down the hallway, being careful to avoid the loose floorboards, Harry crept to his bedroom door. He eased it open, stepped in, and stopped dead in his tracks, standing in the middle of the room. With his back to Harry was a large man. He wore a ragged, almost threadbare overcoat. His shoulders were hunched, and straggly hair fell from beneath an old hat and two over them. "You should never go anywhere without your wand," the man said, holding up Harry's wand. "Haven't you learned anything in defense against the dark arts?" The man turned around, and Harry felt his heart skip a beat in relief. He would have never thought he'd be so happy to see that frowning and scared face. "Mad-Eye, what are you doing here?" he asked. "I came to get you. Hurry, get your things together. I have to go unpetrify your family." "You did that?" Harry asked, a bit dumbly. "Who else would? But it looks like they've been that way since last night." "They have been. Serves them right, too, for the way they've treated you." Bloody muggles, Harry frowned. He didn't know of any cases of people being stunned for long periods of time. "Will they be hurt?" he asked, not sure if he wanted them to be okay or not. Mad-Eye shook his head. "They'll be numb for a bit, but no permanent damage." "Get moving. We don't have all day." Mad-Eye handed Harry his wand and walked out the room. Harry grinned at his disappearing back. He was leaving the Dursleys finally. He didn't think he would be so happy with the prospect of seeing everyone again, but now that it was so close, he couldn't wait to be reunited with Hermione and the Weasleys. He wondered if he'd get to see Fred and George. According to Ron's house, their joke business was doing very well. He wondered if Mrs. Weasley was still upset with the twins' career choice. He thought about Ginny and wondered how she was doing. He wondered if she had thought of him any over the summer. He shook the thought from his head and began to hurriedly throw his small amount of belongings into his trunk. Within minutes he was ready to go. Grabbing the end of his trunk, he dragged it out of his room and halfway down the stairs. Mad-Eye was standing at the bottom glaring at Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley. The three of them looked slightly confused and very terrified. "And furthermore, treating people like dirt is not good for your health," Moody was saying. "It's bound to come back and get you. Probably through me." Harry cleared his throat and Mad-Eye turned around. "Are you ready, Harry?" "Yeah," Harry nodded. "I just need to get my trunk down." "Oh, right." Mad-Eye pulled out his wand and gave it a wave. Harry's trunk began to float on its own accord and followed him the rest of the way down the stairs. Harry stopped short in front of the Dursleys. "Well, I'm off," he said, not sure what else to say. "See you," he added and started for the front door. Mad-Eye followed him. "And remember," he said, never turning around, but his magical eye swiveling in its eye socket so that it was looking out the back of his head. "I'm watching you." The Dursleys didn't say a word. Harry assumed they were too busy being terrified to speak. He smiled, thinking of the shade of purple his uncle's face was likely to turn once they had left the house. He was almost sorry he wouldn't be there to see it, but only almost. Parked outside on the curb was a black four-door car. Harry looked at it, then back at Mad-Eye. Is that alright? Mad-Eye nodded. Come on, let's get going. I don't like hanging about here in the day. And grab the trunk so that it doesn't look like it's flying. Oh, right, Harry said, quickly turning around and catching hold of one of the handles. The trunk lowered to the ground so that it was hovering just inches above it. Any passerby would think the trunk was on wheels. He more or less led his belongings to the back of the car where Mad-Eye helped him store it in the trunk. Harry walked around and climbed into the back seat and grinned when he saw Remus Lupin behind the wheel. Professor Lupin, you're here too, of course. I couldn't let Moody come by himself. Who knows what he might have done to the Dursleys? Probably turned them into ferrets or some other type of rodent. Harry grinned. He left them petrified for an entire night. Lupin sighed. I know, unfortunately I didn't find out about that until this morning. How are they? Confused and terrified, but honestly, I'm not really sorry, neither am I, Mad-Eye said, climbing into the passenger side seat. Let's get going. I have things to do. Lupin nodded and started up the car. Don't worry about Hedwig, Harry, he said as he pulled away from number 4 Privet Drive. We spotted her during the night and sent her on to the house. She's probably there now. Hermione and most of the Weasleys are there as well. They're all very anxious to see you again. Harry nodded, then asked, The house? Grimmauld Place, Lupin answered, glancing at Harry through the rearview mirror. The headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. That's where we're headed now. Oh, right, Harry answered. All through the summer, Harry had thought about leaving the Dursleys, but he had never thought about where he would be heading. It never occurred to him that he would be returning to Grimmauld Place, Sirius old home. Of course, that was where they were going. It only made sense. Like Professor Lupin said, it was the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. He just wasn't sure he wanted to go there. He wasn't sure he wanted to go to Sirius' home, knowing that Sirius wouldn't be there to greet him. He sat back in his seat, listening to Lupin chat about some of the happenings of the summer. Of course, he didn't say much pertaining to the Order or to what was going on with Lord Voldemort, but Harry didn't mind. He had other things on his mind, like trying to sort out how he felt about returning to the home of his dead godfather. All too soon they were there. Lupin parked the car between two nondescript dull homes. Here we are, Harry, he said, turning off the motor and looking back. Ready? Harry looked at his old defense against the dark arts professor. He could see the concern pouring from his clear gray eyes. And Harry knew he wasn't just asking him if he was ready to see his friends again. Looking back at the house, or rather the spot where the house would appear, Harry nodded. Yeah, let's go. Right then, Lupin said, smiling reassuringly at Harry. I'll get your things. Harry climbed out the car and looked down the walk that would lead to the house. Professor Lupin squeezed his shirt and gave him an encouraging smile. You know, if you want to ride around for a bit, we can, he said quietly. Harry shook his head. No, it's okay. He turned and headed determinedly down the walk, leaving Lupin to pull out his trunk. Quite suddenly and fairly unexpectedly, the house appeared. Harry blinked at it. It looked exactly the same way it had the last time he had been there, dismal and a bit depressing. Harry thought its appearance suited it now. He continued on to the front door. He started for the bell, then stopped, looking back at Professor Lupin and Moody coming up behind him. He asked, Is Sirius' mum still in the front hall? Unfortunately, Lupin answered, Nodding. She really is difficult to remove. You had best use the knocker. That doesn't disturb as much. Harry nodded and reached for the knocker, but before he could raise it, the door swung open. Mrs. Weasley was standing on the other side. She looked at the three in surprise. Oh, I wasn't expecting you so early, she said, grinning. I was just stepping out. Hello, Harry dear. It is so good to see you again. Mrs. Weasley grabbed Harry in a quick but loving hug. Ron and Hermione are upstairs. Go on, they've been waiting for you. Harry nodded. Thanks, he said, before stepping around Mrs. Weasley and heading up the stairs. He went back to the room he and Ron had shared last summer and found his two best friends inside. Harry, Hermione exclaimed, jumping up from the bed. I thought you wouldn't be here till much later. She said, I'm glad you're here, Harry, Ron said, grinning. This summer has been something boring. Mom and Dad still won't tell us anything about the Order, but Fred and George can go to the meetings since they've turned 18. Can you believe that? And the two of them won't tell us anything. I don't want to talk about the order right now, Harry said, sitting down on the bed next to Ron. Let's just talk about normal stuff, like Quidditch and school, okay? Sure, Harry, Hermione said, taking a seat on the opposite twin bunk bed. Have you heard? Dumbledore is trying to get Professor Lupin to teach defense against the dark arts again this year. Really? Harry asked. He didn't mention that on the way over here. Well, nothing's official yet, Ron admitted. We sort of overheard Professor Dumbledore talking to Lupin about teaching at Hogwarts. Overheard? Harry asked. Hermione laughed, turning slightly pink. We thought they would be discussing order stuff. We were listening in with a pair of Fred and George's extendable ears. You mean Mrs. Weasley is letting you keep those? She doesn't know we have them, Ron answered. And don't let it get out, please, Harry. If she found out, Ron left the statement hanging, only shaking his head. Harry laughed. He didn't realize how much he had missed his friends. He was certainly glad to be back with them. How are Fred and George doing? Great. Their business is booming. Lee joined them at the end of the year, Ron answered, and Mom stopped being angry with them when she saw them turning a profit. But I don't think she's entirely happy with their career choice yet, he shrugged. At least she'd stopped crying. Harry only shook his head, remembering how upset Mrs. Weasley had been with Fred and George's desire to open a joke shop. She wanted them to follow in their father's footsteps and go to work for the Ministry of Wizards like Percy. Harry looked at Ron, curious about his older brother, but not entirely sure he should bring up the subject. Last year, the entire Weasley family had not been on good terms with Percy. Percy Weasley had flat refused to believe that Lord Voldemort had returned. Instead, he sided with Fudge and the Ministry. He betrayed his entire family, calling them all fools for following Dumbledore and believing Harry. Ron used to get red in the face whenever his brother's name was mentioned. Mrs. Weasley would burst into tears, and Mr. Weasley would suddenly lose the ability to speak. But things had to have cleared up by now, since the Ministry could no longer deny the fact that Voldemort was back. Looking up at Ron, Harry asked, "How is Percy?" Ron frowned, but it was nothing like the reaction he had had last summer upon hearing his brother's name. He came crawling back to us, all sorry and stuff. Mom and Dad forgave him right off, but it's going to take a little more than just saying he's sorry to make me, Fred, George, Charlie, Bill, and Ginny let him off. What more do you want? Harry asked. That's what I've been asking him. Hermione said, he won't give me a straight answer. That's 'cause I don't know, Ron answered. More than just I'm sorry though. Ron shook his head, then looked up at Harry, his eyes a little brighter. Here's something that will make you smile, Harry. Creaker's dead. What? Harry asked, looking up. Creaker was the Black family house elf. He hated serving Sirius, and was partially to blame for what happened to Sirius. If it had not been for the house elf, Harry might not have run off like he had. Dad, Ron repeated, and I say good riddance. Ron, that's awful. Hermione scowled, though she didn't look at all angry. What happened? Harry asked. Apparently what he did was betrayal of a member of the Black family. He had to punish himself. He decided his punishment ought to be hanging. Ron explained. It was really bizarre walking into the kitchen and seeing him hanging from the rafters. Harry groaned. That was a mental picture I didn't need. It's even worse to see. Hermione mumbled. She shook her head, as if to shake out the memory. Anyway. Have you completed your summer homework, Harry? I've gotten through most of it, Harry answered. In truth, he had only gotten through parts of each assignment. He found he couldn't focus on Transfugazian, and History of Magic was so boring. He started his divination homework. But the class had become so confusing since the Gain the Centaur instructor. He saw no reason to focus on potions, since he would undoubtedly not be in advanced potions, but mostly he just didn't have a desire to work on the assignments. Yeah, most of it. Harry said, grinning. Hermione narrowed her eyes at him. You haven't finished any of it, have you, Harry Potter? No, you haven't. Honestly, Harry, you're just as bad as Ron. Hey, Ron cut it, but the glare he received from Hermione was enough to shut him up. And we haven't even gotten our OWLs back yet. What if you've done terribly and have to redo a class? I'm sure I haven't, Harry started to say, but received the same look as Ron had and quickly closed his mouth. That's it. Both of you are doing your assignments now. And neither of you are leaving this room until you've finished it all. Ron groaned, but Harry grinned. Fine, Hermione. If you insist, he said. He knew they would probably be locked up in that room all evening, and probably through dinner, trying to catch up on their work. But he didn't mind. He was with his friends again, and things strangely felt like old times. For the first time that summer, he felt like he could possibly be happy again. Minerva stared at the thick gray-brown liquid Severus was pouring into a glass. It looked like molten metal and mud, and she thought it would probably taste about the same. She was seriously beginning to have second thoughts about her decision. I was able to modify the potion a little more, Snape was explaining as he poured the liquid into the glass. It had the consistency of cold molasses. You should be able to remain 16 for 3 months with this. Of course, it is much thicker than it would be normally. If you can't get it down, I'll get it down, Severus, Minerva said, still giving the ugly drink an ugly look. Don't look so upset, Minerva, Dumbledore said, smiling at Minerva, his eyes twinkling above his half-moon glasses. What you're doing is for a very good cause. Minerva sighed. I know, Professor. Who all will know about me and my transformation? Only myself and Professor Snape, Dumbledore answered, coming out from behind his desk and leaning in front of it so that he was closer to her. I thought that would be best. The few people that know, the less likely the information will get out. And remember, our whole plan hangs on Mr. Potter not knowing an adult is looking after him. Severus nodded but didn't say anything. He filled the glass to the top with the liquid and handed it to Minerva, as a Muggle would say, bottoms up. Minerva took the glass and grimaced at the contents. Taking a deep breath, she raised the cup to her lips, and then threw her head back in an attempt to swallow the potion all at once. That didn't work out as she had planned, and she choked on the foul-tasting stuff before she could get the first swallow down. Taking a deep breath, she drank down the rest of it. Gagging, she dropped the glass, making a spewy face. She knew right now she must look very unprofessional, but she didn't care. The potion was the most disgusting thing she had ever had the misfortune of tasting, including that time she had gotten a vomit-flavored every flavor bean. She shook her head, her eyes watering. Her head felt light. She thought she was going to faint. She had the distinct feeling that she was falling. No, not falling, shrinking. Minerva decided she had to sit down. It was a full minute before she realized she was already sitting. Maybe she should lie down instead. She thought she had slipped out of her seat, but she wasn't quite sure. She closed her eyes. Everything becoming very dark, Minerva opened her eyes to see Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape leaning over her. She was lying on the floor, and she wondered vaguely what she was doing there. Are you all right? Professor Dumbledore asked, taking hold of her arm and helping her into a sitting position. Minerva nodded. Yes, I think so. As she stopped speaking, the voice coming from her mouth wasn't her voice. It sounded too young. I suppose I should have warned you, Professor Snape said. The potion would have that effect the first time it is taken. There were a good number of years that needed to be taken off. It was fairly concentrated. Don't worry, it should get easier to take from now on. Minerva looked at Professor Snape, but she wasn't really listening to him. He looked much bigger than she remembered. She looked down at her hands. They weren't her hands. They belonged to a girl, not her. Are you sure you're all right, Minerva? Dumbledore asked, concern shining in his blue eyes. You do remember what the potion was for, don't you? Minerva blinked. Potion? Oh yes, to become younger so that she could after look Harry. She smiled weakly. Yes, Professor. It's just a shock. Of course, Professor Dumbledore stated. I imagine it is. We'll like something to drink. A glass of water or pumpkin juice? He asked, holding out a hand to help her to feet. Minerva shook her head. No, thank you. She shook her head again. For some reason, she couldn't seem to make the room stop spinning. Minerva, she looked up at Professor Dumbledore and his outstretched hand. Oh, she said, taking his hand and allowing him to pull her to her feet. That made the room spin even more, and she immediately sat in the chair behind her. Will I feel this ill every time I take the potion? She asked, holding her head in her hands as if that would stop the spinning. No, Professor Snape answered. As I've said, the potion should get easier to take. You should probably lie down for now, but perhaps you would like a change of clothes first, Professor Dumbledore suggested. Minerva looked up at him. What was wrong with what she had on? Then she noticed that her robes were a little big. In fact, her collar was slipping over one shoulder. She gathered up her robes, trying to adjust them to her smaller body. Yes, I think a change of clothes would be good, she said, and perhaps a mirror, she added, suddenly curious as to what she looked like. It had been so long since she had been 16, she couldn't remember what her face had looked like then. Right this way, Professor Dumbledore said, waving at a small door on the other side of his office. His private bathroom. I took the liberty to order you something from Madame Maxim's robes for all occasions. She promised me they were the latest fashion. Minerva nodded and walked a bit dizzily to the bathroom. The room was fairly large, much larger than her own office. As she looked around the marble and gold-gilded bathroom, she thought the job of headmaster was worth it just for this. She spotted her outfit easily. The pink stood out in this obviously masculine bathroom. She stepped up to it and frowned. The clothes consisted of pink outer robes and a pink and blue mini dress. The dress tail was pleated, like the skirt of a Muggle cheerleader. She started undressing and donned the new outfit, hoping she didn't look as ridiculous as she felt. After changing, she stepped up to Dumbledore's full-length mirror. To her surprise, she actually looked cute. She was shorter than she had been, but for 16 she was fairly tall. The short skirt of the dress accented her long legs. Her face had lost at least 50 years of age and wrinkles, and her cheeks were rosier than she could ever remember them being. Her eyes were huge behind her horn-rimmed glasses. They were a deep hazel, flashing grey-green at times, framed by dark eyelashes. Her hair had come down from the bun she usually kept it in, and hung loose around her shoulders. It was much blacker than it had been in years, and had natural copper highlights. She stared at her reflection. She certainly didn't remember being so pretty. She took off her glasses. They didn't match her younger face, and she made a mental note to get a new pair. Stepping away from the mirror, she picked up her old robes and folded them neatly. Placing them in the cushy armchair, she placed her shoes next to the chair. They were much too large for her now, and stepped out the bathroom barefooted. Both Snape and Dumbledore turned to look at her. When they heard the door open, Snape raised his eyebrows at her, as if surprised to see her looking as she was. Minerva didn't blame him. She would have never thought she would be caught dead in pink. Well, Snape said, grinning wickedly, you shall have all the young men after you in no time. Minerva gave him the stern look she usually reserved for her students. From the look on Snape's face, she could tell the look didn't have the same effect on a 16-year-old face. Dumbledore was grinning as well, and she turned the look on him. He quickly erased the look, but he couldn't hide the laughter in his eyes. Feeling better? Dumbledore asked, still trying to keep a straight face. Yes, I am. Minerva answered. Well, I am glad to hear that. Have you given any thought to your name? Minerva blinked. My name? She asked. Well, yes, Professor Dumbledore said. You certainly can't go around calling yourself Minerva Mcgonagall. The students might find that suspicious. Oh yes, of course you're right. But no, I haven't thought about it at all. Perhaps you can go by a childhood nickname, Snape suggested. Did you have one? My parents used to call me Minnie, Minerva answered, but I hate that nickname. I think Minnie is perfect, Dumbledore said, smiling. And a last name. Maybe your mother's maiden name, James? Minerva said, but Professor, I hate the name Mindy. Mindy James, that is, Professor Dumbledore said, ignoring Minerva's last statement. I suggest you start thinking of yourself as that. It'll make it easier to be recognized when someone calls you, Professor. You aren't listening, Minerva said. I hate the name Mindy James. Professor Dumbledore gave her a long-suffering look, a look he only used with his students. Minerva, I assure you 95% of the students here are not completely satisfied with their names. I believe Minnie James suits you. Now, Hagrid will take you shopping for your school things. Do remember to be fitted for your school robes. You should go rest for now. You'll have a busy day tomorrow. And with that, Dumbledore turned to his desk, picking up some paperwork and seemingly forgetting that Minerva and Snape were still in his office. Minerva frowned. Minnie, yuck. Then she frowned at her choice of words to express her dislike with the name. Being 16 is going to suck. Frowning again at her word choice, she twirled around, her pink robes flaring out behind her, and stomped out of the headmaster's office. This was going to be the worst year she had ever experienced at Hogwarts. She was sure of it. I hope you enjoyed my first chapter. I always hate first chapters. They always seem to start off so slow to me. But anyways, things will pick up around chapter 3 or 4. Review please, but only if you have something nice or at least constructive to say. I'll burn any bad reviews and use the flames to make s'mores. Yum, s'mores. Diagon Alley, Chapter 2. Diagon Alley. Harry woke early the next morning to sound of Hedwig squabbling with Pig. Ron's owl. Oh, be quiet, you two, he mumbled and started to roll over again when the bedroom door burst open. Harry, Ron, get up. Hermione shouted, running into the room the two of them shared and yanking the covers off of Harry before turning to do the same thing to Ron. "Oh, what's going on, Hermione? What's the big deal?" Ron asked sleepily, not even opening his eyes to look at Hermione. "It's too early," he complained. "Our school letters are in," Hermione shouted, waving around 3 pieces of paper. Harry quickly put on his glasses and sat up. He saw that Hermione was really holding 3 envelopes, each addressed to one of them. If their school letters were in, then that meant so what? Ron asked while moving from where he laid. "It's just our supply list." "No, you idiot," Hermione frowned. "Our OW. Our results," Ron said straight up, his eyes opening wide. "They're here?" he asked hoarsely. Hermione nodded, handing Ron one of the letters. "Here's yours, Harry," she said, handing Harry a letter. Harry stared at the envelope. It was much thicker than any of his previous school letters had been. He wondered if that was normal or if it was proclaiming doom. "Have you opened yours, Hermione?" Ron asked, staring at his letter as if it would explode in his hands at any moment. Hermione shook her head. "I thought we could do it together," she stated. "Mine's thin." Ron said miserably. "Fred said the thin ones are the bad ones. I must have failed every one of my OWLs. "You don't know that, Ron," Harry stated. "Go ahead and open it." "Not until you open yours," Ron said. "Boys, please." Hermione frowned. "We'll open them together." Harry looked at Ron, who shrugged. It sounded like a good idea to him. "All right," Harry said. "On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. All 3 of them tore open their envelopes and pulled out a letter containing a list of their classes and letters next to each one. Harry quickly scanned his list, skipping to Defense Against the Dark Arts first. He grinned. As he expected, he received an outstanding. Next, he looked for Transfugazine and found that he had gotten an exceeds expectations. Excellent, he thought. Then his eyes moved to potions and his mouth fell open. "No," he thought. "It can't be. I can't believe it," Ron said, grinning. "I didn't totally fail potions, and I got an outstanding in Defense Against the Dark Arts." "Well, what did you expect?" Hermione asked matter-of-factly. "We had Harry as a teacher, of course." "You did well. I made nothing less than an exceeds expectations," she said proudly, then turned to Harry and asked, "How did you come out?" Harry only shook his head. "Potions," he croaked, then cleared his throat and tried again. "My score in potions. Did Snape fail you?" Ron cut in. "You know you can fight that, Harry," Hermione said, frowning. "I did a little research about the matter just in case something like this happened. I suspected Snape might try to influence your grade for the worse. I was in the room with you when you were doing your practical. You were doing very well. I'll vouch for you." "So will I," Ron stated. "Snape can't get away with failing you." Harry shook his head. "He didn't fail me," he said, and handed his letter to Hermione. Hermione took it, and her mouth fell open in a little surprised "oh." "You received an O, Harry. That's outstanding." Harry nodded. "I know," he said, pulling out the other letters in his envelope. He shifted to the school list and groaned. There was a 3-page list of ingredients that would be needed in advanced potions. That explained why his envelope was so thick. "How can this be happening to me?" he wondered. He was looking forward to not having to deal with Snape for his final 2 years at Hogwarts. Now he was in his class. "Again, I have advanced potions," he announced, as one might announce he was going to die in a little under 3 hours. "Oh man, Harry, I'm sorry," Ron said, speaking to Harry as one might speak to someone who had just announced he was going to die in a little under 3 hours. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Oh please, it's not that bad. You should be proud of yourself, Harry. That's a very difficult class to get into." "I know I would be proud. Are you going to be in advanced potions?" Harry asked, looking at Hermione hopefully. Well, no. I scored an outstanding, but I'm not taking the class." Harry brightened a little. "I have a choice." "Well, of course you have a choice. But you have to stay in, Harry, if you intend to be an OR." Harry immediately darkened again and then turned on Ron. "Please tell me you're going to be in this class." Ron shook his head. "Sorry, Harry. I only barely passed the OWL. I'm going to be that class by myself with a bunch of Slytherins." "Oh, Harry," Hermione said, trying to sound reassuring. "I'm sure there will be other Gryffindors there." Harry looked at her as if she was most naive girl in all of London. "Yes, I'm sure there will be," he said sarcastically. Hermione harumphed. "Well, get dressed. We're going with Mrs. Weasley to Diagon Alley to pick up our school things. And Ron, she said you need new robes again. Something about you refusing to stop growing." With that, Hermione turned on her heels and walked out, leaving the boys to get ready for the day. "Don't worry, Harry," Ron said as he climbed out of the bed. "I'm sure it won't be that bad." "Do you really believe that?" Harry asked, looking over at Ron. "No," Ron answered. "It just seemed like something I should say." Diagon Alley was just as Harry remembered it. He was actually a little surprised to see wizards and witches going about their day just as they had always. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he had expected to come here and find the Wizarded World in a total panic. There was an undercurrent of fear wherever he went. But nothing like the mass panic he had thought he would find. He was glad. Maybe the Wizarded World would give Voldemort more of a fight than he was looking for. "Give me your potions list, dear, and I'll pick up your ingredients." Harry looked over at Mrs. Weasley. "Oh, sure, here." He handed her the 3 pages of parchment. She raised an eyebrow at the list, but didn't comment and walked off, leaving Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny with Professor Lupin. "Don't forget, Mum, I need quills." Ginny called after her mother, then she turned to Lupin. "Can we go to Honey Nut Juice? I feel like ice cream." "Sure," Professor Lupin answered. "I think that would be alright." "There's a Honey Nut Juice on Diagon Alley?" Harry asked, thinking of the small ice cream parlor in Hogsmeade. Ginny nodded. "It's a branch of the one from in Hogsmeade. It just opened at the beginning of the summer. It's a lot like the original," Ron added. Harry nodded as he trailed beside Lupin. Even on Diagon Alley, no one left Harry or the others alone. Mr. Weasley had been with them earlier and then left to go to work. But not before Mad-Eye and Tonks had joined them. They hung out with Harry and the others. While Mrs. Weasley picked up the school books they would need Advanced Transfugazation for Transfugazation class, the Eye of Defense for Defense Against the Dark Arts, the stars and the future that only Harry and Ron would need for divination, and finally expert potions for Harry. They discussed who they thought would be teaching defense against the dark arts this year, though Harry, Ron, and Hermione kept their inside knowledge to themselves. Until Mrs. Weasley returned with Professor Lupin. Mad-Eye and Tonks said goodbye to Harry and the others then, and ran off to do whatever it was an Auror and an Exor did on the weekends. Harry didn't mind though. Even with the constant babysitting, he was enjoying his walk through Diagon Alley. It was nice to be out in the Wizarded World, not trying to hide, talking and laughing with his friends. Even though he knew Lupin and all the others were there to keep an eye on him, they acted as if they were with him because he was a good friend. It didn't feel like he had rotating bodyguards. And that alone made what they were doing okay. "I think I'll get a bowl of strawberry ice cream," Ginny said, grinning brightly, and Harry thought she was very pretty when she smiled that way. "I haven't had a bowl of strawberry ice cream in forever," Ron frowned. "You had a bowl yesterday, Gin." "I know," Ginny said, laughing lightly. Forever, Hermione laughed. "Ginny, I didn't know you had such a thing for ice cream." "I didn't either," Ginny answered. "I think I picked it up from Dean, though his favorite flavor is chocolate." Ron growled. "You're still seeing that guy?" "Oh, Ron, don't start," Ginny stated, rolling her eyes. "Well, I just don't see what you see in him. I mean, Dean." "Hey, look, there's Hagrid," Harry said, mostly because he didn't feel like hearing Ron and Ginny argue over Ginny's choice in boyfriends. He had made the mistake of asking Ron how Ginny was doing yesterday, and wound up spending the entire night listening to Ron rant about Dean. Personally, Harry liked Dean, though he was a bit confused about how he felt when he heard Ginny was going out with him. He thought he felt the pang of it. Was it jealousy? He shook away the thought and turned back towards Hagrid and waved. The half-giant stood out easily in the crowd. As they approached Hagrid, they saw that he was leading someone, a girl. She looked to be about his age. She had long dark hair, pulled into a high ponytail that flashed copper and red in the sunlight. She wore tiny oval glasses that accented her large eyes. Harry couldn't tell if her eyes were pale green or gray, but he did think they were very pretty. She followed behind Hagrid, arms loaded with books. "Lo, Harry," Hagrid called, leading the girl through the crowds to their small group. "Ron, Hermione, Ginny. How are ya?" "We're fine, Hagrid," Hermione answered as Hagrid caught her up in a bear hug. Hagrid released her and wrapped his huge arms around Harry, Ron, and Ginny in turn. "It's good to see you all," he stated. "Mighty good." He looked up and noticed Lupin standing behind them and grinned. "Professor Lupin." "Oh, course. I should have expected ya. How are ya?" "Very well, Hagrid," Lupin answered. "Who is your friend?" Hagrid looked back at the girl. "This here is Minnie James," he answered. "She's transferring to Hogwarts this year." "Oh, really?" Hermione asked. What year are you? Sixth, Minnie answered, glancing around at the group. And you all? We're all sixth year too, Harry answered. Except Ginny, he said, waving at Ginny. She's in fifth year, by the way, Ginny said, smiling brightly. I'm Ginny Weasley, and I'm her brother Ron. Ron introduced himself. I'm Hermione Granger, Hermione said. And I'm Harry Potter, Harry said tentatively. And grinned when Mindy showed absolutely no reaction to his name at all, not even the almost immediate and involuntary eye flick to the scar on his forehead. It was a relief to meet someone who didn't already know who he was, or at least did a very good job of pretending not to know who he was. We're heading for Honeydukes, Lupin said to Hagrid and Minnie. Would the two of you care to join us? Hagrid looked down at Minnie. What do you think? Feel like ice cream? Minnie looked at the group and then said, Yes, I think I will like that. Well, I'll take these. Hagrid said, taking the load of books out of Minnie's arms. You guys go ahead. He fell back in step with Professor Lupin, allowing the kids to take the lead. Have you ever been to Honeydukes? Ginny asked, looking at Minnie as she led the way to the little ice cream parlor. Once or twice, Minnie answered. What school are you transferring from? Hermione asked. Oh, I see. That's in Austria. Oh, I've heard of that school, Hermione said, nodding. They have a very good transfiguration program. You must be quite advanced at this. Minnie broke into a broad grin. You wouldn't believe, she answered. The group stepped into Honeydukes and chose a table next to the window. Lupin and Hagrid sat at a different table a little ways from where the kids were sitting. They all ordered, Ginny making sure to get her bowl of strawberry ice cream with extra strawberries. Do you know what classes you have? Ginny asked, digging into her bowl of strawberry goodness as she called it. Oh yes, Mindy answered, pushing back her bowl of plain vanilla and pulling out her book list. I have divination, which she said as if she would rather eat dog poo than be in the class, and transfiguration. Astronomy, herbology, care of magical creatures, and potions. You're in advanced potions too? Harry asked, looking up from his crackling hot fudge sundae that was crackling rather loudly. Yes, Minnie said, and then looked up. Are you in advanced potions? Harry sighed and nodded. Minnie grinned. I'm so proud of you, Harry. Harry looked at the girl across from him. Proud of me? Huh? Oh, Minnie said, blushing slightly. What I mean is that I hear that is a very difficult class to get in. You should be proud of yourself. That's what I told him, Hermione said, nodding in agreement. He wouldn't listen to me. Harry shook his head. Well, I can't force myself to be happy about being in the class. I still don't know how I managed to get in the first place. And can you believe the ingredients list? Minnie laughed. I haven't had to buy so many ingredients before in my life. And trust me, that's saying a lot. Harry grinned. I hope you get sorted into Gryffindor, he said. Then I won't have to be miserable and alone in that class. Then I'll only just be miserable. What do you mean miserable? Minnie asked. I mean, Snape, the professor. He has it out for me, Harry answered. Yeah, Ron added. He hates Harry with a passion. Why? Minnie asked, frowning. Harry shrugged. I don't know. I think it has something to do with me being born, though, he sighed. Again, then smiled. At least I'll have one friend in the class. Minnie smiled and nodded, then said, I'll do my best to keep Professor Snape off your back. Harry looked at her. He didn't know what the girl could do against Snape, but he appreciated the gesture. Thanks. Minnie waved goodbye to her new friends and followed Hagrid back down the rows of Diagon Alley, stopping only once to pick up a cauldron. So, what did you think of Harry and the others? Hagrid asked as they walked down the street. Well, Hagrid walked. Minnie had to trot to keep up with his long strides. I thought they were very nice, Minnie answered, smiling to herself. She didn't expect them to be anything else. She had taught them all, of course, and they had always been model students despite the trouble they tended to get themselves into. She was feeling very proud of herself. She had accomplished the first part of her mission. She had befriended Harry Potter. She didn't really think she would have a hard time doing so, but she had to admit she had been worried. It had been a long time since she had to make friends with a group of 16 and 15-year-olds. But they all had made it remarkably easy. They were all very open and willing to allow for a new friendship, a trait not common in most tight-knit groups. Now she understood why Harry, Ron, and Hermione were so popular in their year, and why Ginny was so popular in her year. Everything had gone well, though she had almost blown her cover earlier when she told Harry she was proud of him. The statement had just popped out of her. She had helped Harry the previous year study for his potions final. so that he could get into advanced potions and achieve his goal of becoming an Or. After working with him for a bit, she must confess she hadn't thought he'd get into the class. She was just glad their hard work had paid off. "I'm glad you all hit it off," Hagrid was saying. "They're a good bunch to get mixed up in, if you're going to get mixed up in a bunch." Hagrid smiled slightly, though they do tend to get themselves in a bit trouble from time to time. Minnie nodded, laughing. "I know," she agreed, without thinking about what she was saying. Hagrid raised an eyebrow at her. "You do?" Minnie glanced up at the half-giant, suddenly realizing her mistake. "Oh, I've heard stories," she answered weakly, trying to cover her second slip of the day. Pretending to be someone else was turning out to be a lot harder than she thought it would be. "Oh, right," Hagrid nodded, accepting the explanation without question. Their reputation would go ahead of them. "Well, here you are," he added, as they reached the brick wall that led to the alley behind the leaky cauldron. Hagrid touched one of the bricks with his wand, and the wall slid away, revealing the almost run-down pub and hotel. "Do you need me to come up with you?" Hagrid asked, shuffling her books around. Minnie shook her head. "No thank you, Hagrid. I can make it from here," she answered. "Are you sure, Minnie? Your supplies are a bit heavy." Minnie nodded. "I'm sure." "Well, all right then," Hagrid said, as he dumped her school books into her newly bought cauldron. Minnie immediately dropped the cauldron under the weight of the books. Hagrid looked at her, but she smiled reassuringly and said, "It is okay, Hagrid. Really, I'm fine. Thank you for showing me around today and introducing me to your friends." "I had fun. It was nothing," Hagrid said, waving the thank you away with one large hand. "Are you sure you don't need help with that?" he added, nodding towards the cauldron loaded with books and other school supplies. Minnie nodded. "I'm fine, really," Hagrid shrugged. "Well, if you're sure," he said, "I'll see you when the school year starts." He waved one large hand and stepped back through the brick wall, which immediately closed behind him. Minnie waited for the wall to fully seal before pulling out her wand. Dumbledore had promised she wouldn't be restricted by the underage magic code, and a featherweight charm should do the trick to lighten her load. She started to wave her wand, but stopped. She suddenly had the distinct feeling she was being watched. She lowered her wand and looked around. The alley was empty, save for her, but she knew a pair of eyes was watching her. She could feel them on her back. Minnie took a step back from her things and began scanning the rooftops for the unseen person, but her search turned up nothing. She looked around again and thought she spotted something sitting behind one of the rafters of the leaky cauldron. She strained to see whatever it was, but then it was gone. All she saw in the evening light was a single black feather flowing down towards her. She caught the feather in mid-air and looked at it. It was only an ordinary owl feather. She looked at the spot she had thought she saw someone. All she saw was shadows. Shrugging it off, Minnie decided the feeling of being watched was just her newly teenage imagination acting up. Raising her wand again, she performed the featherweight charm. Laying the black feather on top of her books, she picked up her cauldron and carried her things inside the pub and up to her room. Feel free to review if you're reading all of this for the first time. The Sorting Chapter 3. Sorting. Mindy hurriedly threw her things into her trunk, rushing about her small room, trying to remember anything she might be forgetting. She was late, very late. She couldn't believe she was running so behind. She just wasn't used to catching the Hogwarts Express to get to the school. Normally, she would be there already. Of course, that was no excuse for oversleeping. That had been her fault. Why didn't she just set her wand to shoot off sparks at dawn? Looking around the disheveled room, she decided she had everything and shut the lid of her trunk. Again performing a featherweight charm on her trunk, she grabbed it by the handle and yanked it towards the door. She bit her bottom lip, looking at the mess she had made of the room in her rush to get all of things together. She hated to leave the room in such a state of disarray, but she had no time to straighten it up. Shrugging helplessly at the mess, she stepped out the door, yanking her trunk along behind her. Minnie hurried down the narrow stairway and into the pub area of the leaky cauldron. "Has a taxi arrived yet?" she asked, hurrying over to the bartender. He looked at her through his mane of greasy hair and nodded. "It's been out there for a while now," he answered. "You'd better hurry. Muggle taxi drivers can be impatient." "Thanks," Minnie said. "Oh, and I'm sorry about the mess I left of the room." The bartender shrugged. "I ain't the one that's gotta clean it." But Minnie was already out the door. She hurried over to the big black cab, steering her trunk towards the back end of the taxi. The driver hopped out and grabbed the end of her trunk. Wow, he exclaimed. This thing is incredibly light. Do you have anything in it? Minnie smiled sheepishly. Just some clothes, she answered. The driver shook his head. I wish I could get my daughter to pack this light. He opened the boot of the car and easily lifted the trunk into it. Minnie climbed into the back seat of cab. As the driver closed and locked the boot, he walked around painfully slow, then climbed into the driver's seat. Where to? He asked, looking back at Minnie through the rearview mirror. London train station, and hurry please. Minnie answered, Oh, trying to catch your school train? The driver asked, taking his sweet time starting the engine. Yes, Minnie answered. I'm afraid I'm going to miss it. Would you hurry please? Oh, now, I'm sure it's not so urgent, the driver said, pulling out into traffic and driving below speed limit. Back in my day, I was never in a hurry to get to school, and he went on along that line of talk the entire trip. He did not pick up any speed, and he seemed to find the streets and roads that contained the most traffic. Minnie frowned, becoming exasperated with the man. Was he doing this on purpose? She wanted nothing more than anything to pull out her wand and transfigure everything on the road into ants, and then threaten to do the same thing to the driver if they didn't pick up some speed, after what seemed like forever and endless chatter of the driver's school days. They finally reached the London train station. Thanks, Minnie said, paying the driver and hopping out of the car. She waited impatiently while the driver unloaded her trunk. Thanking him again, she grabbed the handle and hurried off through the busy train station. It had been some years since she had to get to Hogwarts by platform 9 3/4, and she wasn't quite sure where it was. She hurried over the area between platforms 9 and 10 and looked around a bit confused. Now what? Minnie turned around and smiled when she saw Harry and Ron heading her way. You're late too? Harry asked as he walked over to her. Minnie nodded. I overslept, she explained. We didn't, Ron said. We're just slow. We're not all slow, Hermione said as she and Ginny joined the boys. You two are slow, Ron shrugged. However you want to put it. He said, We'd better hurry, Harry said, stepping between his two friends. We don't want to miss the train standing right on the platform, right? Minnie said. It's just platform 9 3/4. I'm not sure how to get on. Oh, that's right, Ron said. This would be your first time getting on, wouldn't it? Yes, Minnie answered, gladly agreeing with Ron's excuse. Don't worry about it, Harry said. We'll take it together. Harry looked around. Where are Mrs. Weasley and Professor Lupin? They're coming, Hermione answered. Professor Lupin had to find somewhere to park. They said for us to go ahead. Right then, Harry said. Well, why don't you three go first, to show Minnie how it's done? Then we'll go, Ron nodded. Come on, Hermione, Ginny. The three of them stood next to each other, looking around casually, making sure no muggles were looking in their direction. Satisfied they weren't being watched, they grabbed their things and at a short run plunged into a solid wall between platforms 9 and 10. Oh yeah, that's how it's done, Minnie thought, remembering the process at once. Are you ready? Harry asked, looking at her with questioning green eyes. Minnie smiled at him. Let's go, she said. Harry returned the smile and they checked to make sure they were unnoticed. Confident that they were, they jogged together, pushed through the barrier, and stepped onto platform 9 3/4. The noise and the crowds were surprising. Students and parents alike were running about, trying to put away things and say their goodbyes. Over here, Ron called. Minnie and Harry turned in that direction and hurried over to the red hat boy. We've got the last empty compartment, Ron said. Ginny's guarding the door. Okay, Harry said. Let's put our trunks up and then go see if we can spot Mrs. Weasley and Professor Lupin before it's time to go. Okay, Ron said. But we'll probably see Professor Lupin on the train anyway. What do you mean? Minnie asked. As far as she knew, Professor Lupin wasn't teaching at Hogwarts this year. So why would he be riding to the school with them? We think he's going to teach defense against the dark arts this year, Harry answered, and then explained. So far every year we've had a different professor for the class. Lupin was one of the best, Ron nodded. Last year's teacher was by far the worst, and that's including the professor who turned out to be possessed by you-know-who and the one that turned out to be an imposter. I hope he's back, Harry said. After last year, it'll be nice to have a good defense against the dark arts teacher for a change. Minnie smiled. She had to agree with Ron about last year's defense against the dark arts professor. Umbridge had been the most annoying woman she had ever had to put up with. The woman made life at Hogwarts almost unbearable for the professors and students alike. She had even made poor Professor Trelawney cry. Minnie had never been so glad to see anyone leave Hogwarts before in her life. As far as she knew, Umbridge was still at St. Mungo's in the war for the insane. Minnie grinned, thinking the woman had gotten exactly what she deserved. They climbed aboard the train and walked a short distance down. Here, Ron said, sliding open a compartment door. Ginny, Hermione, and Neville Longbottom were sitting inside. "Hey," Ginny said, "what took you guys so long?" "It didn't take us that long," Ron frowned. "Hey, Neville," Harry said, then looking back at Minnie, said, "Minnie, this is Neville Longbottom. Neville, this is Minnie James. Hello, nice to meet you," Neville said, smiling sweetly at Minnie. "You guys don't mind if join you, do you?" "Of course not," Harry replied. "How much room do we have in the overhead compartments?" "Not a lot," Hermione answered, "but you might be able to squeeze in 3 more trunks." They had to do quite a bit of shifting around to get all the trunks up into the overhead storage space. In the end, it was still a tight fit. Minnie was sorely tempted to pull out her wand and perform a shrinking charm on the trunks, but she knew that would cause entirely too many questions and quickly squashed the desire. Finally, everything was out of the way. The owls were let out of their cages so that they could perch on the back of the seats and their cages could be stored away. Hermione's cat, Crookshank, was constantly attempting to grab Ron's tiny owl, and the two had to be separated. It was pretty apparent to Minnie, though, that pig didn't mind Crookshank's attempts at capture and was actually having fun with the cat. "Let's go see if we can find Mom before the train pulls off," Ginny said, once she and Hermione had managed to calm down Crookshank. "Okay," Ron said, then looking back at Neville and Minnie asked, "Would you guys like to come along?" "No, I'll wait here," Neville answered, pulling out a magazine called Magical Plants and New Weekly. "So will I," Minnie answered. "Okay, we'll be back soon," Ginny said, as she, Harry, Hermione, and Ron stepped out of the compartment. Minnie took a seat across from Neville. "Do you enjoy plants?" she asked the boy, eyeing his magazine. She knew very well that Neville did enjoy herbology. It was well known the course was his favorite subject, and Professor Sprout was always going on about what a gifted student he was. "Yes," Neville said, his eyes lighting as he got to talk on a subject he knew a lot about. He talked about a few of the plants he was most interested in and explained that he had received an outstanding on his herbology, OWL. He was going to be in advanced herbology this year and was excited about getting to study rare magical plants. Minnie listened to Neville talk about herbology until the others returned. The whistle blew shortly after everyone had taken a seat. The 3 girls facing the 3 boys. "We'll be heading off soon," Harry said, his eyes shining with excitement. Minnie looked at the boy. She never knew he looked forward to returning to Hogwarts with such delight. She supposed the school must really be a refuge for him. She just hoped she could make it as safe for him as a true refuge would be. The whistle blew a second time, and the train began slowly down the track. And soon they were speeding along towards Hogwarts. The small group spent most of the trip laughing and talking. Minnie played Exploding Snap with Harry, Ginny, and Ron, and surprised everyone when she won 4 out of the 5 games. Hermione and Neville kept their heads buried in books. Coming up was to watch Harry and Ron play chess. Hermione and Neville had placed a bet on the game, Hermione siding with Ron and Neville choosing Harry. Ron crushed Harry after only 3 turns, and Hermione won 4 chocolate frogs from Neville. The food lady came around about halfway through the trip. Harry bought everyone cauldron cakes and chocolate frogs. He offered Minnie a bag of Betty Bott's every flavor bean, which she politely turned down. She explained that she was still traumatized from the time she had eaten a vomit flavor bean, shortly after the food cart lady had gone. Seamus Finnegan, Lavender Brown, and Parvati Patel dropped by. They asked Harry if he would still be holding DIA meetings. Harry said he didn't know, and told them that he thought they might have a dissent defense against the dark arts professor this year and that they might not need the club. "I hope you decide to have the club anyway," Lavender said. "It was fun, and I bet half the school will want to join." Soon evening was turning into night, and Hermione announced it was time to change into their uniforms. She sent the boys away so that the girls could get dressed. And after a bit the train was coming to a slow stop. "Looks like we're here," Ron said. "Let's go get a carriage before they're all taken." He led the way out of the train. They walked towards the line of carriages. Minnie felt Harry stiffen a bit and looked over. She saw that he was staring at the creatures pulling the carriages. She noticed that Neville was watching them too. Harry and Neville shared a knowing look, and then climbed aboard a carriage behind Ron and Hermione. Minnie started to follow when she heard someone call her name. Miss James. Minnie looked back to see Severus Snape, Professor Snape. She mentally corrected herself, heading her way. She stepped away from the carriage. Yes? She asked questioningly. You'll need to come with me, Professor Snape said, taking her by the arm and leading her away from the line of carriages. She smiled weakly at the others, peering curiously out the carriage windows at her. Why? She asked, allowing herself to be steered away from the carriages and towards the lake. You still have to be sorted, Snape answered. Yes, I know, Minnie said. Then her eyes widened. Don't tell me I have to cross the lake, Snape smirked at her. You have to experience all of the traditions of Hogwarts. Minnie frowned. I'd already have, yes, but unfortunately for you, nobody knows that, Snape said quietly. Have a fun trip. He laughed, leaving her standing on the bank. Hello, Minnie, Hagrid called, walking along the bank carrying a large lantern that was swinging in the night. Lovely night, isn't it? He said, as he ushered her into one of the small boats, already holding a few other students. Minnie nodded tightly. Yes, she answered. Peachy. Hagrid grinned hugely and walked off, still calling the first years over to him. Soon all the first-year students were gathered into the boats, and they started to move on their own towards the castle in the distance. Minnie looked up at Hogwarts, she had to admit from this vantage point. Hogwarts looked huge and mystical. It was almost awe-inspiring. Now she understood why Dumbledore had kept up the tradition of bringing the new students to Hogwarts by boat. It really inspired an appreciation of just how grand the school was. Minnie watched the wavering light of the lantern on the lake's surface. Several students gasped as a huge tentacle broke the surface of the water and sprinkled sparkling drops of the liquid over them. They floated gently towards the castle, and Minnie was surprised to see that she was actually enjoying the trip. All too soon they were at their destination, and were disembarking on the bank. This way, Hagrid called, leading them through the large arched doorway of the school. Minnie and the other first-years moved around in the front hall. Unlike the other children standing around her though, Minnie wasn't in the least nervous. She knew exactly what to expect. She even avoided being nailed by the water balloons that peeped through into the group of new students, until he was chased off by Professor Sprout. Sorry about that, Professor Sprout apologized to the frightened first-years. That's just a resident poltergeist. He's not dangerous, he just likes to cause trouble. Well, line up now and follow me. Professor Sprout took the lad and threw open the doors of the great hall. Minnie stayed to the end of the group and was one of the last to enter the hall. She looked up as she walked in. Hundreds of candles floated in the air, mimicking the stars that twinkled in the magically altered roof. She heard several of the new students comment in wonder on the ceiling. Minnie grinned. This was nothing new to her, but it was interesting seeing everything from the perspective of a student. Professor Sprout walked to the front of the great hall and placed a stool and the ragged, pointed wizard's hat on the platform. She stepped back and the Sorting Hat began to speak. So another year begins once more. Another group of fresh faces. I have seen years of several score and more, and others in their places. This year begins many years of fright, of worry, and of fear. Bumps in the night many will surely hear. The only way to withstand the dread is to pull together. As you will find, this is the year to become as one head, one body, and one mind. The four houses were assembled to be united and whole. Old ties were disassembled, shattered promises of old. Forget these ancient animosities. Pull together in unanimity. Look past all atrocities. This is the time to be in harmony. So hear my words, my law. Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, Slytherin and Ravenskull. Be apart no more. Join together as one, united you shall stand and rule. Join together as one, and no harm will come to student or school. The hat was silent, and so was the great hall. Not a student applauded. Instead they looked at each other in wonder at the words the hat had spouted out. There was a single hand clap, and Minnie looked towards the headmaster, who stood applauding the song of the hat. Rather quickly, though he too was silent and returned to his seat, Minnie looked towards the hat and then at Professor Dumbledore again. This was the second time the hat had preached togetherness to the students of Hogwarts. Normally, the hat only sung about the four houses of Hogwarts and the creators of each, but now it seemed focused on telling those four houses to unite. Something big was coming, something bad. She only hoped the school was ready to face whatever it was. Professor Sprout cleared her throat. "All right," she said clearly. "It's time to begin the sorting. When I call your name, step forward and place the sorting hat on your head. Then proceed to the house you are sorted into, Aaron Abaiga." And so the sorting began. The list of names slowly wound down, sending the new first years to one house and then another. When the list came to the JS, Minnie fully expected to be called, but was a little surprised when it proceeded to the Kates without hearing her name. She frowned but decided to just wait it out. After an eternity, the last first year was called Zeph. Zachary and Professor Sprout wrote up her list, but before heading for her seat on the stage, she announced, "We do have one transfer student with us this year. She will be joining the 6th year, but must be sorted into the appropriate house first. James." Minnie stepped forward and picked up the sorting hat. Sitting on the stool, she placed the sorting hat on her head. "Why, I do believe it is Minerva," the hat said, speaking in her mind at once. Minnie smiled. "Hello, hat. How are you?" "Very well, for a bit of dusty cloth and loose stitches." "Well, I must say, I've never had to sort a person twice before." "Oh, this is certainly new. It's very new for me, too," Minnie stated, or rather thought flatly. "Did you not like Gryffindor when I placed you in the house before?" "Oh no, nothing like that," Minnie said. "I love Gryffindor, and I'd like to be placed in the house again. Not to worry there, dear. You were a Gryffindor then, and you are a Gryffindor now, so it shall be Gryffindor." The hat called this last part aloud. "Thank you," Minnie whispered quietly, before taking the hat off her head and heading for the Gryffindor table. Amongst loud applause, she sat down between Neville and Harry, who had been saving her seat. "I knew you'd get Gryffindor," Harry said happily, then turned towards the professor's table. "I wonder where Professor Mcgonagall is," he said. "She usually does the sorting," he added, speaking to Minnie. "Maybe she's ill," Ron suggested. "She probably just couldn't make the sorting." Hermione was about to offer her opinion when Professor Dumbledore stood. She quickly closed her mouth and turned her attentions back to the front of the Great Hall. "I know you must all be famished," Professor Dumbledore stated. "I certainly am, so I will make this quick. I have just a few announcements. As always, the Forbidden Forest is off limits. Also, Mr. Filch has once again updated his list of things banned from the Hogwarts halls. Now, all products produced by Weasley Wizard at Weezes are prohibited. Now, I have some bad news," Dumbledore said, looking somberly at the students of Hogwarts. "This year I am afraid, given recent events, that Hogsmeade weekends will be cancelled." This news was met with a disappointed groan from the assembly in general. A few brave souls even booed. Dumbledore raised his hands to quiet down the students. Yes, I know you're all very disappointed. However, to make up for your great loss, Hogwarts will once again have the Yule Ball, so dust off your dress robes all." The girls looked very happy about this, some turning to talk excitedly to their neighbor. The boys looked as if the Yule Ball was hardly worth the trade-off. Minnie could see a look of indifference in the first, second, and third years' faces, which were not old enough to attend either event. Once again, Professor Dumbledore raised his hands and the students quieted down. "Also, we have a few staffing changes this year," the headmaster went on. "I am sure most of you will remember Professor Lupin." Dumbledore waved at the man sitting at the end of the professor's table amongst the shadows. He had been so still, Minnie hadn't noticed him before. He half stood now, amongst enthusiastic applause from all houses, excluding Slytherin. "Professor Mcgonagall will not be with us this year. She's attending to personal matters. Professor Lupin will be taking over her classes." The Great Hall became deathly silent, before bursting into a buzz of mummers. "Where's Professor Mcgonagall?" Hermione whispered fiercely. "If Professor Lupin is teaching transfugazation, who is teaching defense against the dark arts?" Ron wondered. Harry only shook his head and shrugged. Professor Dumbledore cleared his throat to regain the attention of the students. "Centaur Firens will be taking over divination full-time this year," he went on, "and Professor Trelawney has graciously agreed to teach defense against the dark arts." Again the Great Hall fell quiet. "What?" Ron called loudly into the silence. Professor Dumbledore smiled and repeated himself. Professor Trelawney has graciously agreed to teach defense against the dark arts. I believe that take care of all the announcements. Now all I have to say is eat up. With that, Dumbledore sat down and food appeared on the tables. But for once the students were too busy discussing the new teacher lineup to immediately dig in. "This is unbelievable," Ron said, as he dug into a bowl of mashed potatoes. "Trelawney teaching defense against the dark arts? That's just unreal." Hermione nodded enthusiastically. "I transferred out of her class in the first place so that I wouldn't have to be taught by her." "What kind of defense against the dark arts professor will she make anyway? She has to be better than Umbridge was last year," Harry said. "But still, I wonder what happened to Professor Mcgonagall. Do you think Professor Lupin will make a good Transfiguister professor?" "He'll have a hard time trying to fill Professor McGonagall's shoes," Hermione stated. "She's one of better professors here if you ask me." Minnie smiled proudly. She always knew Hermione was one of her favorite students. "I think Lupin will do fine," Ron said, adding roast beef to his plate. "Will you pass the rolls, Harry?" Harry took a roll for himself and passed the basket to Ron. "Well, I'll say one thing, this year will certainly be interesting. Do you think we can make up all our work in defense against the dark arts and get high scores like we did in divination?" Neville asked thoughtfully. "Oh, don't tell me you did that too, Neville," Hermione exclaimed. Neville shrugged. "What else was I supposed to do? I don't have the inner eye." Minnie laughed. "Very few people do," she said, grinning at the thought of Trelawney not knowing the difference between real work and fabrications from a student's imagination. "Did you really make up all your work in that class?" "I think just about everybody did," Neville answered. Ron nodded. "Harry and I did. It made getting through homework a lot easier. I'll tell you that. I don't think we'll be able to do that this year, though," Harry said, considering our new divinations professor. "Doesn't matter," Ron stated. "Everything is so uncertain now that I doubt it matters much what we put down on paper. Honestly," Hermione huffed, "if you're going to be in class, you ought to at least try." "Aw, Hermione, don't start." Ron rolled his eyes. "Well, still hello, Professor Sprout." Minnie and Harry looked back to see Professor Sprout standing directly behind them. "Hello, all," she said. "Hi, Mr. Longbottom. Looking forward to class the year?" "Oh, yes." "Very much so," Neville said, nodding. "Good." Professor Sprout turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, Professor Dumbledore wants to see you after the feast." "Oh, okay," Harry said, and then turned back to his friends. "You don't suppose I'm in trouble already, do you?" he asked as Professor Sprout walked off. "If you are, you've just set a record," Ron said. "Not even Fred and George could get themselves called to Dumbledore's office this quickly." Minnie looked back at the professor's table and wondered absently what the headmaster wanted with Harry. "I'll see you later," Harry called to Ron and Hermione as they hurriedly gathered up the first years. "Right." Hermione returned, waving goodbye and chasing after a lost first year that was starting to head out with the Hufflepuff crowd. "Sometimes being a prefect really stinks." "You know," Ron whispered to Harry, "tell me what happens when you get back." Harry nodded and headed out the great hall, walking towards the headmaster's office. He had been there so many times he had no trouble getting there without actively thinking about where he was going. This was lucky for him, since his mind seemed to be on other things. He wondered what his year at Hogwarts would be like. He hoped all would be quiet. He really did not want adventure this year. He wondered what Professor Dumbledore wanted to see him about, and what his favorite class would be like with Trelawney teaching it. He shook his head. It just couldn't be as bad as when Umbridge was over it, and that alone should be something to look forward to. He was halfway to Dumbledore's office when he thought he saw something. A shadow passing over his head. He looked up and around, fully expecting to see Peeves floating by with a water balloon or something. But there was nothing there. He stopped walking and strained to see into the shadows where the wall met the ceiling. There was still nothing. He looked back at the spot on the floor where he thought he had seen the shadow, but as he expected, all there was to see was floor. Shaking his head, he started off for Dumbledore's office again, but stopped once more. On the floor, a few feet ahead of him, was a feather. He walked towards it and picked it up. It was a black owl feather. He twirled it between his fingers, wondering what an owl feather was doing in this hall so far away from the Owlery. Deciding one of the owls must have gotten loose, Harry pocketed the feather and headed on to Professor Dumbledore's office. Soon he was standing outside the stone griffin and suddenly realizing he had no idea what the password was. In the past it had always been something sweet, so he decided to go with that and began naming off every candy and cake he could think of. Cauldron cake, every flavor bean, chocolate frog, cockroach clusters. No results. Harry shook his head and on whim tried strawberry goodness, and to his surprise the griffin came to life and sprung aside. Harry shrugged. Who knew? He said to himself, and headed up to the headmaster's office. He knocked tentatively on the door at the top. Come in, Mr. Potter. Harry pushed the door open and stepped in. You wanted to see me, Professor Dumbledore? Yes, have a seat, Professor Dumbledore said, waving his hand, and a comfortable chair appearing. He picked up a tin and shook it. Would you care for an everlasting grasshopper? No, thank you, sir. Harry shook his head as he sat. No, Professor Dumbledore asked. These really are quite remarkable candies. I started one when I was 15. I still haven't finished it. Harry grinned. Then he asked, what did you want to see me about? I wanted to let you know that you will need to continue your accomancy lessons. This year, I thought I might take a swing at instructing you. Is that all right? Harry nodded, immensely relieved that Professor Dumbledore wasn't going to make him continue his lessons with Professor Snape. Seeing the teacher during potions would be torture enough. Professor Dumbledore nodded, and then looked at Harry very seriously, the smile that had been playing on lips fading away. There is something else I wanted to talk to you about. You don't mind if I am very open with you? Harry? He asked. Harry shook his head no, and Professor Dumbledore continued. It's about defense against the dark arts. You see, I asked Professor Trelawney to take over the class, because I did not feel it a wise decision at this time to hire someone from outside the school. Harry nodded. That made sense, and he had rather suspected that was Dumbledore's reasoning behind assigning Trelawney as the new teacher. It's just that I am afraid Professor Trelawney may not be entirely qualified to teach the class, the headmaster continued. You, however, seem to be quite adept with the subject. Harry looked up at the headmaster in surprise. Excuse me, he asked. Professor Dumbledore smiled. Did you know, Harry, that every student you taught last year scored an outstanding on their defense against the dark arts? W.O.? Harry shook his head no again. Neville hadn't mentioned anything, nor had Lavender, Parvati, or Seamus when they stopped in his cart on the train earlier. It seems you have a knack, shall we say, for the subject. Oh, okay, Harry said slowly. What do you want from me? I would like you to continue Devo, Harry, Dumbledore answered. I'll instate it as an official club open to all students. I'll of course encourage all fifth years to join, as they will be taking their OWLs at the end of the year. We will consider your lessons supplementary to Professor Trelawney's teaching. I think this will be very good for the student body in general, and I am sure the students will find what you have to show them most useful. What do you think? Would you consider it? For a long while, Harry only stared at the headmaster. Professor Dumbledore was basically asking him to teach defense against the dark arts. But how could he teach? He was still a student himself. I don't know, Professor. I still have classes and Quidditch and stuff, and it seems like there will be a lot of people that I would be responsible for. You shouldn't have to worry about your classes. Harry, I will talk to your professors and they will adjust your workload accordingly. I would not ask you to do this if I did not feel it was necessary. You don't have to decide tonight, Harry. Think about it and give me an answer by the end of the week. Harry nodded. Okay, he said. I can do that. Professor Dumbledore smiled. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Well, you had better get back to your tower. You will have a busy day tomorrow. Harry nodded absently and stood. He started for the door, then remembered that he hadn't gotten a new password from Ron or Hermione. He looked back at the headmaster. Do you know what the Gryffindor password is? Professor Dumbledore grinned. Dumbledore's Army. Another chapter corrected, I hope. If you notice stuff that still isn't right, let me know. Unless you don't care, in which case. Neither do I. Quest the pattern in the trees. Hello all, Quest here once again. Here's chapter 4. Sorry to keep waiting, but it's been busy. First off, I want to thank all of my reviewers. You made me feel so special. A really big thank you to Salatino who listed me as a favorite author. Thanks. I don't like to leave line, but I have something moderately important this time. I finally unpacked all of my hate books and man did I make some errors. Sorry, I thought about going back and corrected them in the chapters and just re-uploading everything. But then I thought, yeah right, Like I'm really going to do that. So instead I'm going to list them all at the beginning of this chapter. If you could care less about the corrections, by all means skip this portion. It has absolutely no relevance to what's going on now. But if you want to see all my flubs, then stick around and read, and that pesky disclaimer will be at the end of my screw-ups list. If you care to read that I do not own Harry Potter or anything relating to Harry Potter, screw-ups list and misspelled Weasley like a million times. It is Weasel A, not Weasley, and misspelled Dumbledore, believe it or not. Dumbledore A, not Dumbledore. Fred and George's new business partner was not Dean, it was Lee Jordan. I don't know where I got Dean from. Probably the first thing that came to mind, I don't know. I misspelled Mcgonagall. A few times I left out the first A. I think that was more of typing errors than anything else though. I misspelled Severus. I put one too many R's in it. Severus, not Southeast Riverus. I called Hermione's cat Crankshaft. Crookshanks. Her cat's name is Crookshanks. Where did Crankshaft come from? That, my friends, is a long and complicated story, and one I will not get into now. Hagrid's dialogue still stinks, but that I have no power to correct. It is due to my poor ability to type accents. If Fleur shows up in this story, I am in deep doo-doo. That is all the else I can think of. If you noticed any more, keep it to yourself. Disclaimer, it's in the beginning, Ellen. I'm not typing that despairingly depressing information again. If only I could be a $1 million author. Big sigh, a girl can dream, can she? End of Screw-Ups list, chapter 4, The Pattern and the Tree. So what did Dumbledore want last night? Ron asked. Harry looked up at one of his best friends. Ron, Hermione, and Mindy were just sitting down to breakfast. When Harry had returned to Gryffindor Tower late last night, he had found the first day of school party in full swing. It wasn't as grand as when the Weasley twins were running the show, but it was enough to keep him from talking to Ron and Hermione about his visit to Professor Dumbledore's office. Yes, I'm rather curious myself, Mindy said, looking up from the piece of toast she was buttering. I've never heard of a student being called to the headmaster's office on the first night back, she said, a faint smile playing on her lips. Well, it really isn't the first time I've been to Dumbledore's office on the first night, Harry said, helping himself to some eggs and pancakes. But then, Ron and I had stolen his dad's flying car and flew it here, and then got it crushed by the Whomping Willow. Ron added, shaking his head. My dad was pissed over that for an entire year. Sometime I think he's still upset about it. Well, I would be too. Hermione stated matter-of-factly, if someone had ruined my car. But back on subject, Harry, what did Professor Dumbledore want? Harry shrugged. He decided to skip the part about continuing a clemency until it was just him, Hermione, and Ron went straight to the important part of the previous night's discussion, to tell me that he wasn't really confident in Professor Trelawney's ability to teach defense against the dark arts. Ron snorted. He's not the only one who's not confident in her abilities. Minnie frowned. He called you to his office to tell you that. Harry nodded. Yeah, then he asked me if I was interested in teaching the class. Minnie dropped her fork, and Hermione mirrored her action. He what? They both asked at the same time. That's a bloody brilliant idea. Ron exclaimed. Did he really ask you to teach? Minnie asked. What are you going to do? Hermione cayenne, leaning over her plate of bacon and toast. Harry shook his head. I don't know what I'm going to do just yet. And no, he didn't come right out and say, Harry, teach this class. He wants me to continue do it, and open it to everyone at Hogwarts. He said he'll encourage the fifth years to join the club, since they'll be taking their own WLs. He looked over at Ron, and I'm not so sure it's a bloody brilliant idea. Well, I think it is, Ron countered. You'll do much better than Professor Trelawney. Who knows what kind of craziness she'll have us doing? Hermione frowned. But what makes him think you're even capable of teaching in the first place? Professor Dumbledore said everyone at tutor last year made an O on their WL, Harry answered. He seems to think I'll be able to do a good job because of that. Really? Minnie asked. Every one of the fifth years. Harry nodded. Even Neville? Ron asked. Harry nodded again. Professor Dumbledore's right, Harry, Ron said. You're gifted. When do you have to give Dumbledore your final answer? Minnie asked. He told me to think about it and let him know by the end of the week, Harry answered. But I don't see how it could possibly work out, Hermione said, shaking her head. You'd have to work around everyone's schedules. And with Quidditch practice in the various houses and classes, that'll be near impossible. Not to forget that you have your own classes to worry about. Harry nodded in agreement. Yeah, but Professor Dumbledore said he'd talk to my professors and have them lighten my workload. A lighter load, Ron said. That'll make it easier to plan lessons. And don't try to work around people's schedules. Let them work around yours. Just pick a day that you want to hold the meetings on, and whoever can make it will come, but he'll still have to accommodate the fifth years. Hermione argued. Professor Dumbledore will probably require that they join. Well, that's easily solved, Ron said. Just pick a day that fits into Ginny's schedule. She's on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, plus she has so many extracurricular activities. Anything she can make. Anybody can make. Ron makes a good point, Hermione said, turning to Harry. And we'll help as much as we can, of course. Wait a second, Harry said. I thought we were just agreeing that I couldn't do this. That's right, you can't, Minnie said vehemently. Dumbledore can't expect a student to teach a class. No matter how underqualified the professor is, she sat back in her chair, frowning. Of all the crazy ideas the man has had, and he's had some crazy ones, this by far takes the cake. Harry looked over at Mindy. She was frowning, and right then she reminded him very strongly of someone. Hermione and Ron stared at her curiously. Finally, Harry voiced a question that was running through all their minds. What do you know about Professor Dumbledore and his ideas? What? Mindy asked, sitting up. She seemed to think about what she had just said, and her eyes widened. I think the morning owls are coming. Harry looked around. The high windows of the Great Hall had just opened, and owls of all types came flying in. They swooped low over the tables of the Great Hall, depositing letters, packages, and class schedules. A large brown board owl delivered Harry's schedule. Ron snatched his away from a horned owl that snapped at his fingers. Hermione and Minnie each took their schedules from a medium-sized screech owl. Harry fed the barn owl a piece of toast crust as he unrolled his schedule. Well, it looks like we'll have most of our classes together today, he said, glancing over the schedule. Double transfugasayum first, then care of magical creatures, and after lunch, divination. Transfugasayum first, huh? Ron said, reading over his own schedule. Well, this should be interesting. Minnie nodded and said quietly, almost to herself, Yes, let's see if Professor Lupin can keep up with me. She rolled her schedule up and stood. I have to go, she said, looking at the others. I left my books in the room. I'll see you in class. She stuffed her schedule in a pocket of her robes and hurried out of the Great Hall. Ron raised an eyebrow at her retreating form, disappearing through the Great Hall's door. What do you suppose that was about? Ron asked, getting all worked up about Professor Dumbledore's idea. And then saying that he's had some crazy ones, Hermione added. What do you suppose she knows about Hogwarts? Harry shrugged. Maybe she's heard rumors, he suggested, though he knew he wasn't convincing anyone. He wasn't convincing himself. She's a weird one. Ron stated. Hermione nodded thoughtfully, then looking over her own schedule said, We have defense against the dark arts tomorrow morning, Harry. I say you hold out on making any final decisions until after the class. Who knows, maybe Professor Trelawney will be some good. Ron snorted. Yeah, and maybe this year's Snape will lighten up on Harry. Harry groaned. Don't remind me about that class. I have his right after Trelawney's. I hope tomorrow doesn't shape up to be rotten. You can hope, Ron said, but it isn't likely to happen. Ron, Hermione admonished, pushing her plate aside. We should go, she said, looking at them both. We don't want to be late for transfugasayum. Mindy burst into Professor Dumbledore's office, not bothering to knock. Professor Dumbledore wasn't fazed by this and didn't even look up from whatever he was doing. Mindy huffed at being ignored and stumped over to stand directly in front of Professor Dumbledore's desk. She cleared her throat loudly and glared at Dumbledore until he looked up at her. Well, Mrs. James, you seem to be slipping back into a teenager nicely. Professor Dumbledore said, raising an eyebrow at the scowl on her face as he laid his work aside. How can you ask Harry to teach defense against the dark arts? Mindy asked, choosing to ignore the headmaster's statement. I'm sorry, Mrs. James, but what are you talking about? I'm talking about you asking Harry to teach defense against the dark arts. And don't call me Miss James. Would you prefer Minnie then? I would prefer my name. You can't possibly expect a student to teach a class. Minnie James is your name now, and I did not ask Mr. Potter to teach defense against the dark arts. That's not what he said. I asked him if he would be interested in continuing the Professor Dumbledore went on as if Minnie hadn't spoken. You don't think that's the same thing? Minnie argued back. You really should have run this by me first. Albus, I could have told you not to place Trelawney as the defense against the dark arts professor. Please explain to me, Miss James, why I should discuss my staffing plans with my students. Dumbledore frowned, but the twinkle in his eye couldn't be masked. This annoyed Minnie even more. I am not a student, but you are, Professor Dumbledore cut in. Do try to remember that. But Albus, I must insist, Miss James, that you call me Professor Dumbledore, or Headmaster, sir, even if you prefer. Minnie rolled her eyes. If she didn't know better, she'd think the man was irritating her on purpose. Professor Dumbledore, Headmaster, sir, she spat through gritted teeth. If I may ask, being as I am only a student, why are you placing so much responsibility on Harry? Why don't you let Severus head this defense against the Dark Arts Club? It's something he has wanted ever since he came to teach here. You're being a bit curious for a student, Miss James. Minnie raised her chin, choosing to ignore that statement as well. Well, what? Well, why are you placing so much responsibility on Harry? Severus is perfectly capable. I have my reasons for doing things the way I'm doing them, which are… Professor Dumbledore only smiled at her. He laced his fingers together and said, Aren't you late for a class? Honestly, Albus, I know I'm 16 now, but Transfugasayan. I believe it is. You haven't answered any of my questions. You had better hurry. You don't want to lose points for your house. And with that, Professor Dumbledore picked up his quill and commenced working on whatever it was he was doing before Minnie had so rudely walked in. Minnie frowned at him. It was obvious that Professor Dumbledore had no intentions of continuing the discussion. It didn't even look as if he knew she was still standing there. Deciding it would be useless to try and start the conversation again, Minnie spun around and marched out of the headmaster's office. After all, he was right. She was late for her first class of the year. Harry, Hermione, and Ron walked to the Transfugasayan classroom together, discussing the possible lessons Professor Lupin had planned for them. I bet we won't be turning rocks into rock candy. That's for sure, Ron said as they joined a group of Gryffindors and Ravenskulls milling around outside the door. It's bound to be a far more interesting lesson than when Professor Mcgonagall was teaching. I'm sure Professor Mcgonagall wouldn't like to hear you say that. Hermione frowned. Well, she's not here to hear, is she? Ron shot back. Just as Minnie walked up, he looked over at her and asked, Did you find your books? Minnie stopped next to Harry, looking a bit flustered. She answered Ron's question with a non-committal nod, then asked, What's going on? I thought I was late. It seems Professor Lupin is a little late. Hermione answered, We're just waiting for him to open the door. Minnie raised an eyebrow at this, with a very disapproving look on her face. Harry tilted his head at her. Minnie had to be the oddest girl he had ever met. And that was taking Hermione and her joy of all things school-related into account. Why she would be upset because a professor was a few minutes late was beyond him. Things must have been done very differently at Aussie Allister. They didn't have to wait long. However, before the room doors swung open and Professor Lupin looked out at the students on the other side. Sorry to keep you waiting. He quickly apologized. Come in, everyone. The students filed into the class, taking the seats they had become accustomed to over the past 5 years. Harry looked around, noticing for the first time just how much smaller this class had become. At least half the Ravenskulls were no longer with them, and the Gryffindors had shrunk to 1/3 of what they used to be. Professor Lupin walked to the front of the class. He waved his wand and his name was written across the board in neat white letters. I know most of you know who I am, he said, turning around. This is for the new among us. He smiled at Minnie before turning to address the class again. Take out your books, please, and turn to chapter 20. Harry reached into his backpack and pulled out his new Transfugasayan book. Flipping quickly to the chapter, he read the title, Changing the Skin You're In. This is Advanced Transfugasayan, and I think it is time you learn how to transfigure yourself. Professor Lupin said, stepping back towards the center of the class. You mean the way Victor Crumb turned himself into a shark? Seamus Finnegan asked, looking up from his book. Professor Lupin nodded, exactly. Though I hope I will be able to teach you to do it a bit more completely. Minnie raised her hand and Professor Lupin nodded at her. Isn't that dangerous for undertrained wizards? She asked. If the Transfugasayan spell isn't done properly, it could get messy. Don't you think we should wait until we're in our 7th year and have a little more experience? Professor Lupin stared at her curiously. Harry supposed he hadn't expected anyone to oppose learning how to transfigure themselves. Well, yes, there is a level of danger, but there's a bit of danger involved with any sort of magic. I don't think you'll be any more ready in your 7th year than you are now. If you work hard at it, the technique can be mastered easily enough. Professor Lupin looked back at the class. I would like you all to read I have to disagree, Mindy said, her hand flying into the air briefly. Professor Lupin looked back at her. With what? The technique can't be easily mastered no matter how hard you work. It takes a great amount of skill to be able to transfigure yourself. I am aware of that, Professor Lupin answered. This is advanced transfiguration. I'm assuming everyone in this class is here because they showed the skill needed to perform the more difficult spells. Minnie nodded. I'm sure everyone has the potential, but potential and ability are two different things. I think you should walk us through the more complex spells, letting us work on the least difficult first and then taking on the more challenging ones towards the end of the year. Or perhaps next year. What you're doing is nose-diving right into the hardest stuff, and the most interesting stuff. Dean piped up from his seat in the back of class. Do you really want to sit here turning penguins into pincushions? Minnie shifted in her seat and glared at Dean. He withered under the stare and grinned sheepishly. Just a question, he mumbled. Mrs. James, is it? Professor Lupin asked, and Minnie nodded, turning back to face him. I know you're transferring from a different school, and you may not have covered the same things the students here have. If you're concerned about your abilities, you can talk to me after class. I could set up a tutoring session. Minnie's cheeks flushed scarlet with indignation. A tutoring session? I could tutor you. Professor Lupin frowned. Then what is the problem? I just think you're going about this all wrong. Listen to me carefully. Miss James, I am about to ask you a very important question, Professor Lupin said, stepping up to Minnie's desk and frowning down at her. Who is teaching this class? Minnie opened her mouth, then closed it again. All the color drained from her cheeks, and Harry couldn't tell if it was from embarrassment or anger. Minnie didn't say a word. She only glared back at Professor Lupin. Stay after class. I think we need to talk, he said before turning around and heading back to the front. Minnie nodded briefly and stared fixedly at her unopened Transfiguration book. Harry glanced at her, wondering what made her want to argue with Professor Lupin about what he planned to teach. He felt a poke in his arm and turned around to look at Ron. Ron set his book up and twirled his finger in the air, making the crazy gesture. He nodded meaningfully at Minnie. Harry only shook his head. Hermione, who must have seen this out the back of her head, turned around and hissed, "Cut it out!" Ron made a face at her, but he set his book down. Hermione leaned towards Minnie and whispered, "I agree. This is a little difficult for the first day. But Professor Lupin won't let us get in over our heads. Besides, you do have to admit, it is more interesting than turning penguins into pincushions." Minnie nodded but never shifted her eyes from her closed book, and they remained on her book for the rest of the session. Which was just as well, since they didn't get to use their wands that day anyway. Professor Lupin had them read the chapter and discuss the key points of it. Towards the end of the period, he asked the class to pick something they would like to transfigure themselves into. At which point Lavender asked if she turned herself into a pair of shoes. "No, Miss Brown, you cannot become an inanimate object, so I can't become shoes." "You can become shoes." Parvati raised her hand. "Can I turn myself into a diamond necklace?" "What did I just tell Miss Brown?" Professor Lupin answered. She can't be shoes." Professor Lupin sighed. "Just stick with animals," he said. "Think about what kind of animal you would like to become for next time. I am placing one restriction on your choice, though. You can only choose a mammal." "But I wanted to become a lizard," one of the Ravenskulls whined. "I wanted to try the shark thing myself," Sharma said, a little disappointed. Professor Lupin shrugged. "I'm sorry, but it will be easier for you turn if you stick within the same kingdom of species. It is a lot less tricky to turn one mammal into another mammal. You may also choose from magical creatures if you like, though I am asking that you steer clear of griffins and hyparchifs since they have avian qualities as well as mammal." The bell rang, and Professor Lupin called out over the sudden rush of students gathering their things. "For homework tonight, read Chapter 21 and write a 3¼ foot essay on the importance of proper wand movement and the transfiguring of oneself." Harry stood and looked over at Minnie, who hadn't moved. He walked towards her and said, "Don't worry. I don't think you will be in too much trouble. Mindy shifted her eyes from her book for the first time since her argument with Professor Lupin and looked up at Harry. I know, it just haven't been my day. Harry smiled reassuringly. It'll get better, he said. Care of magical creatures is next. There's not much that can go wrong. As long as Hagrid doesn't bring anything potentially deadly to show us. Minnie gave Harry an almost convincing bright smile. I'm sure whatever happens in that class won't be as bad as the way my day is already going. You had better go, though. You don't want to be late. Harry nodded. I'll see you there. Minnie smiled again and said, Sure. Harry caught up with Ron and Hermione in the hall and they headed for the great doors together. So did Minnie mention why she thought it so important to argue with Professor Lupin about his lesson plan? Ron asked as they exited the school and headed for Hagrid's hut near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry shook his head. I didn't ask. There's something off about her, Ron stated flatly. There's nothing wrong with Minnie, Ron, Hermione said, shaking her head. She's just at a new school and has to readjust is all. Have you forgotten what she said at breakfast? Ron asked, raising an eyebrow at Hermione. That stuff about Professor Dumbledore? Hermione shrugged. Harry was probably right. She probably heard rumors. You can't tell me you don't think word of the things that goes on at Hogwarts isn't out there. Ron narrowed his eyes. I still think there's something not right about her. And don't you think it's weird that she's transferring in now, with you-know-who running about out there somewhere? Harry rolled his eyes. Oh, come on, Ron. Don't go looking for monsters. For once, I just want to have a normal school year. When was the last time that happened? Let's see. I think you had a nice normal school term the year before. Never, Ron said sarcastically. Looking over Harry. Anyway, I'm just saying, you should be on your guard for weird stuff, especially with what's happening. And I think there's something not right about Mindy. Well, I think she's all right, Harry shot back. As a matter of fact, I know she's all right. She's a normal girl who has to get used to a new school is all. She is not an agent of Voldemort. Ron cringed and Hermione rolled her eyes. Really, Ron? I'd think you'd be used to it by now. And Harry's right, you know. So stop inventing problems. Fine, Ron said. I'll drop it. But I think you should still be on your guard, Harry. Harry said nothing to this because they were at Hagrid's hut. There were few other students standing around waiting for Hagrid to show them his latest creature. Harry had gotten so used to cutting off sensitive conversations around people other than Ron or Hermione that he did it almost automatically now. Even if what being said wasn't even worth overhearing, the first noticeable thing Harry saw as the trio joined the assemblage was the lack of Slytherins. Not a one of the Slytherins that had terrorized the Care of Magical Creatures classes their second year was present. They must have all dropped the class, Hermione said, noticing the missing Slytherins. I thought you had to fail the OWL not to be allowed back in a class, Ron said. Hermione shook her head. If you don't think a class will be beneficial to your career choice, you can choose to replace with another in 6th year. I'm not complaining, Harry said, looking about at the most welcome sight of not seeing any Slytherins. It's good not to have to see Malfoy's face. Speaking of which, Ron said, we haven't seen him at all yet. You suppose he's finally gone to another school? Harry grinned. Here's hoping. Low class. Harry turned around to see Hagrid emerge from his hut carrying a large box filled with medium-sized glass jars and an armful of oversized butterfly nets. Today, I thought we'd do something different, he called, placing the box on the ground and leaning the butterfly nets against one wall of his home. We're going tree nymph hunting. Who can tell me what a tree nymph is and what's it good for? Naturally, Hermione's hand flew into the air first, but Neville also dared to raise his. Hagrid nodded at Neville, and the boy swallowed nervously. Tree nymphs are small creatures related to pixies that live in any type of woody magical plants, not just trees, and they aren't good for anything. As a matter of fact, they're a pest. If there's too many of them, they can ruin plants and damage trees. Hagrid nodded. That's Cecily right. 15 points for Gryffindor. There was a big spurt in the tree nymph population over the summer, and we need to get rid of some of them or else they'll reach the growth of unicorn trees and ruin them. Tree nymphs tend to get rowdy when there's a bunch of them together. Hagrid grabbed one of the large butterfly nets and held it up. Tree nymphs are resistant to most magic, so you gotta catch them with nets. Once you got one, seal it in one of these jars. Each jar is charmed so the tree nymph can't escape. Hagrid reached into the box and pulled out a jar containing a small ugly brown creature. It looked nothing like what Harry had expected it to. When he heard the word nymph, it conjured up pictures of pretty little cherubs dancing through the leaves. This thing looked more like an insect, with large multi-scepter amber eyes and antennae growing from its head. The creature had two sets of leaf-like wings that it was using to buzz furiously around the jar in which it was trapped. These are tricky, and you gotta be careful catching them, Hagrid explained. I doubt you'll have much trouble spotting them. They're everywhere. So grab a net and a couple of jars, break up into groups, and don't go too deep in the forest. If you need help, call. Harry, Hermione, and Ron each took a net and 2 jars apiece. At least there's no danger involved in this, Harry said, looking at his butterfly net doubtfully. I don't think I'm going to be able to catch anything though. I'm sure it's not that difficult once you get the swing of it, Hermione said reassuringly. Yeah, Ron agreed, then looked towards the dark forest. You don't suppose Hagrid's? He looked around to see if anyone was standing near. Then leaned in closer and whispered, Little friend is still in there. Harry looked at the forest apprehensively, remembering Hagrid's younger half-brother and whole giant Grob. He wouldn't put it past Hagrid to send them into the forest with the giant still loose. After all, he did ask Harry and Hermione to take care of the giant last year. I hope not. Neville walked up, carrying a net and 4 of the jars rather clumsily. Do you mind if I join your group? He asked. Not at all, Hermione answered. So you know a bit about tree nymphs. Neville nodded. End of last year, a large colony of them moved into a stand of unicorn tree saplings Professor Sprout was raising. Half the saplings died before she was able to get rid of them. Oh, that's terrible, Hermione said. Unicorn trees are so useful. Neville nodded. The wild unicorn trees won't stand a chance if there are very many of the nymphs about. As you know, the wild trees are affected more by environmental conditions and are more prone to disease. Ron nodded. Right, he said, shooting Harry a look that said, I have absolutely no idea what he's talking about. Harry grinned, then leading the way into the forest said, Let's go catch some nymphs. They didn't have to go too deeply into the woods before they spotted the tree nymphs. Hagrid was right. They were everywhere, bouncing from limb to limb, stripping branches of their leaves, tearing holes into the bark. Hagrid was also right about them being difficult to catch. Every nymph Harry swung at with his net only giggled at him before hopping away to do damage to another tree. Ron wasn't faring much better than Harry, though he had managed to catch one nymph. Hermione had a hard time at first, but she watched Neville, who must have helped Professor Sprout round up the nymphs last year because he was doing remarkably well and was able to pick up on his technique and capture a fair share. Minnie joined them halfway through the period. Ron tried to get her to tell them what happened with Professor Lupin, but she refused to talk about it. She somehow knew a stunning spell that actually worked on the tree nymphs and was able to capture quite a bit before the end of the class. Harry attempted to copy Minnie's spell, but found it almost impossible to execute properly. Even Hermione couldn't get it to work right. Harry wondered briefly how Minnie had picked up such an advanced spell, but then decided that she must have learned it at her past school and didn't question it again. By the end of the class, Harry and Ron had each caught only one nymph. Hermione did much better than them, capturing 5. Minnie, who had gotten a late start, still managed to capture 8 nymphs, but Neville did the best of them all. He was able to bring Hagrid 15 jars, each containing a very disgruntled tree nymph. Neville was very pleased with himself, and became even more pleased when he won 20 points for Gryffindor for capturing the most nymphs. The class ended without any sort of misfortune incident, and despite the trouncing through briars and thorns. Harry thought it was one of the better lessons. He mentioned this to Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Mindy. It's because the Slytherins weren't here, Ron said. They're the ones that always cause the trouble. The Slytherin house couldn't be that bad. Mindy frowned. The way you guys talk about them, you'd think they were all evil. They are, Ron said seriously. Just wait till you meet them. Mindy smiled knowingly. Actually, I can't wait to meet them. Harry looked over at her. There aren't that many people here that would welcome a run-in with the Slytherin. Neville nodded in agreement. I usually try to avoid them at all cost. They tend to curse first and ask questions later, just before they curse you again. Minnie grinned. I doubt they would be able to handle me. After lunch, Hermione and Neville separated from the group. Hermione headed for advanced arithmancy and Neville for advanced herbology. Harry, Ron, and Minnie headed for divinitations. I still can't see how she can stand that class, Ron said, watching Hermione retreat in the opposite direction. Entirely too many numbers are involved for me. Minnie watched the other girl, personally wishing she were going with her. She even wished she could join Neville in herbology, although she thought it was the most boring subject next to history of magic. She was not looking forward to divination. In her opinion, the subject was a tremendous waste of time. She still wasn't sure why Dumbledore had decided to start the program in the first place. Though it was a lucky thing he met with Trelawney when he did. If not, they might have never known about Harry. Minnie looked over at the boy. Harry had never seemed to express that great of an interest in divination and wondered slightly what he was doing in the class. "So why are you taking divination this year?" she asked, curiosity getting the best of her. Harry had given her no indication last year during his career advisement meeting that he planned to continue in the subject, and she had assumed he was going to drop it. Harry shrugged. "I don't know," he answered. "I was just put back in the class. I don't know why, though. I didn't really do all that well on the OWL." Ron shook his head. "Neither did I, but here we both are. Maybe Firenze really liked us and decided to keep us around." "That could be it." Harry grinned. "We're very likable people." Minnie smiled at them both. "That you are," she said as they came to a halt in front of the first-floor classroom. "I do like having the class on the first floor, though," Ron said, twisting the doorknob and stepping into the room. This just be having go all the way up to that tower. But Minnie had stopped listening to Ron. She had just stepped out of one of the many halls of Hogwarts and right into the middle of a twilight forest. "Lovely," she breathed, walking across the soft grass. "Where do we sit?" "The ground is fine." Minnie turned to see a young centaur walking towards her from amongst the shadows of the trees. His white blonde hair fell across startling blue eyes. His bare chest gleamed handsomely in the half-light. Minnie's mouth formed a little surprised "oh." She had met Firenze before, of course, but she had never noticed how absolutely gorgeous he was. She shook her head slightly, as if to shake away the thought. Stupid teenage hormones, she thought angrily, and plopped down in the spot she had been standing. "Hello, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley," Firenze said, stepping up to the boys and shaking their hands. "I'm glad you're both in my class again this year." "So are we," Harry said. Ron nodded his agreement, and Minnie looked up at them both. She wondered when they learned to lie with such a straight face. Firenze smiled slightly and then left the three to greet his other students. Minnie smirked at Harry as he sat down next to her. "So you're happy to be back in the class again, huh?" she said as soon as she thought the centaur was out of earshot. Harry shrugged. "Well, what else was there to say? Not much, I suppose." Ron sat down on the other side of her and looked up at the darkened sky. "You suppose we're reading stars again?" he asked. Harry gazed up as well. "I hope not," he answered. "I stunk at it last year, and I'll probably stink it this year." Minnie looked up at the sky. It was charmed so that it was at that stage halfway between night and day. A few stars were visible, but not many. She frowned. How were they supposed to read the stars if they couldn't even see them? "I knew this class would be a waste of time," she said. Ron looked over at her. "If you knew you weren't going to like the class, why did you sign up for it?" Minnie looked at Ron surprised. She certainly hadn't expected anybody to ask her that. She couldn't very well say because she needed to stay close to Harry. "Oh, my guardian made me. He thought it would be a, good educational experience," she answered weakly, wondering slightly if she could consider Professor Dumbledore her guardian. Given her present situation, she knew the excuse was weak, and she delivered it with the air of someone who had something to hide. But it was the best she could do. Ron looked at her curiously, but said nothing. Harry didn't seem to notice the slip-up, and was looking back towards the center of the room where Firenze stood silently. The centaur remained motionless until the class noticed that he was ready to begin his lesson and quieted down. He smiled again. "Welcome to divination," he said. "Last year, I showed you a little of what it is like to truly read the stars. As you will remember from the past year's lesson, reading the stars is not a light task. It takes many, many years to unravel the secrets they can teach us. But learning to understand the greater picture can be a most valuable asset in learning to see into the future. What you learned last year will have an effect on what you will learn this year. We will use a similar technique to learn to read the pattern of the trees." The class looked about at each other, wondering what the centaur was talking about. Even Minnie had to admit she was a little confused. She could understand attempting to read the stars. It was something diviners did all the time. but read the pattern of the trees that just didn't make sense. Everyone choose a tree. Varens paused while the students stood and picked out trees. Ron directed Harry and Mindy to 3 trees towards the back of the class, where they could gaze off into the distance without being noticed. Once everyone had found a tree he or she liked, Varens went on, stand beneath the branches of your tree and look up at the way they sway above you. Notice the layering pattern the leaves make, notice the stars visible beyond the leaves, and interpret the significance of those stars. Varens walked about the class, trailing through the trees and talking calmly to the students. Touch the bark, he said. Feel the pattern it forms against your skin. Minnie rolled her eyes. This was absolutely ridiculous. Feel the pattern the bark made. Yeah, sure. She looked over at Harry next to her. He laid his hand lightly on the tree, a look of total confusion on his face. On the other side of her, Ron had his right hand pressed against the tree, serenity shining in his brown eyes. He was probably daydreaming about something. Minnie shrugged. If those two give it a try. She certainly could. She pressed the palm of her hand against the bark. It was cool beneath her fingers, and she smiled. This may be a lot rubbish, but it was certainly very calming. Now, Varens said, as he stepped between Minnie's and Ron's trees, empty your mind. Free your soul of any cares and listen. Listen to the tree and it will speak to your heart. Mindy almost laughed out loud at this, but she quickly stifled the desire, seeing as the professor was a little less than an arm's length away from her. But the centaur didn't seem to be paying her any attention. He was focused on Ron. Harry, who had apparently given up on freeing his soul of anything, was also staring at Ron. Mindy looked back at the boy and stifled a gasp. There was something about the look on Ron's face as he stood there calmly, his right hand pressed against the large oak tree. Quiet, Varens said softly, though it was so obvious he wasn't addressing the class anymore. He was speaking only to Ron. Empty your mind of thoughts. Hear only the tree. It tells the story of the changes of the earth tells the story of the changes in the world. Listen to what those changes are and you will be able to see what is to come. Minnie looked around. No one else seemed to notice all of Varens' attention being directed at Ron. Most of the class seemed to be still trying to follow his instructions. Minnie looked back at Ron. He seemed to be struggling with something. Close your eyes, Varens said, stepping closer to Ron. It will help. The entire class save Mindy and Harry shut their eyes. Harry had given up any pretense of following the lesson and had stepped up beside Mindy. Closer to his friend, he looked at her and the two exchanged a look of amazement, and then turned back to watch Ron. Varens was only inches away from Ron now, studying him intently. Now, he almost whispered, "What is the tree telling you?" Harry and Mindy leaned in, listening intently themselves. Ron opened his mouth. At first nothing came out. He tried again, and in hoarse whispers said, "The earth sees dark times. A friend of the dark, a foe of the light, will rise and attack the strongest castle of its enemy before the old year passes into the new. The marked one must be wary of the black." Ron groaned and dropped his hand from the tree. His cheeks were flushed pale, and when he opened his eyes they burned with a feverish light. He pressed both palms against his forehead. Then, rubbing his eyes, he shook his head and nearly toppled over. "Are you all right?" Varens asked, placing a steadying hand on the boy's shoulder. "I think so," Ron answered. "How do you feel?" Varens asked. Ron looked up at the centaur. "Tired," he answered simply. He looked back at Harry and Minnie, who were both staring at him wide-eyed, and asked, "What happened?" Varens smiled, the brightest smile Minnie had ever seen on the centaur's face. "You, Ron Weasley, are a true diviner. Well, I finally got through with Chapter 4. I had hoped to update sooner, but with school and all, it's not easy. Now that Chapter 4 is done and we're heading full speed towards Chapter 5. I'd like to get some pairings out of the way. We're about to fall head over into the main plot of the story, and I want to couple people off before then. Trouble is, I'm not sure who I want with who, so I'm taking suggestions. Elaine Sede has left a couple of suggestions already. And I rather like Harry and Minerva myself. That may complicate the story later on, but what's a story without complications? Anywho, if you would like to see some pair together, let me know. You can pair any 2 people you like, and I'm open to love triangles. I think I can make it work. And I will also consider Slash, though I won't promise you anything. The only person I'm asking you not pair off is Draco Malfoy. I'm not entirely sure he will be making an appearance in this fic. At the moment, he isn't. Of course, that could change, so don't run off any die-hard Draco fans. There's still hope. That is all for now. So until next time, I wish you loads of love, luck, and lollipops. And by the way, review an eye for defense hide again. Here's the much anticipated chapter 5. I've read over the reviews and looked at all of the pairing suggestions. Larko title. Your idea was really good. At any rate, I've decided which pairs I like best. Who, you ask? Well, I'm not going to tell you. It'll spoil the surprise, and just for kicks, I'll probably throw in some unexpected couples. Now there won't be any actual pairing in this chapter. Just hints, nothing's set in stone, so if you still want to cast a vote, you can. Next chapter, though, will be too late. You should probably also know that I decided that Alicia, Kay, and Angelina were all in their 7th year in Book 5 and therefore have graduated. I am not entirely sure if that is true. I couldn't find a direct reference to their year. There is probably something in Book 1 of the series, but I loaned my hate one to my cousin a little over 2 years ago and has never seen it again. If anybody knows for sure what year the girls are in, let me know, but anyway, for the purpose of this fact, they have graduated. Also, I made 2 other mistakes. First, I misspelled Slytherin 1.5 million times. Thanks for telling me about that one, guys. It was one of the words I didn't even bother to look up. I just assumed there was an E. Secondly, in chapter 2, I got one of the scoring letters for the else wrong. I forgot to mention that little O in the N in chapter 4. I said E stood for excellent. It does not. It stands for exceeds expectations. I couldn't remember what the E stood for, and just went with what was most logical to me. Anyhow, that is all. Oh yeah, I don't own Harry Potter, but I'm sure you could have guessed that yourself. Renan, Chapter 5. An eye for defense. Word of what Ron did in divination spread like wildfire through the school. A mere hour after the class was over, all of Gryffindor Tower had heard the story. By dinner, Hufflepuff and Ravenskull knew as well, and before dessert had been served, even the Slytherin house had the details. Harry couldn't believe the speed at which rumors flew through Hogwarts. And almost everyone was curious. Everyone who was in the divinations class spent a great deal of the evening being questioned about the events that had occurred. Lavender and Parvati were basking in the glow of the attention. They claimed to have witnessed the entire thing and told anyone who would listen that Ron had gone into a deep trance. They said his eyes turned a glowing milky white as he forecast doom upon the school. Unfortunately, everyone was listening, and half the student body believed Ron had prophesied a legion of Death Eaters would descend upon Hogwarts sometime between the 2nd of November and the 5th of January by the end of the day. Ron missed the brunt of the questioning, though. Firenze had ended class early and whisked Ron away to Professor Dumbledore's office. He didn't show up again until near the end of dinner. As Ron walked into the Great Hall, there was a noticeable murmur among the students. Lavender, who wasn't seated too far from Harry, gasped and poked Parvati in the ribs as if her best friend hadn't already noticed Ron's entrance. Ron either did a very good job of ignoring the stares he received, or just didn't notice as he made his way toward Harry. Hermione and Mindy were seated. Harry looked over at Ron as he plopped down between him and Hermione. Ron's face was incredibly pale, his freckles stood out sharply, making him look even more haggard. Ginny came up and took a seat next to Mindy, across from her brother. I heard what happened, she said. Ron rested his head in one open hand and looked over at his sister. Who hasn't? Ginny smiled weakly. You noticed that word got around, huh? Kinda hard to miss, Ron mumbled. Well, it is exciting, Hermione said. You being a diviner and all. Ron grimaced. Don't make fun, Hermione. Make fun. Why would I do that? I know you think all this divination stuff is fake, Ron answered. No, Hermione shook her head. I think Trelawney is all fake. I believe you. Ron looked at her. Why? Because you wouldn't make stuff up for attention. Hermione answered simply. But are you alright? You look tired, Harry supplied. Ron nodded. I'm fine. I just need to eat something. Here, Minnie said, labeling some of the potato soup they had had with dinner into a bowl. You should probably eat light, then lay down, she said, pushing the bowl towards him. To Harry's surprise, Ron didn't frown at being treated like child by a girl his own age. He took the bowl and mumbled a thank you. He dipped his spoon into his bowl, but before he could lift it to his mouth, a small hand tapped him on the shoulder. Harry felt a brush of robes against his arm, and he and Ron looked back to see Lavender and Parvati standing behind them. Lavender looked down at Ron, a funny look in her eyes. Hi, Ron, she said rather dreamily. Is it all right if we sit with you? Ron opened his mouth. Probably to say no, but never got the chance. Lavender didn't wait for an answer. She shoved Harry down and took his seat. Do you mind? Parvati asked Hermione before she shoved her out the way. Yes, I do mind, Hermione said indignantly as she stood up. Whoa. That's just rude. Ginny frowned. Well, this is important, Lavender answered. She looked over at Ron, grinning. We spread your message for you, yeah, Parvati said. We knew you would be too busy explaining your visions to Professor Dumbledore to do so yourself. Ron frowned at the two of them. My message? Visions, yes, Lavender said. The visions you had during divinitations. Ron shook his head. I didn't have any. Wait a second. What are you telling people? What you said about you-know-who, Parvati answered. How he's coming here. Soon, you two have got to stop spreading those rumors. Minnie frowned at them. It's not rumors, Lavender retorted. We were there, we saw it happen. I was there too, Minnie answered. You're blowing things way out of proportion. Lavender rolled her eyes and huffed at her. You just don't understand, she said. Parvati wrapped both of her hands around Ron's and, tilting her head to the side, batted her eyes at him. It was an attempt at looking sweet and cute, one that she wasn't pulling off very well. Harry grimaced and Ron looked as if he were going to be sick. You were so brave today, Ron, she said. What is it like to be a diviner as good as Professor Trelawney? She leaned in, her face only inches from Ron's. Maybe even better, Ron grunted, leaning away from the girl. Unfortunately, he was only leaning closer to Lavender, who took the opportunity to loop her arm through his. I've always hoped I'd meet someone like you, Ron, she said, smiling in what she probably thought was a coy manner. If you ever need an understanding ear to talk to, I'm always here, Ron grunted again, a look of both confusion and horror on his face. Come on, you guys, Harry said, taking Lavender by her other arm and attempting to pull her off Ron. Don't you think he's had enough for one day? Yeah, Hermione frowned, her face turning a bright pink. Leave him alone. Parvati whirled on Hermione, never releasing Ron's hand. You're just jealous because you weren't there, she said. Besides, Lavender said, jerking Harry off, we're only talking to him. You're suffocating him. Ginny scowled. Get off my brother. You know what? Ron said, I'm not hungry anymore. It took some crying, but he managed to disentangle himself from the girls and stood. I'm going to bed. Parvati and Lavender watched Ron leave, both of them looking extremely disappointed. Lavender turned on Ginny. You've run him off, she fumed. He didn't need you going into protective little sister mode. I don't think it was me that ran him off, Ginny said, folding her arms across her chest and giving the girls the ugliest look she could muster. Parvati rolled her eyes at Ginny. Oh, please, she said. Come on, Lavender. The two of them stood as one and stormed away. Poor Ron, Ginny said, watching the two girls walk back to their original seats. He's never going to hear the end of this. Minnie nodded. Diviners are very rare indeed. Do you think the whole school will be talking about this for long? Harry shook his head. The news will get old, and it'll all blow over after a while, he said. Are you sure? Minnie asked. It doesn't really look like it will, Harry nodded. Trust me, I'm speaking from experience. This couldn't be any worse than when everyone found out it was a parsonage. Harry stopped, realizing that Minnie didn't already know. He looked at her, but she didn't seem terribly surprised by the news. You're a parsonage, she asked, but there was no real curiosity in her voice. She may as well have been asking how's the weather while standing outside. Yes, Harry answered. Oh, Minnie said. She grinned. Who would have guessed? Two best friends would also be two of the rarest types of wizard in the world. Yeah, Hermione agreed. Who would have guessed? It is some kind of coincidence, Ginny said, standing up. I think I'm going to go check on Ron. He really didn't look alright. I'll come with you, Hermione said, pushing her dessert aside. The two of them left together, leaving Minnie and Harry alone. So you really think everyone will get over this? Minnie asked. Definitely, Harry answered, but I wonder what he said meant. Minnie nodded, then asked, who do you suppose he was talking about when he said the marked one? Harry looked at the girl across from him. He saw her eyes drifting towards the scar on his forehead. She looked him in the eyes again quickly and said, I think you should be careful, Harry. Harry frowned and said, what makes you so sure he was talking about me? Minnie didn't say anything to this, only giving Harry a knowing look. Harry sighed. Yeah, I figured he was talking about me too. Minnie leaned across the table towards him. You should really be on the lookout, I think, she said, speaking lowly so that no one else would overhear. It's fairly obvious that Ron didn't get to finish what he was saying. So there's something out there, Harry frowned. There's always something out there. Yeah, but if your best friend is prophesying about it, it must be serious, Harry. Harry shook his head. I won't be afraid of something I'm not sure even exists. Minnie shook her head. I'm not asking you to be afraid, just to be careful. She bit her bottom lip, then looked up, sincerity shining in her gray eyes. If anything comes up, you'll tell me, won't you, Harry? I think of you as a really good friend. I don't want anything to happen to you. Harry looked at her. It was so obvious that she really cared about him. And right then he knew he could trust her with anything, maybe even with what happened to Sirius. He nodded. Yeah, he answered. If anything comes up, I'll tell you. Minnie smiled, then sat back. Maybe we should head back to Gryffindor Tower too. We have defense against the dark arts and potions tomorrow. Ah, Harry groaned as he and Minnie stood. I know, tomorrow is going to be a disaster. Minnie grinned. It won't be that bad. At any rate, it couldn't be any more exciting than today turned out to be. Maybe not, Harry said, but I have a feeling it's going to be miserable. Minnie wrapped one arm around Harry's shoulder as they exited the Great Hall together. At least we'll be miserable together, Harry grinned. Yeah, he said together. When Harry returned to his room that night, he found Ron already in bed. The drapes were drawn around his four-poster bed, and Harry assumed he was sleeping, not wanting to bother him. Harry tiptoed past Ron's bed and headed for his own. He pulled a pair of pajamas out of his trunk and started changing out of his school robes. Before he had finished changing, Seamus and Dean came in. The two looked at Ron's bed and then walked over to Harry. So what really did happen in the visitations? Dean asked, stopping at the foot of Harry's bed. I know what Lavender and Parvati are saying can't be true. Ron didn't really say you know who was coming. Did he? Harry shook his head. I don't think Lavender and Parvati even heard what Ron said. So what did he say? Seamus asked. Harry shook his head again. He didn't want to tell them the story. He knew they'd come to the same conclusion that he and Minnie had come to, that once again someone was after him. It was pretty vague what he felt like saying. Come on, Harry, Dean said, sitting on Harry's trunk. I know you're holding out on us. Yeah, Seamus agreed. If something bad is coming, don't you think we should know about it? Look, guys, Harry said, shaking his head. I don't know what Ron meant. It didn't make much sense, but I don't think anything is coming. He added, seriously hoping that was true. If I knew something for sure, I'd tell you. Dean rubbed his head. Yeah, I guess that's true. He looked over at Harry. Are you going to hold Dee? Again, I'd feel much better knowing I can really protect myself if something does come up. Seamus nodded. I don't want to put all my faith in Trelawney. She's part of the reason we dropped out of Divinitations this year. We were sure she was going to be teaching again. I'm not sure if I'm going to start Dia again yet. Professor Dumbledore wants me to, but I think I'm going to wait until after class tomorrow before I make any final decision, Harry answered. Trelawney might be good, yeah, Dean said, and the Slytherins might be decent. Upstanding students, he grinned at Harry. But I suppose it couldn't hurt to wait. Well, good night, Harry. Yeah, night, Harry, Gemma said. Good night. Harry returned as the two boys headed for their own beds to change into their pajamas. Harry turned his attention back to buttoning his pajama top and thinking over what Ron had said. A friend of the dark, he had said. That certainly sounded like it could be Voldemort. Who was more friendly with dark magic than Voldemort? Attack the strongest castle of his enemy. Could that mean Hogwarts? Hogwarts was a castle, and Professor Dumbledore was Voldemort's greatest enemy. Harry picked up his robes and began emptying out his pockets, throwing quills and loose change on his nightstand. The thing that worried him most about what Ron said was the marked one should be wary of the black something. Black what? Harry had no doubt that he was the marked one. Now if only he knew what the black something was. There were a lot of black things in the world. What should he be wary of? Harry's fingers brushed against a feather in his pocket and he pulled it out, thinking it was another quill. He held it up in the dim light of the room and saw that it was the black owl feather he had found the other night. He twirled between his fingers, wondering if it could be related to what Ron had said. He laughed softly to himself, thinking that was utterly ridiculous, and placed the feather on his nightstand with the rest of his belongings. There was nothing sinister about an owl feather. Deciding that staying up all night and worrying about what Ron had said wasn't going to solve anything, Harry lay down. He wondered if Ron remembered his vision, and decided he'd ask him in the morning. Maybe then he could find out what the black something was supposed to be. Closing his eyes, Harry drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Harry awoke to find Ron's bed empty. He dressed and washed quickly, then headed down to the common room. Ron was seated on the couch between the Creevy brothers, looking very miserable. Dennis was snapping pictures of him, and Colin was asking non-stop questions to which Ron was not responding. "What's going on?" Harry asked as he walked up to the three. "I'm interviewing Ron," Colin answered. "I've decided I'm going to be a reporter and Ron is my first big story. I'm getting a few pictures for my brother," Dennis said, popping another roll of film into his camera. "They'll go great with his article." "One more question, Mr. Weasley," Colin said, turning back to Ron, but the redhead shook his head firmly. No more questions. Harry's here and I have to get breakfast before class. Aren't you going to wait on your other friends?" Colin asked. "Yeah," Dennis agreed. "Hermione and that new girl." Ron shook his head. "They'll catch up," he said. He grabbed Harry by the arm and practically dragged him through the portrait hole. "Man, I thought you'd never get downstairs," he said as they headed down the hall towards the Great Hall. "Those two were starting to drive me nuts." "Why'd you put up with them?" Harry asked. "They kept everyone else awake," Ron answered. "Everybody is either in awe of me or is giving me weird looks, and everybody keeps asking when you know who is going to show up. Or they'd ask me if I could see into the future for them. One girl even asked me if I could tell if some boy she likes her back. It's crazy. It'll blow over," Harry said. "Believe me, I know," Ron sighed. "It's just not blowing over fast enough." The two of them entered the Great Hall. It was still pretty early and there weren't many students down for breakfast yet. Harry and Ron found seats away from the other Gryffindors and made up their plates. After a bit, Hermione, Minnie, and Ginny joined them. Though Ginny left when Dean walked in to sit with him, Ron was too distracted to even gripe. "There's something I've been meaning to ask you," Harry said, turning to Ron after Ginny walked away. "Do you remember what you said? In the Visitations, I mean." Ron nodded. "Yeah, I remember," he answered flatly. Harry nodded. "Do you know what any of it means?" Ron shrugged. "Firen says it could mean anything, and not necessarily what it sounds like." Ron looked up at Harry. "But I think someone is coming for you. We thought that too," Minnie said, pushing her eggs around on her plate. Hermione nodded her agreement. Harry and Minnie had told her everything yesterday, and she was familiar with the words that had poured out of Ron's mouth. "What I want to know is," Harry went on, "well, the last thing you said was that the marked one should be wary of the black." "I know," Ron said. "I was there." "I know," Harry said, "but black what?" "Assuming I'm the marked one, and you probably are," Ron said. "What should I be looking out for?" Ron shrugged again. "I don't know. What I did, it really wasn't a vision. It was more like reading a code without really knowing how to decode it. I couldn't finish reading it. I tried, but I started to feel not so good." Minnie blinked at Ron. "Reading a code?" she asked. "Where were the words written?" "On the tree," Ron answered. "In the tree. It was written in the bark and the way the branches were arranged and in how the leaves overlaid. And it moved, kept changing. It was saying a lot. The pattern in the tree was, I guess I can call it that. I couldn't catch it all. I read what stayed still the longest, what seemed the most important, but my head started hurting and I couldn't read the pattern anymore. It drifted away and got mixed up with the others. Nothing made sense anymore." Ron shook his head. "It's hard to explain. It's hard to understand. When Harry and Minnie told me what happened, I went to the library and found some books on the subject," Hermione said. "I checked them out. I think they might help." "The answer to everything isn't in a book, Hermione," Ron frowned. "Just read them," Hermione retorted. "They might be helpful." "Fine," Ron said, giving Hermione a long-suffering look, which she pointedly ignored. He turned back to Harry and said, "I'm sorry I can't tell you anything more. Maybe I can pick up the pattern again. I'm supposed to start working with Virens every evening. Tonight is my first session." "It's all right," Harry said, "and don't push yourself. I'm not looking for trouble this year." "You never look for trouble, Harry," Hermione said. "It tends to find you." Harry smiled and opened his mouth to speak but was cut off. "Mr. Potter." Harry turned around and saw his new Transfiguister professor standing behind him. "Oh, hi, Professor Lupin." Professor Lupin gave Harry a bright smile that faded almost immediately. "Listen, did you receive an owl this summer about Quidditch?" "No," Harry answered. "Oh," Professor Lupin said, rubbing his chin. "Then you probably don't know." "Don't know what?" Harry asked, panic beginning to rise him. Was Quidditch being cancelled this year and someone had forgotten to tell him? Well, Professor Lupin said, as you know, Angelina finished Hogwarts last year. Harry nodded and Professor Lupin went on, smiling weakly. Congratulations, Harry, you've made captain. What? Harry asked, his eyes widening in shock. I suppose Professor McGonagall had to leave before she could send you the owl. I should have let know before now, Harry, but I assumed you already did. I'm sorry if this causes some setbacks. Harry only stared at Professor Lupin. He couldn't think of a thing to say. No, no problems, Ron said, speaking for his temporarily dumb friend. Congratulations. Harry, he added, giving Harry a slap on the back. Quidditch captain. Now that's something, was all Harry could manage. You might want to think about holding tryouts. Professor Lupin went on. You're going to need some new chasers and you might want to think about replacing your beaters. Again was all Harry could manage. Yeah, we'll do that, Ron said, speaking for Harry once again. Right then, Professor Lupin said, turning to walk away. Have a good day. He smiled at them and left. I'm captain, Harry said unbelievingly, watching Professor Lupin head back to the professor's table. How did that happen? Well, I'm not surprised, Hermione said. You're a great player and you've been on the team longer than anyone left. Don't worry, Harry. Minnie smiled at him. You'll make a great captain. I'm sure of it, I suppose, Harry said. Yeah, you will. Ron said confidently. Professor Lupin's right, though. We do need to hold tryouts. We lost Angelina, Katie, and Alicia. One of the chaser positions is already filled, though. Ginny would take a spot and I know she'll make a great chaser. But that still leaves two more. And we do need new beaters. Those guys we got last year, well, let's face it, they suck. When will you hold tryouts? I don't know, Harry answered. What about Saturday? Hermione suggested. It's the first weekend of the year. Most of the students shouldn't have too much homework. It'll be the best day, I suppose, Harry said. Great, Hermione said. I'll make a flyer and post it on the bulletin board. See, Harry, Ron grinned. You're making great captain already. Let's go. I can't wait to see how much of a joke Defense Against the Dark Arts is going to be. Talking about Quidditch put Ron in a much better spirit, and the constant stares in the halls as they made their way to Defense Against the Dark Arts didn't seem to bother him at all. Ron chatted happily about possible strategies Harry should try this year. Hermione mentioned seeing a book that might help and promised to find it later. Harry spent his time trying to convince Minnie to try out for the team. Come on, Minnie, Harry said. You look like a chaser. I bet you're great on a broom. I don't know, Minnie said, shaking her head. I don't know if I'll be any good. You couldn't do too badly, Harry said. Minnie shrugged. It's been a while since I've played Quidditch. What if I'm horrible? We'll still be your friends, Ron said, grinning at her, even if we have to shun you in public. Thanks, Ron, Minnie smirked. You really know how to inspire confidence and reassurance. I tried. Come on, Minnie. Harry tried again. Try out for me. Minnie sighed. All right, Harry. I'll try out for you. Oh, Hermione said. She had just walked into the dead class. She looked back at the others and said, It's empty. Harry followed Ron inside and sure enough the class was empty. He frowned. They weren't that early. They couldn't possibly be the first students to arrive. There's a note, Ron said, walking towards the chalkboard where a piece of parchment was spello-taped. He groaned. The class is going to be held in the old Divinitations room, up in the North Tower. We'll never make it there on time. Hermione frowned. Professor Trelawney can't possibly take points off for tardiness, many reasons. She has to know that most students would come here first. But still, we had better hurry. Hermione nodded. Let's go. She and Minnie hurried out of the room, Harry and Ron right behind them. What kind of defense against the dark arts lesson does she have planned? Ron wondered aloud. There's not much that room is good for except divinitations. Harry shook his head, sincerely hoping the class didn't turn out to be a waste. Now that he was Quidditch captain, he wasn't sure he had time to hold Divet, but if Trelawney really did turn out to be a terrible teacher, he just wouldn't feel right not holding the sessions. The four made it to the ladder leading up to the North Tower well after the class should have started. They were all out of breath from practically running, but as they climbed into the tower room, Harry saw they weren't alone in their lateness. Half the class hadn't arrived yet, and it was a good 15 minutes before all the students were present. The Divinitations class looked exactly the same as it had the last time Harry had been in it. The same small round tables were set up for the students. The windows were covered with heavy curtains and strong perfume was wafting from the fire in the back of the room. Ron and Harry chose a table together near one of the windows, and Ron looked around disheartedly. Harry had the same sinking feeling. This class was not going to go well. Now that everyone is seated, Professor Trelawney said in what Harry had come to think of as her mystic voice. Let's begin, shall we? She floated towards the center of the class, her colorful robes billowing out around her. She was back in her full diviner glory. It was almost as if Umbridge had never stripped her of her position and attempted to throw her out of the school just last year. Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts. This year you will learn the most important aspect of defending oneself against the evil that lurks out there. This year you will learn to see the danger before it comes. She paused here, possibly for dramatic effect. I will teach you how to have an eye for defense. The students looked at each other, wondering what exactly it was Professor Trelawney was getting at. Ron reached into his backpack and pulled out his book. He flipped through it and looked up, frowning. Harry, this is a divinitations book, he hissed. Harry, who hadn't cracked the book before today, reached into his bag and yanked it out. Flipping through the chapters, he saw that Ron was right. It was a divinitations book. There was a defensive twist to it. Instead of chapter 1 being about reading crystal balls, it was about reading crystal balls to search for possible enemies. But no matter how you twisted it, it was still divinitations. Most of the class had started to pick up on this as well. Harry heard Hermione and Mindy at the table behind his and Ron's grumbling about the lesson. Utterly ridiculous, he heard Mindy whispering furiously. Completely insane, Hermione agreed. For you see, Professor Trelawney was saying, the best way for you to defend yourself against dark magic is not to be caught near it in the first place. The only way to prevent being caught by dark forces is to know when said forces will appear. You must have the eye. You must learn to use the eye. It is the only way to truly be safe. Everyone, take out your books and begin chapter 1. The class did so, everyone looking quite disappointed. Of all the possible things Harry had expected, this was not one of them. He wondered if they would even get the chance to use their wands this year, or if they would spend all of their time looking into a crystal ball and pretending to be seeing some darkness coming. About halfway through the lesson, Professor Trelawney floated over to Harry and Ron's table. Mr. Weasley, she said, her large eyes seeming even larger behind her thick glasses. I know what happened to you yesterday. She said this as if no one else knew, and it took some kind of special connection with the universe to even be aware of what occurred. I have always known there was something special about you. I saw it the moment you stepped into my class. All of your assignments have always been particularly insightful, more so than any other student. Thanks. Ron said, I am just glad my instructions have done some good for you. I know you will excel in this class under my guidance. If you ever need special help in your divination studies, my door is always open. Okay. Professor Trelawney gave Ron a misty smile before floating away to another table. Ron looked over at Harry and grinned. Do you think I should tell her? Every assignment I ever turned into her was completely made up. What? And make her question whether or not she had anything to do with you being a diviner? Ron shook his head. She'd probably just say, and you, Mr. Weasley. But I also saw your talent and allowed you to get away with it. Harry laughed. You must really be a diviner, Ron shrugged. Well, if you've got talent. They spent the entire class period reading chapters 1 and 2. Harry wasn't sure if this class was any better than last year when they had Umbridge as a teacher. At least then they were forced to read a real defense against the dark arts book. But happily, Professor Trelawney didn't assign any homework, and they were allowed to leave in peace. What a waste of a lesson, Hermione fumed as they headed away from the North Tower classroom. It's ridiculous to believe that we will be able to defend ourselves against dark arts by attempting to see danger coming before it comes, Mindy said. What is that woman thinking? Well, I suppose that settles it for you, Harry, Ron said. You have to hold D. Now there's no way anyone is going to learn anything in that class. Harry sighed and nodded. Yeah, I suppose I am. I think I'll go see Professor Dumbledore this evening and let him know I've made up my mind. Don't you want to wait until next lesson? Mindy asked. Looking over at Harry, maybe things will get better. Harry shook his head. I doubt that it will. He stopped in front of the corridor that led down to the dungeons and looked back at Hermione and Ron. Well, I guess I'll see you later, he said. Hermione nodded. And Harry, try to stay, I don't know, positive, okay? The class won't be that bad. Harry nodded. Okay. Ron patted Harry on the shoulder and said, "Good luck." "Thanks." Harry looked at Mindy. "Are you ready?" She nodded. "Let's go." It had been a while since Mindy had been down to dungeons. Whenever she needed to speak with Severus, she had always done so at dinner or in Professor Dumbledore's office. Even so, the dungeons were exactly as she remembered them, cold, dank, and dark. How Severus could thrive in such an environment was beyond her. When she and Harry arrived in the potions class, she saw that Severus hadn't yet made it. There were several other students in the class, setting up their cauldrons. All of them were Slytherin. "I knew it," Harry whispered to her. "I knew we would be the only Gryffindors." "Maybe some others will come in," Mindy said. Harry shook his head. "Not likely. Come on. I see a spot over there." Mindy followed Harry to a secluded area of the class, as far away from the other students as they could get. Mindy looked around as she found her cauldron and began to set out her supplies. All of the Slytherins were giving them very nasty looks. She had never been on the receiving end of an ugly Slytherin glare, and she didn't like it. It was all she could do to keep herself from pulling out her wand and cursing the glares right off their faces. One of the Slytherins approached Harry, Pansy Parkinson. Minnie knew her very well. She was mean-spirited and was never very bright. It surprised her slightly to see the girl in this class, for it to be as difficult to get in as Severus claimed. "What are you doing here?" Pansy growled at Harry. "I was hoping I could learn how to bake brownies," Harry answered sarcastically. Pansy's cheeks flushed red, her nostrils flared, and she hissed, "It's all your fault." Harry rolled his eyes. "I'm sure it is," he said, starting to turn away from the girl. But Pansy stepped in front of him, and as she moved closer to Mindy, she could have sworn she saw tears in Pansy's eyes. "It's your fault Draco's gone." Harry said nothing to this. He only stared at Pansy as if she had completely lost her mind. "Don't you even care?" Pansy more or less screeched. "Why should I care about Malfoy?" Harry asked, his voice completely devoid of any sort of emotion. This seemed to inflame Pansy even more. She screamed, "You ruined his life. You made him leave. You put his father in Azkaban. It's all your fault." "It's not my fault. His dear old dad is a Death Eater, an evil son of," Pansy screeched again, this time lounging for Harry. "Hey!" Minnie yelled, pulling out her wand, ready with the leg-binding curse, but another Slytherin stepped in before she could do any damage. "That's enough, Pansy," Mcgonagall yelled, running up and physically dragging his housemate back. "Just you wait, Potter," Pansy yelled. "You're going to get yours." "I said that's enough," Malcolm yelled, pulling the girl away from Harry. "She's coming for you." "I've heard them talking, and she's coming for you real soon." "Shut up," Malcolm shouted, trying to drown out the words Pansy Parkinson was yelling. He spun around and tossed the girl back to the other side of the room. She crashed into an ungraceful heap on the floor and didn't move. "Shut up." Pansy looked up. She glared at Malcolm before turning the look on Harry. Standing slowly, she dusted herself off and walked as calmly as she could back to her cauldron. The class was dead silent. Everyone was staring at either Harry or Pansy. No one made a move. Until Professor Snug walked into the room. Severus stepped into the class and raised an eyebrow at the uncharacteristic silence. He said nothing about it, however, and moved to the front of the room. "Welcome back," he said, waving his wand, causing a series of instructions to begin writing itself on the blackboard. He turned around, speaking again as the instructions continued to script across the board. "If you are here, you're the best of the potion students. While I am very surprised certain students are present," here he glanced at Harry, "you should count yourself lucky. Now, the fun ends and the work begins. I will accept nothing less than perfect potions. Anything else is an automatic failure." Professor Snape turned back to the board where the instructions had completed transcription. "Your first potion will be a Salenta potion." Who knows what that potion does? There were no immediate calls to answer. Minnie knew what it was, but she felt under the circumstances it would probably be best not to answer. Snape looked around the room. "Anyone?" he asked, his eyes scanning the students and stopping on Harry. "Mr. Potter, I don't know," Harry mumbled. "Don't know, Potter?" Snape asked, smirking at Harry. "I suggest you start to learn. Anyone who cannot cut it, my class will be asked to leave." "Mr. Medic, tell Mr. Potter what the Salenta potion does." Malcolm threw Harry a nasty look and answered. "Salenta potion silences the drinker for hours, days, or possibly weeks, depending on the strength of the potion." "Very good, Mr. Maddock." Severus turned to Harry and smirked. You had best take note, Mr. Potter. Harry's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. The instructions are on the board. Professor Snape sat waving at the blackboard. Get started. Harry leaned towards Mindy as Severus moved to the other side of the room to make sure his students were starting off correctly. You see why I hate this class? Mindy nodded, but she wasn't thinking about Severus and his covert threats. Her mind was on Pansy Parkinson and what she yelled at Harry before being quieted by Malcolm. What did she mean when she said, "She's coming to get you"? The statement wasn't much, certainly nothing she could go to Dumbledore with, but she would keep it in mind. "I saw you pull your wand out," Harry went on in a whisper. "Thanks for getting ready to jump in there. What else would I have done?" Minnie asked, looking at Harry. "Let her claw your eyes out." Harry raised an eyebrow. "You think she could have done that?" Minnie shrugged. "You have such nice eyes, Harry. Did you really want a chance at?" Harry grinned. "If I didn't know better, I'd think you liked me." Minnie smiled and started to answer, but never got the chance to. "No talking, Miss James." Minnie looked around, surprised to see Snape so close to her. She hadn't realized he had already worked his way around to their side of the room. "Sorry, Sev. I'm Professor Snape." The corner of Snape's mouth quirked up in the tiniest, briefest smile imaginable. If Minnie had blinked, she would have missed it completely. Taking the small smile she had received as a good sign, Minnie turned back to her potion. It had been some years since she had actually brewed a Salento potion, and she needed to concentrate anyway. The class period wore on without any further disturbances. Snape hovered over Harry a good deal of the time, and Minnie realized why Harry hadn't done his best work in the class in the past. It must be impossible for the boy to concentrate when the professor was always staring down his back, looking for something wrong. Minnie made a mental note to talk to Severus about that. No matter what his feelings for Harry was, it just wasn't fair to treat him that way. Minnie was halfway through the list of instructions when she realized she didn't have any tongue of mute lizard. It was a minor ingredient and she could get by without it. But then her potion would be less than perfect, and she wouldn't put it past Snape to toss it away and give her F. She leaned towards Harry and whispered, "Can I borrow some of your powder, Tom?" "Mrs. James." I said no talking. Professor Snape frowned, looking back at Minnie from where he stood near his desk. 5 points from Gryffindor. What? Minnie asked, not believing Snape was actually removing points. "I was only asking Harry if I could borrow some of his mule lizard tongue." "Oh," Professor Snape said in an understanding manner. "That's a different story. 10 points from Gryffindor for being unprepared for class." "That's ridiculous." Minnie frowned. "I was prepared. It was only 1 ink or 15 points for talking back. Talking back. I'm just trying to explain 20 points now, Miss James. Do you want to go for 25? Minnie stared at Snape, not sure if she should believe what she was hearing. "What are you doing?" she asked. He knew who she was, what she was doing. Why in the world was he punishing her? "That's it, Miss James. Detention." Minnie opened her mouth to argue, but decided that would only result more trouble and shut it again. Snape gave her one last look before turning around to head for his desk, but before his face moved from Minnie's side, she could have sworn she saw a grin threatening to break. She bet he really was enjoying himself. Well, if he didn't have a good excuse for his actions, Professor Dumbledore would hear about this. Minnie finished her potion in silence. She did not utter a single word for the rest of the class period. She instead focused all her energies on happy thoughts of dumping the stuff she was brewing down Snob's throat. When the bell finally rang, Harry packed up his things and looked back at her. "Do you want me to wait?" he asked. Minnie shook her head. "No, I'll meet you in the Great Hall." "Are you sure?" Harry asked. Minnie nodded. "Going all right?" Harry picked up his bag and trailed well behind the last Slytherin. Leaving Minnie alone with Snape in the dungeon classroom, Minnie waited until the door had closed completely before turning on Snape. "What was that all about?" she asked. "I wasn't even doing anything. I needed to talk to you," Snape answered, "and I couldn't have you stay after without a reason." "Oh," Minnie said, the temper she had been building starting to evaporate away. "That did make sense. But did you have to take so many points off my house?" "No," Snape answered, smirking. "I just like taking points from Gryffindor." Minnie folded her arms across her chest and frowned at Snape. "Well, what did you need to talk to me about?" "How Professor Dumbledore is planning on calling you," Snape answered. "The way he sees it. He can't just call you in to see him every time he needs to talk to you. He doesn't send for students very often, and sending for you as little as once a month would draw too much attention." I'll let you know when he needs to talk to you, and then you must do something in class to make me send you to his office, okay, Minnie said. I suppose I can see that. And also, Snape went on, I will need you to brew your own de-aging potion. What? I thought you were supposed to do that. With class and other things, I just don't have the time. It's bad enough I have to concoct a potion every month for Lupin. I certainly can't keep up with yours as well. Minnie narrowed her eyes. You can or you won't, however you want to look at it, Minerva. I don't understand you, Severus. You aren't asking Remus to make his own potion. Snape scowled. I wouldn't allow Remus Lupin in lab if I were dying from a particularly nasty poison that caused my insides to melt, and he was the last creature on Earth that could cure me. Minnie raised her eyebrows at this. A little harsh, don't you think? Just be expecting a detention every 2 to 3 months, and it might be helpful if you did something to warrant a detention. Let me make sure I'm understanding you correctly, Minnie said, holding up one hand. You want me to be a problem student? Snape thought about this and said, yes, it'll make things easier. You think you can handle that, Minerva? Yes, Minnie said. I believe I can. I need to go. The others will probably wonder what's taking me so long. Goodbye. She picked up her bag and headed for the door. I'll see you Friday at 7, Miss James. Minnie looked back, stopping halfway out the classroom door. For what? Detention. You weren't serious about that, were you? Of course I was. When else are you planning on learning to brew your particularly specialized potion? Friday at 7, and don't be late. Minnie stared at Snape. He really was enjoying his newfound authority over her. Well, two can play at that game. If he needed her to be a troublemaker, then that's exactly what he was going to get. Yay, Chapter 5 complete. And ahead of schedule. I've read the name Malcolm Maddox somewhere before, but I don't remember where. I can't remember if I read it in passing in one of the hate books or if I read it in a fanfic. Well, anyway, if this name has come from somebody's fanfic, please allow me to borrow it. If it belongs to you and you don't want me using it, let me know and I'll erase all existence of it in my story. Also, Chapter 6 is going to be delayed for a while. I have a big test coming up that will be sucking up all of my time. Expect at the very least a 2.5-week gap. I will try to get it up before 4 weeks elapse, but no promises. I think that's all I want to say. Now it's your turn to have a part in the happenings of the story. Review and your voice will be heard. Au revoir, Dumbledore's Army here 6. I'm glad to be getting so many wonderful reviews. Thanks especially to Saruman. I'm glad you picked up on the fact that Minerva doesn't just look 16, but that she is 16. So yeah, she is thinking differently than she would if she was her old age, however old that is. This will get more obvious as the story continues. And Blue Mew, I can understand how you would hate Professor Trelawney's class. It was meant to be horrible. Because the way I see it is, Professor Trelawney only knows how to teach one subject, and that is divinitations. Now she's required to teach Dada. She's not entirely sure what she's doing, so she's doing the best she can with what she's got. Professor Dumbledore understands this, and this is also part of the reason he asked Harry to head Dion again, thanks to all my other reviewers. Your encouragements really make me want to keep going with this story, and so I will. But first I must mention that I don't own Harry Potter. Now read on. Chapter 6 Dumbledore's Army. Harry told Hermione and Ron what happened during potions. Ron was ecstatic to learn that Draco Malfoy really wasn't going to be at Hogwarts this year. But Hermione was more concerned with what Pansy had blurted out. Who is she, Harry? And what does Pansy mean? She will be coming for you. Harry shrugged. Don't really know, don't really care. What do you mean you don't care? Hermione exclaimed. This could be serious. I don't think it is, Harry said, shaking his head. Pansy's just pissed off that her boyfriend isn't here, and she's trying to get to me. Malfoy and Parkinson, Ron said, making a spewy face. I bet those two won't be winning any Couple of the Year awards. Well, a nasty boy like Malfoy deserves an equally nasty girl, Hermione said before turning back to Harry. I think you're taking this way too lightly. This could really be something you need to worry about. I wouldn't be surprised if the Parkinson family has some ties with Vo or Hermione. Ron hissed. Don't. Oh fine, Ron. Would you know who? No, Harry said. What I think is that this year I'm going to be way too busy to worry about something a bratty girl having a hissy fit said, because she's upset that the only boy who could stomach taking her to the holiday ball isn't going to be here. But what about what Ron prophesied? For the last time, it wasn't a prophecy, Ron insisted. It was a reading. Hermione finished. Because you're a seer, I know, Ron, but it was still a vision of the future, a vision that said something would be coming for you. Harry, I think what Pansy said is connected to what Ron read. Harry looked at Hermione. That certainly made a lot of sense, and she was probably right. Hermione was almost always right, but after what happened last year, he would not get involved in another adventure. Or at least nothing he could drag his friends into. He would not lose another person he loved, and if that meant ignoring the obvious, then that would be what he did. Deciding the best course of action would be to ignore Hermione's last statement. Harry asked, "What's a seer, and how's that different from a diviner, huh?" "Oh, a seer isn't different from a diviner, not really. A seer is a special kind of diviner. They can read the future in living things like trees and people, and animals and other magical creatures. Anything that's alive, the stars too. Although the stars aren't really alive, there's just some sort of magical quality about them," Hermione answered. "And seers don't just see the future. They can read past events and emotions too, especially if they are strong emotions." Ron nodded. "That's why none of the junk I did in Professor Trelawney's class worked for me. Tea leaves are already dead. Crystal balls are just hunks of glass. We didn't do too much of anything with something that was really living." "Oh," Harry said, immensely relieved to be having a different conversation. He knew Hermione would take the bait. She never could resist explaining something. "Hey, what's going on?" Harry looked back and smiled as Minnie sat down next to him. "Hermione was just explaining to me what a seer is." "Oh," Minnie said, looking over at Ron. "So that's what you are?" Ron nodded. "At least that's what Farrons tells me, and Hermione confirms it. She read about it in all those books she got for me, and that you haven't read yet." Hermione frowned. Ron shrugged, sitting back. "Why should I have to read about it? I'm living it." "Really?" Hermione huffed. "If it was me, I'd want to learn all I could about what I am." Ron frowned. "Seems you already are, and it's not you. You see, Ron, that's your problem. You never Harry turned away from the bickering that would undoubtedly grow into a full-blown argument and looked at Minnie. "What happened with Snape?" "Nothing." Minnie shrugged. "I have detention is all." "Oh," Harry said. "I hope he doesn't have you doing something disgusting." "I don't think it will be that bad," Minnie answered. "Things could be worse, I suppose not," Harry said. "I can't think of anything worse than detention with Snape." Minnie smirked. "That's only because he hates you. He doesn't seem so fond of you," Harry retorted with a grin. "Yeah, well, I plan to give him hell." Minnie grinned. The smile on her face faded as she turned to look Harry in the eye. "What are you going to do?" Harry frowned. "About what?" "About what Pansy said." Harry stared at Minnie. Not her too. He had just gotten out that conversation with Hermione. He didn't want to get in with Minnie. "Pretend like I never heard it." He answered shortly and stood. "I don't care about what you think about Ron," was practically shouting at Hermione. But stopped when he saw Harry's sudden movement. "Where are you going?" "Back to the tower. I have homework," Harry answered, and turned to walk away. He could feel 3 sets of eyes on him, but he didn't look back. They would probably start discussing him as soon as he left the Great Hall. They would be worried, but that just made it all the more important for him to pretend like there wasn't a problem. He knew it was foolish and completely unrealistic to believe if he ignored the trouble that was undoubtedly coming, it won't come, but he didn't know what else to do. He wouldn't watch another friend die. The next few days passed without incident. Everyone was falling back into the rhythm of school. After the first few bumpy days, things were returning to normal, or at least as normal as things got at a school for witchcraft and wizardry. Minnie was getting the hang of being a student, and was even able to suppress the desire to tell Professor Lupin how to teach Transfiguration. She joined in class activities and was starting to gain the same reputation Hermione had, impossibly knowledgeable on every subject imaginable. Harry was right. Their second Defense Against Dark Arts lesson was no better than the first, and she was actually glad Harry had decided to institute Deva. It was good to know that the students of Hogwarts would get a proper lesson from someone. She found potions particularly enjoyable. She did little things that annoyed Snape beyond belief. She constantly interrupted his lesson with stupid questions, made several rude comments about his hair, and would chatter with anyone close enough to be suckered into a conversation. She was careful not to include Harry, though. She didn't want Snape taking any frustrations with her out on Harry, By the end of her second potions class, she had lost 150 points, but she more than made up for that in Transfiguration and Care of Magical Creatures the next day. Soon it was Friday evening, and she found herself making her way down to the dungeons. She pushed the classroom door open and stepped in. Severus looked up as she walked towards his desk. "I'm ready to get started," Mindy said. Snape nodded. "Go get your cauldron set up." He stood and waved his wand. The potion his morning class had been working on disappeared from the blackboard, and a new one began writing across the board. "This is a very delicate potion," Snape said, turning around to look at Mindy as she put out the ingredients needed as they appeared on the blackboard. "If you don't get the measurements exactly right and you drink the potion, my head will explode," Mindy asked, a mock hopeful tone in her voice. Snape narrowed his eyes. "Your head will not explode, though there could be equally disastrous consequences. But no exploding head?" Minnie asked, sounding fairly disappointed. "Too bad. I'd always wonder what the inside of a head looked like. That is not funny." "Minerva, how would you know, Severus? You never had much of a sense of humor." Severus studied her for a moment. "Just get started. You won't leave until you get it right." "I hope it doesn't take too long," Minnie commented, filling her cauldron with water and bringing it to a boil. "Griffin or Quidditch tryouts are tomorrow." "What does that have to do with you?" Snape asked. "I'm trying out," Minnie answered, "and I should probably get as much rest tonight as I can." Snape frowned. "You can't try out," he said. "It's unfair to the other students." "Don't be ridiculous," Minnie said, looking up from the dragon scale she was mincing. "I'm 16 too, you know. Besides, I probably won't make the team. It has been a while since I've played Quidditch. Everybody else will probably be better than me. Then why are you trying out at all?" "Harry asked me to." "Oh, right, Harry." Snape sneered. Minnie frowned. "Yes, Harry. And speaking of the boy, why are you so horrible to him? What are you talking about? In class, you're always staring down your nose at him searching for a mistake. Potter is the one most likely to make a mistake." "Talk about being unfair." Minnie frowned. "You're not even giving Harry a chance." "Give him a chance for what? Potter won't last long in my class, Minerva. He doesn't have the right qualities. You don't know that. You don't try to see what he does right. You're always looking for what he does wrong." "That's because he does very little right." "Oh, just give him a chance, Severus. Take it easy on him, and I will not take it easy on him. That's his problem. Everybody is always letting him off, treating him special. He may have every other professor in the school charmed into believing he's perfect. But I have news for you, Minerva. He is not the sweet little angelic boy everyone is trying to make him out to be. No one said he was an angel. I would be the last person to call him that. He can get himself into his share of trouble, but just because he isn't an angel, Severus, it doesn't make him a devil. You're just as deluded by the great Harry Potter as everybody else, Minerva. That's not true. Harry has never tried to delude anybody, and you're being prejudiced against him." Snape shook his head. "I'll run my class the way I see fit." "I won't put your precious Potter out, but if he can't cut it, Minnie huffed. "If you want to worry about somebody not cutting it, it should be Parkinson. She wouldn't know she had a Selena potion if she drank it and couldn't speak for a month." Snape tilted his head and looked at Minnie curiously. "Now you're making fun of the other students, Minerva." Minnie looked up surprised. She couldn't believe she had just said that about Pansy. She may be 16, but she was still Professor Minerva Mcgonagall, and professors don't call their students stupid. She shook her head, frowning. I don't know what got into me. I shouldn't have said that about Pansy. She has potential." "I'm sorry," Snape shrugged. "You're 16. I suppose you should expect slips of the tongue. Just drop this whole Potter thing and we'll call it even." Mindy nodded. "But Harry would do all right in your class, Severus. You'll see." Snape rolled his eyes. "Fine, Minerva, if you insist on believing that. You need to start your potion over." Minnie blinked, caught a little off guard by Snape's last statement. "Huh?" She looked down at her potion. It looked all right to her. "What? Why, you've left it boiling too long. It's ruined." Snape waved his wand and the contents of Minnie's cauldron disappeared. "Start again, and this time less talk and more work." Minnie frowned, but started again. She soon realized what Severus meant when he said the potion was very delicate. Everything had to be precisely timed and accurately measured, or else it would be either no good or volatile. Several times she put an ingredient in too quickly and her potion exploded on her. She supposed the potion was so complex because it was so modified. The aging potions were never meant to last a full 3 months. They were never meant to last a full 3 hours. She had to start anew 5 times before she finally got the potion right. Then Smate made her brew it 3 more times, just to ensure that the first time wasn't just a lucky chance. It was just past midnight before she left the dungeon classroom, and Minnie wanted nothing more than to never see it again. Minnie awoke the next morning to someone shaking her arm. She cracked one eye open and saw Hermione leaning over her. "Go away," Minnie mumbled sleepily, rolling over. "If you're still planning on trying out for the Quidditch team, Minnie, I suggest you get up." Minnie opened her eyes and sat up. That's right. Today was Saturday. She looked over at Hermione. "What time is? It's 8 a.m. You should have been on the pitch 5 minutes ago." "Oh no," Minnie moaned, rolling out of bed and grabbing her things. "Why didn't you wake me earlier?" "I did," Hermione answered. "At 7:30 a.m. You said you were getting up. I guess you changed your mind." "I don't even remember that," Minnie said as she stood up and stumbled through the door. "Will you go tell Harry I'm on my way there?" "Sure," Hermione answered. "He'll understand. You did get in pretty late last night." "Thanks," Minnie said, rushing out the room, heading for the girls' bathroom. 15 minutes later, her broom in hand and hair still damp, she ran out onto the Quidditch pitch. There were more students present than she had expected, but with so many openings on the team, she guessed she should have expected a large turnout. She looked around and spotted Harry, Ron and Ginny standing off to one side of the field surrounded by a bunch of hopeful Gryffindors. Harry looked back, spotted her and waved. Minnie smiled and returned the wave before walking towards him. "You're just in time," Harry said. "We've already had tryouts for beaters and we're about to see the chasers now." "So I haven't missed anything?" Minnie asked, relieved. "Not a thing," Ron answered. "Here," Harry said, holding out an upside-down wizard's hat. "Draw a number. That's the order you're going to go up in." Minnie reached into the hat and pulled out a slip of paper. She opened it and read, 15. "You're going to be one of the last to go," Harry said, handing the hat to the next kid waiting. "I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I suppose it's all how you look at it, I suppose," Minnie said, staring at her slip of paper and moving back to the end of the group. Harry waited for everyone to take a number before speaking again. "Okay," he called. "You're going to go up in groups of 2. Ron will play keeper, and your goal is to try to get as many scores on him as possible, while still playing well with your other teammates. Ginny is one of our chasers and she'll be flying with you. Any goal she makes as a result of your pass will count as one of yours, but don't try to use her to make all of your goals. That'll just count against you in the end." "All right. Will the people who pulled 1 and 2 please step forward?" 2 students stepped up. One was a first year that Minnie hadn't met yet. He was a small boy with mousy brown hair and more freckles across his face than Ron probably had on his whole body. He had intense blue eyes that were at the moment glowing with nervousness. The other was Hannah Storm, a snippy third-year girl that was gushing confidence. She made an odd contrast with the nervous little boy. "Your names?" Harry asked as he took their numbers. "Tobias Walker," the boy answered. "Hannah Storm," the girl said, lifting her chin. "All right," Harry said, scratching their names down on the piece of parchment he held. He looked up and smiled at them both. "Well, mount your brooms and good luck." Harry blew the referee's whistle and both Hannah and Tobias kicked off into the air. Tobias shot up with a speed Minnie couldn't believe he had. Hannah followed after him, trying to catch up but not quite making it. Ginny raised an eyebrow at the speed of the boy. She looked at Harry. "He's fast." Harry nodded and scratched something down on his parchment. "You had better get going." Ginny nodded and she and Ron took off, Ginny going to join the 2 Gryffindors and Ron flying over to protect the goals. Minnie joined the others waiting to try out on the bleachers while Harry released a quaffle, making sure to keep the bucklers and the snitch strapped in. He then made his way for a high spot in the bleachers where he had a good view and blew his whistle, signaling that the tryout had begun. Hannah immediately went for the quaffle. She scooped it up and flew back at Ron. She attempted a goal, but it was a little too obvious and Ron blocked it easily. He tossed the ball back to Ginny, who passed it to Tobias. The boy weaved around towards the goal, going at it from the right side, but at the last minute he changed direction and attempted to score on the left. Ron didn't see this coming, and though he made a mad dash back to the other end, he couldn't get there in enough time to stop the score. The students below cheered on Tobias. And even at this distance, Minnie could see the grin plastered across his face. The tryout continued in that manner. Hannah scored 2 goals, but for the most part, she was entirely too direct. Ron could see any move she was going to make way before she made it. But Tobias did exceptionally well, scoring 5 more times on Ron. It was mostly due to his incredible speed on the broom. By the time the first group was done, everyone was thoroughly impressed with the boy, even though Harry tried not to show any partiality. He couldn't help but pat the boy on the shoulder and say, "Really good job." He quickly turned away and called, "Next two, please." And so the tryouts were on. Everyone was doing very well, and Minnie felt sorry for Harry, Ron, and Ginny. They were going to have their work cut out for them. Trying to decide who to put on the team. Soon enough, it was her turn and she was stepping up to Harry, along with another boy, handing him her number. "All right," Harry said. "Minnie James and Howard Little." He smiled at them both. "Get ready to kick off and good luck." Minnie mounted her broom. Harry blew his whistle and Minnie took off. Howard sped past her, but she didn't try to catch up with him, instead going her own way. Once in the air, Harry blew the whistle a second time, and Howard shot for the quaffle. Minnie watched him snatch it up and make a rush for the goal. Ron easily deflected the shot and tossed the ball back to Ginny, who in turn passed it to Minnie. Howard turned around and actually went after Minnie in an attempt to get the ball back. "Hey!" Minnie yelled, holding the ball in one hand. She steered with her other and flew under Howard. She shot up once she had gotten past him, headed for Ron. Ron had gotten much better, and being a keeper, and the most goals that had been scored on him all day were the ones made by Tobias. That was because Tobias was fast. But on her broom, a broom she was starting to think might be too much for her. Just last year, she didn't have a hope of being that quick, so she decided to be surprising. Aiming dead for Ron, Minnie flew straight at him. "What are you doing?" Ron yelled when it became apparent that she wasn't about to change course. Minnie said nothing, only flying as straight as she could. Ron bulked first and swerved right. Minnie swerved left at the last minute and tossed the ball into the high hoop. "You're crazy!" Ron shouted as he snatched up the quaffle. "Yeah, but I scored," Minnie answered with a laugh. Ron shook his head. He grinned and tossed the ball back to Ginny. Ginny passed it to Howard, who tried the same trick Minnie had, but it didn't work a second time. Instead of swerving away, Ron flew towards Howard. Ron's broom handle smashed into the other boys, and Howard's broom tilted to the side. "Hey!" Howard yelled as he dropped the ball. Minnie saw it coming and swooped below. She caught the ball, flew under Ron, and shot up. She tossed the ball into the high hoop and swerved around. "That's two!" she yelled, waving 2 fingers in Ron's face. "Yeah, and no more," Ron said, slapping at her hand but purposely missing. Minnie laughed and flew back out where she could get the quaffle again. Ron wasn't kidding about not letting her score again. There was nothing Minnie could do to make another goal, try as she might. But she had more fun than she thought she would playing, and she wasn't as bad off as poor Howard, who didn't get the chance to score once. Harry blew his whistle again and called them down to the field. "I believe that was everybody," Harry said once everybody had landed and dismounted. "We'll make our decisions on who makes the team and post the final results on the board in the Gryffindor common room by Monday afternoon," Harry said. "But I want you all to know, you did very well. I was extremely impressed by everybody, and even if you don't make the team, you should all still be proud of yourself." He looked around at the group. That's it. You're dismissed." Minnie turned and headed with the others back towards the school. She didn't think she had made the team, but it was nice to play Quidditch again. Glancing over her shoulder, she watched Harry, Ron, and Ginny walking towards the bleachers and sitting down. Their heads were bent together as they discussed the tryouts and possibly who would make the team. Minnie smiled. Harry really was going to make a great captain. She knew she had made the right decision, and he would be a great student, especially in potions. After last night, Minnie wanted nothing more than to prove Snape wrong. He was determined to have Harry fail his class, but she was just as determined to have Harry pass. And Harry would pass with the highest marks possible. She would make sure of it, even if kill her. Monday came and Harry had to post the results of the tryouts. There was a crowd of Gryffindors waiting around the board. Harry, Ginny, and Ron had had a hard time deciding on the final cut for the team. Choosing new beaters was easy enough. They picked a pair of second-year twins, Simon and Simone Jackson. They were small, but they were quick and worked flawlessly together. There was just something about twin partnerships. It was like they shared one brain. And right now, Gryffindor needed beaters that actually worked with each other. Plus, being Angelina's little cousins didn't hurt. Choosing new chasers was a whole different story. Tobias Walker was an obvious choice, but after him, nobody else stood out. The three must have debated over who should fill the final spot for the rest of Saturday and the better part of Sunday. But in the end, Harry was sure they made the right decision. He pushed through the crowd of students standing around the board and posted the parchment listing the results on it, along with a tentative list of practice times. He had to fight his way back out of the crowd as everyone rushed in. Trying to read the paper all at once, Harry made his way to the couch in front of the fireplace, where Hermione, Ron, and Mindy were seated. He sat down, ignoring the disappointed groans and excited yelps coming from the other side of the room. Harry looked at Mindy, who appeared to be working on Transfiguration homework. "Aren't you going to see if you made it?" he asked. "I probably haven't," Minnie answered, glancing up from her work for a second before going back to it. "You don't know that," Harry said. "Just the same, I'd rather wait for the crowd to die down some." She said. She looked up at Harry and asked, "Have you done your potions homework yet?" "It's due tomorrow." "Oh," Harry said. "I know. I'll work on it tonight." "I think you ought to work it now," Minnie said, closing her Transfiguration book and pulling out her potions book. "Come on, we'll do it together." "There's no rush," Harry said. "We have time." "Yeah, but you have to get your work perfect," Minnie said. "You heard Snape. He'll kick anybody he doesn't think is doing well enough out." "Minnie's right, Harry," Hermione said, glancing up from her arithmetic. "You had better start your homework, personally," Ron jumped in. "I'd be glad to get out Snape's class." Harry nodded his agreement. "I wouldn't complain, but I would," Minnie answered. "If you leave, I'd be all by myself. And who am I supposed to make rude comments to about his hair then?" Harry grinned. "Oh, fine then. Let's do our homework, but only after you look and see if you've made the team." "All right," Minnie said, standing. "If that's what it takes to get you to work on potions." She left the group and walked over to join the gaggle of students around the board. Hermione looked at her and then back at Harry and Ron. "Did she make the team?" she asked. Harry grinned and Ron nodded. "It was a hard choice," Ron said, "but Minnie was really good on the broom. Plus, we like her, really." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Just a few days ago." "Ron, you were claiming she worked for you know who." "Just a few days ago, I was being paranoid," Ron answered. "I still think there's something different about her, but she's an all-right person." "Yeah," Harry said, watching Minnie as she got tired of waiting at the back of the group and started pushing her way to the front of the line. "She's a very all-right person." Harry could feel two sets of eyes on him, and he looked back at Ron and Hermione. "What? Over Joe already, I see." Hermione said no. Harry gasped. "It's not like," but Minnie was back. She plopped down next to Harry and threw her arms around his neck. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she said. She gave him a kiss on the cheek and Harry could feel the blood rush into his face. "You guys won't be sorry. I'll be the best chaser you've ever seen," Minnie said, rushing over to give Ron an equally tight hug. "Thank you." She released Ron and turned to head for the girls' dorms. Ron's ears were slightly pink, but Harry knew that was nothing compared to the scarlet his cheeks must be. "I have to go find Ginny and thank her," Minnie said, halfway to the door leading up to the girls' rooms. "But we're still doing our potions as soon as I get back," she said, spinning around to look at Harry. "So get your book out." "Uh-huh," Harry said, ducking his head so Minnie wouldn't see the blush still plastered across his face. Hum, Hermione grinned as soon as Minnie had left the room. Harry looked at her, and Hermione gave him a knowing smile before turning back to her homework. The days turned into weeks, and soon September was melting away into October. No more excitement happened. Ron didn't have any more readings during class, and the school was gradually forgetting he was even a diviner. Even Parvati and Lavender were leaving him alone, much to Ron's relief. As October steadily came closer, the school began to buzz with talk about the first Dita meeting. It had taken Harry the better part of September to pick the perfect day. Working around Quidditch practices and student schedules wasn't easy. But several meetings with all the Quidditch captains, including to his displeasure the Slytherin, and numerous polls of the students, led him to believe that Thursday was probably the day most students could make it. So, on Monday of the last week of September, he announced the first meeting of DO would be October 2nd. Anticipating a large turnout, Professor Dumbledore told him he could hold the meeting in the Great Hall. Harry didn't know if he'd have that many students out, but he could probably use the extra space anyway. But until then, he still had to deal with classes. Harry had to admit he had been nervous about going to defense against the dark arts the next day. He wasn't sure how Professor Trelawney would take him teaching a class she was supposed to be over, but to his utmost surprise, she was completely supportive. Halfway through their lesson searching tarot cards for dark enemies, she floated over to Ron's and Harry's table. Both Ron and Harry were doing terribly at the lesson and had just started making up scenarios they thought fit the picture on the cards. Okay, Ron said, looking down at a card he held in his hand. This guy has a lot of swords stuck in him, so obviously that means somebody's going to stab you in the back, Harry. Really? Harry asked. Oh yeah, Ron answered. And because the guy on the card is blonde, it will be a brunette that does it. Okay, Harry said. What else? Okay, let's see. And since it's a guy on the card, that means the person will be a girl. Yeah, a girl. And she won't use swords. What's opposite of a sword? Harry shrugged. How about a feather? That sounds good, Ron said. The girl will stab you with a feather. But where are the feathers, Harry? Harry grinned. So let me get this straight. A brunette girl is going to stab me in the back with a feather? It's possible, Ron said, laying the card down and drawing the next. I mean, if I was gonna stab somebody in the hi, Professor Trelawney. Harry looked back to see Professor Trelawney staring down at him. She smiled mistily. How are the readings going? Brilliantly, Ron lied. I knew it would be for my star pupil. Professor Trelawney turned her large eyes on Harry. I hear you're going to host the defense against the Dark Arts Club. Oh, yes, Harry answered, a bit nervously. Professor Trelawney smiled a real smile. Oh, good. I'm glad my influence is rubbing off on you already. I would like to be of some assistance in your little endeavor. She pulled 3 books out of her robes and sat them on the table. I bought these over the summer when Professor Dumbledore asked if I would teach this class, she said. I of course don't need them, but I believe you will be showing the students what to do if they cannot master the eye in enough time to prevent being attacked dark forces. You may find them more useful than I. Harry picked up the books, fully expecting to see something like finding danger by reading the signs, but to his surprise they were real defense against the dark art books. It was a 3-volume set, Practical Defense. By Unpractical Methods, he flipped through the first book, spotting several spells he would probably get into a lot of trouble for using, but he couldn't wait to try out. Thanks, Harry said. I can really use these. Professor Trelawney nodded. I know, she said. If you need anything else, stop by and see me. She turned around and floated off. Who knew Professor Trelawney could be helpful? Ron said, who had grabbed volume 2 of the series. Wow, a body-binding curse that's strong enough to work on vampires. He looked up at Harry. That's a serious spell. Will you teach us this one? Maybe, Harry said, looking at the technique for the curse. He grinned. He was going to have fun with these books. It was potions that he should have been worried about, however. All his other teachers really had lightened their workload on him. Professor Trelawney had given Harry a free pass on homework for the rest of the year, saying that data was more than enough outside work to make up for whatever assignments she might assign. Professor Lupin didn't ask him to write as long of essays, usually shaving a couple of inches off the assignments. He had never had much trouble in Hagrid's class, and the only person Firenze was really concerned with doing homework was Ron. But Snape seemed to give him extra work. If it was not for Mindy, Harry didn't know how he would keep up in the class. I hate him, Harry said, tossing his quill down and sitting back on the couch. He was back in Gryffindor Tower, sitting in his usual place in front of the fire. Mindy was seated next to him. I know, she said, looking up from her potions book. But you've got to do this, Harry. I want to quit. Harry said, refusing to look at his homework. No, you don't, Mindy answered. You need potions if you're going to be an R. No, I don't, Harry said, stubbornly. Mindy smiled at him and wrapped one arm around his shoulders. Yes, you do, Harry. And come on, you've gotten this far. Don't give up now. He's got to let up on you soon. Harry smiled at Mindy. He liked it when she sat close to him. It almost made potions worth it. All right, I guess I can keep going. Good. Mindy grinned, turning back to her work. How far have you gotten on that essay? I have 2.5 feet. One more foot to go and then I'm done. Good. Mindy said, can I read what you've got so far? Harry nodded, sliding Mindy his parchment. He looked up as Hermione and Ron stepped through the portrait hole. They walked over, Ron flopping down in the armchair. Hermione taking a seat next Minnie. What are you two working on? Hermione asked. Potions, Minnie answered. You should be working on your first lesson for Dita, Ron said, frowning at the potions homework. Harry nodded. Yeah, but if I don't do this now, I never will. Ron shrugged and pulled out his Divinitations book. Say, Harry, can I read your palm? I'm supposed to read 3 people for homework, and Firenze will know if I make it up. Harry glanced up. I don't remember that assignment. That's because I'm the only one who has to do it. Ron answered. What do you say? Harry looked at Ron. He didn't know if he was entirely comfortable with Ron reading him. While for the most part Ron hadn't been seeing anything, Harry didn't want to chance any dark visions. So far, there hadn't been any trouble and he didn't want any to turn up. Maybe later, Harry said. It's okay, Ron said, looking at Harry. I'll go find Colin. He owes me. Hermione watched Ron walk away. He's really taking this class seriously, she said. You expected him not to? Minnie asked, glancing over at Hermione. Hermione shrugged. I don't know. It's a nice change, though. She looked over at Harry. You should let him read you, Harry. He's not completely accurate, but it's fun. I'm sure it is, Harry said, never looking up. It's alright if you're nervous, Hermione said, but there's really nothing to worry about. I know, Harry said. Tell me everything you know about Snapewood, he added, just to change the subject. I know a lot about Snapewood, Hermione said. Good, Harry said. That should make up the last foot of my essay. Loads of homework from Snape again? Harry nodded. He's only doing it because you're over Dia, Hermione said. It's like you're teaching the class he's always wanted. Harry nodded again. I hate him. Hermione smiled. I know. Harry finished up his potions homework well. Minnie and Hermione finished it for him and he went up to his room where it was quiet to plan for his first Dia meeting. He hadn't been working an hour when Ron came in. Harry glanced up at him. He looked a bit distracted and a little worried. Is something wrong? Harry asked. I don't know, Ron answered. I think something's going to happen. Harry frowned. What do you mean? Ron shook his head. I don't know. It was foggy. He looked over at Harry for the first time since stepping into the room. I think we ought to keep an eye on Colin. Harry didn't know what to say to this, but Ron wasn't expecting a response and went on. I tried to warn him, but I didn't exactly know what to say. I don't think he was listening anyway. What do you think is going to happen to him? Harry asked. I don't know. All I saw was dark. That can't be good though, right? He looked at Harry questioningly. Harry shook his head. Maybe you should ask someone. Firenze or Hermione even. She's read a lot about divination since you became a diviner. Ron shook his head again. No, it was probably nothing. Let's just keep an eye on him. He sat down on the edge of his bed. He was much paler than he had been an hour earlier. I think I'll go to bed now, Ron said. Harry watched Ron, wondering if maybe he should tell someone. But if he told, then that would be acknowledging that there might be something wrong, and he desperately did not want anything to be wrong. Before Harry knew it, October had come and then October 2nd was there. Harry could not get through his breakfast the morning of the 2nd without someone coming up asking him about what he had planned for the evening's lesson. The first year seemed particularly excited and they buzzed around most of the morning. He found it difficult to focus in classes, but Professor Trelawney seemed to understand and left him to his thoughts. He had no such luck with Professor Snape, who found any opportunity to pick on him. Snape was quizzing Harry about the details of a sleeping potion Harry never even heard of. When Minnie jumped in, she answered every question before Harry could open his mouth. Professor Snape whirled on Mindy. I'm speaking to Mr. Potter, Miss James. I expect him to answer the questions. Well, I'm speaking to you, Mindy said, and if I know the answers, I will give them. Snape frowned. Detention, Miss James. Tonight at 6. But Dia is tonight at 6, Minnie said. You can't give me detention for then. Snape became very quiet. His already pale skin lost even more of its color and he looked ashen-faced. He was dangerously angry. I will give you detention when I choose, he answered quietly. Minnie rolled her eyes at him. Oh, fine, Severus. Whatever makes you happy. Harry, along with the rest of the class, stared at Mindy. She had called Snape by his first name. Either she was very brave or very insane. What did you call me? Professor Snape hissed. Minnie didn't answer. She folded her arms across her chest and attempted to stare Snape down. I will see you every night for a week, Snape said, and it won't be fun and games. Oh, darn, Minnie said. Now I have to put away my party hat. Little spots of color formed on Snape's cheeks. They stood out against his white skin. He said nothing to Minnie. Instead, he whirled around, his black robes flaring out about him, and marched to his desk. Professor Snape was so angry with Minnie that he had completely forgotten Harry. And he left the boy alone for the rest of the period. "I can't you believe you did that?" Harry said to Minnie as they were leaving the dungeon classroom. "Did what?" Minnie asked nonchalantly. "What do you mean, did what?" Harry asked. "Minnie, you really took a blow back there." Minnie laughed. "What are you talking about, Harry? A week with Snape." Minnie smiled. "I kept him off your back, didn't I? Remember I promised." Harry took Minnie's hand and squeezed it. "I won't forget this," he said, looking her in her large eyes. Minnie looked back at Harry. He could see just the tiniest of blushes starting to work its way across her nose. She looked down. Seeming to remember that she was holding his hand, she took it back quickly. "It was nothing," she said, looking away. "I have to go to that thing." She turned and hurried off, though it seemed to Harry she had just picked a random direction and gone it. Harry didn't see Minnie again that evening. He had thought he'd see her at dinner, which had been moved up to accommodate the night's tea meeting, but she never turned up. Harry didn't stay long, though. He found it hard to eat, wondering about what would happen that night, but mostly thinking about Minnie. He left early, telling Ron and Hermione he had to prepare for the night. At 5:30 a.m. I met up with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny and headed down to the Great Hall. Again, he didn't see Minnie, but he assumed she was probably on her way down to the dungeons. When he arrived at the Great Hall, he found that it was looked a good deal different from the way it had looked that morning. The longhouse tables were gone. In the middle of the room was a large pedestal. Harry walked towards it warily. "Am I supposed to stand on that?" he asked. He had just assumed he would be floor level with the other people there. He wasn't sure he would like standing above everyone else's head. "I guess it's so everybody can see you," Hermione said. Walking towards the pedestal, "Does Professor Dumbledore think that many people will show up?" Harry asked. "All of the fifth years will be here," Ginny said, "and that alone should fill up this room, maybe," Harry said. He walked over to the pedestal, dumping the books he had brought down with him on it, and sat down on the edge. "Harry, I was thinking about how you should go about this," Hermione said, joining Harry on the pedestal. "There will be a lot more people this time around, and you might do better if you split everybody up into groups. First, second, and third years could go in one group. Fourth and sixth years in another. If any seventh years show up, they can go with them. The fifth years should be by themselves, so you can go over stuff that will probably be on the owls. That way you can show the younger students things more appropriate to their age, and not have to worry about the older ones becoming bored with old spells." "How does that sound?" "Sounds okay," Harry answered, "but I was only planning on one lesson." "What were you going to do?" Hermione asked. Harry shrugged. "I figured I'd start with the basics. I'd show everyone some simple stunning spells, and that shield charm I showed you guys last year seemed to work well." "The older kids already know that stuff," Ron said. "Hermione's right. You had to split us up, okay?" Harry said. "But what will I go over with the fourth, fifth, and sixth years then?" "How about that body binding curse that's strong enough for vampires?" Ron answered. "I know you've been practicing it." Harry grinned. He had been working with the curse, and a good deal more from the books Professor Trelawney had given him. "In his spare time, I could do that, but how is anyone going to practice it?" Hermione reasoned. "A spell that strong would be dangerous to humans. You can't expect people to partner up and practice on each other." Harry nodded. "I know, but I guess I can just show everyone the technique. Maybe I can talk to Professor Lupin and see if he can get us a boggart. If we can get it to turn into a vampire, people can take turns practicing on it, and it would be good to show the first and second years what to do with boggarts." Ginny nodded her agreement. "And good review for the fifth years," Hermione shrugged. "I suppose that sounds all right, but your first lesson will be a short one." "I wasn't planning on it being too long," he said. He dug through the pile of books he had brought with him until he found Volume 2 of Practical Defense by Unpractical Methods, and began reading up on the Totalis Dominutist. It was 5 till 6 when the first of the students began to trickle in. Cho Chen was among the first to arrive. She walked over to Harry. "Hi," she said, smiling at him. "So, how are you?" Harry looked up at her. "I'm good. You look good," she said. Thanks." She smiled again before turning around and going to join some of her friends. Harry frowned at her back shrug, then turned back to his book. "You know, she broke up with Michael Corner," Ginny said quietly, leaning towards Harry. Harry looked up. "I didn't know." He said, "I only know because Michael tried to get back with me." "You didn't take him back, did you?" Ron asked, looking quite horrified at the idea. "Course not," Ginny answered. "I'm dating Dean. Anyway, Harry, I guess she's trying to let you know she's available again." "Oh," Harry said. He thought about whether or not he cared, and decided he didn't. He said nothing more on the subject and went back to practicing the wrist flicks of the binding curse. By 6 o'clock, the great hall was filled. Harry was slightly surprised to see the huge turnout. All of the fifth years were present. He had expected that, but he didn't expect a unanimous showing from the first and second years, including most of, if not all of, the Slytherins. All of the Gryffindors had come, and nearly all of the Hufflepuffs and Ravenscrolls. Even a good deal of the seventh years had showed up. He saw that Hermione was right. The only way he would be able to show anybody anything was to break them up into groups. Standing on top of the pedestal, Harry waited for everyone to notice that he was ready to start and quiet down. When he had everyone's attention, he began, "Okay, welcome to the first meeting of DIA. First off, I'd like everybody to split up. First, second, and third years to the right side of the room, please. You guys are Group 1, fifth years in the middle. You're Group 2. And fourth, sixth, and seventh years take the left. You can be Group 3. There was a good deal of shuffling as everyone found their places. Harry waited once again for the room to quiet down. "All right, Group 1, you will work on a simple stunning spell today. Can I get a volunteer, please?" No one stepped forward immediately. After a bit mumbling, one small brown head started making its way to the platform, and to Harry's surprise, Tobias Walker stepped up on the low stage. "What do you have to do?" he asked. "Nothing." Harry answered, "Just stand there." He turned back to Group 1. "All right, I'm going to stun Tobias." He turned back to Tobias. "Are you ready?" Tobias nodded. Harry held up his wand and yelled, "Stupefy!" Tobias became rigid and fell back. There was a collective gasp from the first and second years, who hadn't had a chance to see the spell in action. Harry quickly revived the boy and instructed Group 1 to break into pairs to practice. He then turned his attentions to the fifth years and quickly demonstrated the shielding spell at Jusei Protegas and set them to work in pairs, one person attempting to stun his partner and the other trying to shield the blast. Finally, he turned to the last group. "Okay, I thought you should work on something harder. There is a body binding spell that is strong enough to bind vampires. The spell is too strong to be performed on each other, so I'll just teach you the words and show you the technique. What you need to say is, Totalis Dominatus. Make sure you flick your wrist like this." He demonstrated flicking his wrist in a smooth upward and downward motion, "or the spell won't come off right." He looked back at all the waiting faces. "Okay," he called, "everyone, get started." Soon the great hall was filled with the sounds of kids shouting "Stupefy" and "Protega" and jets of red and green bouncing off the walls. Harry hopped down from the platform and walked through the crowds of students, correcting mistakes and ducking random magical blasts. Professor Dumbledore stopped in for about half an hour. He watched the goings-on a bit. He sent Harry a nod and a wink before stepping out of the room again. After about 2 hours of practice, Harry decided everyone had worked hard enough for the night. He was fairly sure most of the fifth years had gotten a hang of the stunning spell and shielding charm. Judging from the great number of first, second, and third years shaken off the effects of Stupefy, he was confident they had picked up that spell. The fourth, sixth, and seventh years were having some trouble with Totalis Dominatus, but he expected that. It was a tricky spell, and the majority of them were doing very well. Harry hopped back onto the platform and shot off a series of red sparks. This got everybody's attention, and they turned to look at him. "Okay," he called. "That's enough for tonight. I think everyone is doing fairly well. But if you have any questions, I'll wait here for a bit afterward. We'll meet again, same time next week. See you then." The students began putting away their wands and exiting the great hall. Hermione walked up the platform. "Harry, I have to go. I've still got a little arithmetic homework to do," she said. "I'll see you back at the tower." Harry nodded. "See you." Ron waved at Harry, following after Hermione. "Bye, Harry," he called, before disappearing into the crowd of departing students. Gradually the great hall emptied out and Harry began to gather up his books. He turned around, about to leave, when he spotted Dennis Creevy coming back in. "Is something wrong?" Harry asked. "No," Dennis answered. "It's just that my brother wants to interview you about your first DITA meeting." He ran back up to the tower to get his notepad. "I told him I'll ask you to wait now," Harry asked. He wants to interview me now. Dennis shrugged. He figures he won't get a chance to later. Would you wait for him? Harry sighed. Sure, I guess. Great. Dennis grinned. I'll go tell him. The boy turned on his heels and ran out. Leaving Harry alone, Harry sat down on the stage to wait and began thumbing through his books. He heard the doors open and he looked up, fully expecting to see Colin walking in. He was pleasantly surprised, however, to see that it was Mindy approaching him. He smiled at her. Hi, Minnie grinned back. She looked exhausted. One long strand of hair had come down from her usually tight ponytail. There was a smudge of dirt on her left cheek. I guess I missed the whole thing. Yeah, Harry said. Sorry, it's okay, Minnie said, walking over to sit down next to Harry. I'll catch it next week. So, did it go well? Harry nodded. It went very well. He looked at her and the tired expression on her face. What did Snape have you doing? Minnie grimaced, cleaning the grim out of the corners in his class. I swear that class hadn't been cleaned since the school was built. I never even noticed there was grim in the corners of the class. Well, you'd better notice that there isn't any now, and I expect a compliment on how spotless everything is too, or you'll be sorry. Harry Potter. Harry grinned. He reached up and brushed the loose strand of her hair behind her ear. I promise I'll notice, he said. Minnie looked up at Harry. That tiny blush was starting to spread across her nose again, and to Harry she had never looked prettier. Harry touched the smudge on her cheek and in a moment of insanity or clarity decided he wanted to kiss her. He leaned towards her. Harry, Minnie whispered quietly. Her warm breath touched his lips, and he closed his eyes, moving in closer. Their noses touched and then their glasses collided. Harry sat back, and Minnie turned away. Harry laughed nervously. I had forgotten these, he said, reaching up to take off his glasses. Minnie had removed hers as well and was rubbing the bridge of her nose. Harry, we can't, but Harry wasn't listening. He was thinking it was now or never. He touched her cheek again, and Minnie stopped talking. She turned to look at Harry. There was a something in her eyes, longing and something else. Was it reluctance? Harry decided not to think any more. He leaned towards her. Their lips were inches apart, and then they met. At first Harry thought Minnie was going to pull away, but then she was leaning into the kiss. Harry felt her arms wrap around his waist. The tip of her tongue touched his lips, and he parted them. He leaned into the kiss, pulling her closer, but then her hands were on his chest. She pulled back, pushing him away gently, almost unwillingly. Harry, Minnie said, standing up and walking a few feet away, her back to him. We can't. What? Harry asked. Didn't you mean? I thought. Minnie turned around. It's not that. It's just, but whatever she was going to say was cut off by the creak of the great hall door. Harry looked up annoyed, and for the second time that night was surprised to see the person walking through the doors. This time it was Ron, followed by Hermione. He looked incredibly distraught, staring wildly around the room. Where's Colin? He asked, completely ignoring the fact that Harry and Minnie had been in the middle of something. I don't know, Harry snapped. Ron looked at Harry but didn't register the annoyance in his voice. Come on, we have to find him. He turned and ran back out of the great hall. Harry looked at Hermione, who shrugged. Sorry, she apologized, but I think we should keep up with. Harry nodded, and he and Minnie followed Hermione out of the great hall. They caught up with Ron quickly and headed down one of the many deserted corridors of Hogwarts. What's going on? Minnie asked. Hermione shook her head. I'm not entirely sure. Ron saw Dennis and just got this weird look in his eyes. Then he said we had to find Colin, that something was wrong. Harry thought back to other night when Ron had come back to their room and what he said about Colin. He jogged a few paces so that he was strolling alongside Ron. Does this have something to do with what you saw when you read Colin? Ron nodded. I think so. When I saw Dennis earlier, there was, I don't know, a black cloud hanging over his head. But it wasn't about himself. It was about his brother. We have to find him before it's Ron. Stopped that. Harry quickly halted to keep from outrunning his friend. He felt Hermione bump into him. What is it? She asked. Too late, Ron moaned. He was staring into a darkened hall. All of the posted torches were out. Harry frowned. That really happened at Hogwarts. He pulled out his wand. Lumos. He shined a thin beam of light into the hall, and there, less than halfway down, was a boy lying on his stomach. It was Colin. Harry recognized his curling hair, the notepad lying next to him. Colin, Harry called, but the boy wasn't moving. He looked very dead. Behind him, Minnie moaned. I'd better go get Madame Pomfrey. he heard Hermione say that what Madame Pomfrey could do for Colin Creevey now was beyond Harry. Someone should tell Professor Dumbledore. Harry said, "I'll go." Minnie volunteered and hurried away. Harry walked over to the boy and knelt down beside his body. He looked back at Ron, who hadn't come any further than the entrance. He looked paler than Harry ever remembered seeing him. "Are you okay?" "I knew this was going to happen," Ron whispered. "I knew and I didn't stop it." He sat down on the floor hard. "I'm sorry." "Colin." Harry looked back at the boy on the floor, and for a second he thought he was looking at Cedric Diggory. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, and when he opened them again, he noticed something hadn't noticed before: a single black owl feather lying gently across Colin's right hand. "Well, there's chapter 6. I thought it'd take me longer to finish, but once I started working on it, I didn't want to stop. It's way longer than my past chapters, but I had a lot to get out this time around. Well, I put Harry and Minnie together, but you guys saw that coming. Alright, I got more votes for those two, and I was kinda leaning that way myself. I think it should work out well, even if it doesn't end entirely happy. Anyway, I hope you'll all enjoy it. That is all from me. Today's fanfic was brought to you by the letter R, and what begins with R. Review. At Comedy here 7. I got so many pretty reviews. You guys really do love me. I don't like a lot of stuff before a chapter, so I'm going to put comments to the reviews at the end. So I will say that I don't own Harry Potter and let you get on with the chapter. Enjoy Chapter 7. A comedy. The atmosphere in Gryffindor Tower after the discovery of Colin was dismal at best. The good news was that the boy wasn't dead, as Harry had first thought. The bad news was that he didn't have much longer to live. Colin had been poisoned with basilisk blood. There was no true cure for it, only potions that could slow the progress of the poison. Minnie had told Hermione Professor Snape was doing all he could to concoct an antidote, but the prognosis didn't look good. Harry just couldn't understand why Colin had been poisoned in the first place. If ever there was a random strike at the student body, this was one. Dennis was absolutely miserable. From what Harry understood, his parents wanted to take him home, but he had refused. He didn't want to leave his brother, who, according to Madame Pomfrey, was in no condition to be moved. He spent his days in the hospital wing, and whenever he did return to Gryffindor Tower, he sat by himself, speaking to no one. If there was anyone as miserable as Dennis, it was Ron. Ron blamed himself for what happened to Colin. He kept saying he should have stopped it from happening at all. No matter how Harry and Hermione tried to convince him it wasn't his fault, Ron wouldn't hear it. He would only shake his head and say, "I knew something was going to happen, and I didn't do anything about it." Hermione was immensely worried about Ron, trying everything she could to cheer him up. Eventually, she hit on the idea of the three of them attempting to find a cure for the basilisk blood. Ron claimed the whole endeavor was pointless, hopeless, and an incredible waste of time. But it gave him something to focus on, and it made him feel useful. Harry had to agree with Ron's assessment of the project, but if it made his friend feel better, he'd gladly search through every book in the school. Well, this one should do too, Hermione found, tossing an old tome on ancient magical remedies aside. "Any luck, Harry?" They were in the library once again, sifting through the vast literature on magical cures. Harry looked up from modern magical maladies and shook his head. "Nothing of any use," he answered. "We're looking for the wrong thing," Ron said, pushing his book aside. "What should we be looking for?" Hermione asked, already nose deep in another book. "The person who did this to Colin in the first place," Ron answered. Harry looked up. They had been through this several times before, and always drew a blank. They had no clues. "Nothing to go by. We've tried that," Harry said. "This isn't like any of the other times. There's nothing particularly characteristic about what happened to Colin. Anybody could have slipped him poison." Ron shook his head. "I've been working it through," he said. "Whoever did it had to have been able to get their hands on basilisk blood. That's not easy stuff to come by. You can't just walk into any old shop and order a pint." He leaned in close and said quietly, "And listen, I think I know who did it." Hermione frowned. "How could you possibly know who did it, Ron?" "Harry's right. There really isn't anything to go on. The basilisk blood is more than enough," Ron argued. "It had to be someone with major ties to dark magic, like someone who is in with you-know-who. It had to have been one of the Slytherins." Hermione gave Ron a disapproving look. "Oh, come on," Ron said defensively. "Don't tell me the thought hadn't crossed both your minds." Harry nodded, and Hermione turned that look on him. "Well, the thought had crossed my mind. All right, Hermione said. Let's say it was one of the Slytherins. Which one was it? Pansy Parkinson, Ron answered without hesitation. What makes you sure it was her? Hermione asked. It had to be her. She was pissed off about Malfoy, then why would she take it out on Colin? Harry asked. It's me she blames for Malfoy not being here. Ron frowned. I don't know, she's Slytherin, and all Slytherin are bloody evil kids. You're going to need a bit more evidence than that, Hermione said. Harry shook his head. Nothing's adding up, he said. It would make sense to think it was one of the Slytherins considering who most of their parents are friendly with. But why would they pick on Colin Creevey of all people? We're missing something. Hermione agreed. If we could just figure out what that was, I know we can figure out what really happened to Colin. Ron looked down at his book, then back up at Harry. What about that owl feather you found? Oh yeah, in the week that had passed since Colin's discovery, Harry had completely forgotten about the owl feather. He had picked it up that night, before Madame Pomfrey and Professor Dumbledore had arrived. He had pocketed the feather and allowed it to slip to the back of his mind. Now Harry reached into his pocket and felt around for the feather. He found it and pulled it out. He looked at it and remembered the identical one on his nightstand next to his bed. It's just an owl feather, he said, twirling it in his fingers. They're all over the castle. I found one on the first night here. You did? Hermione asked, taking the feather from Harry and studying it. When I was going up to talk to Professor Dumbledore, Harry answered. I thought I saw a shadow pass over my head. I figured it was Peeves, but when I looked around, there wasn't anything there. Then I found the feather on the floor. Is it just like this one? Hermione asked, waving the feather in front of Harry's face. Yeah, I think so, Harry answered. Why didn't you tell us you had already found one? Hermione asked, frowning. Harry shrugged. It's not like it's uncommon to find owl feathers at Hogwarts, given the enormous amount of owls here, but there are no black owls at the school, Harry. Hermione said. Harry frowned. Are you sure? Hermione nodded. In the past 6 years, I have never seen a black owl. So, Ron shrugged. Someone got a new owl. But don't you see, Hermione said. It's possible that whoever owns that owl is probably the person who hurt Colin. Oh, Harry said, catching on to Hermione's line of reasoning. And if the owl is new, that would mean there is probably only one. Hermione nodded. If we can find the owl, it's very likely we can find the culprit, Ron grinned. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the Owlery, see if we can't find this owl. We can't go tonight, Hermione said. It's late. It'll be dark and most of the owls would be out for the night anyway. We should wait till morning, and you should probably get that other feather, Harry, just to make sure they're from the same bird. Harry nodded. It's on my nightstand. I'll bring it down in the morning. I think for the first time, we actually got somewhere. Ron said, slamming his book shut. Maybe we should quit while we're ahead. That might be a good idea. Hermione agreed, gathering up a few of the scattered books. Here, I'll take these out, just in case there's something in them that might help Colin. You guys go ahead. All right, Ron said, stammering. Come on, Harry. Bye, Hermione, Harry said. Before turning and following Ron out of the library, they walked back to Gryffindor Tower, mostly in silence, though Ron was in much better spirits now that they had something substantial to follow up on. Soon they were standing in front of the portrait of the fat lady. Harry opened his mouth to say the password. When the portrait swung open and Minnie stepped out, she stopped, looked at the two in front of her and blinked. Oh, hi, she said. Hello, Ron answered. Where are you going? To see Professor Dumbledore, she replied. To discuss my behavior in Snub's class. She glanced over at Harry. Their eyes met for a second, but she quickly glanced away. So, I'll see you both later, she said and hurried off. Ron looked after her. Raising an eyebrow, he looked over at Harry. What's going on with you two? Harry turned to watch Minnie go. Ever since that night in the Great Hall, Minnie had been avoiding him. She still walked to classes with him and ate with him, but she always made sure to put a good bit of distance between them. She never looked him in the eye, and she hardly spoke to him, unless it was about classwork. Harry regretted more than anything that he had kissed her. He'd be happy if they could just go back to being friends again, though he was afraid things would never be same. Harry looked over at Ron. I don't know. Minnie knocked tentatively on Professor Dumbledore's door. She waited for him to call come in before pushing the door open and stepping into the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore looked at her and smiled. Professor Snape was standing next to Dumbledore's desk, and it looked like the two of them had been in the middle of a discussion. For a second, Minnie thought that she might really be there to discuss her behavior. "Have a seat, Miss James," Professor Dumbledore said, waving a hand at one empty chair in front of his desk. Minnie sat and looked at the headmaster questioningly. Nothing particularly significant had happened since Colin, and she didn't really know what she was doing there. "Tell me, Miss James, how are things between you and Mr. Potter?" "What?" Minnie asked, looking at Professor Dumbledore with what she knew must have been the doppiest expression imaginable. Last thing she expected was to come in here and discuss her relationship with Harry. "I've noticed," Professor Dumbledore went on, "that you and Harry don't seem as close as you have once before. Is something wrong?" "Oh no," Minnie lied. "Everything is fine." "You're lying, Minerva," Professor Snape said. "I am not." Minnie lied again. "Then why don't you sit next to Potter in class?" "You never look at him. The first couple weeks you two were in my class, I couldn't get you to stop talking. Now you won't say a word to him." "I do sit next to him," Minnie said defensively. "Yes, but there is a good 10 feet between the two of you. That's in case my potion explodes or something." "That's a very poor excuse, Minerva." Snape smiled nastily. "Did the two of you have a little spat?" "No," Minnie shot back, glaring at Snape. "We did not have a little spat." "Then what is wrong, Minerva?" Professor Dumbledore cut in. "You do remember that you were trying to get close to Harry." "To protect him, don't you?" "Yes," Minnie answered, turning back to the headmaster. "Then why are you pushing him away?" Professor Dumbledore asked. Minnie shrugged and looked down at the floor. "Things are complicated," she said. "Why don't you explain it to me?" Professor Dumbledore suggested. "Maybe I can help." Minnie shook her head, wondering how she could ever explain to Professor Dumbledore what happened. She still wasn't sure what exactly happened herself. One minute she was just talking to Harry, and the next Minnie took a deep breath and never moving her eyes from the point on which they had fixated on Dumbledore's rug. Said, "Harry likes me." There was silence for a moment, then Snape broke it with the dumbest question possible. "Isn't that what you were going for?" Minnie looked at him. "No, not like me. Like me." Professor Snape looked at her curiously. Like you? What is that supposed to mean?" Minnie rolled her eyes and looked at Professor Dumbledore. She could tell by the expression in his eyes. He knew exactly what she meant. "I don't know what to do about it," she said truthfully. "I've never even considered this as a possibility. He's a boy. He's young enough to be my grandson." "Not at the moment. He's not, Minerva," Professor Dumbledore said. "He's my student," Minnie went on. "He doesn't know that," Professor Dumbledore said. "It's perfectly reasonable for him to start to develop feelings for you." "Develop feelings?" Professor Snape looked over at Minnie, completely taken by aback. "You're supposed to be protecting the boy, not dating him." "I'm not dating him," Minnie said. "Not yet." Professor Snape frowned. Minnie decided to ignore that and look back at Professor Dumbledore. "What should I do?" she asked. "I'm afraid if I tell him I only want to be friends, he'll feel rejected and start to pull away." "But I can't, he's my student. I just don't know what to do." Professor Dumbledore folded his hands in front of him and looked at Minnie over the top of his half-moon glasses. After a while he asked, "How do you feel about it?" Minnie looked at the headmaster. "I think it's wrong," she said. "I'm a professor, a much older professor." "All right, I certainly understand that," Professor Dumbledore said. "Now answer my question. How do you feel about it?" Minnie bit her lip and looked back down at that spot on the rug. That was the question she had been asking herself all week. How did she feel about it? She had known Harry was going to kiss her when he touched her cheek by the look in his emerald eyes. Her mind was screaming at her that it was wrong, that it was very wrong. She should get away before it was too late. But her body had a will of its own, and its will was to be as close to Harry as possible. Every time she thought about it, she felt guilty and strangely happy at the same time. She had never been so conflicted. She looked up at Professor Dumbledore and said truthfully, "I don't know, it's confusing. A part of me is going, no, he's your student. But a bigger part of me is going, woohoo." She shook her head. "I don't know what to make of it." "Woohoo," Professor Snape said. "Interesting choice of expression." Minnie shrugged. "You got my point, didn't you?" Snape nodded. "It's the potion," he said. "You're 16. Plus, these teenage desires might actually be amplified because of the potion's modifications. It's much stronger than a normal de-aging potion." Minnie nodded. "I guessed as much," she said. "If I had known this would happen, would you have not done it?" Professor Dumbledore asked. Minnie looked at Professor Dumbledore. Would she have not turned back the clock, especially now, considering that there was someone or something in the school? She shook her head. I don't know. I would have thought about it a bit more at least. I could probably modify the potion more so that you merely look 16, Professor Snape suggested. That would reduce the confusion you're feeling, help you think more like an adult. Could you really do that? Minnie asked. Snape nodded. I could probably combine some of the properties of a polyjuice potion with the de-aging potion. It would take some time to get right. Minnie shook her head. Then don't bother with it. I don't want you to be distracted from finding a cure for colon because I'm having trouble dealing with raging adolescent hormones. Snape shrugged. If that's what you want, it is, Minnie assured him. Now the only question is what should I do about Harry? Simple, Snape answered. You go to him, profess your love, and become a couple. What? Minnie asked. Are you mad, Severus? Professor Snape shook his head. You said it yourself, Minerva. If you tell him you only want to be friends, he'll feel rejected and pull away. That would be completely counterproductive to what you're trying to do. There's something in the school, something that is hurting students eventually. It's going to go after Potter. If there's any hope at all that the boy won't end up in the hospital wing, or worse, by the year's end, it's you, Minerva. Minnie stared at Snape with vigilancy. It made perfect sense, but she couldn't date Harry. She couldn't. Could she? She looked at Professor Dumbledore. What do you think? I'm inclined to agree with Professor Snape, Dumbledore answered. But don't do it, Minerva, unless you feel completely comfortable about it. Minnie blinked at Professor Dumbledore. Feel completely comfortable? Of course she wouldn't feel completely comfortable. She was sure she would feel very uncomfortable indeed. In other words, Snape said, catching the expression on her face, can you keep those raging adolescent hormones under control? Minnie looked at him. Yes. Of course I can. Then problem solved, Snape said with finality. But what about when all of this is over? Minnie asked. I'll have to break up with him. What if it breaks his heart? He's young, Snape answered. He'll bounce back. You had better get back, Professor Dumbledore said. You don't want to be caught in the halls after curfew. Minnie didn't move. She looked back at the headmaster. You really want me to date Harry? No, Professor Dumbledore answered. I do not. This was unexpected, but that's the way life is. Completely unpredictable. Some things have been set in motion, and it is best we move with it. Go on, Miss James. Minnie stood slowly. She looked at Professor Dumbledore, then Professor Snape. All right, I'll tell Harry I like him too, but I don't think it's a very good idea. No one here does. Professor Snape assured her. I'll see you, class, Miss James. Good night. Minnie nodded and left the office, more confused than ever. Harry and Ron awoke early the next morning, leaving before any of their roommates had begun to get up. Harry made sure to get both owl feathers. And after a quick look over by Hermione in the Gryffindor common room, determined they both came from the same owl. Come on, Hermione said, hurrying them out of the portrait hole. All the owls should be back by now. They hurried down the empty halls, heading for the high tower room. They turned down one of the corridors and nearly ran over Neville. He looked up surprised, his face flushing slightly pink. Hi, Neville, Harry said. Oh, hello, Neville returned. You're up early. We're headed for the Orrery, Hermione explained. I've got a letter to be sent. What are you doing up so early? Ron asked. Oh, I'm going down to help Professor Sprout with the plant. Lavender stepped out of an empty classroom just behind Neville. Neville, are you? Oh, hi Harry, Ron, Hermione, Lavender. Hermione said, astonished. I never expected to see you up this early. Lavender shrugged. Sometimes a girl has things to do, she said brightly. Where are you three going? Orrery, Harry answered. Hermione's got a letter. Oh, that's nice, Lavender said. So why are you? Hermione started, but Ron, who had been staring at both Neville and Lavender rather hard, cut her off. We have to go, he said, taking Hermione by the arm and steering her towards a connecting corridor. See you at breakfast, okay? Lavender smiled brightly. Before turning and walking off, Neville waved slightly, then hurried away in the opposite direction. Back towards the school entrance. I wonder what she was doing up. Hermione said, Lavender never gets up this early. She and Parvati are usually the last to rise. You didn't notice she wasn't in her bed when left you this morning? Harry asked. Hermione shook her head. Her drapes were drawn. I just assumed she was still asleep. They reached the Orrery shortly and climbed the ladder into the high tower room. Harry wrinkled his nose as the not-so-pleasant scent of the many owls wafted down. He stepped into the room and looked around. Owls were everywhere, big, small, speckled, and striped. They sat around on rafters rising high above them. Many of them were still coming back from their night jaunt. "How are we supposed to find one owl in all of this?" Harry asked, staring up at the sea of birds. "Well, it'll be the only that's all black," Hermione said, looking around. "Hey, there's Pig," Ron said, pointing up. "Hey, Pig," he called. A tiny owl zoomed down from above and buzzed around Ron's head. A large snowy white one followed and landed on a rafter just above Harry's right shoulder. "Hi, Hedwig," Harry said, reaching up to stroke the owl. Hedwig hooted softly and he shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have a letter for you. Actually, I'm looking for an owl, an all-black one. Have you seen one like that?" Hedwig gave him an answering hoot, and Harry smiled, wondering if he should take that as a yes or a no. "I suppose we should split up," Hermione suggested. "I'll take this end. You guys start over there." "Okay," Ron agreed, heading off to the left, Pig still buzzing around his head. Harry headed off in the opposite direction, and Hermione walked towards the back of the room. They spent most of the morning trouncing through hay and owl droppings, searching through the birds. They examined any darkly colored bird, but they all were speckled or spotted in some kind of way. The owl they were looking for would be purely black, with no feather pattern whatsoever. "It's not here," Ron announced after a while, wrinkling his nose up at a particularly large pile of droppings. "Let's go before we smell permanently of owl." "I don't get it," Hermione frowned. "If there are black owl feathers in the school, there has got to be a black owl. Maybe it's out," Harry suggested. "Delivering a letter or something, maybe," Hermione agreed, though she sounded very doubtful. They left the Owry and washed up before heading down for breakfast. As they stepped into the Great Hall, Harry found himself scanning the Gryffindor table for Minnie. He was a little disappointed to see that she wasn't there, though he wasn't at all surprised. He followed Ron and Hermione to an empty spot at the table and sat down across from them. "We'll just have to try again tomorrow," Hermione was saying. "There's got to be a black owl around here somewhere." Ron nodded, shoveling bacon into his plate. "We'll find it," he said confidently. "Pass the eggs, will you, Harry?" Harry slid Ron a plate of eggs and started to reach for toast when someone touched him on the shoulder. He looked back to see Minnie looking at him nervously. "Hi," she said. "Hi," Harry answered. "Did you want to go for a walk around the lake?" Sure. I have to get my cloak. I brought it down." Minnie handed Harry his cloak and gloves. She swung her own around her shoulders and, without another word, headed towards the Great Hall doors. Harry quickly donned his cloak and followed after her, relieved that after a week of being all but ignored by her, she finally wanted to talk to him. They stepped outside. The frosty air bit at his nose. The cold weather came early this year. The first snow of the year had fallen 3 days ago, covering everything in a blanket of white. "I love this time of year," Minnie said as they tracked towards the lake. "I like how everything looks when it's covered in snow. Snow makes old things look new and pretty." She looked over at Harry. "Don't you think?" Harry shrugged. "I guess." Minnie smiled. They walked the rest of the way to the lake in silence. When they reached it, Minnie stopped and stared out at the water for a bit. The lake hadn't quite frozen over yet. Chunks of ice floated on top. A long tentacle raised lazily out of water before disappearing below the surface again. "I think we should talk about the other night," Minnie said, never looking away from the lake. Harry felt himself blushing, and he looked away from her. "Back towards the school, yeah," he said. "About that, I'm sorry," Minnie said quickly. Harry looked over at her. "You're, for what?" "For the way I behaved this past week," Minnie answered, glancing over at Harry, then turning to follow the path around the lake. Harry hurried after her. "I don't blame you," he said. No, Harry." Minnie cut him off. "Let me finish." She was silent for a moment, then taking a deep breath said, "You could be surprised. I wasn't expecting you and never thought you liked me that way." She walked over to the beech tree at the edge of the lake, the same beech Ron and Hermione spent so much time under the tree his father and his 3 best friends had sat under. Minnie rested her back against the trunk and looked at Harry. "I was being stupid, Harry. I was nervous around you because I like you too." "You do?" Harry asked, more than a little bewildered. Minnie looked away and nodded. She pushed away from the tree, looking up at Harry again. "Can we forget what an idiot I was, Harry, and be okay again?" Harry walked towards her. "I never thought you were an idiot," he said. Minnie smiled at him, then stepping close, wrapped her arms around him. She rested her head on his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "So you forgive me?" Harry felt tingly all over. He held Minnie close. She smelled like cinnamon. "Harry," Minnie asked. "All's forgiven," Harry said quietly. Minnie pulled back and looked up at Harry, smiling. If Harry had been paying close attention, he would have saw something behind the smile, something that didn't quite fit the face of a girl who had just told her crush she loved and he had responded positively. But Harry wasn't paying close attention. All he saw were Minnie's bright gray eyes shining at him, that tiny blush working its way across her nose. "Let's go back in," Minnie said. "It's starting to get cold out here." "It doesn't seem so cold to me," Harry said. Minnie grinned brightly at him. Looping one of her arms through one of his, she turned and headed back towards the school. Harry felt like he was floating. This was the last thing he had expected to happen to him this morning. He couldn't believe how happy he felt to know that Minnie cared for him the way he cared for her. They walked back in silence, but they didn't need to speak. All that needed to be said had been the next few days passed quickly for Harry. He felt extremely happy, but guilty too. It didn't feel right to be this happy when one of his housemates was absolutely miserable. Word spread quickly about Harry and Minnie, though Harry wasn't sure how it got out in the first place. He hadn't told anyone, and he didn't think Minnie had mentioned it. Nevertheless, by the end of the week everybody knew. These things have a way of getting around. Hermione said, "Yeah, well, I wish Cho would stop giving me dirty looks." Minnie frowned. They were once again in the library, poring over the limitless amounts of literature on magical elements and remedies. Hermione had recruited Minnie into the researching club, as Ron so fondly referred to it, and she had gladly joined. She was willing to do anything she could to help. Harry was glad she was there, not just for the company, but because Minnie seemed to know a lot about poisons and the potions that could help. She was able to narrow their search quite a bit, though not enough to keep them from digging through what Harry was beginning to believe nearly every book in the library. "Cho's jealous," Ron said casually. "How do you know?" Harry asked, surprised. He never thought Cho Chan would be jealous over him. "I can see it," Ron answered. "It's like a big blinking green sign is hanging overhead screaming jealous." "You're starting to pick up people's emotions then?" Minnie asked, looking at Ron over the top of her book. Ron nodded. "Only strong ones though. I guess my training with Virens must be getting somewhere." "Speaking of training," Hermione said, turning towards Harry, "when are you going to start a Calmancy?" Harry shrugged. "I don't know. Professor Dumbledore hasn't asked me back to his office since that first night." "You're learning a Calmancy?" Minnie asked. She didn't sound at all surprised by the news. "Only minorly interested." "Oh yeah," Harry answered, wondering if maybe at her old school that was a regular class. "But while we're on the subject of a Calmancy," Ron asked. "No," Harry said. "Training. I'm thinking of upping the Quidditch practices to 3 a week. The first match is a little less than a month away and I want to be ready. What do you guys think?" "I vote no," Ron said quickly. "Yes, Harry, I think that's fine," Minnie said, shooting Ron a disapproving look, not unlike the one Hermione had perfected. "It's not unreasonable with the match coming up." "I don't think the rest of the team will mind." "Thank you, Minnie," Harry said. "I guess I should let everybody know so they'll be ready." Minnie nodded, then asked, "How goes the search for the owl?" Harry had told her about the owl feathers and Hermione's theory. She had immediately shown them the black owl feather she had found in the alley behind the leaky cauldron. It was their general belief that whoever owned the owl must have stayed at the pub for a short bit, at least right before the start of school. No luck yet. Hermione shook her head. "I'm sure there were other Hogwarts students staying at the leaky cauldron over the summer. I just wish I knew which ones. That would help narrow things down. I may be able to find out," Minnie said thoughtfully. "How?" Ron asked. Minnie smiled. "Let me worry about that." She glanced at the magical clock above the library doors. "I have to go." She stood, scooping up the books in front of her. "I'll take these out, Hermione. They look promising." Hermione nodded. Minnie looked at Harry. "I'll find you later and we'll do potions." "All right," she said. Harry sighed. "Why don't you just let me flunk out?" "Because then, love, I'd be so terribly lonely." Harry smiled. "I suppose when you say it that way." Minnie gave him a bright smile in return. "I'll see you all later," she said before turning and walking away. Ron watched her leave, then asked, "What do you suppose she means she can find out?" Harry shrugged. "I don't know, but if she can, I say let her. That'll make things easier for us." Ron nodded and went back to work. They spent most of the evening researching once again turned up nothing. Harry was really beginning to lose faith in the project, but he didn't want to give up so easily. Not that Hermione would let him. They made plans to come start again the following evening and headed back to Gryffindor Tower. Ron was repeating the new password Weasley is our king when Professor Lupin walked up. "Harry, I'm glad I caught you," he said. Harry looked back. "Is something wrong?" Lupin shook his head. No, Professor Dumbledore needs to see you." "Oh, okay." Harry looked back at Ron and Hermione. "I'll see you guys in a bit." Ron nodded. "Yeah, okay," he said. Hermione gave him a smile before disappearing into the portrait hole behind Ron. Harry turned and walked with Professor Lupin back the way he had come. Professor Lupin smiled at Harry and asked, "So how are things for you?" "They're good," Harry answered. Professor Lupin's smile turned into a grin. "I hear you're making new friends." Harry looked at Professor Lupin and, not knowing what to say, nodded. "Your parents started to become good friends during their 6th year." Lupin said casually. "Yeah?" Harry asked, rubbing his arm, not quite believing he was having this conversation. For one heart-stopping moment, Harry wondered if Professor Lupin was about to give him the talk. He was greatly relieved when the next question out of Lupin's mouth seemed to be leading in a different direction. "So you're okay then, really?" Harry nodded again. "I'm fine." Lupin looked at him. The smile that had lit his face was gone. "Really, Harry?" Harry knew then what he was referring to. He was asking if he was okay about Sirius. The answer to that would be no. He would never be okay about that. "Yes," Harry said. Lupin nodded, stopping in front of the hall leading back to his office. "If you ever need to talk about anything," he looked at Harry, "about girls or anything else, come see me, all right?" Harry nodded, all right. Lupin gave Harry a pat on the shoulder. "See you in class." Harry nodded and started off. "Oh, Harry," Professor Lupin called. "Professor Dumbledore's password has changed. It's chocolate truffles." Harry nodded his thanks and left Professor Lupin. He arrived at Dumbledore's office before long and, saying the password, headed on up. Harry knocked but didn't get an answer. Deciding to go in anyway, he pushed the door open and stepped into the office. Professor Dumbledore was not at his desk when Harry walked in. Harry looked around but did not see the headmaster immediately. Deciding he must be around somewhere, Harry sat in the chair in front of his desk and waited. There was a silver pensive on Professor Dumbledore's desk. Silvery smoke was churning lazily inside. Harry wondered what memories were stored in it this time, though he was not curious enough to take a peek. The last time he did that had not turned out so well. It was not long before Dumbledore appeared from between his upper bookshelves. He walked over to his desk, reading a book. He sat down behind his desk, nose still in his book. It was a full minute before he looked up and noticed Harry sitting in front of him. "Hello, Mr. Potter," he said, completely unfazed. "I didn't hear you come in," and knocked. Harry said, "Yes." Professor Dumbledore nodded. "But I don't always hear. Fox usually alerts me to when someone is at the door." "He's away right now." Harry nodded, noticing Fox's empty perch. "Where is he?" "Taking care of some business for me," Professor Dumbledore answered. "Now we must get to business, Mr. Potter. I believe it is time you start your occlumency lessons." Harry nodded. "I was wondering about that this evening," he said. "When will my first lesson be?" "Now," Professor Dumbledore answered. "Now?" Harry asked. "Yes, now," Professor Dumbledore repeated. "But I don't know if I'm ready," Harry stuttered. "That's all right," Professor Dumbledore said, standing and walking to the large open space in the middle of his office. "We'll go slowly. Over here, Mr. Potter." He waved Harry over, directing the boy to stand directly before him. Harry obeyed, pulling his wand from his robe pocket. He looked Professor Dumbledore in the eye, doubting seriously that he would be any good. His last occlumency lessons didn't go very well. "You may use your wand to defend yourself in any way, but try to push me out with your mind. That is the only way you will learn to master occlumency." Harry nodded. "I'm sure Professor Snape told you last year the importance of letting go emotion." Harry nodded again. "Good," Professor Dumbledore said, his long wand appearing from almost nowhere. "Do that now, Mr. Potter. Try to make your mind blank and calm." Harry nodded, closing his eyes. He took a deep breath, trying to push out all the emotions he felt over the past few days, trying to think of nothing. "Brace yourself, Harry. Legerdemains." Harry had barely heard the word before he was under the influence of the spell. Memories were flickering past his eyes so fast they were almost only flashes of color and light. Suddenly, It was near the end of his third year again, and he had just found out he had a godfather. He and Dudley were being chased by Dementors. He had blown up his Aunt Marge after she said something nasty to him. He had caught the snitch from right under Draco Malfoy's nose. He was watching Sirius fall through that arch. No! Harry yelled. He opened his eyes, surprised to find himself on his knees, his wand raised. He looked up, panting. Professor Dumbledore was looking down at him, a slightly surprised expression on his face. Behind him, one of the portraits, Phineas' portrait to be exact, the headmaster within looked none too pleased, was on the floor. A smoldering burn in the upper left-hand corner. That was a very nice stunning spell, Mr. Potter, if a bit misaimed, Professor Dumbledore said, ignoring Phineas' outraged shouts. Harry stood shakily, panting for breath. Sorry, he mumbled. Nothing to be sorry for. Professor Dumbledore said kindly, shall we try again? Harry nodded. Good. Clear your mind, Harry. It is very important to feel nothing. This time try to push me out with your mind. You must release all emotions. You must be perfectly calm. Here we go, Legimens. Harry felt himself being swept away by the spell once again. He tried to not think, to keep his mind clear, like Professor Dumbledore had said. For a bit, it seemed to be working. No memory surfaced, but in a tidal wave of color and light, his small amount of success was washed away. It was the beginning of last summer, and he was cleaning out the gutters for Uncle Dursley. Rita Skecher was interviewing him for the Quibbler. A black owl with crimson eyes flew over his head. Voldemort and Dumbledore were dueling in the Ministry of Magic's lobby. He was sitting beside Mindy, leaning in. No. Harry thought he didn't want to share that memory, not even with Professor Dumbledore. He felt a strong desire to push, to bulk against the spell, and then, like a bubble bursting, the color and light stopped. No more memories surfaced. His vision cleared. He was still standing this time, but it was hard for him to catch his breath. He looked at Professor Dumbledore, panting hard. The headmaster was grinning at him. Good, Harry, he said. You pushed me out. You ended the spell. I did? Harry asked, between gasps of air. Professor Dumbledore nodded. Take a seat, Harry. Harry walked back to the chair in front of Dumbledore's desk and gratefully collapsed into it. He waited until he caught his breath before speaking again. How did I do it? It's a matter of will, Professor Dumbledore stated, as he waved his wand and caused Phineas' portrait to flow back to its spot on the wall. I'll have to have someone look at that burn mark, he said casually. I'm afraid I can't do anything about the paint. I'm not much of an artist. What do you mean? Harry asked. About the will, my mind wasn't clear. I was thinking lots of stuff. Your mind doesn't have to be empty of thoughts, Dumbledore said. It should be clear in the sense of calm. Letting go of emotions help you to calm your mind. When you are calm, you are able to react rationally and take control. Then you are able to assert your will and push any intruder away. But I don't think I was free of emotions, Harry said. No, you weren't, Professor Dumbledore agreed. You'll need to work on that. Then how was I able to push you out? As I said before, it was a matter of will. Professor Dumbledore answered, I think that is enough for tonight. As outside work, I would like you to spend 1 hour every day in meditation. Meditation? Harry asked. Yes, Mr. Potter. Meditation. It will help. Professor Lupin will let you know when our next lesson will be. For now, go rest. You have quite a workout tonight. Harry nodded and left Professor Dumbledore's office. As he headed slowly back to Gryffindor Tower, he thought over what Professor Dumbledore had said. It was a matter of will, just like when he resisted the Imperius Curse. Learning occlumency must require the same skills that it takes to resist Imperius. Snape had mentioned that, but he had forgotten it as their lessons progressed. His lesson with Professor Dumbledore was a good deal different from Snape's. Professor Dumbledore didn't threaten him or talk down to him. He didn't irritate him. With Professor Dumbledore as his teacher, maybe he would learn to master occlumency after all. There was one other thing different about his lesson with Professor Dumbledore. His scar didn't hurt. Harry unconsciously rubbed his scar, wondering about that. Maybe it didn't hurt because Voldemort was keeping himself closed off to Harry. Maybe he didn't want Harry to know what he was feeling. All Harry knew was that ever since the end of last year, his scar hadn't even prickled. Thinking of the Dark Lord made him think of the duel between Voldemort and Professor Dumbledore. And surely behind that, the memory of Sirius falling through the arch in the Department of Mysteries floated up. Harry closed his, forcibly squashing that memory down, willing himself to think of anything else. he thought of the memories that had appeared during his lesson. He grinned at the one of him blowing up his aunt, and thought fondly the memory of Mindy. Then another memory came back, a black owl flying over his head. Harry stopped in mid-stride. When had that happened? Oh, he said aloud, realizing it must have happened that first night. When he was going up to see Professor Dumbledore, he must have caught a glimpse of the owl, and hadn't noticed. Now that he thought back, he saw that he had seen the owl, just after a long black feather fell from it and landed on the floor ahead of him. So there was a strange owl in the school, and one like he had never seen before. Well, this chapter seems to be slowing things down a bit to me, but I decided against keeping it going. It was getting to be pretty long. Things will pick up a bit next one, promise. And now, here are the comments to the reviews. Just like I promised, first of all, I would like to say that I'm surprised, even shocked and horrified so many of you with the Harry-Mindy pairing. Come on people, it's the only thing that hadn't been done to death, brought back and done to death again. But if you're having trouble thinking of those two together, I've come up with 3 easy steps to help you get through it. Step 1. Don't think of Minnie as Professor Minerva Mcgonagall. Think of her as a regular 16-year-old girl. That should reduce the U factor that I seem to have gotten from many of you. Step 2. Remember that Harry doesn't know who she is not yet, anyway, and therefore is perfectly happy to be with her. Step 3. There is no step 3. Saying there were 3 easy steps just sounded better than saying there were 2. Anyhow, I hope everyone can learn to love or at least tolerate the pairing. I started to swing things back the other way. I'd even tried it, but it was just unrealistic. Sure, Harry would say he would be happy being friends, but he wouldn't mean it. What guy would take rejection with a happy little grin, especially after they've opened up that way? None, unless the guy was a complete idiot or a total jerk. I don't see Harry as either of those, so I'm afraid the pairing is here to stay. I like it anyway. At least it's original. Sarwan, how perceptive are you? Very. You're really seeing into the story. I loved your review, by the way, and I didn't even realize I wrote angle. I must have read over that section a million times and never even caught, but it is kind of funny. He's not a square either, by the way. Yugi's little sister, I haven't decided what the disastrous consequences will be yet. You'll know as soon as I do. Riley, I know I made some mistakes in the earlier chapters. My hate books were packed up. I shouldn't be making any more though, unless I'm feeling very lazy and don't want to get up and walk all the way to my bookshelf and search out a reference. In which case I will say close enough, go with it, as I did with the Colin's name. Sorry, Super Farragon. Not a literate 8, I'm not planning on extending the story into the 7th year. If I did that it would be as a sequel. Paladari, 1030 thanks. I thought as much. And making Minerva get stuck 16, that's something to think about. Ships, thanks for reviewing. This is my first fanfic, and to know that I wrote well enough to entice someone to review for the first time, oh, that just makes me so happy. Galmore, you just paid me the best compliment a girl could ask for. You're my fav reviewer of the week. Know the month, know the year. Heck, you can be my fav reviewer of the millennium. King Pomfit, yes, just cause I'm from the great old US of a. My home state is Louisiana. Not the greatest state out there, but at least we have Mardi Gras and Cajun cuisine. Slayer, thanks. I hope one day I can be an author, and I actually am considering a triangle. I just have to see how it'll fit in with the overall plot. Super Fairy can love the review per chapter. Thanks. You get a long comment because you left so many reviews. Or ask so many questions. However you want to look at it. I bet Ron being a diviner, that was actually a spur-of-the-moment type thing, but it's working out nicely. The way I figure the class system work is you get put in the class you qualify for, but you can get out of it if you think it won't be beneficial to your career goals. Harry is still in potions because he will need it if he intends to be an or. The Transvacuous class shrunk, because not everybody scored high enough to get back in. Tree nymphs are little muddy brown things with wings and are related to pixies. They are menace to trees everywhere, but only cause major damage if they are in large populations. Unicorn trees are wild trees. I imagine they are pretty trees though. No, neither were in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. I just made them up, yet pulled both species out of the air between my ears. There may be other references to tree nymphs out there. Tree is a very common word, nymph is a very common word. If the two haven't been put together already, I'd be very surprised, but I think unicorn tree is totally new. It was impressive you noticed the prophecy thing. I just hit spell check and went with what popped up. And you picked up on the brunette feather thing too. But I'm telling who it's in reference to. It will be painfully obvious when we get to that point in the story though. Somebody asked, but I'm not quite sure who. I think if it was super Farek and you asked so many questions, how many Minerva's brain worked? Well, the de-aging potion turned Minerva into a 16-year-old. She hasn't forgotten any of the stuff she learned in however many decades she has been alive, but all of that information is wound up in the emotions and feelings of a teenager. So she has a lot of info crammed into the brain of 16-year-old. This was an unforeseen side effect of the potion. Another unforeseen side effect will be popping up towards the end of the story, but I won't say what. To everybody else who reviewed, thanks a bunch. That is all for now. Quest over and out. Oh, and you see that little box at the bottom of the screen? You know, the one that says leave a review. Yeah, that one. Please use. Thank yous all above the high hoop quest finally here. After much time away, first of all. Let me start by saying I'm sorry it took me forever and day to update. It's not my fault, honestly. I blame tests, Thanksgiving, writer's block, and Final Fantasy X2. Well, I don't blame Thanksgiving so much as all the family that invariably show up on Thanksgiving. I have cousins, too many little screaming cousins. Sad but they're gone now, and my writer's block is also partially gone. I'm still working through it. Second of all, let me give very big thank yous to everybody who listed me as a favorite author. Bransonon, Fa Sobike, Favixo's friend, Sabalone, Drumonton Chiritu 23, is a Tensota and Crookrickons. Thank yous third of all, everybody noticed the dude that mix up. Haha, sorry, but I'm glad you all got a laugh out of it. It's not my fault really, I blame spellcheck. Fourth of all, comments to reviews will be at the end of the chapter. There aren't many comments this go round. There weren't many questions, but you guys know how I am with a lot of junk at the top of a chapter, and this is already adding up to a lot of junk, so check out the end for comments if you're interested. Fifth of all, I don't own Harry Potter. I have never owned Harry Potter, and I am fairly sure I never will own Harry Potter. Alas, he belongs to someone else. Sixth of all, read and enjoy Chapter 8 all over the high hoop black with red eyes, huh? Harry nodded, looking over at Mindy as she pushed eggs around on her plate. Hermione and Ron sat across from the two of them at the Gryffindor table having breakfast. Black with red eyes, he said. He had been catching Mindy up on the events of the day before. He hadn't seen her again that night. She was off, presumably researching. Have you ever seen an owl like that? Minnie shook her head. No, owls don't usually have red eyes. Are you sure they weren't orange? I'm pretty sure, Harry answered. Its eyes looked like they were almost glowing. That's different, Minnie said thoughtfully. What I think is odd, Hermione said looking up from her sausage, is that Harry forgot seeing it. Even if he only caught a glimpse of the owl, he shouldn't have forgotten it. You think someone caused him to forget? Minnie asked. Hermione nodded. It's possible. A simple memory charm would do the trick. But why? Ron asked. What difference would it make to see an owl? They're all over the school. Nobody would think it was strange to see one in the hall. Hermione shrugged. I don't know. Maybe whoever owned the owl thought Harry might take too much notice of it. I didn't see anybody that night though, Harry said. Of course, if someone used a memory charm to make me forget an owl, he could just as easily make me forget him too. Hermione shook her head. You may not have seen anyone. He wouldn't necessarily have to make eye contact with you to perform the charm. A shot in the back works just as well as a shot in the front. Well, if memory charms are involved, Mindy said, we could probably count out any students in 4th year or below as the owner of the owl. How's that? Ron asked. Memory charms are tricky things to pull off, Minnie explained. My guess is, it's at least a 6th year that's doing this. At least a 6th year, huh? Ron said. Who do we know that's a 6th year and has a definite grudge against Harry and has ties with you-know-who? He glanced over at the Slytherin table, his eyes searching out Pansy Parkinson. Ron, Hermione said, following his gaze. We don't know that it's her. All the evidence points to her, but it's all very circumstantial. Ron does have a point, Minnie put in. If you had heard the way she yelled at Harry in potions, you'd think it was her too. I agree she may have something to do with this, Hermione said, but I don't think it's her, or at least not her alone. You said it yourself, Mindy. Memory charms are tricky to pull off. It could take a fully trained wizard years to master them. Pansy just isn't smart enough. Minnie nodded. You may be right, Hermione. At any rate, it couldn't hurt to find out what kind of owl she owns. If it's a black one, we'll at least know we're headed in the right direction. Hermione nodded and jerked back as a large grey owl landed in front of her, spilling her pumpkin juice. Harry looked up just as a flood of owls came pouring through the high windows. They landed haphazardly among the food on the tables, hooting for treats as they deposited letters and packages. Hermione took the Daily Prophet from the owl in front of her and absently shoved a nut into the pouch on its leg. It hooted loudly before spreading its gray-white wings and soaring off. Hermione immediately unrolled the paper and disappeared behind it. Oh, go away, Minnie said, trying to shove away a small brown owl that was nibbling at the edge of her toast. I think it has a letter for you, Ron said, noticing the roll of parchment tied to its left leg. Oh, Minnie said. She managed to seize the letter just before the owl snapped her toast and flew off again. Ill-mannered creature. Minnie frowned at the spot the owl had been in, then opened her letter. She raised her eyebrows at its contents. What is it? Harry asked, catching the expression on her face. Nothing, Minnie answered, folding the parchment and stuffing it into her pocket. She glanced up at the professor's table, then went back to her breakfast. I can't believe this, Hermione exclaimed. Harry, Ron, and Minnie looked at her, a bit surprised by her outburst. What's the matter? Ron asked. Hermione didn't answer. Instead, she turned the newspaper round so that they all could see. Above a headline reading "For our friend the Ministry says friend" was a picture of Lucius Malfoy grinning and waving. Ron snatched the paper from Hermione and began reading out loud. Yesterday, Lucius Malfoy, accused Dark Wizard and Death Eater, was released from Azkaban. According to a ministry official, there was not enough evidence to hold him. Not enough evidence. Ron frowned. That's absolutely insane. He was practically kissing you-know-whose feet. He slung the paper aside. This is complete rubbish. Minnie scooped up the newspaper. Quickly turning to the article, it says all the R's are in an uproar over the decision. Minnie said before reading, Kingsley Shacklebot is quoted as saying freeing Malfoy is not only the greatest wrong committed by the Wizarding world, but a severe danger to us all. However, the ministry does not agree. Trix Belgrade, the ministry official that authorized the release of Malfoy, says it would be a grave injustice to hold an innocent man. There is not enough proof that these crimes have been committed by Mr. Lucius Malfoy, and it is only right that he is released. Grates is also working on the freeing Crab and Goyle, also accused Death Eaters. Minnie folded the paper and looked over at Harry. Harry slowly became aware that Ron and Hermione were watching him too. He knew they were trying to gauge his reaction. Harry didn't say anything. He couldn't quite believe what he was hearing. Not enough evidence. There was more than enough evidence. Malfoy was there, turning one on his friends, trying to kill them all. Harry pushed away from the table. He suddenly wasn't hungry anymore. Harry, Hermione said, as he stood and started away. I have to go, Harry said. He felt their eyes on him as he walked off, but he didn't look back. Minnie looked over at Harry sitting silently in a desk beside hers. He had been quiet all period, a slight frown creasing his face. Minnie couldn't begin to imagine what he must have been feeling after what Lucius Malfoy had been a part of, and then being released as if he had done nothing wrong. Minnie couldn't blame Harry for being upset. She just wished he'd talk to her. Mr. Potter, Harry? Harry blinked and looked up at Professor Lupin. Huh? Professor Lupin raised one eyebrow, and Harry added, Sir, I had asked everyone to tell me what animal they had decided on. Professor Lupin said, Have chosen one. Harry nodded. I think a stag, he answered. Professor Lupin smiled and looked at Minnie. What about you, Miss James? Minnie looked at Lupin. She hadn't given which animal she should choose to transfigure into much thought. She was thinking cat, but everyone in the room knew Professor Mcgonagall could turn herself into a cat. Of course that was her animagus form. If she went with cat now, she could make herself look differently. She was sure none of the students would put it together. Cat, she answered. Professor Lupin nodded. Good choice, he said, then looked back at Lavender. What about you, Miss Brown? Butterfly. Lavender said immediately. I asked you to choose only mammals. Professor Lupin frowned. All right then, Lavender shrugged. I'll be a hairy butterfly. Pick a mammal, Miss Brown, but I really want to turn myself into Oh fine then. I'll pick a mammal, thank you. Professor Lupin said. Miss Paddle, have you chosen something? And please don't say ladybug. Can I have a little more time to think about then? Professor Lupin nodded. Decide quickly, though. Today we're going to work on the transfugation spell. It's important you have a good idea of what you want to be in mind. You mean we're actually going to transfigure ourselves? Dean asked, a huge hopeful smile spreading across his face. You're going to attempt to transfigure yourself, Professor Lupin answered. All right, Seamus said. I thought we'd never stop going over theory. You'll be thanking me for all the theory in a few minutes, Professor Lupin said. Everybody up, one's out. Everyone stood, pulling out their wands eagerly. Minnie glanced over at Harry. He finally seemed to be focusing on what was going on around him. She still didn't like the idea of the students attempting to turn themselves into animals, but she was glad Harry seemed to be coming out of the mood he had settled into. Everyone won't get it right first try, Professor Lupin said as he waved his wand, causing the desks to slide against the walls, leaving a good-sized open area. Don't worry about that. It is a very difficult spell and will require some practice. It's just important that you learn the words and the proper wand movements today. Professor Lupin turned to the blackboard and aiming his wand at it, the words Mcgonagall script across in neat white letters. You'll need to say those words, he said, while maintaining a clear image of the animal you want to become in your mind. It is very important that you hold on to the image of the animal you want to be until your transformation is complete. The moment you let go of the picture, the transformation ends. Is that why Victor Crumb didn't turn all the way into a shark? Seamus asked, raising his hand. Professor Lupin nodded. That is probably part of the reason. Concentration is key to performing the spell. You'll need to focus to complete the transformation. If you have a short attention span, I suggest you work on extending it. I think we should take it in turns. Who would like to try first? Dean's hand shot up. I'll go. He volunteered happily. Professor Lupin nodded. You were going to try for Buffalo, correct? Dean nodded. To the center of the room. Then Dean moved to middle of the circle the students had formed, clutching his wand. You'll need to flick the wand like so, Professor Lupin said, demonstrating the wand movement necessary for the spell. Dean nodded. He screwed his face up in concentration and then said loudly, Mcgonagall. At first, nothing seemed to be happening. Dean squeezed his eyes shut, and ever so slowly, Minnie began to see the changes. Dean's hair became thicker and curly. He started to develop a pair of horns. A long tail sprouted, and his hands and feet were steadily becoming hooves. And then he sneezed. The transformation stopped instantly, leaving Dean more boy than Buffalo. Dean opened his eyes, looked down at himself, and burst out laughing. Most of the class followed suit, but Professor Lupin quieted everyone quickly. That was a very good try, Professor Lupin said, performing the reversal spell and turning Dean back into his normal self. Most people don't get that far their first time. I would have turned all the way if I didn't have to sneeze, Dean said as he fell back into the group. I'm sure you would have. Professor Lupin smiled. Who wants to go next? And so the class proceeded with one student after another, stepping into the middle of the room and attempting to turn themselves into an assortment of animals. Most were only able to grow extra hair or sprout tails before losing concentration and ending the transformation. Lavender, who had finally decided on a mink, did fairly well. She had grown silver fur, had shrunk down to about 3 feet, and had sprouted a long fluffy tail all within 5 minutes. Her downfall came when she began to sprout whiskers. Lavender was apparently very ticklish, and her newly grown whiskers kept brushing against her cheeks and neck, which were still quite human, and she succumbed to a giggling fit. You did very well, Miss Brown, Professor Lupin said, turning a still giggling Lavender back into a girl. You were more mink than girl. I think that deserves 10 points. Parvati, who had decided on rabbit, didn't do so well. She couldn't even manage a cottontail. I can't concentrate with everyone watching, she complained as she stomped back into the group. Ron, who had chosen to become a lion, could only manage to grow a long flowing fire-red mane. Even after the reversal spell, it seemed his hair was still a little bit longish. If it was possible, Harry did worse than Parvati. He couldn't even grow the velvet fur of a stag. Many knew it was because his head wasn't really in the lesson that day. Harry tried for a few minutes longer, then shook his head. Sorry, Professor Lupin, he said. Maybe next time. Professor Lupin nodded. Next time then. Hermione did best of the students. Within minutes of uttering the spell, she became a beautiful sphinx. Her face remained the same. though her eyes were definitely feline. I didn't think Hermione would want to become anything cat-related, Ron whispered to Harry, considering what happened in second year. What happened in second year? Minnie asked, looking over at Ron and Harry. I'll tell you later. Harry answered quietly. Minnie nodded. She had always wondered about the events that occurred during that year, that led Harry to find the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore had never really given her the details. That is excellent, Hermione. Professor Lupin grinned. 20 points for Gryffindor. Soon it was Minnie's turn. She stepped to the middle of the room and thought for a second about what kind of cat she would like to be. A Siamese cat was very different from her animagus form. She nodded and closed her eyes and thought, white Siamese. Raising her wand, Minnie said Mata Sulasius and swiftly became a cat. She opened her eyes, seeing the world as only a cat would, noticing not color or objects but motion. She watched Professor Lupin's slightest movement, not listening to his words. The hem of his robe wiggled tantalizingly in front of her, and she was sorely tempted to pounce it. She scrubbed one ear with her paw. It was always disorienting becoming an animal. That was why she preferred her animagus form. One always remained more human than bees. Suddenly she was becoming Minnie again. She jerked out of the animal form so quickly it actually dazed her. She blinked, confused for a second, then grinned sheepishly, remembering where she was. Very, very good, Professor Lupin was saying, lowering his wand. 30 points for Gryffindor. Minnie smiled and, ignoring the stares she received, stepped back into the group. The next few days passed in a blur. Harry found himself incredibly busy. Between D-Day, Quidditch, and potions, he wondered how he had time for anything else. Harry, Ron, and Minnie soon had to stop researching possible cures of basilisk poison to devote more time to Quidditch. Harry felt a little guilty about leaving Hermione to work out the puzzle alone, but with the Gryffindor-Ravenskull game fast approaching, it was to be held Halloween evening. Only a week away, he felt they needed to practice more. Minnie missed most of the evening practices. She had managed to get herself to tension with Snape again for a solid week, so Harry found himself working with her during breaks and lunch. Harry didn't mind the extra work, though. It kept his mind off Lucius Malfoy's release. Harry had been slightly surprised to discover how much he hated the man. He didn't hate him the way he hated Bellatrix Lestrange, but he certainly despised him. Malfoy was a part of the group that took away all the family Harry had ever had. He had nearly caused the deaths of his friends, and now he was being released to walk the streets like an innocent man. It wasn't right. He didn't deserve it. Harry, your quill hasn't moved in 10 minutes. Harry looked over at Mindy. They were in Gryffindor common room, sitting next to each other on the couch in front of the fireplace. A fire was roaring inside, warm and rosy-colored. He smiled at Minnie. Her cheeks were glowing the firelight. Sorry, I was thinking, Harry said, looking down at the potions work he should have been doing. He hadn't done any more than scrawl the title of the essay he was to write on the effects of sleeping potions and their reversals. Minnie leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. Tell me what you're thinking. Harry looked down at her and grinned. I was thinking that you are the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Minnie laughed. That's a good answer. Probably not the truth, but still a good answer. Harry smiled and, leaning down, kissed her on the nose. If you two are going to do that, get a room. Harry looked back to see Ginny standing just behind the sofa, making a face at the two of them. Ron was behind her, looking minorly embarrassed. Minnie sat up and smiled wickedly at Ginny. You're one to talk, she said, as the other girl walked around the couch and plopped down in the armchair. I saw you and Dean the other day. Saw her and Dean doing what? Ron asked, jerking around to look at his little sister. Having a good snook, Minnie answered. Oh no, you weren't, Ron yelled. Ginny rolled her eyes. Oh, shut up, Ron. Anyway, Harry, we wanted to know if you were still holding practice this afternoon. Harry nodded. I was planning on it, he answered. It's almost 6 now. Ginny said. Harry looked at the clock, surprised to see that it was already 5:50 am. He had started his potions an hour and a half ago. I didn't know it was so late, he said, closing his potions book. We had better go. I suppose we'll finish this when we get back. Minnie said, closing her book as well. You're coming, Ron asked. You don't have detention with Snape? It was moved down to 7:30 am. I can stay for most of the practice, Minnie answered. They left Gryffindor Tower, heading for the entrance of the castle and the Quidditch pitch beyond that. As they headed past the great hall, they ran across Neville and Lavender. Their heads were bent together, and they appeared to be in deep discussion about something. Neville looked up and spotted the four Gryffindors coming his way. His round face turned a lovely shade of pink. He left Lavender and walked over to meet them. "We're looking for Hermione," Neville said, looking back at Lavender, who was leaning casually against the great hall's doorframe. "Have you seen her?" "Try the library," Ron suggested. "I saw her there last." "Thanks," Neville said. He waved Lavender over and the two of them headed off in the direction of the library. "I wonder what's going on with them," Ginny said, watching them go. "They seem to be spending a lot of time together lately." "What do you mean?" Ron asked, opening the school doors and stepping out into the cold evening air. "I saw them in the library the other day," Ginny said, pulling her cloak tight around her shoulders. "They were sitting awfully close, and they've been eating lunch and dinner together," Mindy added. "They have been?" Harry asked. "Yeah," Mindy said. "Haven't you noticed?" Harry and Ron exchanged looks. "No," Harry said. "Boys," Ginny said, "leave it to them to notice nothing." Minnie laughed, then asked, "Do you suppose Lavender and Neville are, a couple?" Ginny wrinkled her nose and thought, "I don't know, I just can't see those two together." "They seem so different," Minnie supplied. Ginny nodded. "But I suppose it's possible. Neville is sweet and adorable," Minnie added. "And smart and brave," Ginny said. "You wouldn't believe how brave he is, and when he took me to the Yule Ball he was very polite." Minnie nodded, but still Lavender and Neville. Ginny shrugged. "I suppose it's possible." Minnie looked back at Harry and grinned. "I'm starting to think anything is possible," she said. They hurried across the icy grounds towards the Quidditch pitch and changing rooms. The early cold that had arrived in the beginning of October had been chased away by a small warm spell. All the snow had melted down into a slush that froze anew every night. The weather hadn't been quite right for snow again, only icy rain. Harry was very thankful it wasn't raining tonight. He hoped the weather held up till after their Quidditch match next week. When they stepped into the warm changing rooms, they found the twins and Tobias already there. Tobias was fully dressed, his maul head buried in a large book. The twins were halfway changed and seemed to have been in the middle of a lively swatting match. They immediately stopped swinging their robes at each other's heads as the group came bustling in. Simon smiled. "What took you so long?" Simone finished. The two had an initially annoying habit of finishing each other's sentences. Ron said Fred and George did that sometimes when they were very excited about something and didn't feel the other was telling it fast enough. But Simon and Simone did it constantly. At first it irritated Harry to no end. If he asked one a question, the other was just as likely to answer. When having a conversation with them, he never knew in which direction to look. He was starting to get used to it, though he still couldn't tell which would speak. Only Ron seemed able to anticipate which one would be talking and when. Lost track of time, Harry answered, "Finished changing. I want to get into the air while there's still a little light." The two nodded and quickly donned the robes they had been fighting with minutes earlier. 10 minutes later, everyone was changed and zipping through the air on their brooms. Harry watched the players while keeping an eye open for the snitch. He wasn't so concerned with catching it as he was with making sure everyone played well together. "Over here." Ginny caught and Mindy slung her the quaffle. Ginny caught it and flew at Ron, attempting a goal. Ron stopped it easily and tossed the quaffle to Tobias. The boy attempted an immediate but failing score. Simon and Simone flew about in circles, batting away stray boulders, making sure none of the balls got near the chasers, and occasionally shooting one at each other. Simone ducked a bulger her brother had aimed at her head. "Hey, that was a little too close," she yelled. "You should have been paying attention." Simon called, "Oh. Really?" Simone flew after a bulger and batted it as hard as she could at her brother. It clipped the end of his broom, causing him to spinning in the air. "What happened, Simon? Weren't you paying attention? Come on, guys, stop playing." Harry called, "We need to practice." "Sorry," the twins said in unison. Harry shook his head. He hoped those two could be serious for the match. He searched for the bulger Simone had hit at her brother, trying to spot where it had flown, and spied it flying low at the edge of the Quidditch pitch. Heading for the Forbidden Forest, he watched its progress, wondering how far it would go before it turned back and headed for the center of the pitch. As he watched the bulger swooping past the line of the forest, he noticed something else, a figure emerging from the woods. Harry dropped in altitude, squinting in the descending dark, trying to make out who it was. It wasn't Hagrid. The person was too small. It might have been one of the students. Is something wrong? Harry looked over to see Minnie hovering beside him. Can you see who that is? He asked, nodding in the direction of the figure. The person was walking along the lake now, heading towards the school. Mindy wrinkled her nose in concentration, then flew to the edge of the pitch. Harry followed behind her. It's definitely a girl, Minnie said, still squinting at the person, who was now climbing the steps towards the great doors. It looks like the girl opened the door. The light from inside illuminated her face. She looked back towards the forest again before stepping inside the school, and in that moment Harry got a clear view of her. Pansy Parkinson, he said. Minnie frowned and looked at Harry. Where was she coming from? The Forbidden Forest, Harry answered. What was she doing back there? Harry only shook his head and shrugged. Whatever it was, Minnie said, she couldn't have been up to any good. They arrived back at Gryffindor common room cold and tired, and Minnie's mag was not through yet. She shuddered to think what Snape would dig up for her to do tonight. She had Bruton taken her de-aging potion last night. Now he would probably put her to work cleaning crud out of the cracks in classroom floor. She was really starting to regret telling the person next to her, rather loudly, that Snape wore pink tights under his robes. Minnie, Harry, Ron, and Ginny sat down as close as they could get to the fire without the risk of serious injury. Tobias, yawning, headed off to the boys' dorms. Simon followed, his sister going in the opposite direction. You work us just as hard as Angelina, Harry, Ron said, his eyes half closed. I thought you would take it easy on us. Harry shook his head. I just want us to be good. We are, Ginny said. Minnie nodded her agreement. The Gryffindor team was good. They will win the Quidditch Cup this year for sure. I need a nice hot bath, Ginny said, pushing up from her sitting position. See you guys later. Bye, Ron said, never opening his eyes. Harry looked over at Mindy. Aren't you late for your detention? He asked. I am, Minnie answered, a little more than half an hour late, but I don't care. I think I'm going to rest for a bit. Snape's bound to be angry, Harry warned. When is he not? Minnie decided to follow Ron's example and closed her eyes. She felt herself drifting off when she heard someone approaching. It's about time you guys got back. Minnie opened her eyes to see Hermione standing over her, arms loaded with books. Neville was just behind, carrying just as many books as Hermione. What's going on? Ron asked groggily. We might have found something that can cure Colin. Hermione answered, dumping the books down on a small coffee table in front of the fireplace. This got all of their attentions. Minnie sat up straighter, hardly believing what she was hearing. She had gone along with their endeavor to find a cure for Colin, but she didn't think they would actually come up with something. Professor Snape was having trouble and he was a potions master. What? She asked. Unicorn trees. Hermione answered, beaming. It's so simple. I don't know why we didn't think of it before. Minnie frowned. I know unicorn tree sap can be used to cure minor poisons, but it isn't strong enough for something like basilisk blood. Neville shook his head and stepped forward. Actually, it would be, he said, if you used the sap from a mature tree. Huh? Ron asked. You see, Neville explained, it takes unicorn trees about 500 years to mature. That's entirely too long to wait when growing them for commercial use. But about after 50 years, the sap of a young tree is potent enough to be used as cures. Most commercially grown trees never live past 150 though. Tapping them at a young age has an ill effect on their lifespan. How do you know all that? Harry asked. I have to research a magical plant for advanced herbology, Neville explained. I choose unicorn trees. Neville is quite knowledgeable on the subject. Hermione said, I wouldn't be surprised if he knew more than Professor Sprout. Neville blushed bright pink. I don't think I do, he said. I do, Hermione replied matter-of-factly. At any rate, it's been proven that the older the unicorn tree is, the more potent its sap. We did a little research and discovered that way back when unicorn trees were fairly abundant, the sap was used to cure everything from salamander burns to black leopard spider venom. Black leopard spider? Ron asked nervously. Huge spiders, Minnie answered, that possesses one of the world's most deadly venoms. Hermione nodded. Exactly. We thought that if unicorn sap could be used to cure leopard spider venom, It could probably be used to cure basilisk poison. After a little tweaking, of course. That actually sounds like a plan. Harry grinned. But where will find a mature unicorn tree? Ron asked. If all the ones that are grown now don't live past 150? The Forbidden Forest, Neville answered. Remember, Hagrid had us catch tree nymphs so that they wouldn't get into the stand of unicorn trees in the middle of the forest. Oh yeah, Ron answered. After class the other day, I asked him how long the unicorn trees had been in the forest. Neville went on. He said, since before Hogwarts, they'll definitely be mature and extremely potent. Hermione said, I can't believe it, Minnie said, but that might actually work. I have to go tell Professor Smith. He'll need to hear about this, and we also need to talk to Professor Sprout. Neville said, and Professor Dumbledore. Harry added, he'll want to know too, and Hagrid. Hermione stated, he'll have to get to the trees. Come on, Ron, let's go see if we can find him. I'll go see Professor Dumbledore, Harry said, and Neville, I'll find Professor Sprout. Neville finished. They split, heading off to find various professors. Snape was initially angry with Minnie for being tardy to her detention, but quickly got over it when he heard what she had to say. He was still a bit skeptical, but Minnie knew he had no other strong leads and he was willing to listen, albeit grudgingly, to Neville. No more than half an hour later, all three professors and Neville were gathered in Professor Dumbledore's office. It was decided rather quickly that they should give Neville's idea a shot, seeing as they had no other plans. Neville, to his great displeasure, was to work with Professor Snape in refining the unicorn tree sap. As it turned out, he really was more knowledgeable on the subject of unicorn trees than Professor Sprout. Over the past couple of 100 years or so, the tree sap had gained a reputation of being only good for severe acne and mild headaches, and was fairly low on Professor Sprout's list of plants to learn everything about. But she wasn't upset that Neville knew more about the tree than her. She was extremely proud of him. For days after the decision, she could be heard talking rather loudly and very fondly of the brilliance of her star pupil. Neville would have been quite miserable, having to work with Snape every evening, if he had not been branded a hero. He was very obviously uncomfortable in the role, but he seemed to enjoy the attention and special treatment he suddenly started receiving. It seemed his professors would find any excuse at all to award him points. Dennis Creevey followed him about, eager to do anything he could to help the boy that would save his brother's life. Minnie knew Neville didn't enjoy having Dennis constantly at his heels, but he didn't know how to ask him to leave. Sometimes, I don't know if I should be happy for Neville or feel sorry for him, Hermione said one day at lunch as she watched Neville enter the great hall carrying an armload of books and being followed by a small gaggle of students, mostly first years, led by Dennis, eager to help him carry them. It'll blow over, Harry said, watching Neville detach himself from the crowd and take a seat next to Lavender. Yeah, Ron agreed, and then he'll find the cure and it'll start all over again. You think he will? Hermione asked. I'm sure he will, Ron answered confidently. I just wish he'd take a break. Minnie said, he's been working awful hard lately. I'm sure he will tomorrow. Hermione said, it's Halloween, and the Gryffindor and Ravenskull match. Harry added, I asked him earlier and he said he'd be there. Well, we'll know he's not working for at least 1 hour. Hermione said, are you ready for the match? She asked, looking at Harry. Harry nodded. I think so. We've been doing all right in practice. Have you seen any more of Pansy? Hermione asked, leaning in a little closer while practicing. Minnie shook her head no. After the immediate fanfare of Neville's discovery had passed, Harry and Minnie had told Ron and Hermione about Pansy. They had been watching her when they could ever since, but she had done nothing suspicious in the past few days, and Minnie was beginning to question if what they thought they had seen was true. We need to find a way to keep up with her, Ron said. Watching her between and during classes isn't going to do us any good. She can't very well do something odd during the middle of the day. I agree, but how? Hermione asked, short of following her around in Harry's invisibility cloak. There isn't any way, Minnie answered. Harry looked at her curiously. How did you know I had an invisibility cloak? Minnie had to fight to keep her expression normal. She couldn't believe she had done it again. She had completely forgotten she wasn't supposed to know about the invisibility cloak. You mentioned it to me, she answered as casually as she could. Don't you remember? You probably don't. You were half asleep when you told me, Minnie said. Oh, right, Harry said. Still looking slightly confused, Minnie smiled, hoping they all bought her little white lie. Dumbledore would kill her if she let herself be found out now. Minnie suddenly wondered if she should tell Professor Dumbledore about Pansy Parkinson. She hadn't mentioned the owl or the threat Pansy had shouted at Harry the second day of school. She hadn't mentioned the threat at first because it really did sound like the ranting of an angry girl. But now she couldn't believe the thought to tell Professor Dumbledore what was going hadn't even crossed her mind. She was supposed to report anything that might be a danger to Harry, to hopefully keep the boy out of trouble. And here she was, going along with them. What was getting into her? Was the de-aging potion really having that strong of an effect on her? Minnie made up her mind to talk to Professor Dumbledore first chance she got. But for now, she probably should try to keep Harry, Ron, and Hermione from putting themselves into a potentially dangerous position. Minnie could tell by the looks on Harry's and Ron's faces that they were actually considering her idea of following Pansy around under the invisibility cloak. I think we ought to wait a little longer, Minnie suggested. We still haven't found Pansy's owl. That's because it's probably off delivering deadly poison to another unsuspecting student. Ron said, but we can't follow her under the cloak. Minnie frowned. We'd get caught, most likely almost instantly. Minnie's right, Hermione said. The cloak is good for sneaking places, but not for following people. She'll still be able to hear us walking or breathing. We'll just have to do another Polyjuice potion. A what? Minnie asked, surprised. When did they brew a Polyjuice potion? We did that second year, Harry explained, to get inside the Slytherin house and see what Malfoy knew about the Chamber of Secrets, which is also how Hermione got herself turned into a cat. Ron added, she was stuck that way for a good while, but I got better, Hermione said, and this time won't get the hair mixed up. We can't do that either, Harry said. It takes entirely too long to brew a Polyjuice potion, and we'd have to break into Snape's ingredient cabinet. We need to figure out what Pansy's up to now. Why don't we transfigure ourselves, Ron suggested, into mice or something small, and follow her. We'll be able to see whatever she's doing. Minnie shook her head. Transfiguring yourself isn't that easy, she said. It could take just as long to figure out how to do it properly, and even longer to figure out how to reverse it by yourself. Oh, really? Ron grumbled. You made it look so easy the other day. Minnie felt herself blushing. She had transfigured too easily. She should have held back. She didn't know why she did that in the first place. Was she showing off? Maybe she was trying to impress Harry. This thought made her blush even more and she looked away. Ron. Hermione frowned at him. But I do think it's a good idea. We've worked out harder things. What do you think, Harry? Harry nodded. I don't see as we have any other options, he answered. Minnie looked up. She should go along, just to make sure they didn't get themselves killed or stuck as rodents. All right then, Harry smiled. Then it's settled. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another. Minnie looked at the three, just now gaining a full appreciation for how resourceful they were. No wonder they always knew exactly what was going on, even when everyone would work so hard to keep certain knowledge from them. No wonder at all that they'd always managed to get themselves right in the middle of everything. She only hoped they didn't get themselves killed this time, or worse, expelled. Harry awoke around 8 the next morning feeling surprisingly nervous. He hadn't expected to feel anxious about the match that day. Ravenskull Gryffindor games were always fairly friendly, but he supposed it was always good to be a little nervous before a big event. He had heard somewhere that made you perform better. Ron was already gone, and Harry assumed he must be down at breakfast. Washing and dressing quickly, Harry headed down as well. The great hall was decorated with orange and black in honor of Halloween. Enchanted bats flew around the ceiling that was reflecting an overcast sky. Among the normal breakfast food were bowls of candy corn and smoking cauldrons of assorted sweets. Harry spotted Hermione and Mindy sitting amidst flowing cobwebs, buttering orange-colored toast with black-colored jam. Sweeping cobwebs aside, he sat next to Mindy and pulled a plate towards him. Have you seen Ron? He asked, grabbing a few slices of bacon and a couple of slices of orange toast. Hermione nodded. He and Ginny went out to the pitch early this morning to get in a little extra practice, which was a complete waste of time. Harry looked around as a scowling Ginny took a seat next to him. Didn't it go well? Hermione asked. It went fine, Ron said as he found a seat next to Hermione. It went well for you, Ginny corrected. I didn't get a single goal. Ron's an unbeatable keeper. That's a good thing, Minnie said. Sure it is, Ginny agreed. if you're not out of your nice warm bed at 5 in the morning shooting quaffles at a boy who won't even let you have a goal. What good would it do you if I let you have one? Ron asked. Besides, I thought you wanted to think up a way to get one past me. Well, I'm done trying to come up with something, because I don't think there is anything. Again, that's a good thing, Minnie said. Ginny fumed. I just wish I had slept in. Aren't you going to have breakfast, Ron? Hermione asked, noticing that Ron hadn't immediately reached for a plate and began piling everything in sight on it as he usually did. Ron shook his head. I can't eat. You shouldn't be nervous. Minnie said, yeah, Harry agreed. Ginny's right. You're an unbeatable keeper. Harry had noticed during the practices that Ron was getting substantially better. In yesterday's practice, no one could get anything past him, not even Tobias, who lighting fast on his broom. Ron shook his head. I still can't eat. Maybe a little pumpkin juice, though, he said, reaching for the jug. The morning owls are coming, Ginny said, looking up. I bet Mom sent us candy. And sure enough, Errol, the Weasley family owl, came flying. Actually, it looked as if he was more or less falling in. Burdened with a huge package, he landed haphazardly on the table, scattering bowls of candy corn and nearly toppling the jug of pumpkin juice. Poor Errol, Ginny said, quickly relieving the owl of the package. He must have flown his heart out to make it here on time. Errol dunked his head in Ron's glass of pumpkin juice, then feebly spread his wings to take off again. But he seemed to think better of it, and instead nestled down in the middle of the table and fell off to sleep. Poor creature, Minnie sighed. We'll have to take him up to Ullery. He'll make it all right on his own, Ron said, frowning at loose owl down floating in his glass. Look what he did to my juice. Oh, be quiet, Ron. Ginny frowned. Ira's old, and after he flew all night hauling candy for you, you ought to be glad to let him drink from your glass. Here, she shoved a black bag tied with an orange ribbon at Ron. There's one for you, Harry. And for you too, Hermione, Ginny said, handing Hermione an orange bag with a black ribbon and Harry a bag similar to Ron's. Harry took the bag and saw that his name was stitched in with orange thread. Mrs. Weasley personalized them, he said while nodded, fingering his own name. Mom has too much free time, he said. I think they're lovely, Hermione said. I'll have to send Mrs. Weasley a nice thank you. Mom will like that, Ginny said, standing up. I have to go find Dean. She sent candy for him too. See you. Would you like some? Harry asked, offering Minnie some of his candy. No thank you, Minnie answered. It's not good for the teeth, but it's good for a smile, Ron said, opening a chocolate frog. I thought you said you couldn't eat. Hermione said, this isn't food, it's chocolate, Ron said, looking at the card. Hey, Harry, I've got one of you. What? Harry asked. Among chocolate frog cards, Ron handed him the card and he looked at the picture. It was the one of him that had been in the Daily Prophet. Back when he was a contestant in the Triwizard Tournament, it wasn't the best picture. He looked confused in it, as if he didn't know what he was doing there. Minnie peeked over his shoulder at it and laughed. On second thought, Harry, I think I'd like a chocolate frog. Harry handed her his bag of candy and Minnie was digging through it when a post owl landed in front of her. It hooted to get her attention and Minnie looked up. Oh, she took the letter from it and the owl flew off as quickly as it had come. Minnie opened the letter and grinned. He wrote back, she said. It had been so long I was starting to think he wasn't going to. Who wrote back? Harry asked. Tom. Minnie answered Tom. Harry frowned. There was only one Tom he knew of, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron. Minnie nodded. I wrote and asked if any Hogwarts students had stayed there towards the end of the summer. Minnie explained. And he told you? Hermione asked, surprised. Why would he give you that information? I can't be very persuasive, Minnie said, reading over the letter. She frowned. Tom says he had only 2 patrons this summer, me and someone named Trix Bellagrates. Minnie looked up. Isn't that the ministry official that got Lucius Malfoy out? Hermione nodded. Why does a ministry official have to stay at the Leaky Cauldron? Ron asked. Something definitely isn't right about it, Minnie agreed. Do you suppose the owl belongs to her? If it does, Harry said, what's it doing at Hogwarts? I think we ought to find out as much as we can about this Trix Bellagrates. It wouldn't be the first time a ministry official is caught. Hermione said. Can we though? Ron asked. It's not like we can look her up in a book. Actually, we can, Hermione answered. So to speak, there are public records for all ministry employees. I should be able to get something through the library. And what about Pansy? Minnie asked. We should still watch her, I think, Harry said. She's mixed up in this somehow. She has to be. I should head over to library and put in my request, Hermione said, pushing away from the table. It could take some time for the records to arrive, she explained before hurrying out of the Great Hall. Ron watched her go and then looked back at Harry. I'm starting to get a very dark feeling about all of this. The day passed quickly, and all too soon the evening had arrived. The clouds had brought with them a light rain. While it made everything damp, it was nothing like the downpours Harry had to play through before. Harry stepped out onto the Quidditch pitch looking forward to the match. It would take his mind off of everything going on. For a little while at least, he would be able to forget Snape and potions, not think about Pansy Parkinson, and pretend a sinister black owl didn't exist. Captains shake hands. Madam Hooch, acting as umpire once again, ordered. Harry stepped to the center of the field and found himself face to face with Cho Chin. He hadn't thought about who would be captain of the Ravenskull house team before, and the thought that it would be Cho certainly never crossed his mind. Cho grinned at him. Good luck, Harry, she said, holding his hand a little longer than necessary. You too, Harry replied, taking his hand back quickly and glancing over at Minnie. From the death glare she was throwing Cho, Harry could tell Minnie hadn't missed the extra long handshake. Mount your brooms, Madam Hooch called, then placed her whistle in her mouth and blew. The balls were released and the players shot into the air. Harry glanced around once, watching as his team flew to their positions, then gained altitude and started a wide lap around the stadium searching for a spark of gold. Harry caught a glimpse of Cho out the corner of his eye. She was flying just below him, almost mirroring his path. Deciding to take a different route, Harry veered right and gained a bit more altitude, still searching out the snitch, and Weasley has the quaffle. She passes to James O, but Martins intercepts and is flying fast for a goal. He shoots and Weasley stops it. That was a magnificent save by Ron Weasley. Harry looked back down the field just as Ron tossed the quaffle back out to Ginny, the new commentator Albert Allgood. A Hufflepuff fifth year wasn't bad. He wasn't as entertaining to listen to as Lee Jordan, but not bad at all. Harry shook his head, turning his thoughts back to searching out that elusive hint of gold, which was becoming progressively harder to do. The sky had darkened and the light rain was steadily becoming a downpour. Harry wasn't soaked through just yet, but it wouldn't be long before he was. Dropping in altitude a bit, Harry began another wide sweep of the field. The snitch had to be somewhere, and that's the fourth goal for Gryffindor, making the score 100 points to 0. Wow, that walker can really go. Harry looked around as Tobias came zipping away from the Ravenskull goals, heading to the center of the pitch to await his chance to take the quaffle. Then he spotted Cho on the other side of the field go into a steep dive. Harry's first thought was to head her way. But then she pulled to a stop in mid-air. She looked about herself, did a 360-degree rotation, and shook her head frowning. It looks as if the Ravenskull captain and seeker had spotted the snitch but lost it. Too bad, folks. Harry once again started moving through the air. He had to focus on finding the snitch or they'd lose the game. He looked up and high above the goals Ron was protecting he saw something flash in the ever-increasing dark. Harry rose, heading for it, but as he got close he saw that it wasn't the snitch, it was an eye. Two eyes flashing crimson and gold in the night. The owl, Harry whispered, catching the outline of the bird's body, almost invisible against the dark sky and the pouring rain. It wasn't watching him or anyone else in the air. Instead, as it soared high above their heads, it stared out at the stands. Harry turned looking into the stands, hoping for a chance to see what it could possibly be watching. But it was impossible to tell. It was definitely looking into the Gryffindor crowd, but Harry couldn't tell what or who it was looking at. The owl could have been watching anyone. Harry could see Hermione watching the game with interest. Neville was sitting beside her, catching up on the sleep he had been going without the past few days. Lavender was behind him, poking him awake whenever something exciting was about to happen. He spotted Dean not too far away, jumping to his feet as Ginny scored another goal. Seamus was up a split second later and the rest of Gryffindor house followed. There was no way to know what the owl was looking for in the crowd. Harry, what are you doing? Harry looked around. Minnie was floating beside him, staring at him curiously. Harry suddenly realized he hadn't moved in maybe 5 minutes. Oh, he said. I saw he looked back to where the owl had been, but it was gone. He frowned. Get going, Harry, Minnie said. Before zooming off again, Harry nodded and turned his attention back to searching out the snitch and spotted it almost immediately. It had just buzzed past Cho's ear, but she didn't seem to have noticed it. And to Harry's great displeasure, the snitch had decided to hover no more than an arm's length behind Cho. The Ravenskull was currently looking in the other direction. She was completely unaware of the golden ball buzzing behind her head. Harry knew if waited another second longer he would miss his chance to get the snitch. Gripping his broom handle, he leaned down and flew at top speed across the stadium. Aiming seemingly right at Cho noticed this and squeaked. Harry could tell her first reaction was to get out of the way, but then something seemed to click and she must have realized the reason Harry would be flying at her so fast was if the snitch was near. She looked about herself and saw it, still hovering less than an arm's length away, and it looks like Walker is going for a goal. He shoots. Harry knew then that it was too late. Even as he continued his high-speed dash towards her, he knew he would never be able to make it before she grabbed the snitch. Cho knew it too. She looked back, throwing Harry a triumph smile before reaching out casually and plucking the snitch out of the air. Harry pulled up sharply, stopping almost instantly, as Cho held the golden ball high above her head. What's this? Chang has caught the snitch. The game is over. Chang caught the snitch, but Walker just made a goal. Is it good? Madame Hooch floated to the center of the pitch and announced. The final goal made by Tobias Walker was scored just before the snitch was caught. The 20 points count. The goal counts. Giving Gryffindor team a final score 170 points. The final score Gryffindor 170, Ravenskull 150. Gryffindor wins even though Ravenskull caught the snitch. What a game! The crowd was roaring. The Gryffindors loudest of them all, but Harry wasn't listening to the crowd as he landed and dismounted, or pay much attention to the slaps on the back. His mind was otherwise occupied. The owl was there tonight. It was there watching the Gryffindor students. Something bad was going to happen. He just knew it was. The following morning, while eating breakfast, Harry's fear came true, although not in the way he had expected. It happened quite suddenly. One moment everything was normal. Kids were up about, talking and laughing and going on as usual. The next moment everything was silent. One by one everyone in the Great Hall fell still. Everyone was turning around, staring back at the Great Hall doors. Harry's back was to the doors. He knew something was back there, something that couldn't be good. He turned slowly, dreading what he might see, and as he faced the doors, he immediately regretted his decision to look. Both of the double doors were wide open, and standing dead in the center of the arched door was Draco Malfoy. Ha! He's back. Betcha thought he really wasn't going to be in this fake. Well, he is, but is he still the same old rotten stinking Malfoy that everybody loves to hate? Or will he be not so bad this time around? You tell me. No, really, you tell me. I've been conflicted over what Draco's character should be like after he spent some time away. Wherever Way has been, don't worry, I actually sent him someplace and you all will find out where as the story goes on. I've seen where a lot of people has wrote him as being not so bad, and I rather like him that way, but in the Hate series thus far, he's absolutely rotten. So should I move away from this series and make him a decent human being, or should I keep with the current rolling storyline and leave him yucky? So many choices, I just don't know. So guess what time it is? That's right, it's voting time. Do you want to see a nasty Draco or a not so bad Draco? However you vote is however I will write him. So don't delay, cast your vote today. And remember, you can't vote unless you review. So review, and here's comments to reviews as I promised. I always keep my word. So preferring and how's it going? My characters sound English? Nifty. I really wanted to keep them as English as I could. I try to weed out the American slang, but it's very difficult to do. But I'm glad it's working a little bit. And there you go, jumping to conclusions about Neville and Lavender. Are they dating, or is something else entirely? That's for me to know, you to gradually find out as the story progresses. Rita Skeeter, hey, it does rhyme. Sort of. Anyways, her name got messed up as a spell check error. You know how you hit spell check and then you just get into the habit of hitting change one after another. Well, that's what happened with her name. I have Dumbledore, Severus, Snape, Hermione, and Ron in my dictionary, so I don't have to keep hitting ignore all when I get to one of their names. I have no reason to stick Skeeter in there, so there you go. And yeah, I'm pretty sure Harry's scare hurt. It wasn't the searing. Burning fires of hell pain. Oh, kind of hurt, but it hurt. Dumbledore took over mostly because of Snape's problem with Harry. I'm thinking after the thing with the pensive in Book 5, Snape isn't gonna want to teach Harry accomancy anymore anyway. Harry and company were looking for antidotes mostly to help Ron out. He felt somewhat responsible for what happened to Colin, and Hermione thought it would make him feel better if they were doing something that might help the kid. And you know Hermione, once she set her mind to do something, she likes to see it through. Yeah, I thought about that. How bird could have one black feather here and one speckled feather there, but I was just going to make the bird all black anyway. I didn't want to complicate the plot too much more. It's plenty complicated as it is. And finally, I don't mind long reviews. I rather enjoy them in fact. Marzoni, if you're referring to the scene where Dumbledore is talking to Minerva about her and Harry, he's just a little teed off about one of his best professors having to start a relationship with one of his favorite students. Ping Pong Thief, you're ever so close, but your guess isn't quite right. I won't tell what's going on, but if you keep thinking about it, you may very well figure it out. And please note that the crimson eyes have nothing to do with the particular person per Southeast. Say that 3 times fast. I just had to make something about the owl different enough that it would be immediately recognizable as not a normal owl. To everybody else who reviewed and left such wonderful comments, thanks 1.5 million. Well, that is all from me. Don't forget to vote. Or else I'll make Draco a bland character who does nothing, says nothing, and is just generally boring. You don't want that. I don't want that. Nobody wants that. Only you can prevent boring Draco. Do your part and vote. Yo, come back now, you hear. Piss. The next chapter may be delayed. If I get the time to write, I will update in about a week or less. If not, it may be 3 weeks, not until after Christmas before I can get the next one up. I will try to get it up sooner, but don't hold your breath. Peace. Review and most importantly vote of Mice and Men Quest back at last, and I just want to say sorry. I know. It's been like what? A month since I've last updated. So very sorry. Things always get busy around the holidays for me. And I did warn you, I didn't plan to take this long to update again, but well, things happen. Anyway, here's 9. I think I'm about half through with the story. I'm guessing 15 chapters give or take a few, but we're almost there, people. Pretty soon we'll hit that climatic high point and it's all winding down from there. But enough chit-chat from me. You know the drill. Reviews at the end. I don't own Harry Potter, but that doesn't mean I can't come up with funny little scenarios and toss him into them. But before we move on, does anybody know how to font in FevNet? Please let me know if you do. And this isn't just for me, it's for all the authors of the world who can't type in bold or italicize or underline. Save us from this non-funting nightmare. Okay, now moving on, read and enjoy chapter 9 of Mice and Men. Oh hell, he's back, Harry said. Breaking the sudden silence, it was so still in the great hall, Harry knew his comment must have carried. All of the faces turning to look at him were certainly proof enough. Malfoy glanced at Harry and smirked that characteristic Malfoy smirk before heading for his own house table. The blonde nodded at his housemates, and they all broke out in a loud cheer, throwing one last nasty sneer at the Gryffindor table. Malfoy sat down at his own on the other side of the great hall. Harry rolled his eyes at the back of Malfoy's head and turned back to his breakfast. He didn't touch his fork, however. He suddenly wasn't hungry anymore. The silence in the great hall was slowly evaporating into a buzz of talk, students from all houses throwing covert glances at the Slytherin table. I can't believe it, Ron hissed. Wasn't he sent away? It's because Lucius Malfoy's been released from Azkaban. Hermione frowned. I suppose it only makes sense that he sends for his son. So that's the infamous Draco Malfoy. Minnie said thoughtfully, looking openly at the Slytherin table and the blonde boy that had just taken a seat there. I'm curious to see what makes him so bad. What makes him so bad? Ron exclaimed. Didn't you see the look he just threw us? You give the Slytherins dirty looks all the time, Ron. Minnie pointed out. Yeah, well, they deserve it, Ron retorted. Minnie shook her head. Don't you guys think this house rivalry is a little childish? Childish? Ron asked, staring at Minnie. Just whose side are you on? Minnie frowned. You know very well, Ron Weasley. I am a Gryffindor through and through. I'm just saying the animosity between the Gryffindors and the Slytherins seem a little primary schoolish. Childish rivalry or no, Harry said, Malfoy being back is not a good thing. That I can agree with, Ron said, nodding fervently. Hermione nodded as well, still frowning at the prospect of having to share the rest of the school year with Malfoy. You too? Minnie asked, looking at Hermione in surprise. You don't know him the way we do, Hermione answered simply. Oh my god, Ginny said, coming up behind Harry and finding a seat next to her brother. I know you saw. I heard your little comment at the other end of the table, Harry. I'm surprised one of the professors hasn't come to give you a good talking to yet, but still. Can you believe it? I'm trying very hard to pretend he's not there, Ron said. He looks different. Ginny went on. It's his hair, Hermione said. Oh, Ginny looked back quickly and then turned around, hoping no one saw her glancing at the Slytherin table, although nearly everyone else was. Yeah, it's not slicked back, and it looks longer and blonder if that's possible, Hermione said. He has a tan too, Ginny said, leaning in and talking to Hermione in a conspiratory tone. And he's picked up some weight, not all scrawny and gangly like last year. She glanced sideways at her brother and then whispered, He's actually very cute. Ron, who had heard perfectly well what his sister had said, gave Ginny a look of utmost horror. I hope I shall die if I ever hear those words come out of your mouth again. Ginny grinned crookedly at Ron. Everybody knows his ugly personality more than overshadows his somewhat handsome physique. But if you feel so strongly, Ron, the words shall never again cross my lips. Good, Ron said. Just the thought of you even thinking, Ron shivered. Let's just talk about something else. Okay, like what a great game we had yesterday. Mention of the Quidditch match reminded Harry of the owl. He hadn't told Ron, Hermione, and Minnie about it last night. They were all so happy with the turnout of the match he really didn't want to bring them down. But now seemed as good a time as any to talk about it. I saw the owl again during the match, Harry said. I think we should work on the mouse thing soon. Ginny looked at Harry curiously. What owl? What mouse thing? Her eyes widened in realization. Oh, you guys are up to something. Aren't you? Harry looked at Ginny. He had forgotten she was still sitting there. He had never meant to mention anything around her. It's nothing, he said. Ginny narrowed her eyes at him. Really? Nothing? I'll believe that the day Snape tells everyone he's really the Tooth Fairy. Minnie smiled. He may be. For some unexplainable reason, a lot of the kids in potions think he wears pink tights under his robes. Ginny glared at Mindy. Don't try to distract me with disturbing images. She looked pleadingly at Hermione. What's going on? Hermione looked back at Ginny and then at Harry and Ron. We may as well tell her. If there's anybody we can trust, it's Ginny. Ron nodded. All right then, but you're not getting involved. Sure, Ginny grinned triumphantly. Now what's happening? Harry leaned in and told her everything that they suspected, from the owl feathers they had been finding to their decision to follow Pansy around. I can help, Ginny said immediately, as soon as Harry was done. I just said you couldn't get involved. Ron frowned. You guys need me, Ginny insisted. Once you're mice, how do you plan to find Pansy? You can't very well run around the school that way until you come across her. If somebody doesn't step on you first, Mrs. Norris will surely get you. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Minnie exchanged looks. Ginny did make a good point. What do you suggest we do? Harry asked, looking back at the red hat. After you go all mousy, Ginny answered. I carry you to Pansy. I get you as close as I can and then you guys take it from there. Hermione raised an eyebrow. That sounds reasonable, and I won't be getting involved. Ginny added, looking at Ron. Not really. Ron nodded. That's true right then, Harry said. We'll do it that way. We ought to choose a day to do this, Hermione said. Maybe several. We might not be lucky enough to figure out what she's up to the first time. Harry nodded. How long do you think it would take us to work out the spell? Hermione shrugged. Not long, a few days, if we focus on it. All right, Harry said. We'll work on the spell every night starting today and do it next Friday. Let's see how that goes before we make another day. Sounds like a plan, Ron said. Harry nodded, then looked at Minnie. Do you think you can stay out of detention for 1 week? Minnie smiled. I'll be on my best behavior, she answered. Unless Snape does something that really annoys me, Minnie, Harry said. And even then, I will ignore him. Minnie added. Unless he really annoys me. Minnie, please, Harry said, and I will still overlook all of his horrible attributes. Minnie said, grinning, unless Harry leaned over and gave Minnie a quick kiss on the cheek, which had the desired effect. She stopped talking. That little blush worked its way across her nose, and she smiled brightly at Harry. Well, I suppose we should be going. Defense against the dark arts first. Let's go see how much trouble we're going to get ourselves into if we're reading tarot cards again and Ron's doing the reading. Probably loads, Harry said, pushing away from the table. I'm not that bad at reading tarot cards. Ron frowned. Yes, Ron, you are, Hermione said. She had had the misfortune of having Ron read her tarot cards. She should have died 3 days ago, bludgeoned to death by a mad house elf with a smoked ham. Well, we can't all be brilliant at everything, Ron said nonchalantly, but at least I'm creative. Harry laughed, following his friends out of the great hall, and forgetting for just a second and only a second that Malfoy was back. Saturday and Sunday passed in a blur. Minnie and the others had spent all weekend in the room of requirement working hard on the Transfiguration spell, while Minnie actually pretended to work on the spell, often ending the Transfiguration half-complete just to seem to be on the others' levels. To Minnie's surprise, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, who had insisted on learning too, just in case she needed to make a quick getaway, were actually getting quite good. Hermione could become a flawless mouse in seconds. Ron was still having trouble growing fur. Harry couldn't seem to grow a tail, but Ginny was doing remarkably well for only a 5th year. It took her a good deal longer than Hermione, but she too could become a perfect mouse. Minnie was actually a little surprised to see what they could accomplish when they put their minds to it. The only trouble was they couldn't control the mouse instincts. Every time they would become mice, they would scatter, probably looking for a nice wall to chew a hole through. Whenever this happened, Minnie would quickly change back and perform the reversal spell, snapping them out of the mouse world. Minnie was just very glad it wasn't mouse mating season, which occurred approximately every 2 weeks. There's got to be spell or something that can help with this, Hermione said, still trying to scrub whiskers that were no long there. There isn't, Minnie said. It's something you just have to control. How do you know? Ron asked. Oh, I tried to look it up already, Minnie answered quickly. When I turned into a cat and transfigured, I had the uncontrollable desire to pounce Professor Lupin's robes, so I decided to see if there was anything that could be done about that. Ron looked at her oddly, but Harry nodded, accepting the excuse as truth. So what do we do about it then? Ginny asked, looking around nervously, as if she half expected some gigantic predator to swoop down on her. We keep practicing until we can control the mouse and not the other way round, Harry answered, but not today. I think the mouse instincts are starting to rub off on us. Ginny nodded in agreement. I'll probably be jittery for hours. At least you don't want to clean your whiskers, Hermione said. Let's get back to Gryffindor Tower. I still have homework to finish up. Monday came, bright and chilly. The weather still wasn't right for snow yet, but that didn't chase away the cold. Minnie was very glad to be spending the morning inside. The Transfiguration passed quickly. Professor Lupin gave the students another opportunity to try and turn themselves into their chosen animals. Both Harry and Ron did 100 better their second time, completely becoming their animal of choice with only a few small defects. They each earned 20 points for showing the most improvement over a short period of time. As it turned out, it was care of magical creatures that proved the most difficult subject of the day. Though Minnie didn't immediately recognize trouble on the horizon, Harry, Ron, and Hermione saw it from a mile off. Hagrid's too happy, Ron whispered, as Hagrid came bouncing, or as close to bouncing as a half-giant could get from around his house, beaming at everyone. You remember the last time he had the happy, goofy look? Harry nodded warily. He couldn't, Hermione said, staring at Hagrid the spellvigency. There's no way, no possible way. All I'm saying is he's just too happy, Ron said, frowning. I have to admit, Harry said, I'm starting to get a little nervous. So what? Minnie asked. Hagrid's in a good mood. People have good moods. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at Minnie as if she knew nothing. Gather round, class. Hagrid called to the assembled student. I've something special today. Meetai special. Hagrid turned and led the way around his house, towards the stalls. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged nervous looks before following. Many thought they were being ridiculous, but then they did know Hagrid best. Maybe their worries were justifiable. And as she turned the corner and faced the stalls, she saw just how justifiable their worries really were. In the middle of one of the larger empty stables sat a huge cage. Inside the cage slept a baby Hungarian horntail dragon. Black-gray smoke wafted lazily from its nose as it did the equivalent of dragon snoring. A Hungarian horntail, isn't he beautiful? Hagrid asked, beaming proudly at his baby dragon. It was fairly apparent from the way the students stared. They didn't think so. Are you supposed to have him? Hermione asked, raising her hand nervously. Oh. Yeah, Hagrid answered. It took a bit of doing, but I got special permission from Professor Dumbledore and the Ministry to have him. He's only for my advanced classes to see, so you'll know what to do if you run across one in the wild. I already know what to do. Ron said quietly to Harry. I turned around and ran in the other direction. Who can tell me a bit about this type of dragon? There were no immediate takers, not even Hermione seemed too keen on answering, for fear Hagrid might try to reward her by allowing her to pet the dragon. They're mean, Harry said finally, eyeing the dragon suspiciously. No, they're not, Hagrid answered, grinning. They're too misunderstood. Horntoos are real friendly once you get to know them. This one was born in a dragon sanctuary, so he's real used to people being about. You won't get to play with him today, though. I don't want to wake him. It gets a little feisty when you wake him up from his nap, so we'll be building him a new nest. His old one's due for a change. Hagrid walked towards a long table set up on the other side of stalls. The students following quickly, eager to put some distance between them and the sleeping dragon. Ranged across the table was an assortment of branches and bramble. Everything was covered in thorns. We're building a nest out of that, Parvati asked, eyeing the thorns nervously. Hagrid nodded. Dragons tend to like their nests rough. It do bother them. Thick hides. Now you just want to arrange everything in a big circle like. There's no trick to it. Do as much as you can. I'll finish it up myself later. I know this lesson is a bit boring. But next time will be much better. Next time you'll get the chance to feed him. Hagrid beamed at them, not outfaced by the expressions anywhere from slightly surprised to utterly horrified crossing the students' faces. Well, get to it, Hagrid said happily before going off to check on his dragon. They spent the rest of the class period trying to arrange the thorny branches and bramble into a semicircle large enough to accommodate a baby dragon, and trying very hard not to become too scratched up from the thorns. The first they managed with a small amount of success. The latter they were not so lucky with. What do you suppose dragons eat? Seamus asked as they walked back towards the castle. As I would think, Dean answered, picking at his blooded scratches. Hey, you think Neville still has that plan that helps cuts? Harry shrugged. I haven't seen it. Neville's so lucky, Seamus said. He gets to play with his plans all day and doesn't have to come to class. God, I wish I had a golden excuse like his. Neville isn't doing what he's doing to get out of class, Lavender said, frowning, and he's not playing with plants. His work is very important. He's trying to save a kid's life. Sorry, Lavender. I wasn't trying to offend your boyfriend, Seamus said, rolling his eyes. Lavender's face turned a shade that matched her name. Neville is not boyfriend. We're just friends, she huffed. Then why are you always together? Seamus asked. Come on, admit it. You two are sweet on each other. We hang out because we're friends and that's what friends do. You and Dean spend a lot of time together. Are you sweet on each other? Lavender fumed, not Dean grinned. I only go for redheads. That was so disturbing on so many levels, Ron said. That I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear you say it. Seamus looked at Parvati. Tell the truth, Parvati. Are Lavender and Neville together or not? Parvati glanced at Lavender, then back at Seamus and shrugged. I don't know what you're talking about, she answered, and neither does he. Lavender huffed. You don't know anything, Seamus Finnegan. And with that she stormed off, Parvati hurrying after her. That was uncalled for, Mindy said, frowning disapprovingly at Seamus. Though she had to admit, she too was a little curious about Neville and Lavender's relationship. They had been spending a lot of time together, and Lavender's right, Hermione added. Neville's work is important. You shouldn't downplay it like that. Yeah, I know. Seamus said, but still, oh, forget it. He turned and headed off as well. Dean shrugged apologetically and followed after his best friend. Ron looked at Harry, Hermione, and Mindy and asked, is it just me, or does anybody else wishes they had a golden excuse like Neville? If Mindy thought care for magical creatures was bad, potions the next day was infinitely worse. Mindy had known the class might not go so well. With Draco being back, she had no idea just how badly things could go. Draco had decided to set up shop not far from Harry, and took any opportunity he could to make snide little comments to Harry. Mindy wanted so badly to turn around and turn Draco into something nasty, but she had promised Harry she would be on her best behavior. She kept looking to Snape. hoping he'd split the two of them up, but Snape was apparently so blinded with joy that his favorite student was back. He just couldn't see any of the horrible little things Draco was doing. He of course never missed it when Harry would turn around to respond to Draco. Before the lesson was half over, Gryffindor had lost 45 points. "My father's out," Draco was saying to Harry, while Snape was busy on the other side of the room. "Are you scared, Potter?" "No," Harry hissed through clenched teeth. "You should be," Draco went on, in that annoying taunting voice. "There's nobody to protect you. With your doggy friend dead and all." Minnie saw Harry reach for his wand and she quickly laid a hand on his arm. "Don't, Harry. He's not worth the trouble." Harry didn't look as if he believed her, but she saw his grip loosen on his wand. "What, Potter?" Malfoy sneered. "I'm surprised at you, letting your girlfriend fight for you." "Oh, but now I see. That's how you've managed to stay alive all these years. You let somebody else do the dirty work, while you sit back and take the glory." Malfoy grinned nastily at Harry, but Harry was doing a very good job of pretending not to hear or see him. Unfazed by this, Draco went on, "Geez, Potter, you started young too, didn't you? First your parents, and then that Diggory kid, and now your precious godfather. All dead 'cause of you." Before Minnie could even register what was happening, Harry had lounged over his cauldron and tackled Draco. Both boys slid across the stone floor. Before slamming into the wall, Harry had managed to get in one good punch before a stunning spell from Snape's wand put an end to the fight. "What do you think you're doing, Potter?" Snape roared. The fact that Harry was stunned and couldn't possibly answer didn't seem to register with Professor Snape. Minnie pulled out her wand and reversed the spell. Snape whirled on her. "You don't do anything," he hissed. "I was just," Minnie started, but quickly stopped. The look in Snape's eyes told her he wouldn't take any nonsense, not even from her. She looked at Harry apologetically, but didn't say another word. Harry stood slowly, visibly shaken, but definitely on the better end of deal. Draco remained on the floor. He appeared a little stunned, by Muggle means. His head must have collided with the stone wall. Many thought it was possibly he had concussion. "He certainly had a broken nose." "Get out of my class, Potter," Snape said, dangerously quiet. Minnie was relieved when Harry didn't argue and instead walked slowly towards the dungeon door. "Go straight to Dumbledore's office," Snape added, in that same tone. Harry nodded mutely and left the class. "I'll take Draco up to Madame Pomfrey," Pansy said, nervously stepping around her cauldron and heading towards Draco. "Get back to work, Parkinson," Snape snapped. "Everybody get to work. Anybody not working will receive immediate detention." "Miss James," Minnie looked up surprised. Yes, see that Mr. Malfoy makes it the hospital wing," Snape answered, "and see about his head," he added quietly as he walked out of the class. Minnie walked over to Draco, who was sitting up now, holding his head in both hands. "Come on, Draco," she said, lifting his face with one of her hands. The boy was too disoriented to argue or fight back. He was probably in a good deal of pain as well. Minnie had had some training as a healer in her earlier days. Just after she graduated from Hogwarts, she never had any intentions of going into that field. But she thought it was good information to know. Students were always getting themselves into scrapes. She couldn't do anything about concussions or broken bones, but she could certainly stop the bleeding and clear Draco's head a bit, whispering a quick spell she knew would make him feel better. Minnie took Draco by the upper arm and pulled him to his feet. Still a bit out of it, Draco followed easily. Minnie caught Pansy glaring at her resentfully, but she ignored the girl. Instead, she focused on shifting her weight so that she could walk properly while supporting a taller, heavier boy. Still supporting Draco, the two made their way slowly to the hospital wing. Minnie was very glad Harry wasn't around to see them. She knew exactly how this must look. When they reached Madame Pomfrey's door, Minnie knocked lightly. The door swung open almost immediately. Madame Pomfrey on the other side. "Oh my," she exclaimed, taking one look at Draco. "What happened to you?" "He got into a nasty spat with the stone wall," Minnie answered. "The wall won, really?" Madame Pomfrey asked, not terribly surprised. "Have walls gone sour too?" "It's bad enough we get renegade suits of armor every now and then, but now mean-spirited walls, well," she huffed. "Come on then, Mr. Malfoy. I'll get you fixed up." Draco looked back at Mindy, his gray eyes clear of the fog that had laced them up to this point. Thank you, he said just before the door to Madame Pomfrey's office and examining room slammed shut. Minnie blinked. Did Draco Malfoy just say thank you? Minnie had never heard the boy use those words before, not even with one of his housemates, rubbing the back of her neck. Minnie shrugged it off and headed back to Gryffindor Tower to wait for Harry. You slept him. Ron grinned. That's brilliant. God, I wish I'd been there to see it. Harry had returned to the Gryffindor common room to find Minnie, Ron, and Hermione waiting on him. Minnie had told the other two what had happened. Ron took the news as the best he'd heard all year. Hermione, on the other hand, looked quite worried, Minnie mirroring her expression. Harry was still sore where his shoulder had slammed against the wall, and his knuckles were a little cut up. But he had decided against stopping by Madame Pomfrey's. He knew Malfoy would be there, and that was one face he did not want to see. He could live with the injuries. It's not brilliant, Hermione frowned. That was incredibly stupid, Harry. Malfoy probably deserved it. But just how much trouble are you in, Harry sighed. Professor Dumbledore was none too happy here that Harry had been fighting, and was made stacked in his office. The situation went from worse to worser, a lot. He answered, I'm banned from all school activities for 2 months. Banned from all school activities? Minnie asked. What does that mean? Well, no debate for one thing. Harry said. No debate? Ron frowned. What are we supposed to do about defense against the dark arts? Professor Dumbledore can't expect us to learn anything from Professor Trelawney. That wasn't Professor Dumbledore's idea, Harry answered. It was Newt's. Figures, Ron said, rolling his eyes. Besides, it's only till the middle of January. I'll get the class back in plenty of time before the end of the year. What about Quidditch? Minnie asked. Harry smiled weakly. I can't play, or even participate in the practices. What? Ron asked. That's crazy. You're the captain. This doesn't mean the Gryffindor team has to stop practicing for 2 months, does it? Hermione asked. Harry shook his. No, I'm the only one being punished. Listen, Ron, I need you to act as captain for the time, okay? Me? Ron asked. Are you sure? Harry nodded. Yeah, I'm going to miss a game, so I figured Ginny can replace me as Seeker. We know she's good, but then we'll be short one chaser, Minnie said. We'll just have to find someone to fill in. Harry answered, It'll be fine. What about evenings? Hermione asked. Do you have any detention? Harry shook his head. I guess Professor Dumbledore decided no diet and no Quidditch was punishment enough. Snape didn't. He wanted me expelled. Oh, it's not like you killed the boy. Ron said, just did little damage. I hope you knocked him out at least. Actually, I think he did, Minnie said. Draco did take a pretty bad hit on the head. Good, Ron grinned. Snape's not going to let you forget this, you know that, Harry? Hermione said. Harry nodded and leaned back against the couch. I know, Harry looked over at Minnie and smiled. Did I really knock him out? Minnie frowned. I'm surprised at you, Harry. I didn't know you were so violent. You heard what he said to me. I know, heard. I agree he deserves something. Well, I would have just turned him into a wart or a pile of smoldering dung or something. Well, next time, I'll just let you handle it. Harry grinned. Minnie smiled, then, looking very thoughtful, asked, What about the Yule Ball? That's a school activity. Can you still go? Harry's smile faded. He knew this was going to come up. He had hoped not so quickly. No, I can't go, Harry answered, feeling very guilty about it. The other bands he could live with. Breaking Malfoy's nose was definitely worth it. But if he had known he would have to miss the Yule Ball, he might have acted differently. The Yule Ball would have been his and Minnie's first official date, and he had ruined it. Worst of all, he had probably ruined her only chance to go to a ball at Hogwarts. That doesn't mean you can't go, he said, hoping he could make it up to her. If one day you ask somebody, I'll understand. Minnie shook her head. No, if I can't go with you, I don't want to go. We'll stay in Gryffindor Tower. It'll be fun. Harry wrapped his arms around Minnie. Thanks for understanding. Of course, Minnie grinned. What kind of person would I be if I didn't? And what about Pansy? Hermione asked quietly. Our plans don't change, Harry answered. We'll just have to be very careful. Snape got Professor Dumbledore to agree that if I get into any more trouble during the next 2 months, I get 2 weeks of detention with him. And that's bound to be painful, Ron said grimly. So we won't get caught, Harry said. Let's practice during our free period tomorrow and during lunch so Ginny can practice with us as well. Are you sure about this? Minnie asked. It may be better to wait until after your punishment. Harry shook his head. I think we ought to find out what's going on here as quickly as we can. Minnie didn't look particularly happy with that answer, but she nodded her head in agreement. The next few days passed quickly. Harry and the others worked on the transfugazing spell every opportunity they could find, and soon were all able to become mice without losing control to the mouse instincts. Friday evening, just before the end of dinner, they met in the room of requirement and prepared for their covert mission. While mice, they wouldn't be able to speak with each other. To remedy the situation, Hermione came up with a variety of complex whisper flicks and squeaks to convey various meanings which, of course, no one save Hermione could remember. Harry decided it would be best if they just stuck together and kept their ears open. Both Ron and Minnie quickly agreed. "Are you guys sure you'll be alright, not being able to talk to each other?" Ginny asked. "We'll be fine, Jin. Don't worry," Ron answered. "I just wish I could manage to grow some hair." Harry reached into his book bag and pulled out his invisibility cloak. "Here, Ginny," he said, handing her the cloak. "Just in case you need it. I'd rather you not turn yourself into a mouse if you can avoid it." Ginny nodded. "Thanks," she said, taking the cloak and stuffing it into her bag. "Everybody ready?" Harry asked. He received nods all around. Nodding as well, he pulled out his wand and focused all of his energies on a tiny black and white mouse. He quickly whispered the words Metasulasius. Very rapidly he began to feel the changes. First, it was the stomach-lurching feeling of falling. Harry closed his eyes, not wanting to see the floor suddenly rushing up to meet him. Then he fell to all fours as his legs and arms lengthened or shortened to the same length. He felt his thumbs receding and twisting around, and prickly hair starting to grow all over his body. His ears elongated and floated to the top of his head. His tail was the last to appear. He was actually surprised to see that he had managed to grow half a tail. The mouse instincts began to buzz in the back of his head, and he quickly squashed them down. Harry looked around and spotted a light brown mouse to one side of him. Hermione, he thought to himself. To the right of Hermione was a mostly naked mouse. A red peach fuzz covered most of the mouse's body, excluding the forefeet. Ron, Harry thought. A squeak on his other side caught his attention. He turned to see a silky, jet black mouse. Even as a mouse, Minnie is pretty. Harry thought, his whiskers flicking. Sudden vibrations running through the floor told him something very large was coming his way. It took him a second to realize it was Ginny, and he fought the urge to run away. Instead, he turned around to face her. Ginny said something as she kneeled down in front of the four little mice. Her voice was distorted and sounded much deeper than what it was. Harry's brain worked furiously as he translated the vibrations coming from her mouth into words. He managed to catch "let's go" just as Ginny placed her hands on the floor, palms up. Harry climbed onto the left hand, followed by Ron. Hermione and Minnie clambered into the other hand. Ginny lifted them slowly, which was still a little too fast for Harry. Ron squeaked loudly as he backed as close to the center of Ginny's palm as he could go. "Sorry," Ginny whispered apologetically as she put them into her pocket. Harry and Ron slid towards the bottom of Ginny's pocket as she began walking. Where they found homework that should have been turned in days ago, broken quills, and a surprisingly large assortment of sweets. Ron allowed himself to slide all the way to bottom where he began to nibble through the wrapping of a chocolate bar. Harry thumped Ron the head with a paw to remind the other boy of who he was, then clambered back to the opening of the pocket where he could peer out. Ginny was making her way towards the Grey Hall. Dinner had just ended and students were filing out, heading towards their dorms. Ginny navigated the crowd, catching up with the Slytherin group. Soon Harry spotted the hulking back of Pansy Parkinson. Her book bag was open, as if she had taken out a book and forgotten to close it. Ginny quickened her pace, shoving her hands into her pockets as she walked. Harry clambered onto her palm again, followed by Ron, and Ginny lifted them out, not bothering to do it slowly or very carefully. Walking with a steady purpose, Ginny ran right into Pansy bag, quickly dropping the four mice into the bag. "Hey, watch it!" Pansy barked, swirling around. "You watch it!" Ginny retorted, spinning on her heels and marching off. The girl Pansy was with grunted something that Harry didn't bother with trying to translate. Then the two started off down the hall again. Harry and Ron crawled over Pansy's books as they made their way to Mindy and Hermione. The four mice turned and climbed as high as they could, trying to reach the opening in Pansy's back, where they could watch where they were heading in the halls. Pansy stayed with the group of Slytherins she had been walking with, and Harry was beginning to think they were just going to wind up in the Slytherin common room. But then Pansy turned away from the group. "I have to go do something," she explained, waving. "I'll catch up." She turned down a dark hall and headed deeper into the school. Harry's whiskers flicked with excitement as Pansy took corridor after corridor, often heading down halls Harry had never seen. Where is she going? He wondered. Just when he was beginning to think Pansy was walking circles, they came to a stop in the middle of a dark hall, next to an open window. Pansy's eyes roved the darkness. Are you here?" she called timidly. "Of course I am." "You fool, bro. Do you have any news for me?" a voice answered. Harry stretched as far as he could, trying very hard to see who was speaking, but the person remained in the shadows. He couldn't see anything. Mice did not have the best of eyesight. He couldn't even try guessing the identity from the voice, since the mouse ears distorted the sound. What he could feel, however, was Pansy trembling. Whoever she was talking with, it's someone she was very afraid of. No, Muse, Pansy answered. "What about that kid? Is the nosy brat still alive?" Pansy nodded. "They're working on the cure. A lot of people think he may live. Damn, if that kid wakes up, he'll alert Dumbledore to my presence. I can't have him knowing I'm here before I'm ready." The voice paused, then said, "I suppose it's time to speed things up a bit." "What are you going to do?" Pansy whispered. "You know already." "Yes, but I don't think." "Of course you don't. That's why I tell you what to do. Lead him to me." Pansy said nothing. She looked down, trembling even more. "What's wrong?" "No stomach for death. I didn't think you would mind seeing him dead." "I don't," Pansy answered quickly. "It's just lead him to me, Parkinson. I'll take care of the rest." Pansy sighed and nodded mutely. Just then the shadow wavered and began to shrink, and every fiber in Harry's mouse body began to scream with panic. A gigantic black owl emerged from the shadows. The mouse instincts kicked, overpowering whatever control Harry had. An owl was one of the most deadly enemies a mouse had, and it was hardwired into the animal's very body to get away whenever that shadow passed over. This owl was close, too close. Harry knew that the owl knew nothing of him and his friends. But the mouse didn't. The mouse thought an owl that close most certainly meant sudden and painful death, and it had to do whatever was in its power to do to survive. The mouse decided Pansy's bed was too high up. The owl could get him far too easily, and so it clambered over the edge, followed by 3 other mice, and tumbled to the floor. It landed with a whack but was quickly back on its feet and running as fast as its little legs would carry. Harry was sure the owl had spotted him, but it didn't seem to have much interest in him. It flew off in the opposite direction before diving out the window. Harry didn't even try to take control of the mouse again, allowing its flight response to carry him far away from that hall, from Pansy Parkinson, and from the person talking of murder in the shadows. I was quite surprised at how many people wanted Draco to be evil. Well, evil is as evil does, and Draco Malfoy shall be one evil dude, I promise. Before the end of this fic, you're gonna hate him even more than you already do. I'll tell you now though, he won't be a Death Eater, just a little annoying yucky boy. Anywho, Chapter 9 is done. I'm working on 10, even as you read this. Hopefully I should have it up soon. At least I hope it won't take me a month to update again. I know it's annoying when you're following a fic and the author just disappear. I'll do better, I promise. Well, here are comments to reviews. I'm sorry, I took more time to update. Penny, sorry you hate the vote. Since this is a quick feedback type system, I just think it's fun if the reviewers have a little say-so in how the story goes. I just take the initial ideas everybody has and run amok with them anyway. But thank you for your compliment, it makes me feel cheery. Well, am I so obvious? Drax, hey, don't make fun of their animal choices. Hermione was considering becoming an otter, you know, and she was an abnormally small sphinx. Magical creatures are still animals. Dragons would be off limits because they're great big lizards, and Professor Lupin specifically told them to choose mammals. What would you have chosen for them? Mammals only. King Pomfit, glad you're starting to see Harry Minnie in a semi-positive light. Thanks for your comments. On a rainy day, okay, I am so obvious, but of course you brilliant people would pick it up. I am so not good with rearranging names and making them not sound, well, stupid, but good work. Patel Duriatofort, I would love a Draco Jenny ship. I love Darko Jenny romances. But unfortunately, I don't think that will work in this fic. We'll see though. Teen typist, you bet Malfoy's going to cause some trouble. And again, I am so freaking obvious. Everybody is guessing my bad guy correctly. You see, that is why I could never write a good mystery. Super Farragon, I think I answered your first question in the beginning, Ein. As for how to font in Fevnet, I'll go back up and type that in right now. Excuse me please, okay? I'm back. Now about the pink tights, do you really want to know where I got that from? I'll tell you since you asked. I have this one teacher who reminds me of Professor Snape. I mean, stinking evil, and freaking hard. One day, a student caught a glimpse of his socks, which were not socks but pink tights. Of course, the student mentioned it, and everybody was like, oh my god, he's wearing pink tights, at which point our teacher decided to confess to the class that he likes to wear little girl tights because they, and I'm quoting here, hold my legs in. You can imagine the looks crossing our faces. Well, when real life turns out to be so darn interesting, it's only right to incorporate it into fiction. Now, does Snape wear pink tights? What do you think? Oh, now I know you're going to scold me, but please be nice. And sorry, I made Draco cute, I just couldn't resist, but he's still evil and not cool. Definitely not cool at all. That is all the comments this time. So I will say goodbye for now and see you next chapter. Oh yes, and review please. You can leave all your rantings about me and my horrible updating habits if you like, but please remember to mention something about the chapter. See ya. Review. Yo ball, sorry about the wait, everybody. Things are ever so busy for me these days, but I'm trying to do better. And also, I'm sorry about the great chapter mix-up of 2004. I don't know what happened. I updated as usual, and chapter 9 just appeared at the front. Of course I didn't know this until the next day, cause you know it can take a few hours for chapters to appear. Thanks to all you guys who left me reviews about the screw-up. I hope it wasn't too much of a problem. Well, I have nothing more to say, except that I don't own Harry Potter and never ever will. Now read, enjoy, and review. Chapter 10. Yuleball Mouse. Harry ran down the long corridor, hardly aware of where he was heading. His little feet carried him surprisingly fast, as he moved with one side of his body pressed against the cold stone wall. Harry wasn't sure how long he had let the mouse panic carry him away when he finally decided it was high time he took control again. He forced his way through the blind terror enveloping the mouse's brain, and willed himself to stop running. Another mouse plowed into him, and he looked back to see Ron. Just behind him was Hermione, and farther behind her was Mindy. Good, Harry thought. At least we managed to stay together. Ron managed to stop running and came to a jittery halt beside Harry. Behind him, Hermione looked as if she still wanted Bolt, glancing around with very nervous mouse eyes, searching for unseen predators. Minnie sat very calmly, watching Harry. Harry decided it was time to be a boy again, and reached deep within and pulled up an image of himself. He focused on every detail of his body, his unruly hair, his bright green eyes, the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Being an animal, he couldn't speak, and the only way to reverse the spell was with extreme concentration on who he was. It had taken him a while to get used to imagining every detail of himself in perfect clarity, but he had learned the trick of it and could change back without much trouble. Harry was just beginning to feel the first changes of the spell when a very large something swooped down out of nowhere and grabbed him. He lost the picture of himself, and the transformation stopped immediately. The mouse panicked again, and his first thought was to kick, scratch, claw, and bite his way free of whatever had gotten him. Harry forced himself to stay calm. Vibrations were coming from above, and he swiveled his ears around, forcing his brain to make sense of the sounds he heard. "You guys been?" Harry squeaked with relief. It was Ginny. She was wearing his invisibility cloak, and no part of her was visible except the hand that held him. I waited and waited. I was starting to get worried. Ginny went on, "Don't turn back now, Ron. You all can't fit under the cloak. I'll carry you back to Gryffindor Tower in my pocket." Ginny deftly scooped up the other 3 mice. Ron was a little larger now and looked more like a really weird rat, and stuffed them in the deep pockets of her robes, wrapping the invisibility cloak around herself tightly. Ginny headed off down the hall. Harry allowed himself to slide to the bottom of Ginny's pocket and sat very still, trying to steady his insanely fast heart rate. Ginny didn't have to walk very far to get back to the tower. Harry and the others must have run in that direction. probably because they thought of it as the safest place in the school. Soon he heard Ginny whispering the password and felt her stepping through the portrait hole. Several swift steps later, Ginny reached into her pocket and dug out the 4 mice. She placed them on rock and whispered, "Hurry and change back before someone comes." Harry glanced around, assuring himself that the room was empty, then swiftly regained his own form. He stood wobbly and stretched. It did feel good to have only 2 legs again. He looked around, glad to see that everyone was back to normal. "So what happened?" Ginny asked eagerly. "Did you find out anything?" "Yeah," Ron answered, dropping shakily onto the couch in front of the fireplace. "Mice are crazy scared of owls. I guess we should have known that could happen," Hermione said, sitting beside Ron. "Oh, so Pansy has something to do with it?" Ginny asked. Harry nodded. "Yeah, she does." He quickly recounted what they heard Pansy and the person in the shadows talking about. "So, somebody else is going to be hurt, like Colin," Ginny said quietly when Harry had finished. Harry nodded. "Seems like, and the owl is an animagus," Hermione said. "It definitely started off a person before turning into an owl." Ginny frowned. "Couldn't the person have done what you did? Just transfigure into an owl?" Hermione shook her head. "I didn't hear the spell being said. Besides, the owl didn't react to us. If it was a mere transfugation, the owl would have come after at least 1 mouse." Ginny nodded. "All right, but who is it?" Hermione shook her head. "There was no way for a mouse to tell, but I intend to find out. All animagus are supposed to be registered, yeah, but we all know that's not necessarily true." Ron frowned. "It couldn't hurt to try and look it up," Hermione retorted. "But what do we do now?" Ginny asked. "We should tell Professor Dumbledore," Minnie answered. "This is more than we can handle." Harry shook his head. "No," he said. Minnie blinked at Harry. "What do you mean, no, Harry? There's an animagus running around the school and it plans to hurt someone else." "Do I really need to say who that someone else probably is?" Harry could understand Minnie's worry, but he didn't think they knew enough. He knew the animagus would probably be coming after him next, but it certainly wouldn't be the first time someone had tried to hurt him. He could take of himself. Mostly, though, he didn't want to involve anyone else, and telling Professor Dumbledore would be doing just that. He could risk his life, but he couldn't stand to risk anyone else. "I'll be all right," Harry said confidently. Minnie gave Harry a very disapproving look. "Let's just try to figure out who this animagus is first," he added. "I don't think it's a good idea not to tell Professor Dumbledore," Minnie argued. "It's a risk you don't risk, though," Harry cut in. "I'm used to people trying to hurt me." "I'll be all right. Minnie may be right." "Harry," Hermione said quietly. Harry shook his head no. Hermione looked at Minnie apologetically. Minnie sighed, then said, "All right, but once we figure out who this animagus is, we ought to tell Professor Dumbledore." "Fine," Harry agreed. "It's late and I'm going to bed." Ron stood up and waving a quick goodnight to the girls, followed Harry up to the boys' dormitory. "I don't think it's such a good idea to keep this from Professor Dumbledore," Ron said quietly as he and Harry made their way up the stairs. Harry frowned in the semi-darkness of the stairway. "Please don't start, Ron," Harry said, glancing over at one of his best friends. "You know I've faced worse, but you don't have to face anything by yourself." Harry started to say, "I prefer it that way," but thought better of it and instead continued making his way up to the 6th-year sleeping quarters. "I know what you're trying to do," Ron went on, following one step behind Harry. "I guess you think you're protecting us. You don't want to see anybody get hurt again." Harry stopped walking and looked back at Ron. He had never told anyone how he really felt. How did Ron know? Ron must have seen the surprise on Harry's face. He half smiled in the flickering light of the torches. "I am a diviner, you know." "Oh, right," Harry said quietly. "Not that you were ever difficult to read," Ron went on. "Hermione and I could always tell what you were thinking by just looking at your face." "Oh," Harry said, "then you guys understand. You'll stay back and let me handle this." "I don't think this is something you can handle by yourself, Harry. This person is obviously a very powerful wizard and probably a Death Eater." Harry nodded. "I figured as much." "Then you shouldn't try to do this by yourself. People don't fight Death Eaters and just walk away. I've fought Voldemort and walked away." Harry said. Ron flinched and said nothing. "Let me handle it," Harry repeated. Ron said nothing to this. Instead, he pushed past Harry and up the last few steps and went into the 6th-year dorm. Harry sighed quietly and followed the redhead into the soft darkness. Minnie stared into the dark canopy surrounding her bed. She did not feel comfortable with not telling Professor Dumbledore what was going on, but she also didn't want to betray Harry. She knew the whole reason for her 16-year-old transformation was to keep Harry out of trouble. She should go tell Professor Dumbledore. In fact, not so long ago she had made up her mind to see the headmaster and tell him everything that had been happening first chance she got. Now, though, to tell on Harry just seemed wrong. Minnie closed her eyes. She didn't remember 16 being so confusing. With a sigh, Minnie decided not to make any final decisions until the morning. Maybe a night's rest was all she needed to figure out what to do. In the morning, however, Minnie was no closer to an answer than she had been the night before. She sat at the Gryffindor house table staring dismally at her breakfast. It was a grayish bowl of oatmeal and looked exactly the way she felt. Is something wrong? Harry asked, looking at the sour expression on his girlfriend's face. Minnie looked up. Nothing, she answered shortly. Harry frowned. Are you sure? Minnie nodded and stood. She needed to go someplace and think. She had to sort out the strong sense of loyalty she felt towards Harry and figure out how she could tell Professor Dumbledore what was happening without violating it. Where are you going? Harry asked. Class, Minnie answered. It's too early, Harry started, but Minnie turned her back on him and started for the door. As Minnie walked away, she heard Ron tell Harry, I think she's mad at you. But what did it do? Harry asked, exasperated. Minnie left the Great Hall and turned in the opposite direction of the Transfiguration classroom. Stuffing her hands into her pockets, she wandered off in no particular direction. Why was she having such a hard time with telling Professor Dumbledore what Harry was doing? She knew she thought of Harry as a friend, a very good friend, but friends wanted to keep each other safe from harm, and telling Professor Dumbledore would be doing just that, right? After a bit, Minnie decided it was probably time she really headed for class and looked up to take stock of where she was. She was slightly surprised to find herself standing in front of the stone griffin that guarded Professor Dumbledore's office. She looked at the stone creature, wondering if this meant she was supposed to talk to the headmaster. Minnie knew it was futile to wish for such things. But right now she wished she had a sign. Miss James. Minnie started and twirled around. Behind her stood Professor Snape. He looked at her curiously and walked forward to meet her. Are you going to speak with Professor Dumbledore? He asked. Minnie was silent for a minute and then suddenly made up her mind. No, she answered. I was just passing by. Professor Snape narrowed his eyes but made no comment. Instead, he asked, What have you been up to? Minnie blinked. No, nothing. Why do you ask that? You've been so quiet in my class lately. He smirked. I was under the impression you enjoyed being a problem student. Minnie smiled wryly. Only in your class, Snape? Of course, Professor Snape said. And how are things with Potter? Minnie bit her lip, then answered. Everything's fine, really. Usually the boys knee-deep in a conspiracy by now. Minnie laughed nervously. Well, there's no conspiracy today. I have to go. I have class. Professor Snape nodded. And remember, you'll need to earn detention in my class sometime this month and make a batch of de-aging potion. Minnie nodded her acknowledgement. I suggest tomorrow evening. Snape went on. Longavan will be out of my lab. Professor Dumbledore thinks he needs a break from working. Minnie looked back at Snape. How is it coming, the cure for colon, I mean? Slowly, Professor Snape answered. We've developed something that is helping the boy. It's not exactly a true cure, but it is enough to keep Creevy from becoming worse. Snape paused. Of course, he isn't getting any better either. Minnie nodded. Do you think you'll find a cure soon? Perhaps, Snape answered. Possibly by the end of December. We may have the boy home for the holidays. Minnie grinned. That had been the best bit of news she had heard in quite some time. I'm glad you and Neville are working so well together. Snape snorted. Who said we were working well together? He looked around as the first few students began trickling into the hall. Heading for their first lessons of the day. You'd best go, now, Professor Snape said, ignoring the strange looks they were receiving from the passing students. Minnie nodded and, turning her back on Professor Snape, hurried off to Transfiguration. She arrived after nearly everyone else and found herself having to take a seat in the back of the class. Harry looked back at her questioningly, as if asking where had she been. She only shrugged and pulled out her book. Minnie was soon very glad to be sitting in the back of the room. The lesson was once again over the finer points of transfiguring oneself into an animal, a topic Minnie had become bored of some time ago. In the back of the room, it was easy to drift off without Professor Lupin readily noticing. She found herself staring at Harry through most of the period. Once, he looked back and caught her eye. He grinned and threw her a quick wink. Minnie smiled and wondered how she had never noticed the way his eyes lit up when he smiled before. By the end of the lesson, Minnie was sure she hadn't absorbed 2 words Professor Lupin had said. She had no idea what chapters he went over, or what the night's homework would be. When the bell rang, she hurriedly collected her things and caught up with Hermione. Ron and Harry, did any of you catch tonight's assignment? She asked. I'm sure I wrote it down, Ron said, reaching into the pocket of his robes and pulling out a wad of crumpled parchment. Hermione frowned at the disorder and asked, what happened to the homework journal I gave you for Christmas? Oh, it ran out of pages, Ron answered, obviously lying. Hermione narrowed her eyes. It was enchanted so that it wouldn't run out of pages. Oh, then Fred and George must have taken it. Hermione shook her head, then reached into her bag and pulled out a clean sheet of parchment. Here it is, Minnie, she said, scribbling the assignment down with a self-inking quill. I'm surprised you didn't hear the homework, she said, handing Minnie the parchment as they stepped out of the class. Weren't you listening? Oh no, Minnie answered, suddenly embarrassed. I had other things on my mind. Like what? Harry asked with a grin. Minnie was in the middle of formulating a proper response for that when Professor Lupin caught Harry back. A moment, please, Mr. Potter, Professor Lupin said, standing in the doorway of the class. All right, Harry nodded. I'll catch up, he added, looking back at his friends. Ron nodded and started off into the crowded hallway. Minnie looked back at Harry as he stepped into the class behind Professor Lupin, then hurried after Ron and Hermione. The three stepped out into the cold morning air. The weather had finally changed, and the snow that had been threatening to come for so long came last night. About 2 feet of snow covered the ground, forcing Ron, Hermione, and Minnie to more or less trudge out to Hagrid's hut. Harry arrived just as Hagrid came out to meet his class and led them around to where they would tend to the baby dragon. Ron looked at Harry questioningly. What did Professor Lupin want? I have an accomancy lesson tomorrow night, Harry answered, a worried expression on his face. I haven't been practicing lately. You haven't been practicing at all, Hermione frowned. Harry shrugged. You know we've been busy. That's not the point anyway. Professor Dumbledore is going to find out what we've been up to. Mindy looked at Harry, an immense feeling of relief flooding through her. Harry was absolutely right. Professor Dumbledore would get inside Harry's head and see everything he's been doing. She doesn't have to worry about telling. Harry would have to do it whether he wants to or not. Why don't you tell him beforehand? Minnie suggested. At least then, it won't seem as if you were trying to hide it from him. Harry nodded, looking none too happy. Maybe I will. Minnie smiled and turned her attentions to Hagrid as he demonstrated the proper way to clean a dragon. Not even the prospect of taking care of a dragon could bring her spirits down now. Minnie was having an absolutely rotten day. She watched the contents of her cauldron bubble, trying to determine why her potion was an acid green instead of the rose pink color it was supposed to be. November had passed into December, and Harry still hadn't told Professor Dumbledore about the animagus. His accomancy lesson had been cancelled because of a ridiculous prank Peeves had pulled. The poltergeist had decided it would be fun to break into Dumbledore's office and turn all the portraits of the headmasters backwards, then steal several of Professor Dumbledore's items and scatter them across the school. It had been several weeks now, and Fox stand. Professor Dumbledore's pensive and his desk chair still hadn't been located. That morning Professor Dumbledore had called Minnie to his office. The headmaster hadn't heard from her in a while and wanted to know if anything of any importance was going on with Harry. Minnie found herself doing the one thing she thought she'd never do, lying to Professor Dumbledore, which put her in a sour mood. She hadn't paid any attention at all in defense against the dark arts, and when Professor Trelawney questioned her about it, she made a nasty remark about the women not being a real teacher in the first place. This earned her first ever detention outside of potions. No one had been able to say 2 words to her all day without her snapping back, and now she was having a perfectly horrible time in potions. It might have been easier for her if she had just told the truth. The only thing that had kept her from breaking down and telling Professor Dumbledore everything was the lack of anything abnormal happening. Nothing remotely exciting had occurred in the past few weeks, and right now the biggest talk of the school was the holiday break. Less than a week away. I think you've added too much mandrake root. Minnie looked around to see Draco Malfoy leaning over her cauldron. Excuse me. That's why it's that color, Draco answered. Minnie looked down at her potion. Oh, she said thoughtfully, a little toadswort will even it out. Draco suggested. Minnie looked inside her ingredients box and pulled out an empty bottle labeled toadswort. It seems I'm out, she said, holding up the glass container. Use some of mine. Draco handed her a small green vial. As she took it from him, he brushed the tips of his fingers against hers. Minnie blushed slightly and immediately pulled away. She looked across the room at Harry, who was completely ignoring his potion. He stood silently, fuming as much as the bubbling liquid inside his cauldron. After the fight, Professor Snape decided it would be best to split up Minnie and Harry, as if the two of them sitting together was the cause of it. Draco had immediately moved next to Minnie and was being entirely too civil for comfort. Minnie knew the boy was only doing it to annoy Harry, and tried her best to ignore him. Minnie dumped half of Draco's powdered toadsworts into her cauldron and watched the green swirl into a pinkish mauve color, satisfied that her potion was at least partly right. She handed the vial back to Draco, being sure not make any eye contact. Time's up, Professor Snape announced. Bottle your potions and put them on my desk. Minnie found an empty bottle and filled it with the liquid. She frowned at the stuff in her bottle. She really hadn't been paying close attention to what she was doing, and her work reflected it. Shrugging at the slightly discolored potion, she walked to the front of the room and placed it on Snape's desk. Harry stepped up beside her, quickly depositing his potion, and hissed, "What was Malfoy saying to you?" Minnie rolled her eyes. She was already having a not-so-great day. Last thing she needed was Harry playing the overprotective, jealous boyfriend. Nothing, she snapped and headed back to her desk. She could practically feel Harry scowling at her. "Boyfriend troubles?" Draco asked with smirk as she returned to her seat. "Don't." Minnie whispered quietly. "Don't what?" Draco asked coolly. "Talk to me, but I thought we were friends." Draco said, a note of mock hurt in his voice. "I cleaned up for you and everything." Minnie looked around and found her cauldron spotless and all of her ingredients neatly put away. "You shouldn't have done that," she frowned. "Isn't that what friends do?" he asked, leaning slightly towards her. Minnie leaned back, putting as much distance between herself and Draco as possible. She turned around and began stuffing her books into her bag. "I wasn't aware that we were friends," she said, avoiding Draco's great eyes. "You used my toadswort. I wish I hadn't. I'm not evil, you know." Minnie looked around at Draco. "I never said you were." Draco looked at her seriously. "You didn't have to say it." Minnie bit her bottom lip. Maybe she was wrong about Draco. She had been treating him like the lowest scum to ever inhabit Earth, but he was a rotten boy. The way he treated Harry that first day back had been proof enough. Lately, though, he seemed different. "I'm sorry, Draco. I didn't mean to." Draco shrugged away her apology. "It's fine," he said, looking back towards the front of the class as Professor Snape collected the last vial of potion. Snape frowned distastefully at the mud-brown mixture, then dismissed the class. Harry walked over immediately. Draco gave him an icy glare, then smiled warmly at Minnie. "I'll talk to you later, Minnie," he said, scooping up his bag and walking away. Harry glared at the back of Draco's head as if he could use his thoughts to smash it in if he concentrated hard enough. "Whatever he's up to," Harry said, still staring at the spot Draco had been in. "It's not any good." Minnie nodded, but she wasn't so sure anymore. The last few days of class passed fairly quickly. With the holiday break so close at hand, the professor seemed disinclined to give much outside work. So close to the break, most students were not in the least bit thinking of classes anyway. Minnie spent most of her time trying to decide what to get Harry for Christmas. Hermione was equally agonizing over gift selections. She wanted to get the boy something they might actually use. "You don't suppose they'd want another homework diary?" Hermione asked, looking up from the catalogs they were poring over. Minnie shook her head. "I doubt it. It was only a few days from Christmas." She and Hermione had procrastinated way too long. Minnie glanced around the Gryffindor common room, checking to see that Harry and Ron were still deeply involved in their chess game. The common room was far emptier than usual. The students too young to go to the Yule Ball had left days ago. A few girls were down, showing off their dress robes, talking loudly about the ball. Minnie looked at Hermione, still searching through the catalog. Who are you going with to the Yule Ball? Hermione looked up and blushing slightly said, Ron. He asked me days ago. You didn't tell me. Minnie grinned. Hermione shrugged, then looking apologetically. Said, I'm sorry you can't be there, Minnie. The Yule Ball can be a lot of fun. I'll be fine here with Harry, Minnie said. Hermione nodded. I know. I'll sneak you back some sweets. Minnie smiled. Thanks. She glanced back at Harry and Ron. One of Ron's pawns had just knocked the head off of one of Harry's. Harry groaned loudly at his beheaded chess piece. Maybe we should put these up, Minnie suggested, waving a hand at the catalogs. It doesn't look like that game will last much longer. Hermione nodded and shoved the magazines into her bag. I need to go to library anyway. The documents I requested should have come by now. Do you want to come with me? Minnie nodded, bored of sitting around the common room. What documents did you request? The public records on trick celebrates, and I asked for the records of the registered animagus too. Minnie nodded. She waved goodbye to Harry, and she and Hermione made their way to the library. The library was completely empty. The only person there was the old librarian, nosing about the shelves. Hermione asked her for the records, and she was handed a huge stack of books and scrolls. That's quite a bit of information to go through, Minnie said, eyeing the pile in Hermione's arms. Hermione walked to the farthest corner of the library and dropped the stack on a table. Maybe I should have been more specific, Hermione said, taking a seat. It shouldn't take too long. Look through most of it. Minnie nodded and sat opposite Hermione. She grabbed one of the scrolls and began looking for any reference of grades. After about an hour of reading and finding nothing terribly exciting, Minnie became incredibly bored. Pushing aside the scrolls, she pulled out one of the catalogs and began flipping through it. Hermione glanced up, tired already. Minnie shrugged. I think I might have found something Harry might like, she said, ignoring the look Hermione was giving her. I need to put in the order for it or it won't get here by Christmas. Hermione nodded. I have a few things to order myself. Would you like to come up to the Orrery, then come back and finish this? Hermione shook her head. You go ahead. I'll catch up. Are you sure? Hermione nodded and went back to the scroll she had been reading. Minnie pushed away from the table and, grabbing her bag and catalog, left the library. She headed down the long, empty halls toward the Orrery. She opened the catalog, looking at the items she had picked out for Harry. She had ordered Ron's and Hermione's gifts long ago, but had really put off choosing a present for Harry. Nothing seemed quite right. She hoped he'd like what she had finally settled on. Minnie navigated through the halls, mostly from memory, keeping her head buried in the catalog. She didn't look up until she ran flat into someone. Sorry, Minnie said, adjusting her glasses and looking up to see who she had nearly walked over. Oh, it's you. Draco Malfoy stood in front of her. He smiled coolly at her. You should watch where you're going. You never know who might run into apparently, Minnie said and tried to step around him, but Draco moved to block her. Ordering presents, Draco asked. Snatching the catalog from her hands, Minnie scowled at him. Maybe. I don't like it when people buy me underwear, Draco said, in case you were leaning that way. Minnie rolled her eyes. Who says I'm getting you anything at all? She grabbed the catalog and started around him again. This time Draco let her past, but he fell into step beside her. Who are you going to the Yule Ball with? He asked casually. I'm not going, Minnie answered. Because Potter isn't going. Minnie looked at him. You know isn't allowed. Everybody does, Draco answered. Serves him right, though I don't think his punishment was severe enough. What he did was assault. I thought was he rather easy on you, considering what you were saying to him, Minnie said. None of it was a lie. Potter's a show-off and crybaby, always trying to save the day and then acting all miserable when he gets somebody killed instead. He's a big fat stupid jit. He's my boyfriend, Minnie said, turning on Draco. Doesn't change the fact that he's a stupid jit and a liar. He's not a liar, Minnie yelled. If you're thinking about your father, I don't want to talk about that, Draco said quickly. Cutting her off, I'm just saying you could do better. And who is better than Harry? Minnie huffed. Draco smiled again. The anger that had been lining his face seemed to evaporate away, but the smile never really touched his eyes. Just about anybody is better than Potter. From the way he said it, she knew he meant himself in particular. Minnie turned on her heels and started away again. Draco followed her, matching his stride to hers. You should go to the Yule Ball, he said. With who? Minnie asked, realizing her mistake even as the words fell out of her mouth. She could see Draco grinning at her out the corner of her eye, but instead of giving the answer she had expected to hear, he said, "Nobody." Minnie stopped. "What? Why not? You don't need a date. Everybody would certainly understand why you were alone." He smiled at her. "You know you want to go." Minnie didn't say anything. She looked away. At first, she really hadn't cared about missing the ball. She hadn't really wanted to go anyway. But with it being so close, it was the only topic of most of the girls' discussions. After listening to the excited whispers for days now, she had to admit she was a little curious. Sure, she had been to the last ball, but then she was a chaperone. She wondered what it would be like from a student's perspective. Draco waved a hand nonchalantly. "Just think about it," he said, and left her with her thoughts. Minnie woke up very early Christmas morning to the sound of Parvati squealing. Minnie sat up quickly, fearing something terrible was happening. She tore back the draperies around her bed and peeked out. She quickly spotted Parvati and Lavender sitting in front of their beds going through their gifts. Parvati jumped up and twirled around in the middle of the room, holding up pink robes. "I knew it. I knew Mommy would get them for me. I've been giving her big hints forever. They're lovely," Lavender said, opening a large, poorly wrapped box. She pulled out a beautiful blue china pot with large white and purple lilies growing inside. "Flowers?" Parvati asked. "They seem pretty ordinary." "They're from Neville," Lavender answered with a smile. "They're my favorite, and I think they're lovely." Parvati shrugged and went back to her gifts. Sighing loudly, Minnie started to pull the draperies back around when Hermione caught her name. "Aren't you going to open your gifts?" she asked, pulling on her house robe. Minnie looked at the foot of her bed and spotted the small pile of brightly wrapped gifts. "Yeah, I suppose so." She crawled out of bed and picked up her first gift. There was no name on it, only a card that read "Merry Christmas," but she recognized the handwriting as Professor Snape's. She hurriedly opened the package, wondering what Snape would give her. She wasn't at all surprised to find a box full of potion ingredients. She looked at a few of vials and saw that they were the ingredients she needed for the de-aging potion. He must have guessed she'd be running low. The next gift too didn't have a name on it. But again she recognized the handwriting. Written on the card, in Professor Dumbledore's favorite emerald green ink, was "Merry Christmas and try to enjoy this second chance." Minnie opened the package and found a beautiful quill and ink set. All of the quills were exotic colors and looked terribly expensive. There wasn't a bottle of plain black ink in the set, but there were several shades of blue and turquoise, a few varieties of violets and reds, and a bottle of ink that shifted color periodically. Minnie grinned at the inks and quills. It was something she would never buy as Professor Minerva Mcgonagall, preferring plain as opposed to the outrageous, but the set seemed to suit her 16-year-old self. Setting the gift aside, she picked up the next present. This one was from Hermione. She smiled as she pulled out a book on history of magic of Austria. "Thanks, Hermione," she said, holding up the book. Hermione smiled. "I thought it might remind of your home," she said. "I hope you like my home," Minnie said, glancing down at the book. She was supposed to be from Austria. "It does, and I love it." Hermione grinned. "I love your gift too," she said, holding up the book. Minnie had bought her a handbook to transfugacay in. "I guess we were thinking along the same lines." She looked back at her gifts and then asked, "Did Ron give you candy?" "Let's see." Minnie picked up Ron's present and opened it. It was tin-filled with chocolate frogs. Minnie nodded, showing Hermione the large tin of chocolates. Hermione laughed. "He gave me Betty Bird's every flavor beans. Trade you a few beans for a couple of frogs," Minnie said. Hermione nodded and handed her the tin of candy. Minnie took a handful of beans and gave Hermione 2 of her chocolate frogs. Minnie tossed a few of the beans into her mouth, hoping she didn't have any of the less than tasty flavors, and picked up her last gift. It was a small box wrapped in blue and silver paper. A simple tag announced it was from Harry. Minnie removed the paper carefully and opened the package to find a small, round white china jewelry box. It was delicately carved all over with roses, and the lid was traced with gold. "Oh, it's gorgeous," Hermione exclaimed, who had been watching Minnie open her final gift with great interest. This got the other girls' attention, and they turned to see the present. "Is that from Harry?" Parvati asked, walking over to take a closer look. Minnie nodded and opened the jewelry box. She was very relieved it wasn't one of the annoying ones that were enchanted to play music whenever the lid was up. "Oh," she said, peeking into the box. She reached in and pulled out a small teardrop stone, clasped to a silver chain. The stone was a clear pale blue that seemed to shimmer between gray and lavender depending on how the light struck it. "That's nice," one of the other girls said, watching the blue change color in the morning light. Minnie nodded. She hadn't expected anything this nice. She suddenly felt guilty. Harry really cared about her and she was just leading him on. "Is something wrong?" Hermione asked. Minnie looked at Hermione, pushing down the sudden surge of guilt. "No," she answered, forcing a smile. "I just hope Harry didn't spend too much." Hermione grinned. "I'm sure he didn't. Let's go see if Harry and Ron is up yet." Minnie nodded and put the necklace back in the jewelry box. Placing it aside with her other gifts, she and Hermione hurriedly go dress. They went down to the common room and quickly spotted the boys sitting at one of the small tables. They were playing chess with what looked like a brand new chess set. Harry spotted them first and waved them over. Ron directed one of his chessmen to smash in one of Harry's and then looked around. "Thanks, Hermione," he said, grinning widely. "This is great," he said, waving at the chess set. Hermione smiled. "I thought you might like it. Your old one was starting to look a little worn." "Thanks for your gift, Hermione," Harry said. "I didn't know there was a second volume of Quidditch Through Ages." "It's pretty new," Hermione answered. "Supposedly the first volume left out a lot." Hermione found a chair and put it up to the table to watch the game, immensely pleased that her gifts were well received. Minnie found a chair too and sat next to Harry. "You move." "Harry," Ron said, then looked at Minnie. "Thanks for the candy. Do you know we gave each other nearly the thing?" Minnie nodded. "I thought about that when I opened your gift. Maybe we can trade chocolate frog cards later." "Sure," Minnie said. Ron watched Harry make a disastrous move, then quickly countered it, resulting in another one of Harry's pawns being smashed to bits. Minnie laughed at the destruction and said, "I don't think you'll ever be any good." "I'm getting better," Harry said defiantly. "I loved your gift," she said quietly. Harry looked at her, smiling nervously. "You liked it?" "Of course. It's the best gift I've gotten in a while." Harry grinned brightly, then reached into his pocket and pulled out what looked like a golden snitch. "This is great, too. Can I see that?" Hermione asked. Harry handed it to her and she pressed a small button on top. A clasp opened to reveal a watch face, a pocket watch that looks like a snitch. Hermione said, "This is nice." Minnie smiled. "You like it, Harry?" Harry grinned. "Yeah." The four of them spent most of the day together. Harry lost 2 games of chess to Ron before they went down to breakfast. They then put on their heavy cloaks and went outside. Harry and Ron dragged Minnie into a snowball fight, though Hermione somehow managed to avoid getting involved in it with several students from Hufflepuff and Ravenskull. After half an hour, Minnie managed to detach herself from the fight and went inside. She was cold and rather damp, but she couldn't remember the last time she had had so much fun. Minnie headed straight for the library, assuming Hermione would be there. She spotted the other girl easily, as once again Hermione was the only person in the library. Minnie swept towards Hermione's table, ignoring the disapproving look the librarian was giving her for dripping water and snow on the clean floors. Hermione looked up from the pile of documents she was going through. As Minnie approached, she wrinkled her nose at Minnie's slightly damp appearance. "You're wet," she said. "Really?" Minnie asked, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. "I thought you might be in here. I came to see if you wanted any help. You can look if you want, but I'm starting to think there isn't anything to find." "What do you mean?" Minnie asked, taking a seat in front of Hermione. Hermione sighed. Either Trix Bellagrates as the most boring person on the face of the earth, or she didn't exist before she started working at the Ministry. Minnie frowned. "What makes you say that?" "There's nothing about her life before the Ministry," Hermione explained. "No mention of any family or past jobs, or even what school she graduated from." "That doesn't make sense," Minnie said. "There's always some mention of Ministry workers past in the files." "I know," Hermione nodded, "and there's something about Braid's name that doesn't sit right with me." "What?" Minnie asked. Hermione shook her head. "I don't know. It'll come to me though. Any luck in finding a registered Animagus?" Hermione shook her head no again. "There was no all listed, but I guess I have expected that anyway." She pushed the documents in front of her away. "I don't think I'm going to find anything in these. I was going to turn them in, unless you want to go through them." Minnie shook her head. "I doubt I find any more than you. I think the lack of information on grades is important somehow. We just need to go over everything we know." "I'm sure we'll come up with a solution." Hermione nodded. "But not now," she said, turning around to look at the clock above the library door. "I have to start getting ready for tonight." It takes me forever to get this straightened," she added, lifting a lock of her very frizzy hair. "Let's go then. I need to dry off anyway." Hermione returned the scrolls, and the two of them made their way back to the tower. Minnie changed into drier clothes and helped Hermione get ready for the night. As she helped Hermione dress, she realized just how much she really wanted to go to the Yule Ball. She watched the other girls get dressed just a little bit envious, then shook her head. She told herself she was a grown woman and shouldn't be upset because she wasn't go to some silly dance, but no matter how she rationalized it, she couldn't make herself feel okay about missing the ball. She squeezed her eyes shut for a second, then turned back to Hermione. "You look beautiful," she said. Hermione was dressed in creamy white robes that seemed to float around her when she moved. Her hair was pulled up in complicated curls, a large sparkling clasp held it all in place. "She really was gorgeous, thanks," Hermione said. "What do you think Ron will say?" "I think he will be speechless," Minnie answered. Hermione grinned. "That would be a first." The two went down to the common room to wait on Ron. It wasn't long before he and Harry appeared. Ron looked surprisingly handsome and a little self-conscious in simple black dress robes with burgundy trim. He grinned crookedly as he approached them. "You look really nice tonight," Hermione said. Ron opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. He closed his mouth, ears turning ferociously red, and then tried again. "You are very pretty," he said, his whole face turning a color to match the trim of his robes. Hermione grinned, blushing slightly, then took Ron by the arm. "Let's go. We don't want to be late." "Oh, right," Ron said. He looked back at Harry, almost pleadingly. Harry smiled and said, "Have fun. We will," Hermione answered, waving goodbye. Minnie and Harry watched the two of them disappear through the portrait hole and then headed back to the sofa in front of the fireplace. "I can't believe how nervous Ron was," Harry said, sitting down in front of the fire. He acted as if he was going with Fleur Delacour. "He and Hermione have been friends forever. I didn't think he would be so anxious." "It's different now," Minnie said. "They may have been friends forever, but this is the first time they've been boyfriend-girlfriend. The relationship between them has changed." "I'm not the least bit surprised Ron was nervous, I suppose," Harry said. "It still seems weird to me, though. That's just because you can see they're perfect for each other," Minnie said, then looked over at Harry. "Fleur Delacour?" "Long story," Harry answered. Soon Gryffindor Tower was empty of everyone save Harry and Mindy. They played a little chess with one set. Mindy won once and Harry won once, and discussed possible Quidditch plays. After an hour or so, Dobby the house elf appeared. He carried a large tray of the food being served at the ball and several bottles of butterbeer. Harry invited Dobby to stay and the house elf eagerly agreed. He ate a little with them, but refrained from drinking any of the butterbeer. Minnie was surprised to find she liked the house elf. Before, dreaded having to deal with him, and found everything he did bothersome. But now she thought he funny and a little sweet in his adoration of Harry. It wasn't long after Dobby left when Harry suggested they go for a walk. Minnie had been reading the book Hermione had given her Christmas. She marked her page and looked around. "Do what?" she asked. "Go for a walk," Harry answered. Minnie blinked at him. "Walk where?" "I thought we could go down to the Rose Garden, Harry. You're on punishment. You can't go to Yule Ball, and if you're caught, we're not going to the Yule Ball." Harry cut her off. "If we were going there, we'd be trying to get into the Great Hall, which we're not. We're just going for a walk. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a technicality." Minnie frowned. "One Snape would probably overlook if he's the one to catch you," Harry said, "and I doubt anybody even notices. Come on, Minnie. The Rose Garden will probably be beautiful. I don't want you to miss the chance to see it." Minnie looked at Harry with the intentions of saying no. But when she saw the smile on his face and the hopeful spark in his green eyes, she found herself agreeing. "Let me get my cloak." Harry grinned. "All right. Once you see the garden, you'll be glad you came down." "We'll see," was all Minnie said. She found her cloak quickly and hurried back down to the common room. Harry was waiting on her, and the two of them exited through the portrait hole. They didn't pass anyone in the halls. Minnie assumed most everyone would be in the Great Hall, still enjoying the Yule Ball. As they neared the exit, they passed more students, who looked at Harry and Mindy oddly, but said nothing. Soon the two of them were outside in cold night air. Minnie stopped and gasped. The garden twinkled with fairy lights. Winding paths lined with twinkling rose bushes led off in different directions. She could hear the distant sound of water falling, and knew there was a fountain somewhere in the middle of it. The rose garden was decorated almost exactly as it was last Yule Ball, but before she had noticed how beautiful it was, she looked around at the softly glowing lights and sparklingly ornamental paths and wondered how she could have missed how lovely and romantic the gardens were. "Told you would like it," Harry said. Taking Minnie by the hand, he started off down one of the paths. Minnie allowed him to let her, while she stared around at the fairy-lit gardens. "Would you like to go over there?" Harry asked, waving at a side path leading away from the main one. "Okay," Minnie answered, again allowing Harry to let her. The second path ended abruptly, and they found themselves in a tiny moonlit clearing. A small bench sat at the back of it, surrounded by the twinkling rose bushes. Harry walked over to the bench and, brushing away some snow, sat down. Minnie sat down next Harry, and he wrapped an arm around her. "Nice, isn't it?" Harry asked. Minnie nodded, unconsciously leaning into Harry's embrace. "Very nice," she answered, still looking around at the gardens. She felt Harry's eyes on her and looked up at him. "What is it?" "Nothing. It's just you look really beautiful tonight," Harry answered. Minnie frowned. Her was up in a ponytail as usual, and she was wearing very unstylish although very comfortable clothes. "I don't look any different than I do any other day." "I know," Harry answered. Minnie stared at Harry. She smiled and felt herself blushing deeply. Harry gently removed her glasses and pulled her face up to his. For a brief second Minnie thought she should pull away, but she lost the thought immediately as his lips touched her. She returned his kiss with a passion that surprised even her. She wrapped her arms around his neck. As she felt his arms go round her waist, she forgot completely that she was Minerva Mcgonagall, and her only thoughts were of Harry and that moment. Harry pulled away for a moment, and Minnie took the opportunity to remove his glasses. Holding the glasses by one stem, she wrapped her arm back around his neck and leaned in to kiss him again. She had just felt the brush of his lips against hers again, when something red and bright more or less exploded in front of them. Minnie jumped and pulled away. "What?" Harry asked, looking around. Minnie looked back towards the entrance of the clearing. She was a fuzzy figure moving towards them. "What do you think you're doing?" Minnie groaned. Without her glasses, she couldn't see his face clearly, but she knew Snape's voice when she heard it. "Why him?" she asked quietly. Harry returned Minnie's glasses and took his own back, putting them on. Harry stood slowly and faced Professor Snape. "We were just going for a walk," he said calmly. "I didn't notice you walking," Snape said coldly. "We were taking a break." Harry answered. Snape narrowed his eyes. 50 points from Gryffindor, Potter. He then looked past Harry and stared at Mindy. "I'm surprised at you, Miss James. You should know better." For a second Minnie wondered why she should know better. Then it struck her. She wasn't a doll, but more importantly, she was a professor. She shouldn't be out here with Harry. She certainly shouldn't have been doing what they were doing. She felt herself blushing furiously and looked down at the ground. "Perhaps you haven't had enough detention this year." Snape said nastily. "What?" Harry frowned. "You can't give Minnie detention. I'm the one who shouldn't be here. If you want to hand out detention, give it to me." "That's very noble of you, Potter, but unless you're looking for expulsion, I suggest you shut up." But Harry started. Minnie touched Harry on his arm, and when the boy looked back at her, she shook her head. "I understand, sir," Minnie said, looking back at Professor Snape. "When should I come in?" "Stop by my office in the morning, and I'll tell you then." He gave Harry a withering look. He then turned his gaze on Minnie, but the look wasn't so much disapproving as curious, as if he was trying to decide what was making her behave so out of character. "Go back to house rooms," he said coldly, "and if I catch you again, Potter, you will be expelled," he added before turning away and leaving them alone. Harry waited for Snape to disappear completely before looking back at Mindy. "Why did you let him give you detention? You aren't in trouble." "I am." Minnie shook her. "Because I shouldn't have let you talk me into coming out here." "Let's go back in before we get into any more trouble." Harry nodded, and they left the rose garden in silence. It was just starting to snow again when they stepped back into the castle. They were passing the great hall and heading for the staircase that led back to Gryffindor Tower when they heard Hermione call their names. Minnie turned around to see Hermione and Ron heading their way. "Wait a moment," Hermione called, lifting her dress robes and hurrying to catch up with them. "Something the matter?" Harry asked, stopping to stand on the first step of the stairway. "No, not really," Hermione answered. "I just realized something." She stopped, frowning, and asked, "What are you doing down here?" "Long story," Minnie answered. What is it that you just realized? Hermione glanced around, making sure no one else was too close. Well, you remember what I was saying earlier about Trix Bellagrade's name? I think I know why it was bothering me, and I think I know who the animagus is, she said quietly. Who? Harry asked. Hermione opened her mouth to answer, but stopped as Lavender walked up. The four of them turned around to look at the girl. Lavender looked very pretty in cocoa-colored robes. But at the moment she looked none too happy. She forced a smile and asked, Have any of you seen Neville? Hermione shook her head no and looked at Ron, who only shrugged. Sorry, Lavender, Ron said. We haven't seen him. Lavender nodded, then asked, What about that pansy girl? Last time I saw Neville, she was dragging him off somewhere. Minnie felt her stomach drop into her shoes. Pansy, the girl who had conspired to lead a boy to his death not so long ago. Then they had all thought she was talking about Harry. But what if she wasn't? She looked at Harry, and from the look on his face, she could tell the same thought had occurred to him. We'll find him, Harry said, pushing past Lavender without giving her a chance to answer. Minnie hurried after him, and she knew the others were right behind her. Harry headed away from the more populated halls, and soon Minnie recognized the way he was going. He was leading them back to the spot Pansy and the animagus had met. They turned down several empty halls, and soon they reached a dark corridor. None of the torches were lit, and Harry put out his wand. He lit it with the spell and headed straight for the small window at the end. He stopped just before he reached the window and kneeled. Minnie walked slowly to where he was. This was starting to look all too familiar. She stopped next to Harry and then quickly looked away. Neville lay on the floor just before the window. He looked just as Colin did when they had found him. There was a sharp intake at her side, and she noticed for the first time that Lavender was beside her. The girl let out a low moan, and then fell to the floor before Neville's still body. She let out a small sob and started crying quietly. Hermione rushed to Lavender's side and wrapped her arms around the other girl. Harry backed away and Minnie followed after him. I think I've been an idiot, Harry said quietly, still clutching his wand, thinking this all about me and only me. I've been an arrogant idiot. Minnie shook her head. No, Harry, you weren't the idiot. She swallowed hard, forcing back tears. She knew this was her fault. If she had just gone to Professor Dumbledore, this wouldn't have happened. She turned away from Neville and spotted Ron standing at the entrance of the hall, reluctant to come any further. I'll get Madame Pomfrey, Ron announced and left without a word more. Harry looked at Minnie and said, Let's go find Professor Dumbledore. I know it's too late now, but I think I need to talk to him. Minnie nodded and with one last look back at Neville and the two girls before him. Left the dark hall behind. End of chapter 10. Took me forever to do, but it is done. Yay! Now here's comments to reviews at my from some thanks. I'm glad somebody out there isn't grossed out by my carings. Super Fairy Kim, first of all, I would like to say that if I ever start writing professionally, you are so hired as my editor. Believe it or not, last chapter was sort of rushed. Things have gotten pretty busy for me of late, and I don't have as much time as I like to write. Next, I mentioned in one of those chapters that Professor Trelawney had them reading tarot cards to find possible dark wizards before they appear. Ron always read disaster from the cards. Okay, the turning into mice thing is sort of like becoming an animagus, but it's different. In this process, they can transfigure themselves into any animal, not just one. The drawback to doing it that way instead of becoming an animagus is that you have the animal's instincts to overcome. I mostly made the stuff up though, so I don't know how it would hold up in Roland's world. But I was more or less basing it on Victor becoming a shark during one of the trials in Book 4. Unless he was studying to become an animagus, which I didn't think he was, then he had just transfigured himself. And don't worry, no matter how I lit it, Minnie and Draco will not get together. I hope that answered all your questions. Crocricuns, yet another person who likes the pairing. As you can probably tell from this chapter, Minnie or Minerva is starting to lose that teacher instinct. Heck, she's starting to lose her adult view of things, a side effect of our lovely de-aging potion. Satsumi X, big thanks. Now I feel okay about my pairing. On a rainy day, thanks. I'm glad you found funny bits. I am so not good with funny, but I still try. I'm glad my effort is paying off. By the by, I love your screen name. That is all from Quest. I hope you liked the chapter. If you did, review. If you didn't, review. If you don't care one way or the other, still review. So I will say bye for now, with a promise to update within a month, but if I don't, Please don't send hitmen to whack me, and remember to review. By truths revealed. Okay. I know I said I would update within a month, but as you can see, that didn't happen. But since no one has sent their hitman to whack me, I can only assume you're more interested in seeing how this tale plays out than seeing me dead. I hope this chapter doesn't disappoint you, and I'm sure it won't, so read and enjoy. Oh, me no on Harry Potter head. Now read and enjoy. Chapter 11 Truths Revealed. It was fairly late when Harry and Minnie returned to Gryffindor Tower, but neither was at all surprised to find every Gryffindor still down in the common room. After Neville was found, the Yule Ball was immediately ended. All students were sent directly to their houses in the company of a professor. Minnie wasn't sure how much they were told, but she knew some very wild stories had to be flying around by now. What's going on, Harry? Dean asked as Harry and Minnie stepped into the room. Is it Neville? Is he your dad? No, Harry shook his head. Neville's not dead. He's like Colin. Lavender looked up from where she was seated between Parvati and Hermione. Her eyes were red-rimmed and cheeks tear-stained. Parvati had one arm around her, desperately trying to console her friend. Lavender sniffed loudly and, obviously fighting to control her voice, asked, "Will he be all right?" Harry shrugged non-committally and started for the boys' dorms. "Where are you going?" Seamus asked. "To bed," he answered. Walking away, Hermione left Lavender's side and joined Mindy. The two of them found a quiet corner away from the buzz of conversation that was already beginning again. Mindy sat in a chair beside one of the small game tables. "How's Lavender doing?" she asked, glancing at the girl. Hermione looked towards the couch where she had left Lavender and Parvati. "She's very upset. I had no idea she cared for Neville so much. I'm starting to think no one did. He will be all right," Minnie said confidently. "It's nice to think that," Hermione said, "but he was the one who was helping Professor Snape develop a cure for the poison. Without Neville, who knows how long it would take Snape to find the cure. He may not come up with something until it's too late." Minnie shook her head. "They've made something that can keep the boys from getting worse. They were pretty close to a cure." Hermione looked at her oddly, and Minnie realized she might have said too much. Neville never talked about what he and Professor Snape did, and her only other source of information would be Snape, someone who wouldn't tell a mere student anything. "I mean, I'm sure they had to be," she quickly amended. "They had been working on a cure for so long, they had to have been close to something." Hermione nodded, though Minnie was sure she hadn't swallowed her quick cover-up. "What did Harry tell Professor Dumbledore?" she asked. "Everything," Minnie answered, relieved that Hermione seemed inclined to change the subject. "And Pansy?" Hermione asked. "What's going to happen to her?" Minnie shook her head. "For now, nothing. Professor Dumbledore called Pansy to his office, but she of course denied it all. Attempted murder is too serious an accusation to make without concrete proof. Right now, it's just what we overheard someone saying in dark corridor. According to Pansy, it could have been anybody at the end of the hall. Could have been anybody," Hermione explained. "We were in her bag. Harry didn't tell Professor Dumbledore we were mice at the time," Minnie said. "I don't think it would have made any difference if he had. Pansy would just claim we were in the wrong bag." Minnie shook her head. "He needs real proof to have Pansy expelled." Hermione nodded, then said, "Poor Harry. He's probably blaming himself about what happened to Neville." Minnie nodded. "I'm afraid he is," she answered. Harry had been silent on the way to Dumbledore's office, but once he started talking it was obvious he thought what happened to Neville to be his fault. He kept saying that if he had spoken up earlier, maybe Neville wouldn't have been hurt. Minnie had tried her best to ease his mind on the way back to the tower, but she was battling off guilt herself. She didn't think Harry was at all at fault. After all, he was an inexperienced kid, doing what he thought was best. She, on the other hand, was not, and yet she said nothing. She should have known better. Even if she couldn't foresee what happened to Neville, keeping Harry safe was her responsibility, and telling Professor Dumbledore would have at least been doing that. "I wish I could make him feel better," Minnie said, trying to shake off the lingering guilt. "Ron will talk to him. I don't know if it'll do any good, but he'll what he can." Hermione said, "Where's Ron?" "In the room. He didn't feel much like staying down here." Hermione answered. She was quiet for a bit, then asked, "Was he angry? Professor Dumbledore, I mean. Was he angry that Harry kept the knowledge of the animagus from him?" Minnie was silent for a bit, remembering what Professor Dumbledore's reaction had been. The headmaster had been very quiet all through Harry's story. He had asked a few questions, but other than that had said nothing. Minnie had expected more of a reaction from him, but instead she saw nothing. No, he definitely wasn't angry, maybe a little disappointed. Minnie said, Professor Dumbledore rarely gets angry with his students, but I think he was disappointed with me. Really? Hermione said quietly. She glanced around the room and the groups of students discussing theories of what was happening at Hogwarts in hushed tones. Let's go upstairs, she said. I want to get out of these robes and away from all of this. Minnie nodded, and standing, she followed Hermione across the still crowded common room. She glanced back at Lavender, still fighting back tears on the couch in front of the fireplace. I'm sorry, she whispered, before following Hermione up to the sixth-year girls' dorm. Minnie skipped breakfast the next morning. She had an appointment with Professor Snape and was feeling too anxious to eat. She waved a good morning to Harry and Ron and stepped through the portrait hole before either could say anything to her. She walked slowly down the empty halls. Supposedly no students were to be in the halls without a professor, but she didn't want to wait around for Professor Sprout. She certainly didn't want the professor walking her to Snape's office. She did not care to explain where she was heading that way. All too soon she found herself standing outside of Professor Snape's office door and wishing she was almost any place else than there. Taking a deep breath, she knocked lightly on the door, half hoping he wasn't there. Come in, Minnie sighed, then opened the door. She stepped slowly into the office and looked around. She had never actually been in Snape's office, but she had always thought it would look the way it did. It was a shadowy room full of shelves lined with glass jars containing floating animal parts, plants, and a story of liquids. She spotted Professor Snape's infamous ingredients cupboard, filled with exotic and strange things. The dark office seemed to suit the professor that owned it. Professor Snape looked up from a book he was studying and raised an eyebrow at Mindy. You're here rather early. I wanted to get this meeting over with as soon as I could, Mindy answered. How much detention am I going to get? Professor Snape stared at her silently for a while, then slowly closed his book. So, things are going well with you and Harry. Mindy felt herself blushing and looked away. Did you want to see me just so you could tease me about last night? I'm really not in the mood. I'm not teasing, Minerva. I'm trying to decide where your head is. You haven't been yourself lately. You haven't been yourself for a while. What are you talking about? Of course I'm myself, besides being 16, that is. And who is that? The Minerva I knew wouldn't lie to Professor Dumbledore. She wouldn't have been in the garden with Potter. I made some mistakes, I admit that. Mistakes Minerva Mcgonagall wouldn't make. I'm afraid that the potion is having a greater effect on you than I had anticipated. You're behaving more like a child than an adult now, and that is worrying me. Mindy frowned. No, I'm not. I think I'm just as grown as I was last year. Of course you do. You're 16. What 16-year-old doesn't think he's already grown? Minnie started to speak, but closed her mouth and sat down instead. Was Professor Snape right? Was she becoming 16? What he said did make a lot of sense. She never would have lied to Professor Dumbledore before. Nor would she have helped Harry and the others follow Pansy. She would never have allowed herself to become so close to Harry. Suppose you're right, she said. What can I do about this? She waved a hand in the air looking for the right word. This problem. Is there another potion I can take? Something that will make me better? I could probably come up with something, Snape answered, but I haven't the time to work on it. Minerva, I think it would be best if you just stopped taking the de-aging potion. Minnie blinked. You're kidding, right? Professor Snub looked at her seriously. No, I am not. But the animagus, Minnie stuttered. Harry needs me now more than ever. If Minnie James is not around to keep him out of trouble, who will? Potter can take care of himself. I told that to Professor Dumbledore when he first came to me with this idea. I believed it then, and I still do. The boy has an uncanny ability of escaping death. What if he gets himself into a situation he can't get out of? What then? Potter has yet to get himself into something he couldn't wiggle out of again. I'm not worried about him, well, obviously. I'm worried about you. Minnie looked at him. Why, you're losing yourself, Minerva. Don't be daft. I'm sitting right here. You know very well what I mean. In the beginning, you were so obviously Minerva Mcgonagall, it was a wonder no one else figured it out. But now I can't catch the slightest glimmering of the professor in you. All I see is a 16-year-old girl. Minnie shook her head. No, it's not true. I'm still me. Did you behave the way you do now when you were 16? Did you cause trouble in class? Lie to your headmaster? Sneak around the school on secret missions of espionage? Well, no, of course not, but I think if you had to grow up again, you would be a very different person. That's ridiculous, is it? Tell me, if you had to grow up again, choose a new career path, would you even choose to be a professor? Minnie opened her mouth to say yes, but suddenly realized that would be a lie. Of late, teaching just seemed so dull to her. When she and Harry talked about what they planned to do after school, she had of course said she wanted to teach, but Harry's talk of becoming an oar seemed so much more interesting. A lot more interesting than having her nose stuck in a transfiguration book for the rest of her life. She remembered even thinking she wouldn't mind doing that she wished she had. Minnie pressed her lips together and looked down at the floor, refusing to believe Professor Snape's words. But Harry needs me, she said quietly. Professor Snape watched her for a moment, then asked, do you want to stay 16 to help Potter, or is it because you want to be with him? Minnie looked up, shocked, her face quickly flushing red with anger. How could you even suggest that? Snape's eyes narrowed. Last night speaks for itself. Minnie felt herself blushing and quickly looked away. She decided she was done with this conversation and stood. Your house must be ready for breakfast by now, so if you're not going to give me a detention, I'll just leave. Professor Snape waved her away, but just before she stepped through the door he said, stop taking the potion, before it's too late. Harry poked dismally at his breakfast. He felt absolutely rotten about Neville. He still couldn't believe how thick he had been. Now that he looked back, it was so obvious that the animagus wasn't talking about him at all. If he had any brains, he would have seen that. Harry stabbed at his sausage in frustration, scouring it with his fork. In case you haven't noticed, Harry, that's already dead, Ron said, eyeing Harry's impaled sausage. Oh, Harry said, rubbing the back of his neck, I was just, nothing. Hermione shook her head. Since you seem inclined to only mutilate your food, why don't we get out of here? And do what? Harry asked. Remember what I started to tell you last night? Before Lavender came, Hermione said, I think we need to talk about that, but I don't want to do it in here. To many people. What about Mindy? Harry asked. She's not here. Hermione was quiet for a moment, then said, we'll tell her later. Let's go to the library. There shouldn't be too many other people there. Harry nodded and he and Ron left their breakfast and followed Hermione out of the Great Hall. They bumped into Professor Flitwick just outside the Great Hall, trying very hard to appear as if he was just heading in. Harry suspected he was placed there to catch any students attempting to sneak off on their own. Professor Flitwick offered to walk them to their destination, and knowing they had no other choice, the three agreed. Remember to wait for a professor to come by before going back to your house, Professor Flitwick said as they stopped in front of the library doors. We will, Hermione promised. Professor Flitwick waited until they had gone into the library before leaving again. Hermione chose a table at the back of the empty library, well away from the librarian. So what is it? Ron asked, taking a seat next to Harry, across from Hermione. I believe I know who the animagus is, Hermione stated. Harry nodded. Who? He asked, leaning across the table. Bellatrix Lestrange, Hermione answered. Harry blinked. He had not expected to hear that name. But now that he had, he found he wasn't in the least surprised. Are you sure? He asked quietly. Hermione nodded. Very sure, actually. I wasn't surprised not to find an owl animagus registered, but I was surprised to find so little information on Trix Bellatrix. The new ministry worker, Ron asked. What does that have to do with Lestrange? Everything, Hermione answered. When I was looking through the ministry documents, there was nothing in them about grades, no family history or past jobs or even what wizarding school she came from. It was as if she didn't exist before going to work for the ministry, and then there was something about grades name that just didn't sit right with me, and last night, it just clicked. That's when I realized that Trix Bellatrix really didn't exist. Huh? Ron asked. There is no grades, Hermione repeated. If you rearrange the letters of her name, they spell Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry finished. Hermione nodded. Exactly. Didn't Voldemort or Hermione? Ron hissed. Don't. Hermione rolled her eyes and continued. Didn't he do the same thing with his name? Harry nodded. How could we not have seen this before? What's important is that we know it now, Hermione said, and we know she is here somewhere. Maybe not, Harry said. In owl form she can come and go pretty easily. Hundreds of owls fly in and out of Hogwarts daily. It won't be so easy for her to do that now since Professor Dumbledore knows about her, Ron said. I'll bet you anything he'll be keeping a very close watch on the owls that fly into Hogwarts. So if she's left, Harry said thoughtfully, she most likely won't be able to get back in. I doubt she's gone, Hermione said. Whatever it is she is trying to do here, she hasn't done it yet, or won't finish doing it. Why else would she work so hard to keep her presence a secret? But what is she doing here? Ron asked. Besides poisoning people at random. That is, there was nothing random about what happened to Neville. Hermione frowned. She had been planning to get him for at least a month, and from what she said about Colin, I don't think he was randomly poisoned either. Harry said she called him a nosy little brat. Ron sat frowning. You think Colin suspected something? Hermione shook her head. Not likely. I think perhaps on his way back to the Great Hall, Colin saw something or heard a noise and considering his desire to be a reporter, decided to investigate. He must have run across Bellatrix then and she decided to kill him. But why poison him? Ron asked. Wouldn't it be a lot easier just to use Avada Kedavra? No, that wouldn't work, Hermione answered. That's black magic in the worst way. Every alarm in the school would go off and all of them pointing directly at her. She probably thought Colin would be long dead before anyone found him. Hermione looked up at Ron. You really did save him, maybe, Ron said. But now that Neville's, he may not live anyway. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Many thinks Professor Snape will come up with a cure before long. I hope so, Harry said. But what do we do about Lestrange? Ron asked. We have to tell someone, right? No, Harry answered. The other two looked at him. What? Hermione said. Of course we do, Harry. This is important. Professor Dumbledore should know. Harry shook his head. Bellatrix had taken his godfather's life and now she was back, hurting his friends. It was her who was making his life miserable this year. She was back, causing him pain all over again. I want to find her, Harry said, and I want to take care of her myself. Harry, I don't think Hermione started. Professor Dumbledore probably won't be able to do anything about it anyway. He said he couldn't do anything about Pansy. This is different, Hermione argued. He should know. Harry shook his head. This is something I have to do, and Professor Dumbledore probably won't let me. Ron stared at Harry, watching him for a while. After a bit he said, You'll let us help at least. Harry nodded. I doubt I could stop you, he said with a half smile, but first we have to find her. He looked at Hermione. Any ideas of where she might be hiding? Hermione shook her head. Not in the Orrery, I'm sure, but she could be almost anywhere else. Hogwarts is a big and easy to get lost in. Then we'll just have to find a way to locate her, Harry said. And I think I know where we should start. Slytherin, Ron said with certainty. Harry nodded. I need to talk to Pansy, and the only way that's going to happen is if she thinks talking to a friend. And for that we need a Polyjuice potion. We can't do that, Harry, Hermione said. It takes a month to brew and where are we going to get the ingredients? We have no choice but to wait the month and we'll just have to figure out a way to get into Snape's ingredients cupboard. Maybe Minnie can. She spends enough time in detention with Snape that she can get to his ingredients fairly easily. Will you tell Minnie what you're planning then? Hermione asked. Yes, Harry answered. Why wouldn't I? Hermione shrugged but said nothing. You really think this will work? Ron asked. It will, Harry answered. It has to. Well, Hermione said with resignation. If we're going to do this, I suggest we get started on it right away. I'll find the instructions for the Polyjuice potion. There's a book in here somewhere. She pushed away from the table and left the boys. Ron looked at Harry. I don't think Hermione is very happy about this. Harry nodded agreement. You think we ought to listen to her? Ron asked. She does have an annoying habit of always being right. Harry shrugged. Maybe Hermione was right. Maybe he should tell Professor Dumbledore. But he had promised himself if he ever got the chance to take on Bellatrix, he would. He had never hated anyone the way he hated her, and he wanted to be the one who took her out. Deciding he didn't want to talk about Bellatrix lip ring and Polyjuice potions anymore, he stood. Let's find a professor and go back to the tower, Harry said to Ron. Ron nodded. I'll go find Hermione and tell her we're ready to leave. He stood and wandered off in search of their other friend. Harry left the table and headed back towards the entrance of the library to wait for Ron and Hermione. He was passing through a row of bookshelves when he heard a quiet sob. Harry stopped and looked around, quickly spotting Lavender. She was curled up in a small armchair in a dark corner. Sniffing back tears, Harry started to back away, thinking Lavender would probably want to be alone, and bumped into one of the shelves, causing several books to fall to the floor with a thump. Lavender looked up, blinking back tears. "Who's there?" she called. "Just me," Harry answered, quickly replacing the books and stepping around the shelves to face Lavender. "Oh," Lavender said. Harry stood awkwardly for a bit, trying to think of something to say. "How are you?" he said finally, feeling as if he'd asked the world's dumbest question. "Okay," Lavender sniffed. "Okay," Harry said, starting to walk away. "I just feel so bad for Neville, you know," Lavender went on. Harry stopped and nodded. "You really like him, huh?" Lavender smiled weakly. Harry looked around, trying to decide if it was better to walk away or ask what he had been wondering about for some time now. Curiosity won out over sympathy, and he asked, "When did you two get so close?" Lavender looked up, then said, "Promise you won't laugh." Harry smiled reassuringly, sitting down in the second chair. "I won't laugh," he said, though he couldn't think of anything she could possibly say that would make him laugh. Lavender took deep breath. "I'm in advanced herbology," she said cautiously. Harry looked at her, slightly surprised. Lavender didn't seem the type to take advanced herbology. But then he was in advanced potions, all right, he said. Lavender smiled, obviously relieved. Harry didn't think it was utterly ridiculous she was in the class. "When I told Parvati I was going to be in herbology again, she must have laughed for days," Lavender said. "She didn't believe I really liked the subject, and I thought if my best friend couldn't believe I was in the class, then what would everybody else say? I suppose people think I don't know, stupid, I guess." "That's not true," Harry said. "I don't think you're stupid." Which was true, though he had never thought of her as particularly bright, either. His impression of her stemmed from the way she and Parvati behaved, the way they would sit in a corner and giggle at every little thing, the way they took divination so seriously and everything else so lightly. The two of them seemed the epitome of the ditzy teenage girl. "Well, I'm no Hermione." Lavender frowned. "If it was her taking the class, no one think twice about. But since it's me, truthfully, I am a little surprised you're in the class," Harry said. "But I guess don't really know you that well." Lavender sighed. "No one does. Not my parents. Not Parvati. Everybody just assumes stuff about me. But Neville was different. He actually took the time to find out what it was like, instead of just making presumptions." She looked up at Harry and said in explanation, "We were partnered up to research a plant. Well, actually, Neville chose me as his partner. He's the smartest kid in the class. Everybody wanted to partner with him, because he was guaranteed to make a high mark. I never thought he'd want to work with me. Nobody else did. He even listened to my suggestion of plant unicorn trees," Harry said. Lavender nodded. "Everybody else thought it was a stupid plant to pick. It's fairly well known unicorn trees aren't good for anything but healing minor headaches and severe acne." But Neville didn't laugh. He said it was a brilliant idea. Lavender stopped, shaking her head. "Brilliant idea. No one has ever said that to me before." "So that's why the two of you were together all the time," Harry said. "In the mornings and in the library." Lavender nodded. "I made Neville promise not tell anyone about me being in herbology. I was afraid people would laugh like Parvati." She sighed, closing her eyes. "I guess Neville was my first real friend. He took the time to get to know me. Really know me. I didn't know how much I appreciated that until he was hurt." She opened her eyes, looking up, and Harry could see tears brimming up again. "I just wish he'd wake up, Harry, so I can tell how much I love him." "He'll be all right, Lavender," Harry said. "He worked so hard with Professor Snape. They must have been near a cure. Don't worry, he'll be saved." Lavender smiled, brushing away tears. "Thanks, Harry, for listening. I knew you would understand." Harry returned the smile, standing. "I'm sorry," he said, "that I didn't really know you before now." Lavender laughed unexpectedly. Then in one swift motion she stood, stepped up to Harry, and just as unexpectedly threw her arms around his neck. Harry returned the hug awkwardly, then gently pushed Lavender back. She looked up at him with eyes bright from tears, and Harry asked, "Are you ready to go back to Gryffindor Tower?" Lavender nodded, and the two of them made their way back to the front of the library. Mindy spent the remainder of the holiday break doing everything in her power to avoid Harry. She needed to evaluate her feelings for him, and she couldn't do that when she was with him. It wasn't long before she realized that Professor Snape was right about the potion. It really had somehow turned her 16. She was finding it very difficult to think like an adult. She couldn't make herself see Harry or Hermione or Ron as a student and herself as a professor looking out for them anymore. She couldn't help thinking of herself as Minnie James, another student at Hogwarts, and being aware of the potion's effect only made it worse. By the end of the break, Minnie had come to a decision. She would have to stop taking the potion. Minnie looked around and smiled as Hermione stopped in front of her, holding 2 bottles of butterbeer. Minnie was seated at one of the gaming tables in Gryffindor's common room staring blankly at the book Hermione had given her for Christmas. "Hi, Hermione," she said. "You haven't been around much," Hermione said, sitting down and sliding one of the bottles of butterbeer across to Minnie. "Harry's been wondering about you." "Oh, I've had a lot on my mind," Minnie answered. "What's this?" she asked, picking up the bottle. "I stopped by the kitchen on the way back up. The professors aren't as strict about where we wander off to as they were right after Christmas," Hermione answered, opening her bottle and taking a long drink. Minnie decided to follow her example and drank a bit of the butterbeer. "I haven't missed anything important, have I?" she asked, putting the bottle back down. Hermione shook her head. "No, just we've finally found out Neville and Lavender's relationship." "Oh, they were herbology partners." "Lavender was taking advanced herbology?" Minnie asked, surprised. Hermione nodded. She never told anyone because she thought people might think it was ridiculous. She and Neville became pretty close, and after a while Lavender really started to fall for him. "Wow," was all Minnie could think to say. Hermione was silent for a bit, then said, "I've got to ask you something. Something that's going to sound a little strange." She stopped and, taking a deep breath, asked, "Are you Professor Mcgonagall?" Minnie looked up, completely caught off guard. She had always known it was just a matter of time before someone figured her out, but she thought she was doing a good job of hiding who she really was, especially of late since she was becoming more student and less professor. She wasn't surprised that it was Hermione who discovered the truth, but she certainly wasn't going to. Yes, Minnie answered, then quickly covered her mouth, as widening at what had just popped out of her. Hermione closed her eyes and sat back shaking her head. "I knew it. I didn't want to believe it," but she glanced up and, seeing the shock still plastered across Minnie's face, said, "Veritas Emmet, I've had my suspicions for a while, for at least a month," Minnie said quietly, removing her hand from her mouth and slouching down in her seat. How did you know?" "Well, first of all, Professor McGonagall left and you suddenly appeared. At the beginning of the year, Ron was constantly saying that there was something off about you. You didn't act like a student, not really. Secondly, you were too concerned with the way Professor Lupin taught his class. And you were too good at Transfiguaster. I've never seen you practicing, but you were able to turn yourself without any trouble on the first try. Not to mention Professor McGonagall's animagus form is a cat, plus when Hagrid had us catching tree nymphs. You knew a stunning spell no student could have possibly learned, no matter what school you came from. And then you were always getting into trouble, which would have led me to believe you really were just student, but for the fact you only got into trouble with Professor Snape. I'm guessing you brewed a potion or something during your detention time, something that would keep you 16. Minnie nodded, knowing she could do nothing but tell the truth now. Was I so obvious then? Hermione shook her head. No, you weren't really. I only picked up the hints because I was looking for them. Mom kept saying there was something wrong about you, and after I found out he was a diviner, I decided to take his insight seriously. By mid-October I had noticed enough little nuisances to make me wonder. I started the Veritas Emma potion then, but after you and Harry became a couple, I thought I wouldn't need it. Professor McGonagall would never date a student, or so I thought. Then what made you decide to pull out the potion after all? Minnie asked. It was something you said Christmas night after you got back from Professor Dumbledore's office, Hermione answered. About Neville and the potion? Minnie asked. Hermione shook her head. No. I asked you if Professor Dumbledore was angry with Harry. You said Professor Dumbledore rarely becomes angry with his students, only disappointed. That's a statement only someone who has known the headmaster for years could make. Not even Harry knows him well enough to say that. Minnie shook her head. I hadn't even realized I'd said that. Why? Hermione asked. Why would do this, Professor? Please don't call me that, Hermione, Minnie said. She looked at the other girl for a moment, then said, Professor Dumbledore was worried about Harry. He tends to get himself into trouble, even here surrounded by professors. Dumbledore thought the best way to keep him out of trouble was if a professor could be with him all the time, and so Snape developed the de-aging potion. Dumbledore asked me if I'd look after Harry, and she shrugged. Here I am. That's not what I wanted to know, Hermione said. That much I figured out, though I don't understand how a de-aging potion is keeping you young. It's Professor Snape's special concoction. Minnie answered, It's been modified to keep me 16 for up to 3 months, though Snape has me taking it every month and a half to 2 months. Hermione nodded. But what I really want to know is why I got involved with Harry. Minnie looked away. I didn't mean for that to happen, she said quietly. He came on to me first, and you didn't turn him away? I wanted to, Minnie said defensively, but I was afraid he might be hurt and not want to be friends with me. You really think Harry is that shallow? Hermione frowned. He really cares about you. You know, a lot, I know, Minnie mumbled. He's going to be hurt, Hermione said. A lot, Minnie nodded. I know. Do you even care? Hermione asked, scowling darkly. Minnie decided the best way to answer that question was to keep her mouth shut. Her time away from Harry had given her a chance to figure out just how much really cared for the boy. She knew that Snape was right about another thing. She did want to stay 16 to be with Harry. She didn't know how Hermione would take that information. She wasn't sure how she was taking it. That was the main reason she had decided to stop taking the potion. After all, Hermione took Minnie's silence as a bad sign and pushed away from the table angrily. I don't think I have anything else to say, she said, starting to walk away. Hermione, Minnie called. Hermione looked back. Don't tell Harry. Don't you think he should know? Minnie didn't answer that question either, afraid she might say yes. He'll find out eventually, Hermione said, folding her arms across her chest. I don't like hiding this from him. Please, Minnie pleaded. Don't. Hermione frowned, but nodded reluctantly and walked away. Minnie sank back in the chair, rubbing her temples. She suddenly had a headache. She closed her eyes, giving up any pretense of reading. I can't believe this happening, she said to herself. What am I going to do now? Minnie didn't know how long she sat lost in thought. But when she looked up again, the common room was empty. It seemed a lot later than she thought it was. And looking at the clock, she was surprised to see it was almost 8 o'clock. She stood up and stretched, surprised that she had sewn out for so long. Yawning slightly, she started for the girls' dorms, but stopped, looking around as the portrait doors swung open. She felt her heart skip a beat as Harry stepped through the hole, followed by Ron. Ron looked at her and smiled. Hi. Minnie glanced at him, her eyes quickly returning to Harry. Hi, she said. Ron's gaze flicked between the two. I'll just head up now, he said, moving past Harry and heading up to the boys' dormitory. Harry grinned at Minnie, but the smile on his face quickly faded when he saw that Minnie wasn't returning it. Is something wrong? He asked, walking over to her. Minnie blinked, then sitting on the sofa said, I think we need to talk. Harry frowned, sitting down next to Minnie. What is it? Minnie looked at him, but then quickly looked away. I think she stopped, rubbing her temples. She knew what she had to do. She just didn't know it would be so hard. I think we shouldn't do this anymore. Do what? Harry asked. Be together, Minnie answered. She glanced at Harry and saw incomprehension in his green eyes. I don't think we should be a couple. What? Harry asked Harry. Minnie said, looking away again. You know what I mean. Why? Minnie stopped, trying hard to find the right words. It had been hours since she had taken the Veritasemet, but she could still feel the effects of the potion. Not that she wanted to lie to Harry. He deserved better than that. It just isn't right, she said finally. It was a sorry answer, but at least it was partially true. What are you talking about, Minnie? Harry asked. He grabbed her shoulders and turned her so that she was forced to look at him. Why is it really? Minnie, if I did something, I'm sorry. Just tell me what it is and we'll work it out. Harry, it isn't anything you've done, Minnie said, slipping out of his grip and standing up. I told you, it just isn't right. We're all right. You're not making any sense. Harry yelled. We were fine yesterday, were we? Minnie asked. We didn't say one word to each other yesterday, or the day before that, or the day before that. We haven't held a conversation in over a week, Harry. Harry was quiet for a while as it dawned on him that Minnie was right. They hadn't spent any time together since Christmas night. Harry bowed his head. I'm sorry if I've been distant lately. I've had a lot to think about, but I don't think we should break up because I haven't been around like I should've. I'll do better, I promise. Harry, you haven't been distant, Mindy said. I have. I didn't want to be around you. Harry looked up at her. What? He asked quietly. I've been avoiding you, Harry, Mindy said. I didn't want to talk to you. Harry's green eyes clouded over with hurt, and he looked away. You hate me then? No, no, I don't hate you, Minnie said as reassuringly as she could. I just can't think when I'm around you, and right now I just need to be able to think. Harry didn't look at her and Minnie had the feeling he didn't believe her. Minnie bit her bottom lip, feeling it start to tremble. I'm sorry, she said, backing away from him. I have to go. She turned around and headed quickly for the girls' dorms. She knew she was doing the right thing. If she didn't break up with him now, it would just be later. After all, she would be Professor Mcgonagall again in a few weeks, and all of her teenage feelings for Harry would fade away like an extremely weird adolescent dream. No matter how she would feel later though, at the moment Minnie felt absolutely rotten. She didn't know if she had really saved Harry any pain. But she knew she had hurt him now badly, and she hated herself for it. She did what? Ron asked. Harry stared at his ex. Dumped me, Harry mumbled. Ron looked across his plate at Harry. That doesn't make any sense. Did she say why? Harry shrugged but said nothing. Ron looked over at Hermione. Does this make any sense to you, Hermione? It's probably for the best. Hermione said, What? Have you lost your mind? Ron looked at Harry. Just crazy about you, Harry. I mean, really crazy about you. Not anymore, apparently, he said, frowning. This was not how he had expected his break to end. He didn't even see it coming. He thought he and Minnie was doing okay. He knew sometimes she became angry with him. But what girl didn't get upset with her boyfriend every now and then? He never thought she would leave him. Listen, I don't want to talk about this anymore, he said, but Harry, I'm serious. She really likes you. At least she did last time I looked at her, which was last night, and she broke up with me no more than 5 seconds later. Harry frowned. Maybe you're wrong about her. Ron, Hermione said, there's no way she could have been well. You can't be right about everything. I know I'm right about this, Ron said seriously. I read you right, and Lavender about Neville. You knew Lavender liked Neville, Hermione said, and you never told us. Ron shrugged. It wasn't for me to tell. Besides, Lavender was still unsure about her own feelings. That's besides the point anyway. The point is, I know I'm reading Minnie correctly. He looked back at Harry. Maybe you should try talking to her. Harry shook his head. It's over for us, he said, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. But Harry, Ron started. Just leave it, Ron. Hermione frowned. Minnie probably isn't right for him. That's what she said, Harry mumbled. Well, that's just stupid. Ron frowned. Oh, Ron, no. Seriously, Hermione, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Hermione rolled her eyes and Ron asked, How would you feel if I just ditched you for no good reason? Who says we're together? Hermione said coldly. Ron sat back in his chair, looking extremely hurt. Hermione caught the look in his eyes and quickly tried to make an apology. Ron, I'm sorry. I didn't mean as okay, Ron said. Come on, first day of class. We don't want to be late. He threw down his fork and pushed away from his breakfast, walking swiftly for the door. Ron, wait, Hermione called, hurrying after him. Harry didn't move. He didn't feel like eating or going to class or listening to Ron and Hermione argue, then make up. He didn't feel like doing anything. He glanced up and saw Minnie walk into the Great Hall. She looked at him, then quickly looked away, hurrying to the opposite end of the table. Harry sighed, and standing, left the Great Hall. Harry spent the next few weeks avoiding any contact with Mindy. He tried not to look at her, hear her speaking, or even think about her. He tried to plan for meeting with Pansy, but he found it hard to concentrate. Not that he knew how he would be able to complete the Polyjuice potion without Minnie's help. He certainly couldn't concentrate in class, and found himself slipping behind in all subjects, especially potions. Harry glanced across the dungeon at Minnie, and quickly looked away. She was talking with Malfoy again. He shoved down a pang of jealousy and stared at his potion. Though he wasn't really seeing it, Minnie could talk to Malfoy if she wanted. They weren't together anymore. A thought struck him, and he looked back up at Minnie and Malfoy. Their heads were close together as Malfoy pointed out something about the potion they were brewing. No way she left me for him. Harry thought, shaking his head. Mr. Potter. Harry looked around and focused on Professor Snape. Walking towards his cauldron, sir, he said, irritated. It appears your potion is burning, Professor Snape said, pulling out his wand. Harry looked down at his potion for the first time in about 20 minutes, surprised to see that the liquid had solidified into a black gel puddle and was starting to belch up a thick black smoke. Oh, sorry, he mumbled. Professor Snape waved his wand, and the black mess vanished. You don't have time to start the potion over. You'll take a failing grade for the day. Snape put his wand away and walked back to his desk before Harry could think to protest. Harry glanced at his clean cauldron, then looked across the room to see Minnie returning his gaze. She watched Harry closely, and Harry wondered what she was thinking. Malfoy laid a hand on her arm, and Minnie looked over at him. Malfoy whispered something in Minnie's ear. She smiled weakly and turned her attentions back to her potion. Malfoy smiled icily at Harry, and he returned the glare, then went to tidying up the area around his cauldron, wishing fervently that the class would end. After what seemed like ages, Snape called for the students to bottle their potions. Harry stuffed his potions book into his bag and left the room, glancing back only once to see Malfoy picking up Minnie's bag. Well, if she'd rather have him over me, then she probably deserves him, Harry thought miserably as he made his way away from damp dungeons. Harry spent the rest of the day in a bit of an unhappy daze. He hadn't paid any attention in his other classes and had managed only weak nods whenever someone asked him anything. He walked to the Great Hall for dinner with Ron and Hermione, only half listening to Ron's chatter. So we've decided to let Hannah Storm play in Ginny's spot. That is if we'll still have the Quidditch match. Things have been a little restrained lately. Ron looked at Harry. What do you think of Hannah playing? Yeah, Harry nodded, not really hearing the question or the statement that had come before. Ron frowned as he pushed the Great Hall doors open. That wasn't exactly the answer I was expecting. Are you even listening? Harry blinked then looked at Ron. Sorry, I was just thinking about Mindy. Hermione finished. Harry shook his head no, then sighed and nodded yes. I'm trying to forget her, but he shrugged. It's hard. Hermione frowned but said nothing. Have you tried talking to her yet? Ron asked, choosing a spot at the Gryffindor table. Harry shook his head no. I've done everything I could not to talk to her, he answered, sitting next to Ron. That's probably best, Hermione said. Who knows how long she'll be here anyway? Harry looked at Hermione curiously and asked, Do you know something I don't? Oh no, of course not. What would I know? Hermione said a little too quickly. I think you should talk to her. Ron said, At least get the real reason she broke up with you out of her. Maybe you're right, Harry said, though he couldn't imagine facing Minnie again. Course I'm right, Ron said, taking a slice of roast beef and ladling mashed potatoes onto his plate. Want some? He asked, offering Harry the bowl of potatoes. Harry shook his head no. He wasn't feeling very hungry. He hadn't felt hungry in a while. You should eat something, Harry. Hermione said. I will, Harry answered, reaching for the bowl that contained the soup of the night. It was pea soup. He hated pea soup, but he spooned a little onto his plate anyway. And don't listen to a thing Ron says. Hermione went on. It's probably best if you just stayed away from Mindy. Why? Ron asked. What could she possibly say to him that's worse than what she already has? Hermione pressed her lips together, then said so quietly they almost didn't hear her. I could think of a few things. Harry started to ask Hermione what she meant by that, when someone stopped behind him. He looked back to see Lavender standing over him. She smiled weakly and asked, Harry, can I talk to you? Sure, Harry answered, and standing followed Lavender out of the Great Hall. It's about Neville and the antidote he was working on, Lavender said, as the huge doors were firmly shut behind her. What about it? I was Neville's partner in herbology. So, I've researched unicorn trees a lot too. Neville was the one who thought it could help Colin, but we both worked on finding out if he was right before we went to Hermione. We didn't want to waste her time if we were wrong. So you know just as much about unicorn trees as Neville. Harry asked, I wouldn't say just as much. Neville has such a head for plant facts. Lavender smiled, remembering her friend. Then she shook herself back to reality and said, But I probably know more than Professor Snape. Neville would tell me what progress he and Snape would make for the day. So I know where he stopped off. Lavender was quiet for a moment then, looking at Harry, asked, Do you think it could help? I'm just so tired of sitting around and hoping that Snape finds an antidote soon. If I can help, I want to. Of course I think you can help. Harry said. I don't know why somebody hadn't thought of it before. When are you going to talk to Snape? I'd like to go now, Harry frowned. But it's dinner. Wouldn't he be eating? Lavender shook her head. He isn't in there, so he must be in his lab, working on some potion or other. She looked at Harry with pleading eyes and asked, Will you come with me? Please, I don't want to go down there by myself. Harry wasn't too eager to see Professor Snape again himself, particularly after this morning. But he didn't want to go back into the Great Hall and continue his conversation with Ron and Hermione. And he certainly wouldn't be sorry to miss dinner. He looked at Lavender and said, Sure, let's go. Lavender grinned and, turning around, led the way past the Great Hall. She hurried back towards the interior of the school and the dungeons below. They walked down the damp hall to Snape's class, and as they neared they saw that a light was on inside. I knew he would still be down here, Lavender said quietly. Though she didn't sound especially thrilled, Harry nodded and reached to open the door when he heard voices floating from behind it. Once you're back to normal, you'll forget all of this, Snape was saying to someone. Well, I'm absolutely miserable now, Minnie, Harry thought, surprised. That was her. He'd know her voice anywhere. You're 16. Of course you're miserable. At that age everything seems worse than it is. You're not being very understanding, Minnie huffed. What kind of parental figure are you? Not yours, Snape answered. Now get out of here. I have a potion to work on and can't concentrate with you and your moodiness. You may return when you're at the very least 50. Oh fine, I see enough of this moldy old room during the daytime anyhow. Harry heard footsteps heading towards the door. His first thought was to hide behind something, but the hall was completely bare. He looked back the way he had come, and thought about making a mad dash for the stairs leading out of the dungeons, but even as the thought crossed his mind, the class door was yanked open. Minnie stopped dead and stared at Harry in wide-eyed surprise. Her eyes were red-rimmed, as if she'd been crying, and her cheeks were flushed red with anger. Now the color began to drain from them as she whispered, Harry, Professor Snape, who had been bent over a cauldron, looked up. He frowned at the two new students standing in his doorway. Mr. Potter, Miss Brown, what are you doing here? I came to talk to you about something, sir, Lavender answered. She looked at Minnie, who immediately shook herself and pushed past Harry. Harry watched Minnie hurrying away and wondered if he should follow. He looked back at Lavender, who smiled understandingly. Thanks for walking with me, Harry. I can take it from here. Are you sure? Harry asked. Lavender nodded, then stepped into the class, shutting the door behind her. Harry looked in the direction that Minnie had disappeared, then decided to go after her. He ran back towards the stairs and hurried up them. Minnie, wait, he called, catching a glimpse of her at the top. She looked back at him, but didn't stop. Harry followed her through the school, down the corridors, past the Great Hall, and finally to the entrance of the school. Minnie pushed the door open and stepped outside. Harry followed behind her, immediately wishing he had his cloak. It was already dark, and the cold night air bit through his school robes as if they weren't there. He forgot about his cloak completely, though, when he saw Minnie trudging down to the lake. Harry hurried after, his breath fogging white as he pushed through the thick snow. Minnie, wait please, he called as he hurried after her. Minnie stopped walking and turned to look out at the frozen lake. I'm not going anywhere, she said quietly. Harry stopped beside her, catching his breath. Can we talk? He asked after a bit. Minnie shrugged. What's there to say? Plenty, Harry answered. First, I'd like to know why you left me. Why you really left me. I really do like the snow, Minnie said, ignoring Harry completely. It's even prettier in moonlight, don't you think? Minnie, please, Harry said. Just tell me, okay? Is it me? Or would you rather be with Malfoy? Minnie looked at Harry surprised. Draco, no, of course not, she answered. And it's not you. Then what is it? Harry asked. And please don't say, it's not you, it's me. Minnie looked away from Harry, then back at the icy water. I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't mean to hurt you. You did, Harry said. Minnie nodded. It hurts me too being away from you. You miss me? Harry asked. Minnie shivered and pulled her robes tightly about herself terribly. Harry stepped up next to her and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Why don't we forget all of this, Harry suggested, and just be together again? Minnie slipped out of Harry's embrace and stepped away from him. We shouldn't, she said. We can't, why not? Harry asked, becoming frustrated. Why can't we be together? Weren't we happy with each other? Minnie looked at him. Shaking her head, she said, It isn't right. That's what you said last time, and it still doesn't make any sense. What's wrong? Minnie didn't say anything for a while. Then taking a deep breath, she said, I've been lying to you. Harry frowned. What? I'm not who think I am. I'm not Minnie, James. Harry shook his head, not sure he understood what he was hearing. If you're not Minnie, James, he said, who are you? Minnie looked at Harry for a long moment. Regret shone in her serious gray eyes. She pressed her lips together and with great reluctance but deep resolve said, Minerva McGonagall, I've finished the chapter, yay, and with my first true cliffhanger ending. I hope you guys like this one. I worked really hard on it, so I better get some good reviews, or just review please. I so love reviews. They're yummy with chocolate. Anywho, I owe you some review comments. On a rainy day, yeah, you were right about Mindy not telling Harry who she really was for a while. I actually didn't plan for it to happen in this chapter. In fact, I planned to wait a few more chapters for that. But stories have a way of taking on a life of their own, and the chapter just wanted to go this way. And you're right about Draco. He's acting oddly. Is it love or is it something else? Nimbo 1944, yeah. Thought about the gentle love without disclosure. Thought this way would be a lot more interesting. What can I say? I like conflict. Supernova 8610 shocked expression. I could never kill Neville. Olivia Woodwell, everything happens to Harry, so why shouldn't he assume Bellatrix was talking about him? I'm glad you don't find Harry Mindy too disturbing, though Mindy is a lot less Minerva now and a lot more Mindy. But they're broken up now, so it doesn't matter anymore. Right, thanks for the compliment on Mindy, Minerva. It's stinking hard to write a grown-up with a teenage brain. I'm glad you like Snape too. It is surprisingly fun to write him. Crookwick and Snape walking in on Harry and Mindy was super fun. And I must be doing something right if you can sometimes forget Mindy is a teacher. She forgets all the time, and hopefully this chapter explains why. Thanks for the review. Rose Petal says Daniel 7. Thanks for thinking so much of my story that you would go through the trouble of sending me an email. Big thank yous for putting me on your favorites list. I love it when people do that. It makes me feel super proud. It's okay that you can review normally. Believe me, I understand when computers go on the fritz. Mine does constantly. Unimyth, your review made me laugh. And yes, it is Bella. That Bella. Super freaking howdy. Did you know you were the last to get your review in this time? I thought mine update before you reviewed. I was planning on updating days ago, but the chapter didn't finish itself on schedule. That chapter. No, I don't mind the corrections. They are extraordinarily helpful. I plan to put this story on Fiction Alley when it's done. And they don't smile kindly on spelling mistakes. And I had no idea Anyamich was the plural of animagus. But I guess it makes sense, sort of like radius and ready-woo. I remembered math words. Harry suffered from some deep denial for a while, so he thought by ignoring the odd going-ons, he somehow would make them go away. Which of course did not happen. I have to warn you, for a while it's going to look like Minnie and Malfoy are going to start dating. But you'll just have to trust me that nothing will come of it. I swear, and poor Neville. Indeed, Lavender realizes she likes him, but only after he's half dead. But it could be worse. He could be all dead. Anyway, thanks for the note about the drop-down menu. I didn't know that was still screwed up. I fixed. No more comments for today. I won't promise to update within a month again. I'll just be setting myself up for disappointment, and everybody else as well. So I will leave you with the promise to update eventually. Bye for now. Oh, before I forget, can you guys do me a favor and review, please? Review or I'll send my hitman to whack you all. Insert evil laughter here. Until next time, oh reviewer, love and hate, sorry it took me so long to update. I think this is the longest time I've ever spent working on a chapter, but I was really trying to edit out mistakes. I'm sure there will still be a few. I've always missed something, but hopefully not as bad as previous chapters. Anyway, I don't have much to say, and yes, I know, this chapter has a pretty crummy title, but I just couldn't come up with anything else that fit. Sorry, now I will mention that I don't own Harry Potter and let you get on with story. You know the drill. Review comments at the end. Chapter love and hate Harry. Harry, say something. Harry continued to stare at Minnie silently. He couldn't bring himself to believe what he had heard come out of her mouth. She couldn't have said what he thought she had that she was. Harry shook his head. He must have misheard. That was the only reasonable explanation. You're who? He asked, sure that he would hear something entirely different this time. Minerva McGonagall. That wasn't what he was expecting to hear. Yet he had heard it again. But it couldn't be true. If it was true, then he was in love with No. It just wasn't possible. She must be kidding. Of course, that was it. She was kidding. This was a joke. A fairly cruel joke, but a joke. Harry laughed nervously. You're kidding, right? Minnie shook her head. I'm sorry. Harry, she said slowly, I know this must be very weird, but I am No. Harry said. No, you're not. You can't be. Harry, please. Minnie reached out to lay a hand on Harry's arm, but he stepped away from her, quickly putting some space between them. Harry stared at Minnie. At her eyes and cheeks, her cute little nose. He had never taken a close look at Professor McGonagall, though he would know her anywhere. But now as he looked at Minnie, he could see a little of his old professor. The way Minnie wore her hair pulled up into a tight ponytail. The way she moved and held her head, it was the same as Professor McGonagall. She could be a much younger version of the teacher, she could be, but Harry didn't want to believe it. He shook his head. No, he said defiantly. It's not possible. You couldn't. Professor McGonagall couldn't make herself young again. She'd need the Sorcerer's Stone for that, and it's gone. Minnie shook her head. You should know by now there's more than one way to do something. The Sorcerer's Stone was meant to give life. Making someone younger is a lot simpler. A de-aging potion was all it took to do the trick. Harry frowned. But aging potions aren't permanent, he argued, and neither is this, Minnie said, spreading her arms to indicate her present condition. I have to keep taking the potion to stay 16. It'll wear off eventually, and I'll go back to being. Harry felt slightly sick as he whispered. Professor McGonagall. Minnie nodded. You really are telling the truth? Harry asked. Minnie nodded again, and Harry suddenly realized he was having a hard time breathing. He had really cared for Minnie deeply, and he had thought she felt the same way about him. But it wasn't true. She had been pretending the whole time to be his friend, and then to like him. And for what? Why did you do this? He asked, as the only explanation for this charade came to him. To spy on me? No, Minnie said, fidgeting nervously with the hem of one of her robe sleeves. Not exactly. What do you mean, not exactly? Harry asked. Professor Dumbledore was worried about you, she answered quickly. He wanted someone to keep an eye on you, so he sent you to pretend to be my girlfriend. Harry said, dangerously quiet. No, Minnie whispered. This wasn't supposed to happen. I didn't mean for it to happen. I just wanted us to be friends, but you couldn't get close enough to me if we were just friends. You had to take it further. Harry asked accusingly. That's not true, Harry, Minnie said fiercely. I wish now we had stayed only friends, but I was afraid if I told you I didn't feel the same for you as you did for me, then you'd, she shrugged, not want to be around me anymore. Harry closed his eyes and raised shaking hands to cover his face. He realized he was shaking all over. And he was sure it wasn't from the cold. Harry took several deep breaths, trying desperately to calm down. But every time he thought about the truth, it brought another wave of shivering. He couldn't sort out how he felt. He was caught somewhere between shock, disbelief, and rage. Oh God, I kissed Professor McGonagall, Harry thought, and shivered again. Finally, as calmly as he could, Harry looked at the person standing before Minerva, he told himself, and asked, Who all know who you really are? Not many, Minerva answered. Only Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape. Snape? Harry hissed. Well, he did make the potion, Minerva explained. Harry took another step away from her, then turned around and started back towards the school. He knew what he was feeling now, and it was definitely rage. Harry, wait, Minerva called, hurrying after him. Where are you going? What were you doing with Snape tonight? Harry asked, never turning around. Having a good laugh at me, at stupid Harry Potter. Too thick to know his girlfriend is his professor, Harry. Not so loud, Minerva pleaded, and you know I would never do that. I don't know what you would do, Harry yelled, spinning in the snow. You lied to me. You lied. Harry, I'm sorry. And please not so loud. Harry felt his teeth grinding, but he forced himself to speak quietly. Were you pretending the whole time? He asked. Was Christmas night all one big joke? Minerva stared at Harry silently. Her eyes spoke volumes, but Harry wasn't reading them. Her silence told him all he needed to know. She had pretended the whole time. The whole time. I never want to see you again, Harry said, before turning around and trudging back to the school. Minerva didn't follow him again, nor did she return to the castle immediately after him. But Harry didn't care. She could stand out in the cold and snow all night and freeze to death for all he cared. Harry refused to waste another minute caring about her, not one single moment ever again. Minerva stood still, watching Harry disappear into the school, acutely aware that she had probably made a very big mistake. She just couldn't stand to lie to him anymore, and now that she had told him the truth, he hated her. She couldn't believe how badly the last statement had stung. "He never wants to see me again," she whispered. She felt she might start to cry, and screwed up her face as if that would stop the tears from coming. It didn't work, and she angrily dashed tears away. Minerva shivered and pulled her robes tightly about herself, then walked slowly into the school. She walked through the halls, ignoring the students drifting away from the great hall, back towards their houses. She headed up the main staircase and walked almost in a daze toward Professor Dumbledore's office. She had to tell him what she had done. "Harry hates me, and Professor Dumbledore is going to kill me," Minerva thought miserably. Soon enough she found herself standing in front of the griffin guarding Dumbledore's office. "Chocolate-coated carrots," Minerva said, and watched the griffin come to life and spring out of the way. She stepped through the open portal and followed the stairs up to Dumbledore's office door. She stood quietly outside the door for a while, trying desperately to come up with a reasonable excuse for telling Harry all. She was still standing there when she heard footsteps on the stairs behind her. Minerva turned around and was surprised to find Professor Dumbledore coming to a stop at the top of the stairs. "Waiting on me, I see," Dumbledore said. "Actually, sir, I didn't know you were out of your office," Minerva answered. "I'm usually out at this time." Dumbledore answered, "This time? Dinner." Minerva closed her eyes. "I had forgotten about dinner time. A lot on your mind?" Professor Dumbledore asked, stepping past her and opening his office door. "You could say that," Minerva answered. "Can I talk to you, sir?" "Of course. Shall we step inside?" Professor Dumbledore held his office door wide and motioned for Minerva to go in first. Minerva stepped through the door and looked around. The office was slightly more disarrayed than usual. Stacks of books and scrolls covered his desk. A few piles were loaded into the chair and placed on the floor in front of the desk. Fawkes slept on his stand, behind the desk, his head tucked beneath one fiery wing. "I see you've found Fawkes' stand," Minerva said. "Yes, nearly all of my belongings have been recovered. Only my pensieve is still missing, but Mr. Filch is scouring the school for it now. He assures me he will discover." He paused before saying, "where Peeves has hidden it." Professor Dumbledore pulled out his wand and waved it at the chair in front of his desk. The pile of books vanished, and Dumbledore waved a hand at the chair. "Mal, what is it that you would like to talk to me about?" he asked, moving around to the other side of the desk and shifting the piles of books so that he could see Minerva clearly. Minerva found herself playing nervously with the hem of her sleeve and forced herself to stop. Instead, she sat slowly and looked up at Professor Dumbledore. "I told Harry," she said quickly. Professor Dumbledore looked at her curiously. "Told Harry what?" "Everything," Minerva answered. "Who I am, really." She was silent for a bit, waiting to see what Dumbledore would say. But when he made no comment, she went on. "He was pretty upset. He said he never wants to see me again." She looked at her favorite spot on Professor Dumbledore's rug and said, "I think I've made a very big mistake." "Why did you tell him?" Dumbledore asked. Minerva looked up, shaking her head. "I just couldn't lie to him anymore, Professor. I just couldn't." Professor Dumbledore nodded. "I'm sorry. I've really messed things up, haven't I? Harry wasn't supposed to know after all." Minerva sat back in her chair with a frustrated sigh. "God, what was I thinking?" "It's all right, Minerva," Professor Dumbledore said reassuringly. "There were many unforeseen factors at play here, the strange side effect of the potion, just to name one. Considering the circumstances, while I am a little surprised to hear you told Harry, it is not entirely unexpected. You thought I might spill then. You were becoming very close to him, Minerva, and close friends don't like to lie to each other, even if the lie is necessary. I had thought, or rather hoped, that you wouldn't say anything." Minerva rubbed her temples. There was that headache again. "Do you think Harry will be able to get past this? Do you think he'll be able to?" She shrugged. "Accept me again, perhaps. He may be angry now, but he'll see the logic of what we did soon enough. Perhaps with a little time he'll come to understand why we did it." "You really think so?" Professor Dumbledore shrugged, and with a slight smile said, "We'll just have to wait and see, won't we?" Minerva nodded, then said miserably, "I'm sorry your plan didn't work out the way you had hoped. I've done an awful job of keeping Harry out of trouble." I wouldn't say awful, and considering the turn things took, I'll say you did rather well. Though I wish you had come to me about Miss Parkinson earlier. Minerva smiled apologetically, then said, Maybe you're right, but we're still no closer to knowing who or what is in the school. And pretty soon I'll be me again, and Harry hates me. I'm afraid it's impossible to find the answer now. From what I've learned from you, I've been able to draw some conclusions. Whether they are correct is a different story, but I assure you, your time as Mindy James has been most helpful for me. And whether he believes it or not, I'm sure you've been most helpful for Harry as well. Minerva smiled though she didn't quite believe it. Thank you for saying that, she said anyway. Then biting her lip, she asked, Do you think I should take the potion one more time? Just to keep an eye on Harry? No, I do not, Professor Dumbledore answered kindly. As Professor Snape has said, the potion is having some rather peculiar effects on you. I believe it would be best if you not take it again. Minerva nodded, not entirely sure she was relieved or disappointed. I'd better get back to the tower, she said slowly, standing. Good evening, then, Minerva, Professor Dumbledore said, pulling a book from the top of one of the stacks. And Minerva, during your little time left as Miss James, keep looking out for Harry. Minerva nodded. I don't know if he'll let me, but I'll try. Harry sat on the bleachers watching most of the Gryffindor team swoop through the air on their brooms. His mind was half on the practice, the rest was still turning over what Minerva, he told himself for the millionth time, had said to him. He had gone back to Gryffindor Tower last night, rather miserable. When Ron and Hermione finally dragged what had happened out of him, Ron was just as thrown as Harry was to hear the news, but Hermione had remained guiltily quiet. Finally, she admitted to knowing already, and Harry had spent most of the night being angry with her. Until Ron had talked some sense into him. Even if Hermione had told him the truth before, he wouldn't have believed it. The only person he had a right to be angry with was Minerva, and if he could help it, he would never speak to her again. Harry shook away the thoughts and turned back to watching the Gryffindors. Ron had decided to call a practice with the next Gryffindor match only 4 days away. He wasn't sure if the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor game would still go on as scheduled, but he wanted to be ready if it wasn't cancelled. Professor Lupin had said it was all right, as long as a professor was present to keep an eye on them. He now sat next to Harry and Hermione, watching the team practice with great interest. Everyone was doing well under Ron's instruction, even though the team was one chaser short. Where's Miss James? Professor Lupin asked as he watched Tobias score a goal on a distracted Ron. Shouldn't she be here? Harry frowned. He had gone almost 2 entire minutes without thinking about her. I don't know, he mumbled and slumped down on the bench. Professor Lupin looked at Harry curiously. You don't know? I think she's been ill, Hermione said quickly. Professor Lupin looked at them both curiously, but thought better of continuing along that line of conversation. The team seems to be doing well, he said, looking up just as Ginny made a dive for the snitch. Harry suddenly didn't feel like watching the practice anymore. Being on the Quidditch field reminded him of her anyway. I have some homework I need to finish, Harry said, standing. I'd better get it done. Professor Lupin looked at Harry again. Homework over Quidditch? He really does, Hermione said, as Harry walked away. Loads. Harry didn't know if Professor Lupin said anything to that. He didn't stay round to hear. He walked slowly away from the Quidditch pitch, hands in pockets, and head down. He wasn't a full 5 steps past the changing rooms when he looked up and saw Minerva heading his way. Harry stood still, half wanting to run away, and waited as she approached him. Hi, Harry. I thought I might find you here, Minerva said, coming to a stop in front of Harry. What do you want? Harry asked. To talk to you. I think we should, discuss what I said last night. I think we shouldn't, Harry said, and started past her. I have nothing to say to you. Come on, Harry. Minerva said, grabbing Harry's arm. Don't be mad. Why shouldn't I be? Harry hissed. What you did, I'm sorry, Harry. I am so sorry. What more do you want me to say? Harry shrugged off her hand. I'll be happy if you never say anything else to me again. I messed up, okay, but I thought I was doing what was best. Harry didn't respond. He turned around, determined to ignore her, and started back for the school. Harry, please. Minerva called, following after him. I understand that you're mad at me. I would be too, if I were you. But I never meant to hurt you, Harry. Things just got out of hand. Again, Harry said nothing. He didn't even glance back at the girl on his heels. Can't we at least try to talk about this? Minerva went on. We were friends before, right? Maybe we can be again. Harry almost laughed at how ridiculous that sounded. The two of them, friends? Why would you want to be friends with me? He asked. You're a professor. Minerva was quiet for a moment before saying, I'm not a professor at the moment. You will be again eventually, and I don't think we should be friends or buddies or associates or anything for that matter. He looked back at her. He hated it, but he was still in love with that face. He quickly looked away. It's weird. Minerva stopped following him. It's not weird, she said. You're friends with Professor Lupin, aren't you? Harry made no answer, and Minerva went on angrily. You're just being difficult. But if you want to be asked, then go ahead and be one. Just walk away and leave me alone. It's probably better this way anyway. You're obviously so perfect and has never done anything that you regret. Just hanging around with some lowly girl like me is already tarnishing your golden halo. Harry stopped and looked back. Minerva stood fuming, face red, hands on her hips. She may really be Professor Mcgonagall, but at that moment she couldn't look any further from her. What? Harry asked, both surprised and confused. Did she just call me an ass? You heard me, she answered. Just go. I never said I was perfect. Harry said, Well, you're acting like it. Minerva retorted, I told you I messed up. I said I was sorry. But what she did, Harry shook his head. Damn it, Mindy, he squeezed his eyes shut. Minerva, I really loved you. He opened his eyes again, shocked by his own confession. Minerva didn't seem fazed. Well, has it ever occurred to Harry that maybe she stopped and clenched her mouth shut? You what? Harry asked nothing. Minerva said quickly, I have to go. She spun around and hurried off towards the Quidditch pitch. Harry stood in daze, watching her leave. His first thought was to go after her, to find out what she had been about to say. But then he shook his head. He had a feeling he knew already, and he didn't want to hear those words come out of her mouth, not out of Professor Mcgonagall's mouth. He turned around and started for Hogwarts once more, and was surprised to discover he wasn't angry with her anymore. Harry spent the rest of the Friday evening alone, either hiding in Gryffindor Tower or the library. He ran across Lavender just before dinner, looking very out of place with arms loaded with books. I'm going to take Neville's place, working with Professor Snape, she explained. It took some convincing, but he finally decided it might be useful. That's good, Harry said. Lavender smiled weakly. I suppose it is. Depending upon how you look at it, she shifted the weight in her arms and asked tentatively, How did things go with you and Minnie? Harry was quiet for a moment before saying, We came to an understanding of sorts. Oh well, I'd hope things will work out for the two of you. You made the best couple. Harry smiled sadly. We did, didn't we? He said almost to himself. Lavender nodded, then awkwardly waved goodbye and headed off in the direction of the dungeons. At dinner, Professor Dumbledore announced that the upcoming Quidditch match would be cancelled. Disappointed groans filled the hall, mostly from the Gryffindors and the Hufflepuffs. It's just as well, Ron said. I doubt Minnie would play, and there's no way I could find another chaser by next Friday anyhow. Don't call her Mindy, Harry said, poking at the food he'd hardly touched. Minnie didn't exist. Minnie, Minerva, Professor Mcgonagall. It doesn't really matter. We would have been one chaser short, Ron answered, doing a very poor job of hiding his disappointment. Are you still angry with her? Hermione asked, looking up at Harry. Harry shook his head. I don't know, not really, I suppose. I don't think she meant to hurt me, and she seemed sorry. You talked to her? Ron asked. Harry shrugged. More like yelled some more, but she said something. Harry shook his head. I don't know what I should feel anymore. Part of me still wants to be upset, but I'm starting to think that I shouldn't be. I wish I could just forget all of this. Forget what exactly? Hermione asked. Harry shrugged. Forget who she really is, or forget that I loved her. It doesn't really matter. I just want things normal again. Harry was quiet for a moment before admitting, I'm trying so hard not to, but I miss her. She's miserable without you, Harry, Ron said. Harry looked at Ron. Really? Ron shrugged. Or she's very upset about what's happening. Either way, she's very unhappy. I don't know how, but I'm not wrong about her being crazy about you. You can't be right. Hermione shook her head. There is no possible way. No, Ron may be right. Harry cut in. She told me today, or almost told me. She never actually said the words, but I knew where she was going. Really? Hermione asked, surprised. She was quiet for a moment, obviously thinking something over. Finally, she said, Maybe it's the potion. Ron looked at Hermione. She wasn't taking a love potion. Hermione gave Ron a look that said, "Do I have to explain everything to you?" and said, "She was taking some super modified de-aging potion that Snape whipped up. I'm willing to bet this potion has never been tested before, so they didn't really know what would happen." Snape probably figured it would just make Professor Mcgonagall look 16 for a longer period of time than a normal de-aging potion. But what if that wasn't all it did? What if it didn't make her look 16? What if it turned her 16? That would explain how she could fall in love with Harry. Ron nodded, and how she did such a good job of pretending to be a normal student. Hermione added. Harry nodded. She had all of us fooled. Except for you, Hermione. Hermione shook her head. If it wasn't for Christmas night, I would have thought I'd gone completely nutty for thinking she was anything other than a normal student. Harry looked down at his plate. So Minerva was 16, and she really did care for him the way he had cared for her. The whole time they had been together hadn't been a show after all. She actually loved him. Harry rolled a pea around on his plate, trying to decide what that meant. Love or not, she was still a professor, an old professor, and eventually she wouldn't be 16 anymore. Maybe all of those feelings she had for him would go away when she was normal again. What am I supposed to do now? Harry asked, looking at Ron and Hermione for advice. Personally, I don't believe a relationship will work out for the two of you, Hermione said with a half smile, but maybe you could try and be friends with her. She did turn herself into Mini James to keep you safe after all. That has to count for something. Maybe, Harry said, but I don't think she really wants to talk to me. I have been a little rough on her. Trust me, Harry, she understands. Ron said, maybe. Harry said, and maybe I'll talk to her, but right now it's just. Harry shook his head. Weird, don't do anything until you're comfortable. Hermione said, are you two ready to go yet? You really do have loads of homework. You've both been slacking off in your studies. She stood, giving them both very disapproving looks. Well, I'm glad some things never change, Harry said to Ron as they followed Hermione out of the Great Hall. Minerva spent the next few days feeling completely alone. Harry had stopped giving her dirty looks, but he still wasn't speaking to her. Minerva got the feeling she made him very uncomfortable. She felt very uncomfortable around other students. It was fairly obvious Harry. Hermione and Ron hadn't told anyone else who she really was, but she couldn't help but think everyone was looking at her oddly now. People constantly asking her what was going on with her Harry only increased her discomfort. She would never say anything. Tried hard to keep rumors at bay, but she knew something had to be flying around by now. She couldn't wait to be her old self again. Minerva sat on the couch in the Gryffindor common room trying to focus on her divination homework. The class had moved on from reading trees to reading people. The only person making any progress whatsoever was Ron, who had been working on that for months anyway. Apparently, the only way to learn to read another's emotions was to perfectly understand your own. They were to write their feelings down as a way of understanding their emotions. Minerva stared at the parchment, trying to think of something that sounded about true. She looked up at Ginny, who was sitting across from her, scribbling, I love Dean in the margins of her history of magic notes. How do you think I'm feeling at the moment? Minerva asked. Ginny looked up and shrugged. I don't know why. We're supposed to write down what we're feeling for divination. Supposedly, that'll help us learn to read others. Oh, Ginny said. Why don't you ask Ron? She suggested. He's always picking up on what people are feeling. The other day I had a little fight with Dean. Ron took one look at me and knew all about it. He wanted to go give Dean a good beating too. I think having a brother who's also diviner is going to be most annoying. Ron can see what other people are feeling that easily. Minerva asked. Ginny nodded. It's one thing watching what I say around my brother, but now I have to watch what I feel too. She frowned and shrugged. That's life, I guess. So why don't you go ask him? Minerva looked across the room to where Ron and Harry sat. Poring over the same assignment, Ron's quill was moving very fast as he scribbled down line after line of his thoughts. Harry looked much the same way Minerva did, as if he was trying to think of something to write that sounded believable. Minerva shook her head. Maybe later, she said. Ginny looked at her, then glanced back at Harry. What's going on with you? She asked, looking back at Minerva. The both of you have been avoiding each other a lot lately. I know you broke up, but that doesn't mean you can't still talk to him. It's complicated, Minerva answered. Ginny gave her withering a look. It's never that complicated. Besides, you look completely unhappy without Harry. Why don't you try to talk him? "He doesn't want to talk to me," Minerva answered, "and I don't blame him. Either after what I did to him." "What did you do that was so bad?" Ginny asked. "Harry wouldn't completely shun anyone for any reason." Ginny laughed. "Unless you cheated on him with Malfoy or something." Minerva looked up, surprised. She started to deny that, but then thought about it. That was it. That was the perfect excuse for why she and Harry weren't together anymore. Everyone would understand why Harry no longer wanted to speak to her, and when Minnie James disappeared from Hogwarts, no one would miss her. She didn't have to say it was true, she could just let people believe it was true. She looked at Ginny, putting on a very guilty expression, and then looked away. "You didn't, did you?" Ginny asked, frowning. "Draco isn't as bad as everybody thinks," Minerva answered, skating around the question. "Mindy, how could you?" Ginny asked, looking completely horrified. Minerva bit her bottom lip, turning up the guilty look a notch. "I can't believe you," Ginny exclaimed, closing up her history of magic book and stuffing her notes into her bag. "And with Malfoy," she hissed, "to think I actually considered you a good person." She huffed, grabbing her things and walking away. Minerva watched Ginny leave, knowing she had just crucified her reputation. At least there was nothing else she could possibly do to make Harry hate her any more now. "How about I feel moderately okay?" Harry asked, his quill poised above his blank parchment. Ron shrugged, looking up. "Sounds okay, I guess. Why don't just write the truth, though?" "I'm not sure I know the truth," Harry answered, scribbling moderately okay down. "I could read you," Ron suggested. "No, thank you," Harry said quickly. "I feel moderately okay is good enough for me." "Suit yourself," Ron said, going back to his homework. "Good for you, Harry." Harry glanced up to see Ginny standing next to him wearing a very dark expression. "Huh?" he asked, dumping Minnie. Ginny said, "I don't blame you one bit, after what she did to you." "What she did to me?" Harry asked, confused. "She told me," Ginny answered, taking a seat. "I couldn't believe it at first, but why would you make it up?" Ginny shook her head. "The girl must be completely daft." Harry stared at Ginny. Minerva had told her who she was. Harry had thought Minerva didn't want other people to know. He certainly didn't want other people to know. He didn't want the school knowing he had dated Professor Mcgonagall. "I can't believe she told you," Harry stuttered. "I didn't think she would." "When did she tell?" "Just now," Ginny answered, nodding back towards the couch where Minerva still sat. "I got it out of her completely by accident." Ginny shook her head. "Of all the guys in school, she had to pick Malfoy. He's the rotten and Slytherin here." Harry blinked, even more confused than ever. "Malfoy, I can't believe she cheated on you with that jit." Ginny folded her arms across her chest and, mistaking the confused look on Harry's face as that of a person deeply hurt, said, "But I won't talk about it anymore. I swear, this is the last I'll ever mention it." Harry looked at Ron, who shrugged and turned back to Ginny. "Are you sure Minnie said she cheated on Harry with Malfoy? How could I mistake something like that?" Ginny asked, frowning. "I know what she said." She glanced at Harry. "I'm really sorry, but if Minnie wants to be with somebody like Malfoy, she's not worth your time anyway." Ginny pushed Ron's homework aside and pulled out her history of magic text. "I have an exam tomorrow and I can't study over there anymore. You don't mind if I join you, do you?" Harry shook his head, still trying to make sense of what Ginny had just told him. Did Minerva really start to see Malfoy? They had been spending a lot of time together. He glanced across the room to where Minerva sat. She looked at him and smiled sadly before packing up her things and leaving the common room. Harry watched her go. Maybe she had made up the whole story to explain why they were no longer speaking. Maybe. "Forget about her, Harry," Ginny said, laying a hand on Harry's arm. "She's not worth it." Harry glanced at Ginny and she smiled reassuringly. "You could do better. Besides, there are more important things you need to be worrying about." "Like what?" Harry asked. "Like what you're going to do about Pansy. She's still running about the school." "So I assume Professor Dumbledore isn't going to expel her." Ron shook his head. "He needs more proof before he can do anything to her. It's just as well. We may need her to find the animagus." "You know who it is?" Ginny asked, eyes widening. "You guys don't tell me anything." "'Cause you shouldn't be involved," Ron said. "When are the boys going to realize you need me?" "So who is it already?" Harry glanced around, making sure no one was near their small table. "Bellatrix Lestrange," Harry answered, lowering his voice. Ginny looked at him, surprised. Are you sure? Are really sure? Harry nodded and told her how Hermione had come to that conclusion. Ginny listened carefully, then said confidently, Professor Dumbledore would take care of it then. You did tell him, right? Harry shook his head. No, I didn't. Ginny looked at him as if he were out of his mind. Why not? Isn't she dangerous? Shouldn't Dumbledore know? Harry shook his head. This is something I have to take care of, he said. That doesn't make any sense, Harry. Ginny frowned. I couldn't understand what you did last year. There were no professors here to help. But there's a school full now. What good are doing by not telling Dumbledore? Harry frowned. I have to do this myself, he repeated, but you're putting yourself needlessly in danger, and everybody else in the school, for that matter. What if she does to somebody else what she did to Neville and Colin? Harry remained stubbornly silent. Give it up, Ginny, Ron said. Hermione and I have already tried to talk Harry into telling Professor Dumbledore. He wouldn't change his mind then, and I doubt he'll change it now. But it's just stupid. Ginny frowned. Taking care of this sort of thing is what Dumbledore do. Harry, you've got to go tell him. She lowered her voice, leaning closer to him. What do you plan to do against the Death Eater? Harry frowned at Ginny, annoyed by her insisting to talk to Dumbledore. He knew what he was doing. Hermione and Ron had agreed. Why couldn't she understand? Don't you get it? He hissed. She killed Sirius. Ginny sat back and blinked. Oh, she mumbled, and remained silent for a while. Finally, she asked, how to plan to find her? Harry rubbed his eyes before answering, Polyjuice potion. Or that was what I was going to do. But I need Minnie to get the ingredients from Snape's cupboard for me. That isn't going to happen now. Why do you need her? Can't you do it? Or get somebody else to? Ginny asked. Harry shook his head. Snip is too used to me sneaking about in my invisibility cloak. And I need someone who can go in and out of Snape's class after hours without looking suspicious. Minnie spent so much time in detention with Snape that no one would think twice of her going down there, Ron explained. But now Harry can't ask her to do anything like that for him. Ginny nodded. She was quiet for a bit before saying, why not ask Lavender? She's helping Snape now, so she spends a lot of time down there. I'm sure she'll do it if you ask her. Harry looked at Ginny and grinned. That's brilliant. I hadn't even thought to ask her. He looked at Ron. What do you think? Ron shrugged. Of anybody else I can think of, Lavender has the best chance of getting away with sneaking into Snape's office and borrowing a few ingredients. Harry nodded. You think you can? You tell her I need to talk to her. Ginny, I hardly ever see her anymore, and she has to go back inside the girls' dorm at some point. Sure, Ginny agreed. I'll talk to her tonight. Thanks. Harry smiled. What do you think Hermione will say about getting Lavender to get the ingredients for us? Ron asked. I'll bet Hermione will think it's a brilliant idea, Harry answered confidently. Are you crazy? Hermione asked, frowning at Harry. You can't ask Lavender. What if she gets caught? Who knows what Snape would do to her? Harry frowned across the library table at Hermione. It was only a few hours after Ginny had left them to wait for Lavender. Ron and Harry had left the common room to hunt down Hermione, and had found her fairly quickly in the library working on arithmetic. Harry had told Hermione Ginny's idea, and to his great surprise, she didn't like it. I think it's the best option, he said. I think it is too, Ron agreed. Lavender has the best chance of getting in and out of Snape's office. A better chance than any one of us anyway, maybe. Hermione frowned. But if she gets caught, she won't get caught. Harry insisted. Besides, it couldn't hurt to ask her. Fine. Hermione agreed reluctantly. Have you decided where you plan on brewing the potion? We can't use the girls' toilet we used last time. The room of requirement, Harry answered. I think that would be best place. Hermione pressed her lips together but had to admit it was a good idea. I found the potion instructions the other day. As soon as we get the ingredients, we can get started. She looked at Harry. Are you sure you want to do this? It's not too late to change your mind. Maybe you can talk to Professor Lupin. Harry shook his head. Everything will be fine, he said. If you say so, Hermione answered doubtfully. She looked around and said, looks like Ginny found Lavender. Harry looked past her and spotted Ginny leading Lavender towards them. Lavender looked tired, as if she had just left Snape's classroom. She smiled brightly, though, when she and Ginny sat down at their table. Ginny says you wanted to talk to me, Lavender said, looking at Harry. Yeah, Harry answered. I need you to do me a favor. I need to make a potion, and to do that I need some ingredients from Snape's cupboard. And you want me to get those ingredients? Lavender asked. Harry nodded and she looked at him warily. What kind of potion are you trying to make exactly? Polyjuice potion. Harry answered. Lavender frowned. Doesn't that make you look like somebody else? Harry nodded. Why would you need that? Harry glanced at the others, trying to decide how much he should tell her. I'm trying to catch the person who hurt Colin and Neville, he said. Finally. Do you know who it is? Lavender asked cautiously. Maybe, Harry answered. But to be sure, I need to make that potion. Lavender shook her head. I don't understand what the potion has to do with it. Harry looked at the others for help. Hermione looked back at Harry blankly, refusing to say a word that might encourage Lavender to steal from Snape. Ron looked as if he really didn't know what to say. Isn't it enough that Harry's trying to help Neville? Ginny said, finally. You can help if you want, Lavender. If you don't, that's okay. We'll understand. I didn't say I didn't want to help, Lavender said. I just want to know what it's all about. Harry doesn't know anything for sure, Ginny said, and he doesn't want to start any crazy rumors. You just have to trust us. The potion he needs to make is for a good cause. Lavender looked at Harry. Fine, I'll help. What do you need me to get? Are you sure? Hermione asked. If you get caught, Lavender nodded. I know, but you're trying to find who hurt Neville. If I can help you, I want to. What do you need? Hermione reached into her bag and pulled out a book. Flipping through it, she quickly found the page she was looking for. Here are the ingredients we need you to get, she said, referring to book as she made out a list. She handed the parchment to Lavender and said, take your time getting them. Wait until you're absolutely sure you won't be caught. Okay, Lavender nodded okay. She folded the parchment and tucked into her pocket. I have to go. I have to meet Snape later tonight and I want to get some sleep before then. Harry nodded. Thanks, Lavender. I owe you. Lavender smiled as she stood. I'm going to hold you to that. Harry, she said before leaving. Hermione watched her go, then looked at Harry. No turning back now, Harry. I hope you're doing the right thing. I am, Harry said, though he wasn't nearly as certain as he sounded. Minerva took one look in the Great Hall, received more dirty looks than she could stomach, and decided she would skip lunch again. Over the last week, the information of her supposed love affair with Draco Malfoy had flown through the student body. She knew everybody in Gryffindor would hate her after it had become common knowledge, but she didn't expect every other house to react so negatively. As well, who knew Slytherins were so hated? She said to herself as she headed outside. The only thing she had to look forward to was becoming her old self again. It was already the 1st of February and she should be reverting back any day now that Minnie James was generally hated by all. She thought it was the perfect time to disappear. Minerva stepped outside and approached the tree she and Harry had topped under so long ago. There they had become a couple against her better judgment. Minerva touched the bark, then turned around to face the lake. If she had never invited Harry out here, maybe things would have turned out differently. Maybe they would still be friends. Maybe she wouldn't have fallen so deeply in love with him. Minerva sighed miserably and leaned against the tree. Mindy, Minerva started and looked back. Draco stood behind her, his gray cloak wrapped tightly around him. He smiled at her. Not hungry? He asked coolly, brushing a few strands of white blonde hair out of his face. You could say that, Minerva answered. Draco walked over and leaned against the tree next to her. I heard the strangest thing the other day, he said lightly, studying Minerva's face. Pansy came to me in a bit of a huff. Apparently, someone is going around saying that Potter left you because you and I have been spending some quality time together. Minerva blushed and said quietly, I had heard something like that. She laughed weakly. It's crazy what people will come up with when they don't know the truth. You aren't working too hard to deny it, Draco said. Minerva looked at him. Maybe I don't want to argue with every single student here. People have already made up their minds as to what the truth is. Draco glanced at her. Maybe that's true, he said, but I think you like the idea of an us. Minerva almost laughed out loud. You think too highly of yourself, Draco. I've had enough trouble with cute boys this year. I don't need any more. You think I'm cute? Draco smiled. I think you're trouble, Minerva answered. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Minerva looked away, back at the lake. I just broke up with Harry, Draco. I don't really think we should be having this conversation. Do you want me to leave? Draco asked. Just say so and I'll go. Minerva looked back at Draco. He hadn't moved an inch, and Minerva doubted he'd leave just because she asked him to. But she realized she didn't want him to go. It was nice to be talking to someone again, even if that someone was Draco Malfoy. She remained silent as she watched a cool smile slowly spread across his face. Are you really not hungry? We could go get lunch, Draco said. I really don't want to eat in the Great Hall, Minerva answered. We don't have to, Draco said. Let's go raid the kitchen. The house elves practically give food away. He offered her his arm. Shall we? Minerva pressed her lips together. The best thing for her to do would probably be to say no and walk away. She had enough problems as it was. Going anywhere with Draco would just add to them. But it was only lunch, and she certainly wasn't in danger of falling in love with Draco, and she was so very tired of being alone. All right, Minerva agreed, taking Draco's offered arm. Lunch does sound good. Potter is a fool, Draco said as he led Minerva back towards the school. He didn't know how lucky he was. I broke up with Harry, you know, Minerva said. Draco grinned. Then you finally saw what an idiot he is. He's not an idiot, Draco. Minerva frowned. He's just not for me. And could we please not talk about Harry? Gladly, Minerva spent the lunch period with Draco. The boy could be very charming when he wanted. She let down her guard with him, and for the first time in weeks found herself laughing. She couldn't believe he had such a bad reputation. She couldn't help wishing she had given Draco a chance sooner. They could have become good friends so much earlier. Draco walked Minerva to her afternoon class and left her with a kiss on the cheek. She knew other students saw them and the word of their being together would get around, but she found she didn't care. For a full half hour she hadn't felt absolutely wretched. Minerva's evening had started relatively well, but by the end of the day she was feeling very bad again. She had to endure 2 more hours of nasty looks and cold shoulders before she could go back to her room and stay out of sight. To make it worse, she was suffering with the worst migraine of her life. She had never felt so relieved to return to Gryffindor Tower as she had when her last class was finally dismissed. Halfway back to the tower, Minerva suddenly felt incredibly ill. She stopped walking in the middle of the hall, causing several students to bump into her. Hey, watch it, someone said angrily, stepping around her. She ignored the students streaming past her and leaning against the wall, fought down a wave of nausea. She pushed shakily away from the wall and following her first mind, started for the hospital wing. She hadn't taken more than 2 steps when a thought suddenly struck her. What if she was turning back? Minerva stopped suddenly once more, to annoyance of several more students. It was possible that she was changing again. She had felt very sick when turning 16. Why not feel sick when going back? She quickly changed direction and headed back towards the passage that would lead to the dungeons. She had to get to Professor Snape before it was too late. Minerva was halfway down the stairs leading to Snape's dungeon classroom when a strong sense of vertigo hit her. She pressed a hand against the wall, trying desperately to steady herself. She slid to the step and sat heavily, fighting back another wave of nausea. Minerva closed her eyes and laid her head on her knees. Her head was pounding so hard, she was sure it would explode any moment now. She wished she would turn back already. She hated feeling this ill. Minerva jerked her head up and immediately wished she hadn't, as vertigo hit her stronger than before. She winced, then blinked up at the person standing before her. Lavender. Lavender smiled slowly and asked, "Are you all right? You look really pale." Minerva forced a smile. "I'm all right. It's just, I have a headache." "Oh," Lavender said, "why don't go see Madame Pomfrey? I'm sure she could give you something." Minerva shook her head. "No, it's not that bad really. I'm going down to see Professor Snape. Anyway, he probably has a potion or something that I can take." "He's not down there," Lavender said, taking a seat on the steps next Minerva. "He left about a half hour ago and I'm not sure when he's getting back. But if you don't want to go see Madame Pomfrey, I have something that might help." She opened her bag, pulled out a small pill bottle and handed it to Minerva. Minerva turned it over and read the label. "Tylenol. I know, it's pretty muggle, but it works. Just take 2 with a glass of water and your headache should clear up." Thanks," Minerva said, eyeing the bottle of Tylenol suspiciously. She had never taken muggle medicine before, and wasn't sure she wanted to start. "Sure," Lavender said, standing. She picked up her bag without closing it first, and several bottles spilled out. Most of them tinkering down the stairs. "Oh no, I hope nothing's broken," Lavender moaned, hurrying down the stairs after the bottles. Minerva looked down and spotted a vial spinning slowly next to her foot. She picked it up and frowned. What is Lavender doing taking ingredients out of the potions class? Minerva shrugged and pushed herself up as Lavender came back up the steps. taking your work home with you?" she asked as lightly as she could, handing the vial to the other girl. "It's not for me, it's for Harry," Lavender said, then froze, eyes widening as if she had just said something she shouldn't have. Minerva frowned. "What does Harry want it for?" I don't know," Lavender said, quickly taking the bottle and stuffing it into her bag. "He didn't really tell me. He must have said something." Minerva pressed. "Not really," Lavender answered, avoiding Minerva's eyes. "I have to go," she said, stepping past Minerva and starting up the stairs. She stopped a few steps from the top and looked back. "Minnie, you won't tell Professor Snape I've been in his ingredients cupboard, will you? I'd be in so much trouble." Minerva looked at Lavender and then shook her head. "No, I won't mention it." Lavender smiled. "Thanks, Minnie, and you can return that any time," she added, waving at the bottle of Tylenol Minerva still clutched in one hand. She turned around and quickly disappeared, leaving Minerva alone. Minerva looked at the spot Lavender had been in for a bit, then started down the stairs towards Snape's class. She should have pressed Lavender for information. If she really tried, she was sure she could have gotten something out of the girl, but she wasn't in the mood for interrogation. Besides, Lavender was probably telling the truth when she said Harry hadn't told her much, and she already knew the important thing. Harry was up to something again. Minerva pushed the potions classroom door open and stepped inside. It was empty of people. With the wall torches burning low, Minerva pulled out her wand and with a flick, caused the touches to flare brightly. She headed straight for the back of the class and retrieved her cauldron. She had to find out what Harry was planning. He could really get himself into deep trouble. Minerva knew Professor Mcgonagall wouldn't have a chance of getting any information, but as Mindy James, she may be able to find out something, and possibly keep Harry out of trouble. Minerva filled her cauldron with water and set a low fire. She quickly gathered up her ingredients and started to brew the de-aging potion. She knew she had promised Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore she won't take the potion anymore. But she had also promised to keep Harry safe. Right now, keeping Harry safe seemed a heck of a lot more important. Besides, taking the potion one more time couldn't hurt. Minerva was sure it couldn't hurt at all. "Well, what did you think? Come on, don't be shy, tell me. I hope I lived up to your expectations. I know, you were expecting to see Professor Mcgonagall again, but I couldn't turn her back now." Minnie James was just starting to get interesting. "I hope nobody's disappointed. Anywho, here's comments on a rainy day. I read over last chapter and you're right. I did leave out words. I'm currently fixing the chapter, but I haven't done much on it yet. I've been working on this one mostly. I'm glad you liked Lavender. I get so tired of reading her a shallow airhead. I just thought she should have more substance than that. Penguin Lover 11 No, not Minerva yet. As a matter of fact, I will be so bold as to say she will probably stay Minnie until the end of the year probably. Herquakens, I wasn't sure what Harry would say. I tried to put myself in his place and say what I would say. I don't know if I managed to pull off the right reaction, but I think it came out okay. You have no idea how many times I had to rewrite that section. What? Sorry you hate my updating practices, but believe me, I've seen worse. I've read fics that are updated once every 6 months or more. But the story is so great, I don't mind the wait. I hate taking a long time to update, but sometimes I really just don't have the time to rate. But if you don't think my story is worth the wait, then that's okay. I just hope everybody else understands and can forgive me for taking so long. Cross-eye, I'm glad you like the story. It's great to get new reviewers who like what I've written, and your speculations are great. I won't say anything about the nature of the de-aging potion. I don't want to give any part of the story away. As you more than likely can see, it is love. Now whether or not Harry and Minerva's relationship will end in tragedy, I won't say either, though permanently aging Harry is something to think about. Thanks for the review. Blue Transparent Stapler, thanks for your review, but mostly I just had to comment on your screen name. That is incredibly different, but in a good way. Do you own a Blue Transparent Stapler? Rock Solon thinks, I'm glad you like it. I've never read a Harry Minerva fic before either. Which is part of the reason why I went for it. Harry and Snape together, blah. I guess I'm not as well read in the fanfic world as I thought. I've never seen it and I'm kinda glad I haven't. But I have read Jenny Snape. It started off a good fic, but after a bit I just couldn't stand the pairing anymore and stopped reading it, not to mention it was a bit X-rated, and who wants to think of Snape that way? I hope I don't cross the line from good to gross. If I do, please let me know. Jack Be Nimble first let me say, great review. Yeah, you're right. Janie's appearance does seem a little convenient. I wasn't really planning on using her much in this fic and changed my mind halfway through. I knew it would seem that way, but I didn't want to be one of those people constantly rewriting chapters so readers have to go back and reread everything. I couldn't make her sudden appearance right without doing that, so I mostly hoped people would, overlook it. Sorry, I guess that's what I get for writing this thing as I go. As for them catching Pansy in the act first time, they're incredibly lucky, aren't they? Actually, I just didn't want to stretch that scene out too much. I would say what I'm planning with Harry and Minerva. I don't want to say I wasn't considering leaving them together, but I'm going to say I was. You'll just have to wait and see how it plays out. At the end of the story, I'll tell all and explain why I did things the way I did them. I'm glad you like my characters. I try to bring out their best without eliminating their faults. I just hope I can keep it up. Sassy Fairy Child, I love your screen name. Does everybody have a better screen name than me? I'm glad you reviewed. Reviews are so wonderful, good ones that is. Cat Pharaoh, different people stop growing at different rates. Some girls continue to grow until they're 18. Yeah, really? I have a cousin who didn't stop until about 18 or 19. She's supermodel tall. I unfortunately did not receive any of those genes. I hope you're still reading and like the rest of the story just as much as the first chapter. Super Fairykin, another deliciously long review. Do you know her, my father, reviewer? Just thought I'd tell you. You have to be the only one who didn't notice the incredibly long break between updates. But I'm glad you didn't. Now on the comments. Glad you liked the chapter title, and I'll tell you a secret. I name my chapters after I've written them. This story will be about 15 chapters long, give or take a few. I'm glad the truth coming out last chapter didn't seem soon. I was worried that it might. Capital V on Veritas Emot. I had thought so, but wasn't entirely sure. From now on, think I'll just capitalize everything. And yes, it is a wee bit illegal, but how else was Hermione supposed to be sure she got the truth otherwise? Minerva would have lied. No slow aging. It'll happen at once if and or when it happens. I had always thought of Minerva being in her 50s. You think 70? Maybe I'll go with 60 since, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's no mention of her age. 11 was a pretty long chapter. This one too, for that matter. The earlier chapters were pretty short and I could get them up in about a week, but now that they're getting longer and will probably continue to grow, I can't get them up as fast. I usually work on a chapter for a couple hours a day. The problem is I can't work on them several days consecutively. I usually write a bit, take a break, and then get back to it a few days later. So I guess if I add the hours up, I could get a chapter done in maybe 3 days, not counting proofreading, which I obviously don't do enough. Except when I have writer's block, then it's longer. Read the mistakes list, just can't seem to stop making them. You'd think as long as it takes me to update my chapters would pretty darn near perfect. Yeah, I did include Lestrange. May have left out some letters to make a name that makes sense. It was a long time ago when I made up that name and I honestly don't remember. You know, you're right about Watermotto's name. I had never thought about it before, but it is kinda nerdy. And I think Puttyhead was used in the book. I believe it was Peeves who called Harry that. And yeah, Harry is taking Lestrange on alone. You know, our dear sweet Potter, always taking on more than he can handle. 2.5 pages for your review? That is long. You just got my name. I thought Quest was pretty obvious. Believe it or not, I got that off the back of a minivan. I just thought it was awesome way to spell Quest and decided to use it. Well, that's all, I think. I hope everybody liked the chapter. Tell me what you think. Come on. Don't be shy. Review everybody. Review Reunited. Hiya everybody. It is I, Quest, after so very long gone. I hope I'm not pissing everybody off with these huge breaks between updates. All I can say is that I'm super sorry and I'll try to do better, but I probably won't. There are only 2 chapters left. Yes, that's right. Only 2. Well, maybe 3. I have a very good feeling the last few chapters will be pretty long. So there may be deep sigh a bit break between updates again, but I'll try to make it worth it. Promise now? I'll just say that I don't own Harry Potter and let you guys get on with the chapter. Comments to reviews at the end. Chapter 13 Reunited. Minerva chucked down the potion. making a face but felt better almost immediately. The queasy feeling cleared up right away, but the headache remained. Minerva frowned, deciding her migraine must have had nothing to do with the potion. She rubbed her temple and looked around the room for something to take. She rummaged through the shelves for a bit, wondering if she remembered enough of her healer training to put something together. She gave up her search after a bit and decided to give Lavender's pills a try. Conjuring a glass of water, Minerva downed 2 pills. She didn't feel any relief immediately and frowned at the bottle of Tylenol. So much for Muggle medicine, she said angrily, then set to work cleaning up the mess she had made. Minerva cleared away the excess potion and put the fire out under the cauldron. She picked up the ingredients she had used, replacing the stoppers and putting them neatly away. She was putting the powdered pixie wings back on the shelf when she noticed her headache was gone. Minerva grinned, glad for the relief. She put her potions kit away and went back to the cauldron in the middle of the floor. She was just about to move it when the classroom door opened. She looked up to see Professor Snape walking into the room. He was thumbing through a book and didn't see her immediately. Minerva stepped away from the cauldron, trying very hard not to look as guilty as she suddenly felt. She wasn't supposed to take the potion again, and Snape had just nearly caught her red-handed. She hoped desperately he didn't notice the cauldron still sitting in the middle of the room. "Why are you still here, Miss Brown?" Snape asked, never looking up. "I thought I told you to go back to your house." Minerva cleared her throat. "Lavender did leave," she said. Snape looked up, surprised. "What are you doing here?" Minerva frowned. "What? Am I not allowed down here?" she asked testily. "I wasn't expecting to see you," Professor Snape answered. "I see you're still in a mood," he added, walking to his desk and placing the book he had been thumbing through down. "What do you want?" He looked at her, arching an eyebrow. "Is something wrong?" "No," Minerva answered quickly. "I needed to talk to you about something." Professor Snape looked at her expectantly. "Well?" he prompted when Minerva didn't go on. "Well, what?" Minerva answered. Professor Snape frowned. "Well, what did you need to talk to me about?" "Nothing," Minerva answered. Professor Snape gave her an exasperated look. "Are you losing your mind, Minerva? You just said my problem resolved itself." Minerva cut in. "I should go. Curfew and all that," she added and started for the door, avoiding eye contact, and hoping Professor Snape would let her go without any further questions. If only she was so lucky. "What was the problem?" Snape asked. Minerva paused, and thinking quickly said, "I had a headache. It's gone now." Snape frowned. "What sort of headache?" Minerva shrugged. "The sort that hurt." "Don't smart off," Professor Snape said, looking at her very disapprovingly. "This could be something serious. How long have you been having headaches, and why didn't you tell me about this sooner?" Minerva rolled her eyes. Of all the things Snape could become angry with her over, and he was mad that she hadn't told him about a little headache. "I don't know. I had one today, but it's gone," she answered, still inching towards the door. "I really don't want to get stopped by Filch." "Snape, I need to go. You have plenty of time before curfew," Snape answered. "Think, Minerva. When did these headaches start?" Minerva was quiet for a moment while she gave some serious thought to what Professor Snape had asked. She realized her first headache had been Christmas night, when Hermione had discovered the truth about her. She had been having them off and on ever since then, but she had never thought anything of it before. She had assumed it came because of stress. She had been under quite a bit of it lately. Besides, the headaches had never been bad. Until tonight, she started to answer, but Snape had spotted the cauldron still set up in the middle of the room. Snape looked from it and glanced back at Minerva. "Why is that cauldron out?" he asked. Minerva looked at it. "I don't know," she lied, trying very hard to look as if she really didn't know what it was doing there. "Maybe Lavender left it out," she suggested, backing towards the door. "The wood is still smoldering," Professor Snape said, walking towards the cauldron. He pushed it aside, looking down at the logs still crackling with heat from the recent fire. Snape looked back at Minerva suspiciously. "Is there something you need to tell me?" "No," Minerva answered, shaking her head. She opened the classroom door. "I really have to go. It's not just curfew. I have loads of homework." "I'll see you in class, Minerva," Professor Snape called, but she was already out the door. Minerva shut the door behind her and hurried away from the class. She knew it was pointless to try to hide that she had taken the de-aging potion again, but she wasn't in the mood to be scolded tonight. She'd confess when she found out what Harry was up to. Then Professor Snape would understand that it was necessary. Minerva hurried back to Gryffindor Tower, deciding that she would talk to Harry first chance she got, but as she stepped through the portrait hole into the common room, she felt her nerves slipping away. She spotted Harry sitting in front of the fire with Hermione, Ron, and Ginny. Harry looked back when he heard the portrait open. Minerva stopped just inside the portrait hole and looked at Harry. She could do it now. She could pull him off and get him to tell everything. Harry stared at Minerva for a minute, then gave her a sad little half-smile. She returned it, then headed for the girls' rooms. She hated to admit it, but she was a little afraid to talk to Harry. Their last conversation had ended in shouting. She didn't want a repeat of that. And she was a little afraid of what might slip out. Minerva opened the door to the girls' rooms and headed up to the 6th-year girls' room to do a little homework. She'd talk to Harry another time, when she was sure of exactly what to say. Waiting a little longer to get the truth from Harry couldn't hurt. Harry watched Minerva from a distance. She had just stepped into the great hall and was looking around, perhaps for some place to have breakfast. Harry wanted so much to wave her over to where he was seated. He really missed her, a lot, but he wasn't sure she wanted to talk to him. Last night he thought she might. She looked as if she had wanted to, but then she just walked away. He supposed he should take that as a sign and forget about her. Harry looked away from Minerva and at Hermione. She stared at him curiously. Huh? And asked, have you given any thought on how you're going to handle the tea? A meeting Thursday. Oh, Harry answered. As a matter of fact, he hadn't given it any thought. He had been on punishment for the last 2 months and wasn't able to participate in any school activities including Diva. The start of February marked the end of his punishment. But 2 months of not having to think about it and everything else that had been happening had pushed Dita completely out of mind. The 5th years are bound to be behind, Hermione went on. Ron nodded his agreement. If what we're doing with Professor Trelawney is any indication of what they're doing. I'll say they're way behind. They had spent the last few weeks studying the position of the planets for possible attacks from coming enemies, so far no one was in danger of any sort of attack, but it was mostly because no one had any idea as to what they were looking at. Harry glanced up at Minerva again. She had just turned around and was leaving the great hall. On the other side of the hall he spotted Malfoy standing. He said something to one of his housemates and left the great hall just behind Minerva. Harry frowned. He knew logically that nothing could possibly be going on with those two, despite the rumors that had been flying around, but knowing it didn't stop him from feeling completely jealous. He needed a distraction and Dita was the perfect thing to throw himself into. I haven't given it much thought yet, Harry said, but I'll get started on a lesson plan right away. If you need any help, Hermione said, just ask. Thanks, Harry said, but what I really need you to do is get started on the Polyjuice potion. Hermione frowned, but only asked, when? Today, Harry answered. Lavender gave me the ingredients yesterday, and I'd really like to get this potion made as quickly as possible. Well, let's go, Hermione sighed, standing up and heading for the door. If we get started early, maybe we won't have to waste our entire Saturday working on it, she said, looking over her shoulder at Harry and Ron. She is really not happy about this, Ron said quietly to Harry. As they stood and followed after her, Harry, Hermione, and Ron went back to Gryffindor Tower where Harry dug the potion ingredients out of the bottom of his trunk. He stuffed them into his bag along with a few defense against the dark arts books and left the tower. Hermione led the way to the room of requirement, and the three of them performed the necessary ritual before opening the door. Hermione looked back at Ron and Harry. You think it worked? She asked. Definitely, Harry answered. Open the door. Hermione grabbed the knob and pushed the door open. They stepped into a brightly lit room. Desks and stools were lined neatly on one side, while the other side was left empty, probably space for cauldrons to be set up. Cauldrons of varying sizes were stacked against one wall, bookshelves set against two of the other walls. One was filled with books, and the other held glass jars and vials. Hermione walked over to the shelves containing the books. I think I wasted my time looking at the Polyjuice potion in the library, she said, pulling a book off the shelf. Here's the very same book. Harry walked over to the shelves holding the jars and vials. There are only the ingredients that comes in our potions kits though, he said. At least Lavender didn't risk explosion for nothing, Hermione said, replacing the book and walking to the back wall to choose a cauldron. This lab is as good as Snape's, Ron said, taking a seat on one of the stools. Better even. This room isn't as dark as his. It is nice to have a proper work environment this time, Hermione said, dragging one of the smaller cauldrons into the empty space. Harry. The ingredients, she said, looking back at him. Harry removed his books and handed her his bag. Is there anything I can do? He asked. Hermione shook her head no and set to work. Harry joined Ron at the desk and finding a quill and parchment, set to work planning for his first D. A meeting in months, Ron made suggestions, and between the two of them Harry thought he had come up with a fairly good plan. 30 minutes later, when Hermione announced there was nothing more she could do that day, Harry was confident the diva meeting would go well. You'll need to post announcements, Hermione said, as they left the room and the potion at a low simmer, so everyone will know to come on Thursday. We can tell a few students in other houses, Ron said. The word will spread fast enough. What did you decide to do? Anyway, Hermione asked, who had been concentrating on getting the potion right and not paying attention to what Harry and Ron had discussed. I figured I'd do a review of some of the basic spells with the lower years, Harry answered, and go over what to do with Hogwarts with the 5th years. I know they've probably already done something with Hogwarts, but it would be good review. The 3rd, 2nd, and 1st years could practice too, if they wanted, or just watch. Hermione nodded. Sounds okay, but how do you plan to get a Hoggart? I'm going to ask Professor Lupin. Harry answered. And what are you going to do with the 6th and 7th years? Hermione asked. I'm going to go over ghouls, Harry answered. Air demons, Hermione said, looking at Harry. We haven't studied those yet. Do you know how to handle them? There are a couple spells that can be used against them. Harry answered, I've been reading up on it, and I think I can show everybody what to do. The only trouble is finding something to practice on, Ron nodded. We can't get an actual ghoul. They're too dangerous and too hard to keep track of. Hermione was quiet while she thought this over. Grinlow, she suggested after a bit, but that's a water demon, Ron said. I know it's a different elemental, but it's still a demon. Hermione answered. The same spells that will work on ghouls should work on a Grinlow, she added, looking at Harry. Harry shrugged. It's the best suggestion I've heard so far. I'd better go see Professor Lupin now. I hope he can get both. Maybe you should come up with a backup plan, Hermione suggested, just in case. For sure. Later though, Harry said, not really relishing the thought of extra work. He had a hard enough time coming up with the first plan. I'd better get going. Hermione nodded. We'll see you later then, she said as she and Ron turned and headed in the opposite direction. Harry watched them go, then turned and headed towards Professor Lupin's office. He had taken up temporary occupation in Professor Mcgonagall's office. Harry wondered fleetingly what Minerva thought of another teacher using her office. He quickly shook his head, trying to shake thoughts of Minerva out of his mind, and hurried on to the office that now belonged to Professor Lupin. He soon found himself standing outside the door and raising a fist, knocked lightly. Come in, Lupin answered from the other side. Harry opened the door and stepped inside. He looked around. The office was unremarkable. In fact, it looked exactly the same as when Professor Mcgonagall had it. Harry supposed there wasn't much reason to switch anything out. Professor Lupin was teaching the same class, and Professor Mcgonagall wasn't one for frilly girly things, aside for a few books that seemed to be more about defense against the dark arts than transfiguration. Nothing had changed. Professor Lupin was pouring himself a cup of tea when Harry walked in. He smiled and offered Harry a teacup. Would you like some? He asked, holding up the kettle. For sure, Harry answered, taking the offered cup and holding it steady while Professor Lupin filled it. Thanks. Lupin waved the thank you away and sat down. The tea dipped. What can I help you with, Harry? Are you having trouble with one of the lessons? Harry shook his head no. Actually, I was wondering if you could help me out with the next DIA meeting, he answered. Professor Lupin nodded and Harry went on. I thought it might be a good idea to show everybody what to do with a Boggart and a ghoul. Do you think you can get a Boggart and Grinlow? A Grinlow? Professor Lupin asked. In place of the ghoul, Harry explained. Because they're both demons, Professor Lupin said, nodding his understanding. That's very smart of you, Harry. Harry smiled, deciding not to mention that it was Hermione's idea. He had a feeling Professor Lupin suspected anyway. Professor Lupin was silent for a moment before saying, the Grinlow is no trouble, but I'm not sure getting a Boggart is a very good idea. What? Harry asked, surprised. What? Isn't it a good idea? You showed us Boggarts in our third year. Half the people here hasn't seen one yet, and it'd be great review for everybody else. Professor Lupin sighed. That may be true, but besides Boggarts being rather tricky to get a hold of, if it should target you, it could turn into a number of things, all of which were likely to cause a panic. Harry looked at Professor Lupin to spell vigilancy. You're still afraid a Boggart might turn into Voldemort if it faced me? Lupin nodded. Well, yes, unless your greatest fear is still Dementors, then I'd say there's a very good chance the Boggart would become Lord Voldemort. Would you really want that appearing in the middle of the student body? Harry frowned slightly. He hadn't thought much about what the Boggart would become if it should appear in front of him. He had only been thinking about getting one to show everyone. Harry looked down and thought about what his greatest fear was now. Once upon a time, it had been Dementors. He knew he was still afraid of them, but he knew how to handle Dementors now. While he wouldn't want to run across any, they weren't what frightened him most anymore. Harry knew beyond any doubt that it was now Lord Voldemort who was greatest fear. He was the one person he truly didn't know how to defend himself against. When Harry had faced Voldemort in the past, he had always gotten lucky. Someone would show up to help him, or something would happen that would allow him to escape. He was always a little worried that someday Voldemort would appear and his luck would run out. Knowing that it had been prophesied that he would defeat Voldemort or die trying didn't help. Harry was more than a little afraid that he would die trying. Maybe Hermione could demonstrate the ridiculous charm. Harry suggested, or Ron. Either of them would be fine. Professor Lupin nodded. Perhaps, but I'd rather not take the chance. Professor Lupin. Please, Harry said. Something like this is bound to pop up on the old Dumbledore vaults, and when are the other years going to get a chance to fight a Boggart? I doubt very much that Professor Trelawney will get to it. Professor Lupin was quiet for a moment before saying, It'll be rough trying to get one by Thursday. Harry nodded. I understand, he said, sensing that Professor Lupin was starting to crack. I can wait however long it takes. Professor Lupin wrinkled his brow in thought. All right, Harry, he said, giving in, if I can get one. And I'm not promising that I can. I'll let you have it for your lesson. Thank you, Harry grinned. And you will stay out of its way? Harry nodded. Yes, I will. And I'll sit in, just to be sure nothing goes wrong. Harry frowned. I'm sure you don't have to. He said, we can handle Boggarts all right, and there will be tons of people there. That'll confuse and weaken it even more. True, Professor Lupin agreed. But why take chances? Harry shrugged. Okay, he agreed, deciding not to push his luck anymore. Besides, he didn't mind having Professor Lupin there. His presence might reassure some of the younger students, and they might even have a go at the Boggart, too. Thanks again, Harry said, placing the untouched teacup on the desk and standing. You'll let me know if you can get one. Professor Lupin nodded. Harry started for the door when Professor Lupin called him back. Harry looked back. Yes, how have you been lately? Harry blinked, not entirely sure what Professor Lupin meant. Okay, he answered finally.